Bonnie Baker. It was Monday, June 29, 1998, and 47-year-old Bonnie Baker had been working past her scheduled shift at the Fort Restaurant in Morrison, a suburb of Denver, Colorado. Later that evening, as Bonnie was nearing the end of her shift, the restaurant manager offered her a pay raise. She left the restaurant shortly afterward, a wide smile lighting her face. A few hours later that same day, Bonnie and her close friends gathered at a friend's trailer to celebrate the raise. Crespin Nanny Perez, Bonnie's 36-year-old boyfriend, was also present at the party, but someone was not entirely pleased with the celebration. Since Bonnie had to leave the party earlier than expected, her friends congratulated her again and said their goodbyes, unaware that this would be the last time they would see her. The following day, Bonnie was reported missing. What could have happened to Bonnie? Why had she left her own party early? Bonnie's mysterious disappearance takes us back to the summer of 1998 in her hometown, Denver. Denver is a consolidated city and county, serving as the capital and most populous city of the U.S. state of Colorado. Widely recognized for its collection of world-class museums, excellent breweries, and historical landmarks, Denver is considered one of the top destinations for tourists. Its location near the Rocky Mountains provides access to a variety of outdoor activities, including skiing and snowboarding. However, the city also carries certain risks. Denver ranks exceptionally low in terms of the well-being of its residents. Safer than only 1% of all U.S. neighborhoods, Denver is regarded as one of the most dangerous cities in the country. The likelihood of becoming a victim of violent crime in Denver is 1 in 103. It was in this hazardous city that Bonnie's tragic case occurred. Bonnie Lee Baker was born on February 4, 1951, to Wanda Elizabeth Baker and Arthur Andrew Baker. Although little is known about her early life, by 1998, Bonnie had a son named Jose Harridge, and the two were living in Denver. At that time, Bonnie worked at the Fort Restaurant on Highway 8 in Morrison, where she had met her boyfriend, Crespin Nanny Perez, a few months earlier. Although they had been dating for less than a year, the amount of time they spent together while working at the restaurant had brought them very close. Bonnie shared an apartment with Perez in Denver, and Jose, her son, frequently visited to see her. Even though Perez was not Jose's father, Jose tried to be welcoming toward him, but something about Perez seemed off. Jose and Perez were not exactly fond of each other. Yet because Bonnie was important to both of them, they maintained a peaceful relationship. Meanwhile, Bonnie had her own private struggles. She had been battling a severe drug addiction and was working to get clean. A relapse could have set her back entirely, so she worked hard every day to stay on track. Monday, June 29, 1998, had been a busy day for Bonnie at the Fort Restaurant, with a large number of customers requiring her to stay a few extra hours. When she was about to leave after completing her shift, her manager shared encouraging news. Bonnie had been offered a substantial pay raise in recognition of her dedication and performance at work. Being a single mother in Denver was challenging, and Bonnie hoped this raise would help her with her finances and savings. She thanked her manager and left the restaurant with excitement clearly visible on her face. This was not the only day Bonnie had worked late. She often prioritized her job above everything else. Throughout her tenure at the Fort Restaurant, she had been an exemplary employee, impressing her supervisors with her commitment. She never called in sick, provided excellent service, and was adored by customers. Her consistent hard work and the recognition she received made her feel valued. However, the same could not be said for Bonnie's boyfriend. Ever since Perez had started working at the Fort Restaurant on July 29, 1997, it had been apparent that he was not the most dependable or loyal employee. Perez had failed to report to work on multiple occasions. He had received warnings regarding his behavior, but those cautions held no significance for him, and ultimately, he had to face the consequences. On May 5, 1998, more than a month prior to Bonnie's pay raise, Perez was terminated from his job, leaving him financially dependent on Bonnie. With Bonnie now earning more, she was hopeful that she could help Perez regain stability. Bonnie was elated upon receiving her raise and was eager to share the news with her friends and family. Immediately after returning home that same day, she informed her loved ones and invited them to a friend's trailer to celebrate. By that evening, a number of Bonnie's friends had arrived, ready to enjoy themselves, but Perez was initially absent. There were drinks, food, and music, and Bonnie intended to dance the night away with her friends. Approximately 3 or 4 hours later, Bonnie called Perez, asking him to come over. Shortly after, around 6 p.m., Perez arrived at the party, turning the gathering into chaos. Bonnie's friends quickly noticed that Perez was acting unusually. His eyes appeared glazed, and he gave the impression of being under the influence of drugs. Upon entering, Perez saw Bonnie holding a drink and swaying to music with her friends. This did not sit well with him, as jealous expressions on Perez's face were not unfamiliar to Bonnie. She attempted to calm him down, but it was too late. He became hostile and somewhat aggressive toward Bonnie's friends. A fearful expression appeared on Bonnie's face. She turned to one of her friends and indicated that she was going to leave to prevent the situation from escalating further. Perez grabbed Bonnie by the hand and left the trailer with her, but not before issuing a few threatening remarks to the others at the party. Bonnie then got into a car and drove away around 9 p.m. This was the last time any of Bonnie's friends saw her. At approximately 12:57 a.m. on July 1, 1998, the Denver Police Department received multiple 911 calls from an anonymous female caller reporting that a woman had been killed. Detectives quickly traced the calls to a payphone at West 5th Avenue and Santa Fe Drive. When questioned for further details, the female caller stated that the victim resided in an apartment at 319 West Louisiana Avenue and had been murdered by her boyfriend around 8 p.m. on June 30, 1998. She explained that the woman had argued with her boyfriend, who became extremely aggressive and killed her. The caller did not provide her name, but offered helpful information when asked to describe the suspect. She identified the suspect as Crespin Nene Perez, a 36-year-old Hispanic male. The caller further stated that Perez had placed his girlfriend's body into the trunk of a red 1995 Geoprism with a Colorado license plate, which belonged to the victim, and had fled the scene. She added that Perez was heading toward Guanajuato, Mexico, and planned to dispose of the body along the way. Detective Steve Schott of the Denver Police Department was assigned to lead the investigation. In the early hours of July 1, 1998, he and his team arrived at the West Louisiana Avenue apartment, where the murder had occurred. A thorough inspection of the apartment revealed no signs of a struggle or anything suspicious. Based on the information from the caller, the detectives confirmed the suspect as Crespin Nene Perez and the victim as 47-year-old Bonnie Lee Baker. Because the incident occurred late at night, most nearby residents had neither heard nor seen anything related to what the detectives described. Detective Schott had to leave the scene with almost no new information. Later that evening, on July 1, 1998, around 7:50 p.m., a vehicle matching the caller's description crashed on Route 77 near Globe, Arizona. It was the same red Geo Prism the anonymous caller had tipped off the detectives about. The car had been involved in a single-vehicle accident and was found abandoned. The car was left in a severely damaged condition, and the driver had fled the scene on foot. Fortunately, a passerby named Travis Van Huren heard the crash and witnessed a man exiting the vehicle and running away. Detectives from the Denver Police Department impounded the car and conducted a detailed inspection. Traces of blood were found inside the vehicle and in the trunk, but Bonnie was not present. Later, a photo was sent to the Arizona Police Department, where the witness identified the man from a photo lineup as the driver of the crashed car. This marked the official beginning of the hunt for Perez. Back in Denver, detectives contacted Bonnie's ex-husband, who revealed that he and Bonnie had remained friends after their divorce. He explained that Bonnie would sometimes spend nights at his apartment, and they would occasionally take short trips together. He added that Perez was unhappy with the amount of time Bonnie spent with her ex-husband instead of him. The ex-husband also stated that Perez had been physically abusive toward Bonnie. He described an incident that occurred just 2 days before Bonnie went missing. Bonnie had arrived at his apartment with a mark on her face, explaining that Perez had struck her out of jealousy. He noted that similar incidents had occurred in the past. On July 4, 1998, a female neighbor of Bonnie contacted the Denver Police Department to report that Perez's car was parked outside his apartment. Detectives arrived at the location and impounded the car. The vehicle had a broken window, and closer inspection revealed bloodstains on the back seat. This same female neighbor identified herself as the anonymous caller who had tipped off police regarding Perez in the early hours of July 1, 1998. She explained to detectives that, at the request of management, she had cleaned Perez's and Bonnie's apartment before investigators arrived on July 1. According to her, the apartment floor was littered with broken glass and plates, and the kitchen table had been overturned, indicating that an altercation had occurred between Bonnie and Perez. Although she had only heard fragments of the argument, she became suspicious when she saw Perez leave the apartment. She stated that she noticed movement in the trunk of Perez's car, which confirmed that something was wrong. The woman further claimed that on the night of June 30th, 1998, Perez had told her that something terrible was going to happen. He said that no one would ever see Bonnie again and that he was going to make her disappear. On August 6, 1998, detectives contacted the Fort restaurant to inquire about Bonnie. Her co-workers confirmed that she had worked on June 29, 1998, and was scheduled to work the following day, but never showed up. The kitchen manager told detectives that when Bonnie missed her shift on June 30, 1998, he made several calls to determine her whereabouts, but no one had any information. As detectives worked long hours to locate Perez and determine what happened to Bonnie, her son Jose began to realize that his mother would not be coming home. Jose and Bonnie's mother, Wanda, became each other's sole support. Since the crime scene had already been disturbed before detectives arrived, collecting evidence proved even more difficult, further complicating the search for Bonnie. Unfortunately, months passed with no new leads, and the case went cold. On July 31, 1999, two juvenile boys riding horses on Big Rock Road in Navajo Land, a remote tribal area outside Manuelita, New Mexico, discovered a human skull. Around 8 p.m. that same day, officers from the Navajo Nation Tribal Police Department arrived to investigate the site. Over the next 2 days, the department excavated the area surrounding the skull and eventually uncovered additional human remains. The remains were sent to the New Mexico Office of Medical Investigators, where Dr. Vince Staffen performed an autopsy. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, Dr. Staffen could not determine the cause or manner of death of the unidentified victim. The skeletal remains were then stored by the New Mexico Office of Medical Investigators. On October 4, 2012, Bonnie's cold case was reopened, and Denver Police Detective Kenneth Klaus was assigned to review it. Seeking to piece together missing information, Detective Klaus examined numerous unidentified Jane Doe cases and eventually contacted FBI Special Agent John Fortunato in Gallup, New Mexico, to discuss Bonnie's disappearance and determine whether the remains discovered in New Mexico in 1999 were hers. Agent Fortunato informed Detective Klaus that the remains were stored in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Acting quickly, Detective Klaus coordinated with Navajo tribal officials and the New Mexico Office of Medical Investigators to have samples of the skeletal remains transferred to the Denver Crime Lab. Soon, DNA analysis by Eric Duval compared the samples with known samples of Bonnie Baker and established a 99.99% certainty that the remains discovered in New Mexico in 1999 belonged to Bonnie Baker. On December 12, 2012, Detective Klaus traveled to Albuquerque, New Mexico, to collect additional samples from Bonnie's remains. Just over a month later, on January 25, 2013, Arapahoe County Coroner Dr. Michael Doberson conducted a second autopsy on Bonnie's remains. After examining them for more than a week, Dr. Doberson announced on February 6, 2013, that the cause of Bonnie's death was confirmed as violence from undetermined causes and that the manner of death could be classified as homicide. Bonnie's son, Jose, was informed of the significant developments in his mother's case. 15 years after her disappearance, Bonnie's remains were finally buried at Maywood Cemetery in Maywood, Nebraska. Detective Klaus spent the following months re-interviewing witnesses to confirm their original statements. Recordings of the 911 calls from July 1, 1998, were played for the witnesses again, and the woman who had made the calls confirmed that everything she had said years earlier was accurate. With this round of interviews and the forensic evidence in Bonnie's case, detectives concluded that Crespin Nene Perez had killed his girlfriend, Bonnie Lee Baker, on the night of June 30, 1998, and concealed her body in a shallow grave on Navajo tribal land the following day. Based on the evidence in Bonnie's murder case, detectives determined there was sufficient cause to arrest Perez, who they learned was living in Leon, Mexico, and employed at a furniture store. Since Perez was outside the United States, obtaining an arrest warrant was not straightforward. Nevertheless, Perez was arrested on August 5, 2020, by Mexican authorities and later extradited to the United States. A preliminary hearing took place on January 27, 2021. The Denver Police Department charged Crespin Nene Perez with first-degree murder and second-degree kidnapping of Bonnie Baker. Another year passed. Perez attended all court hearings in the case until he ultimately pleaded guilty to one count of second-degree murder on March 25, 2022. It took an additional 2 months for the jury to determine his sentence. On Friday, June 3, 2022, Denver District Court Judge Eric Johnson sentenced 58-year-old Crespin Nene Perez to 20 years in prison for the 1998 domestic violence cold case homicide of his girlfriend, Bonnie Lee Baker, who was 47 years old at the time of her murder. Bonnie's son, Jose Warrig, was present at the sentencing and became emotional as he thought of his long-lost mother. After 24 years of uncertainty, Jose's pain and suffering finally reached some measure of closure. While it did not answer all his questions, knowing that Perez would spend the next 2 decades behind bars provided Jose with some relief. To honor his mother, Jose wore a button displaying her high school photograph. He shared a memory, stating that she had been not only a mother to him, but also to other children in their neighborhood. Before leaving the courthouse, Jose called Perez a selfish monster who could not bear sharing Bonnie with anyone. Because of Perez, Jose had spent his life yearning for a mother's love and care. Bonnie's father had passed away in 1989, and her mother, Wanda, lived another 11 years after Bonnie's disappearance, grieving until her own death in 2009. Tragically, Wanda never lived to see her daughter receive justice. Denver District Attorney Beth McCann described Bonnie's cold case as one of the most challenging cases to solve. She noted that justice may have been delayed, but was never denied. McCann expressed gratitude to the Denver Police Department's Cold Case Unit and Crime Laboratory, the FBI, and numerous other agencies for their exceptional work, which ultimately brought Bonnie's case to closure. Although Perez had been identified relatively early in the investigation, it still took detectives years to confirm his guilt and locate him. Moving on to the next case. John Theilison. On August 17, 2004, a man died at St. Joseph's Hospital in Phoenix, Arizona. Although his death was not an uncommon event for the hospital, the manner in which he had been discovered 8 days earlier was. Only days before, he had been found lying unconscious on the sidewalk at 3rd Avenue and Madison Street. He carried no identification when emergency medical services transported him to the hospital. His cause of death was determined to be heat exposure. The Phoenix Police Department worked to determine the man's identity. Officers processed fingerprints and submitted DNA samples into the combined DNA index system, but they were unsuccessful. The case eventually went cold, and his identity remained unknown for more than 20 years. Then in September 2024, the Maricopa County Office of the Medical Examiner contacted Ramapo College's Investigative Genetic Genealogy Center in Mahwah, New Jersey for assistance. After accepting the case, the Genealogy Center forwarded a portion of a blood stain to a research organization named Genealog in Tucker, Georgia. Genealog applied a method known as genome sequencing to extract DNA and identify the man's genetic profile. Genealog provided their files to Parabon Nanolabs for analysis of the biological data, and in November, undergraduate students in a Genealogy Center workshop course began working to identify John Doe. However, the students were unable to complete the task before the semester concluded, leaving the responsibility to the Genealogy Center staff. Just 1 day into the school's winter break, the team located a pair of third cousins connected to the man. The team concluded that John Theilison was the probable match and passed the information to senior medical legal investigator Kristen Eggers of the Maricopa County Office of the Medical Examiner. In collaboration with the Arizona Attorney General's Cold Case Unit, the medical examiner officially confirmed John Doe's identity as John Theilison in March 2025. John had been reported missing from Toledo, Ohio by his brother on September 1, 2004. He experienced mental health challenges and had called his sister around that same time, stating that he had cleansed himself and intended to jump into an Ohio river. He was never heard from again. Eggers stated that Ramapo College has become a source of hope for individuals and families throughout the country. Their persistent work has delivered answers to numerous families and reflects an unwavering commitment to the well-being of all individuals, regardless of their situation. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays said she was proud of the Cold Case Unit's efforts to assist relatives of missing and murdered Arizonans in finding closure. She stated that with advancing technology and the appropriate collaborative efforts among law enforcement agencies, there is hope for the loved ones of countless victims. Moving on to the next case. Nancy Noga. After more than a century of avoiding accountability, an Ocean County man has at last been found guilty of kidnapping, assaulting, and taking the life of a 17-year-old high school student. 17-year-old Nancy Noga was a student at Sayreville War Memorial High School in New Jersey. She held a part-time position at a nearby rag shop in Old Bridge. On January 7, 1999, Nancy left her workplace for the evening at approximately 6 p.m. Normally, it was a 15-minute walk to her family's apartment, but on that night she never returned home. Nancy was reported missing to the Sayreville Police Department that same day after an extensive search involving police officers, police K-9 units, helicopters, and the news media. A few days later, on January 12th, at approximately 8:57 a.m., Nancy's frozen body was discovered by a man walking his dog in a small wooded area behind a strip mall on Ernston Road in Sayreville, near her residence. Her death devastated the quiet suburb of Sayreville, New Jersey. Nancy was found fully clothed, wearing a purple Arizona jacket, jeans, and a sweater. An autopsy later concluded that she died as a result of blunt force trauma to her head. She had been hit in the head with a tree branch. It also appeared that she had been sexually assaulted. Detectives believed that Nancy, who was cautious by nature, may have known her attacker. She was not someone who would accompany a person she did not know. Police initially created a sketch of an individual seen in the area at the time of the crime, but it produced no leads, and the case went cold and remained unsolved for more than 20 years. In 2021, a DNA sample from Bruce A. Szymanski of Barnegat, formerly of South Amboy and Old Bridge, was compared to the male DNA recovered from Nancy's body and underwear. The DNA matched. In 1999, Szymanski was about 26 years old, and his wife was employed at the Kmart store not far from where Nancy worked. In August 2021, Szymanski was arrested near his home in connection with the crime. He faced charges of kidnapping, aggravated indecent assault, and murder. He was also charged with possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose and pleaded not guilty to all charges. His arrest and indictment followed an investigation in which he was identified, in part through the use of genetic genealogy, conducted by the chief genetic genealogist of Parabon Nanolabs. Szymanski was convicted in October 2024. He did not take the stand in his own defense during his 3-week trial. His attorney, Jason Seidman, urged jurors in his closing argument to consider whether they had heard any evidence of an indecent assault or kidnapping. He stated that although Nancy did not deserve what happened to her, there was nothing proving that Szymanski committed the crimes against her. Seidman argued that the state focused on who left the DNA because the state believes the only individual who could have caused Nancy's death was the one who deposited the DNA. He said the state maintains that whoever had intercourse with Nancy must have been the person who killed her, and that is what the state has concentrated on from the outset. He also stated that numerous individuals were not treated as suspects because their DNA was not discovered on her. Seidman said that at the end of the day they have Bruce's DNA and nothing more. There is no proof that Bruce was involved in taking Nancy Noga's life. If you harbor a doubt, if you are not entirely persuaded by their evidence, you must find Bruce not guilty. He also stated that testimony indicated Nancy was likely struck from the front and left side, possibly with only one blow, and that the perpetrator was probably left-handed, whereas Szymanski is right-handed. However, Middlesex County Assistant Prosecutor Katie Mae McGee, the Major Crimes Section Chief, disagreed. She stated that on January 7, 1999, Szymanski kidnapped, assaulted, and killed Nancy, then carried her bruised, bloodied, and broken body and discarded it like trash in the woods. She remained there until her frozen body was found by a man walking his dog 5 days later. McGee added that she was taken to a cold, dark wooded area that was not along the path she would normally use to walk home from work. She stated that no one would willingly enter those woods unless they were fleeing from something. McGee said, "The origin of the male DNA is the identification of the offender. We know the DNA remained inside her when her life was taken. There is also male DNA in her underwear." She added that Nancy was located on her left side with male DNA, also on the left side of her underwear. McGee said, "The defendant is the offender. No one else committed this act. This is a case they investigated and fought for her for 2 decades. We know Bruce had access to Nancy. Nancy had to walk home along her usual route right past the Kmart, right by where the defendant spent time, where his wife was employed. She leaves work and passes directly by Mr. Szymanski. It was a crime of opportunity. She told the jurors that the physical evidence does not lie. If you are firmly convinced the defendant is guilty of the charged crime, then you must find him guilty. If you are firmly convinced that the source of the male DNA, Bruce Szymanski, is the identity of the offender, then you must find him guilty of that offense. In October 2024, Szymanski, who was charged with all first-degree crimes and third-degree possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, was found guilty on every count. Seidman said his client is disappointed with the verdict and that they disagree with the decision. Szymanski continues to assert his innocence and looks forward to being sentenced, so he can submit an appeal shortly afterward. During the trial, one friend remembered being at school near the close of the day when she learned Nancy's body had been discovered. She said it was a frightening period because she and Nancy frequently walked to the nearby Kmart, but after Nancy's death, she would not walk alone or at night. On March 17, 2025, 52-year-old Szymanski was sentenced by Superior Court Judge Joseph Paone to life imprisonment with a 30-year period of parole ineligibility. He was also given 20 years for her kidnapping, to be served consecutively to the earlier sentence, as well as 15 years for aggravated assault and 2 consecutive sentences for first-degree felony and possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose. Szymanski wrote in a 4-page letter posted on Facebook, "I did not kidnap, indecently assault, or kill Nancy Noga." The letter said he was offered a 10-year plea deal that his attorney believed he could reduce to 5 years, and he would need to serve 85% before becoming eligible for parole, but he declined the agreement. When asked why, he replied because he did not commit the crime. In the letter, he claims that Department of Justice guidelines were violated in obtaining his DNA and that it was used to secure a warrant. The letter stated that DNA does not make someone a perpetrator, and it also does not mean a person was kidnapped or indecently assaulted. The letter says his family fully supports him and suggests Nancy's family should review all the discovery materials. The letter stated there were no indications that Nancy was kidnapped or indecently assaulted, and that day was not the first occasion she had not gone directly home from work. The letter states that the truth will come out and Nancy will receive the justice she deserves. Nancy certainly deserves justice, but true justice and her family deserve closure, and it should not come at the expense of innocent individuals. Moving on to the next case. Philip Perry. On April 13, 1992, a love triangle involving a deacon, his church member, and the church member's husband ended in the most violent way. One of the participants, 44-year-old Philip Perry, a deacon at St. Joseph's Catholic Church, was shot to death. His body was left to decompose in his car in Tijuana, Mexico. Within months, the case was closed, and investigators believed they had identified the killer. Or so they thought. Years later, a new investigation into the case challenged everything previously assumed about the victim and the perpetrator, revealing shocking truths about this deadly church love triangle. Who killed Phil Perry? Did his secret double life lead to his untimely death? The main events in this story take place in Upland, California, a city in San Bernardino County, California. With a population of roughly 80,000, Upland is a vibrant city with a growing population and a flourishing economy. It boasts several historic sites, including the Madonna of the Trail, Route 66, and Euclid Avenue. The city has an average income of $91,680, well above the U.S. median income. With a violent crime rate of 4.54 per 1,000 residents, Upland is safer than only 12% of U.S. cities. For a family man and church deacon like Phil Perry, Upland was an ideal place to settle down and raise a family. In 1992, 44-year-old Philip Perry was a father of 4 and a deacon at St. Joseph's Catholic Church in Upland, California. He was married to Christine Perry, who was also the mother of his children. Philip, known to his friends and family as Phil, was a friendly and compassionate man, admired by his neighbors and church members alike. In 1991, Phil met Lisa Bragg, a striking woman who had recently started taking a class at the church. Lisa sought Phil's advice regarding marital problems with her husband, Carl Bragg. These advice sessions gradually evolved into friendly meetings where Phil and Lisa shared everything with each other. By October 1991, their relationship had developed into a full-blown affair that continued to intensify. By January 1992, Phil and Lisa were meeting regularly at hotels, leaving coded messages on each other's pagers and exchanging love letters. In early April 1992, Christine Perry, Phil's wife, discovered her husband's affair with a church member. Rather than expressing remorse or apologizing, Phil did not act contrite. As Christine had expected, Phil requested a divorce. In March 1992, Carl Bragg discovered the affair by reading Lisa's journal and the love letters she had received from the deacon. Feeling betrayed and hurt, Carl decided to discuss the situation with a family member named Sandridge. During the conversation, Phil told Sandridge that he had people who could handle Carl if necessary. But Phil did not stop there. Carl enlisted some of his associates to follow Lisa and Phil and monitor their use of post office boxes and pagers. Sandridge learned about Carl's actions and was disturbed. He informed a priest at St. Joseph's Catholic Church about the affair between Phil and Lisa. In February 1992, Carl's mother gave the parish priest one of the letters Carl had sent to Lisa. The priest confronted Phil about the affair, but Phil denied any romantic involvement with Lisa, insisting the relationship was purely platonic. Phil later informed Lisa about this confrontation and advised her to be more cautious with her pager and phone lines, and to keep their letters in a secure location away from her husband. On April 4, 1992, 3 years after marrying Carl, Lisa requested a divorce. Carl, having known about Lisa's affair for months, was unwilling to accept it. He refused to sit back and allow a deacon to take his wife from him. Consequently, he began plotting the elimination of Phil Perry. On April 11, 1992, Phil left home for work. He did not return call or send any message. By 9:30 p.m., Christine still had not heard from her husband, so she decided to contact the police. She told them that she had no idea where Phil was and was not usually aware of his movements. Immediately, the police sensed that something was not entirely right with Christine and Phil's marriage. After asking all relevant questions, they filed a missing persons report for Phil Perry. At the same time, Christine received a letter purportedly from Phil, in which he apologized for the affair and said he was leaving. The letter struck Christine as odd because Phil normally typed on a computer, not a typewriter, and the signature seemed unusual. The church where Phil served as a deacon also received a similar letter. On April 13th, Detective Emerson from the San Bernardino Homicide Division drove south to Tijuana, Mexico. While driving along a residential street, he suddenly stopped when he spotted an abandoned white Chrysler matching the description of Phil Perry's car. Emerson parked and approached the Chrysler to examine it. Upon opening the back seat, he discovered Phil Perry's body. It appeared that Phil had been pushed down and then shot in the back while being forced into the seat. His body was folded in the back seat, with blood splattered across the seat and floor mat. A spent shell casing was also found on the floor. After securing the scene, Emerson asked Mexican Customs to determine when Phil's car had crossed the border from California into Tijuana and to check the whereabouts of the two individuals he suspected might have had a motive to kill Phil: Phil's rumored lover, Lisa Bragg, and her husband, Carl Bragg. Customs reported that Carl Bragg's Jeep had crossed the U.S.-Mexico border on the same day Phil was reported missing, giving Emerson sufficient reason to bring Carl in for questioning. At the police station, Emerson questioned Carl about his relationship with Phil Perry, what he knew about Phil's affair with Lisa Bragg, and Phil's disappearance and murder. Carl responded that he knew nothing about Phil's disappearance or murder. Meanwhile, police obtained a warrant to search Carl's home and business. The search uncovered a collection of love letters from Phil to Lisa. At that point, Carl admitted that he had discovered the letters and confronted Phil about them. During this confrontation, Phil denied having an affair with Lisa, claiming Carl had misunderstood the letters and that the love he shared with Lisa was a brotherly and sisterly spiritual love in Christ. However, Carl did not accept this explanation. The letters contained references to being in hotel rooms where they engaged in sexual activity, along with other intimate details of their relationship. Reading these details, Carl was furious and deeply hurt. Two people he had trusted most in the world had betrayed him in the worst possible way. Carl had considered Phil a close friend and spiritual mentor, someone with whom he could discuss anything. Despite Carl's denial, Detective Emerson believed he had enough evidence to charge Carl with murder. But there was one obstacle. Carl's alibi was solid. He had never been to Mexico, and on the day Phil was murdered, he had been busy with multiple witnesses who could confirm his whereabouts. He had been at the hospital with his daughter, who was scheduled for a tonsillectomy. With this alibi, Carl could not have murdered Phil Perry, at least not by himself. So Detective Emerson chose to retrace his steps back to the church parking lot where Phil Perry was last observed alive. At St. Joseph Catholic Church in California, Emerson spoke with eyewitnesses who stated the last person Phil had interacted with before vanishing was an unfamiliar short Hispanic woman. The woman had approached Phil requesting a pair of jumper cables to repair her car. Phil retrieved the jumper cables and accompanied her to check her car. A few hours later, the woman returned the jumper cables, but Phil was missing. Detective Emerson suspected this woman might have been Carl's accomplice. The issue was that no one appeared able to identify her. Even the priest mentioned he had never seen her before and had no knowledge of who she was. Emerson could not shake the persistent suspicion that this mysterious woman had aided Carl in abducting Phil. Yet without any way to identify her, this theory would linger in his mind for the next decade, gathering dust. By 1993, the Perry case had gone cold as all formerly promising leads had vanished. But Russell Perry, Phil's son, could not leave the matter unresolved until justice was served for his father's killers. He relentlessly pressed police to reopen the investigation until the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department Cold Case Unit eventually did so. In 2001, Detective Phil Emerson, part of the Cold Case Unit, finally received the breakthrough he required to resolve the mysterious death of Phil Perry. A woman contacted the San Bernardino Homicide Department, claiming she possessed solid evidence. Her name was Liz Minor, Carol Bragg's stepsister. She was the same short Hispanic woman who had borrowed jumper cables from Phil on that fateful day. Liz asserted that Carl had pressured her into arranging a meeting with Phil. According to her account, college student Scott Harrison, Carl's closest friend, arrived at her house on April 13, 1992. Together they drove to St. Joseph Catholic Church parking lot, as Liz had already scheduled a counseling session with Phil, who was also her pastor. Meanwhile, Carl had orchestrated all of this to coincide with the day he needed to take his stepdaughter to the hospital for a tonsillectomy, providing an alibi for himself. While Scott stayed in the car, Liz approached Phil for their meeting. After the session, Liz mentioned her car problems and asked for jumper cables. Phil and Liz went to his truck to retrieve them. During this time, Scott moved Liz's car around the corner, out of sight from the church. As Phil and Liz stood by the truck talking, Scott suddenly emerged from the car and stood next to Phil. Liz claimed she felt frightened because she neither saw nor anticipated Scott appearing so abruptly. Liz then stated that Scott, standing beside Phil, told Phil to be quiet because he was carrying a gun. Scott then taped Phil's mouth shut and forced him into the back seat of the truck. The next sound Liz heard was a loud bang that hurt her ears. Scott had fired a .357 Magnum handgun, hitting Phil in the upper back. An investigator later determined the bullet exited through his head, killing him instantly. Panicked, Liz began gasping and crying, saying she wanted to go home. But Scott commanded her to drive out of the parking lot and directed her to a condo owned by Carl, where they left the car containing Phil's body. Afterwards, they called Carl to inform him the act had been completed. The following morning, Carl took Liz, Scott, and Rob Minor, Liz's husband, to a substantial breakfast. Carl then mailed the 2 forged letters that Christine, Phil's wife, and St. Joseph Catholic Church had received following Phil's disappearance. Liz subsequently fled to Utah with her children. Following this confession, police charged Liz with murder. They then summoned Carl Bragg for further questioning. By 2001, Carl Bragg had changed his name to Carl D. Damaso, claiming he wished to distance himself from his father, who was known to be abusive. Over the years, he had also encountered legal troubles, including arrests for tax evasion and an auto theft scheme involving selling stolen cars with falsified paperwork. With Liz's testimony as new evidence, cold case investigators brought Carl in for questioning. During the interview, Carl asserted that the only reason he had sent Scott and Liz after Phil was so they could threaten Phil into ending his affair with Carl's wife, Lisa. When police asked if Carl knew that Scott was armed and might use the gun during the supposed confrontation, Carl replied that although he was aware of the gun, he did not anticipate Scott using it. The police were unconvinced. For investigators, this represented another breakthrough. as Carl was finally admitting involvement in the murder of Deacon Phil Perry. Crucially, Carl had orchestrated the entire plan by enlisting his friend and stepsister to intimidate Phil with a gun. Now that the mastermind behind Phil Perry's murder and Liz, who acted as bait, were in custody, police still needed to locate the shooter, Scott Harrison. They decided to pay him a visit. When Scott opened the door to find police officers present, he appeared surprised, or at least tried to appear so. Upon questioning, he denied any involvement in Phil's death, even claiming he had never transported Phil to Mexico in the back seat of a Chrysler. However, after some time and with persuasion from his wife, Scott chose to provide his account of events. He stated that he, Carl, and Bob returned to the condo where they had previously hidden Phil's car and body and retrieved them. He then drove the white Chrysler with Phil's still-warm body, while Carl and Bob followed closely in Carl's Jeep. Upon reaching Tijuana, Mexico, they left the car on the street and returned to the United States in Carl's Jeep. Scott also claimed that aside from the pounding of his heart and a desperate wish to be elsewhere, the trip had been uneventful. They encountered no issues at the border. The critical element of Scott's account was his emphatic denial when asked if he was the person who pulled the trigger that killed Phil Perry. Yet, Scott's denial did not persuade detectives to reconsider their belief that he was the shooter. Michael Ramos, from the San Bernardino District Attorney's Office, subsequently filed murder charges against Scott Harrison, Carl DiDamaso, and Liz Minor under the special circumstances of lying in wait and kidnapping. In 2002, while Carl, Scott, and Liz were in custody, Michael Ramos concentrated on Liz. In return for testifying against Carl and Scott, Liz pleaded guilty to manslaughter and kidnapping and received an 11-year sentence. Meanwhile, Carl and Scott chose to go to trial. Carl's defense argued that he had never intended to send anyone after Phil to kill him. He had only wanted them to frighten him. The state, however, contended that parking in a dark area, being armed with a gun, and using duct tape to cover Phil's mouth demonstrated an intent to kill him. The jury sided with the prosecution and found Carl Bragg DiDamaso guilty of second-degree murder. The judge sentenced him to 15 years to life. In July 2005, Scott Harrison went to trial. His defense was that the state's two main witnesses, Carl and Liz, were not credible. This strategy succeeded, and after a week of deliberation, the jury acquitted Scott. According to one juror, Warren Giles, there was insufficient evidence that he had actually pulled the trigger. After serving 15 years at Ironwood State Prison, Carl became eligible for parole in 2016. However, he lied to the parole board about earning an MBA, which was later revealed to be a fake degree he had acquired for free. He also presented a forged diploma to the board. Viewing this as an attempt at fraud, the board denied him parole. Phil Perry's family has since moved forward and accepted their loss. In April 2014, Russell Perry, one of Phil Perry's children, spoke during the National Crime Victims' Rights Week Memorial at the San Bernardino County Government Center. Russell, now an attorney, stated, "Obviously, it was not the resolution I would have preferred, but this is the system we have in place. Without it, there would be anarchy. We know that regarding murder, a truly just resolution can never be achieved." He continued, "Our loved ones can never be brought back to life. It is pain the next of kin must endure for the rest of our lives. Phil Perry may have lied and cheated on his wife, betraying his friend Carl, but he did not deserve to die for that." Moving on to the next case. Phyllis Baylor. A mother and her daughter who were traveling to Bluffton to see family never arrived. The mother was fatally attacked and discovered in a ditch beside a roadway with her 3-year-old daughter next to her unharmed. 50 years later, the case will at last be resolved. On the evening of July 7, 1972, 26-year-old Phyllis Baylor was driving in a borrowed vehicle from Indianapolis to Bluffton, Indiana, with her 3-year-old daughter. They were heading to visit Phyllis's parents. The two never reached Bluffton, and her family contacted police to report her missing. Richard Baylor, Phyllis's husband at the time, stated that he received a call from her father the following morning informing him that Phyllis never arrived. Richard began traveling toward Bluffton in an attempt to locate his wife, whom he called by her middle name, Jean, and their young daughter, Jody. Richard located their vehicle abandoned with the hood raised at around 10:30 a.m. on Interstate 69 in Grant County, Indiana. Approximately an hour later, A woman driving in nearby Allen County discovered Phyllis and her daughter in a ditch along another road. Phyllis was deceased, and her daughter was unharmed. Both were transported to a local hospital where Richard was reunited with his daughter and informed of his wife's death. Richard and Phyllis had been separated for about 3 months before the incident, and he quickly became a person of interest in the investigation. He was able to clear himself by providing authorities with his whereabouts at the time of the incident. An autopsy determined that Phyllis had been fatally shot and sexually assaulted. The Allen County Police and Indiana State Police investigated the case. A partial DNA profile was developed from Phyllis's clothing. State police did not specify when the DNA profile was created. That DNA profile was used to rule out the primary suspect in the case. Police did not identify that suspect. No arrests were made at the time, and the case remained unsolved for decades. As DNA testing continued to advance, the Indiana State Police cold case team kept working on the investigation. In 2024, after more than 5 decades, they developed a much stronger DNA profile, again from Phyllis's clothing. That DNA profile was submitted to Identifiers International. The combined efforts of the company and the cold case team led to identifying a suspect in early 2025. The suspect was identified as Fred Allen Lineman, who would have been 25 years old at the time of the crime. He matched the DNA recovered from her clothing. There was no known link between him and Phyllis. Lineman had an extensive criminal record, including a charge of first-degree murder in May 1985. Investigators discovered that Lineman had been killed in Detroit in 1985. 2 men struck Lineman with a baseball bat during a dispute over property. Lineman was discarded in a dumpster, which was ignited while he was still alive. Had he been alive today, he would have been charged and the case would have been prosecuted by the Allen County Prosecutor's Office. Indiana State Police Public Information Officer Sergeant Wes Rolander stated on social media that Phyllis Baylor never reached Bluffton to see her family. After years of uncertainty, the family finally has answers about what happened to her. After nearly 53 years, Richard says he has mixed emotions about police identifying the individual they say is responsible for Phyllis's death. He stated that he wished Phyllis's parents and sister were alive to receive the closure they had sought for many years, but that he is relieved their daughter Jody finally obtained an answer after more than 5 decades. He said it was a blessing for their daughter to finally know. Moving on to the next case. Renee Blackmore. Verqua, a small city in Wisconsin, USA, with a population of fewer than 5,000 people, is known as Verqua. The city is recognized for several popular attractions, including Driftless Books and Music, historic Temple Theater, and Seedy Hollow County Park. It was in this city that Renee Blackmore was born on May 5, 1962, to Frank Edward Blackmore and Donna Reitman. While information about Renee's early life is limited, her mother, Donna, described her as a determined young woman who valued laughter and cherished enjoyable moments with friends. Renee had a deep love for the outdoors, frequently engaging in activities such as hiking, camping, hunting, and stargazing beneath the night sky. Her bond with nature was an important aspect of her life. At the young age of 12, Renee faced tragedy when a friend lost their life in a drunk driving accident. This devastating experience led her to create her own will, in which she expressed a clear wish to have her ashes scattered in the nearest woods. As she progressed through high school, she discovered a sense of purpose in the Reserve Officer Training Corps program, which was designed to prepare young adults for leadership roles in the U.S. military. Proudly, her mother recalled that by her senior year, Renee had risen to the commanding position of the unit. In 1982, at only 20 years old, Renee made a significant step by joining the Army. She was stationed at Fort Benning, Georgia, serving as a medic within the 197th Infantry Brigade. Life appeared to be moving in a positive direction for her until unforeseen events occurred, altering the path of her journey. On the night of April 29, 1982, she left her barracks riding a motorcycle she had borrowed toward Columbus, Georgia. Unbeknownst to anyone, this would be the last time Renee would be seen alive. The day of her disappearance held particular significance. It was the day before her payday, just a few days before her scheduled promotion. Her commander had even intended to recommend her for additional training, which would have opened the door for her entry into the military academy. However, when Renee did not return as expected, alarm bells were triggered, prompting an official investigation into the mysterious circumstances surrounding her disappearance. On May 3, 1982, for days after Renee went missing, a friend who had lent her the motorcycle and helmet noticed something unusual. The friend saw two soldiers wearing a helmet on a street, leaving the military post toward Columbus, Georgia. Concerned, the friend took action and involved a police officer, who stopped the two individuals. Both soldiers were questioned by the military police at Fort Benning that day and the following day. They were released after both soldiers claimed that they had purchased the helmet from a video game room located in a high-crime area of Columbus. When the operators of the video game room were interviewed, they could not provide details about the person who had sold the helmet. The incident left unresolved questions and added to the complexity of Renee's mysterious disappearance. The investigation continued, seeking clues that might clarify the puzzling circumstances surrounding her last known movements. On June 28, 1982, exactly 2 months after Renee's disappearance, her remains were tragically discovered near a logging road several miles south of Chattahoochee County, Georgia. A detailed examination by investigators uncovered the heartbreaking truth. She had been murdered. She had been shot with a shotgun. Following this devastating discovery, a comprehensive investigation commenced, with the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation working together to reconstruct the circumstances of how Renee lost her life. Despite their dedicated efforts, the case eventually went cold, leaving many questions unanswered. The community and Renee's loved ones were left struggling with the unresolved mystery. For years, they remained haunted by the tragedy that had occurred in their midst. In late 2020, nearly 40 years after the incident, Vic Reynolds, the director of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, established a cold case unit composed of retired investigators from the Bureau. Their main objective was to re-examine Renee's unresolved case. Quickly, they identified a suspect and established a link between that individual and the fatal shooting. This suspect was identified as 64-year-old Marcellus McCluster. Authorities did not disclose the exact evidence that led them to McCluster. At that time, McCluster became the focus of their investigation. He was already serving a life sentence, having been convicted of an unrelated murder in 1983 in Stewart County. Despite his existing sentence, he faced new charges in March 2022. These charges included 1 count of malice murder and 4 counts of felony murder connected to Renee's case. The reopening of the investigation and the subsequent charges brought renewed attention to the decades-old case, offering a glimpse of potential justice for Renee and her family after years of uncertainty. During a press conference updating the public on the case, Kimberly Schwartz, the assistant district attorney for the Chattahoochee Judicial Circuit, reflected on the uncertainties surrounding the life Renee never had. She highlighted the profound loss, emphasizing the painful reality that they could only imagine the life Renee might have lived, the love she could have experienced, the relationships she might have built, and the dreams she could have fulfilled. She also spoke about the cruelty demonstrated in this case, stressing that such malevolence has no expiration date. In a separate statement, Renee's mother expressed gratitude to the cold case unit for their tireless pursuit of justice in her daughter's case. She acknowledged that while nothing could bring Renee back, she found comfort in knowing that these individuals cared enough to diligently seek the truth. On April 25, 2022, McCluster appeared at the Chattahoochee County Courthouse. During the brief hearing, which lasted less than 10 minutes, McCluster entered no plea. The outcome of McCluster's case remains uncertain and undisclosed at this time. Moving on to the next case. Sharaban and Shia. A highly intelligent and carefully designed plan can appear impeccable on paper. Yet when the moment arrives to execute that plan, numerous unexpected obstacles, difficulties, and neglected aspects usually begin to emerge. What ultimately guarantees its collapse, however, is often the inconsistency, illogical choices, and astonishingly poor judgment of those participating. The account of an immigrant from Iraq named Sharaban serves as a disturbing illustration of how an unchecked urge for revenge can escalate into something terrifying and tragically meaningless. Her determination to even the score with her former husband obscured her reasoning, completely overtook her, and in the end resulted in the complete disintegration of her identity. What makes this case particularly tragic is that the sole victim in the entire ordeal was an innocent young woman who had entrusted herself to the wrong individual. Sharaban was born on April 30, 1999, in a small village in Iraq, into a modest, traditional family. When she was 6 years old, her parents relocated the family to Germany, settling in the city of Ingolstadt, where Sharaban eventually began attending school. Her parents were strict and deeply devout, making strong efforts to instill in their daughter the traditional values of their homeland. But Sharaban was maturing in a different environment, one where she rapidly embraced the culture and outlook of her new country. Even from an early age, Sharaban displayed traits of being strong-minded, self-reliant, and intensely rebellious. She disliked being instructed on what to do, frequently did the opposite of what was anticipated, and wanted to escape outdated conventions to live as a modern, free-spirited young woman. While still attending school, she envisioned creating a career in the beauty field, aspiring to become a well-known stylist and beauty influencer. She devoted hours to watching makeup tutorials online and spent all her allowance money purchasing cosmetic items. She was certain that one day she would open her own beauty studio, or perhaps even introduce her own cosmetics line. However, in chasing her ambitions, Sharaban often relied on emotional eruptions, manipulative strategies, and portraying herself as the victim. In one way or another, she consistently obtained what she desired. At 15, she encountered a young man named Ruan, who was 17 at the time. Like Sharaban, Ruan originally came from Iraq, but had relocated to Germany with his family when he was very young. They shared many similarities, and their bond swiftly developed into a romantic relationship. The two were aware their families would not approve of their relationship, so they kept it hidden, meeting in secluded, less-traveled spots around town. But one day, Sharaban's cousin unexpectedly noticed the pair together. Rather than informing her parents about them, he attempted to blackmail her into something profoundly inappropriate. Sharaban refused to accept such treatment. She immediately went to her parents and disclosed everything about the relationship, as well as the threats from her cousin. Her parents were stunned by both disclosures, yet Sharaban knew the cousin had forfeited all power over her. As for the remaining matter, she was prepared to deal with it on her own conditions. Her parents prohibited her from seeing Ruan, but she disregarded the restriction and continued meeting him secretly. The disputes within the family grew more frequent, but Sharaban remained steadfast in her choice. The instant she turned 18, she and Ruan formalized their relationship and married. Following that, she severed communication with her parents for more than a year. Both Sharaban and Ruan were ambitious, motivated by aspirations of a better future. Together, they launched a small hair salon where Sharaban worked as a makeup artist and skincare specialist. The business was performing well and gradually growing, and it began generating a steady income. It seemed their aspirations were finally coming within reach, a hopeful future just ahead. But that optimism soon began to fall apart. Their marriage was genuinely joyful only during the first year. Sharaban's personality, deeply jealous, quick-tempered, and extremely reactive, started to control the relationship. What began as disputes behind closed doors quickly escalated into confrontations in public. Her emotional explosions were no longer confined to their house. They overflowed into public view, attracting notice wherever they appeared. Sharaban's jealousy had no limits. She grew distrustful of almost every woman her husband communicated with. At times her feelings surged so powerfully that she even struck out at clients in their salon if she believed they were acting overly familiar with Ruan. This sort of hostile conduct damaged their family enterprise, but she was past the point of logic. What had once been a marriage gradually transformed into an endless loop of turmoil and emotional eruptions. One day, Sharaban created a disturbance at the cafe where the pair typically ate lunch during work hours. She lost her temper in the midst of a dispute, throwing whatever she could grab at Ruan. One of the items she threw sent a dessert, landing directly onto the table and onto people seated close by. That public breakdown resulted in them being barred from the venue, as the owner plainly stated they were no longer permitted there. The episode spread through their community and turned into a frequent subject among friends and neighbors alike. Yet the scrutiny and public disapproval failed to curb Sharaban's conduct. If anything, her clashes with Ruan intensified. What began as verbal disputes evolved into physical altercations, and Ruan, unwilling or unable to fight back, became the one enduring the worst of it. Even so, the subject of divorce never surfaced. Oddly, it appeared as though both of them had simply accepted the situation. In 2020, when the pandemic struck and lockdown measures were enforced, the couple found themselves restricted to the same environment every single day. Strangely, the enforced closeness brought about a short-lived reconciliation. They succeeded in restoring some of their bond, and by the next year, when restrictions were lifted, they returned to their business with revived enthusiasm. Matters appeared to be improving, and in 2021, Sharaban purchased for herself a stylish, brand-new, black Mercedes-Benz. Having her own vehicle granted her a renewed feeling of independence. She was able to leave and return whenever she wished, without offering explanations to anyone. Her self-assurance became daring, almost rebellious. She began spending time at nightclubs and other nightlife venues, meeting new individuals, particularly men. These interactions were usually brief, casual affairs, or sometimes extended to a two-date involvement. Eventually, one of these brief romances developed into something deeper. Amid her chaotic lifestyle, Sharaban encountered a man named Jacob. What started as yet another casual involvement rapidly evolved into an intense relationship. Despite openly being unfaithful to Juan, she continued monitoring his actions, inspecting his phone, accusing him of infidelity, and even trailing him at times. Her connection with Yakov strengthened, and for a period, she genuinely contemplated leaving her husband for him. Then, without warning, Sharaban discovered she was expecting a child. She was certain about the father's identity and immediately informed Ruin, not only about the pregnancy, but also that she intended to leave him for her new partner. Ruin was devastated. He understood their marriage was beyond saving, yet the public humiliation was overwhelming. As for Sharaban, events unfolded in a way she had not foreseen. Jakob, taken by surprise by the news of the pregnancy, told her he was not prepared to become a father and that marriage was not an option. Bewildered and emotionally distressed, she found herself alone. That was when Ruin's family intervened. Recognizing an opening, they exerted heavy pressure on her and ultimately persuaded her to terminate the unexpected pregnancy. It was clear to everyone around them that the marriage was deteriorating, yet neither Sharaban nor Juan hurried to formalize its end. They kept residing under the same roof, even as the strain between them became intolerable. Sharaban harbored profound bitterness, not only toward her husband but also toward his family, particularly after they pressured her into ending the pregnancy. One day, in a surge of uncontrollable anger, she burst into the house of Ruin's brother and struck out. She assaulted both the brother and his wife with a stun device, creating turmoil and terrifying their sons and daughters. It marked a decisive turning point that could no longer be overlooked. Following several additional altercations that became violent, Ruin ultimately pursued legal measures. He initiated divorce proceedings and secured a restraining order barring Sharaban from approaching him or his relatives. However, the issue of the enterprise they had established together still remained, legally registered under Ruan's name, and he had no desire to surrender the salon. With the marriage concluded, Sharaban was completely cut off from the salon. The court would now determine its outcome. Most of Ruan's relatives and companions supported him, leaving Sharaban alone and resentful. She relocated to a rented flat, retreated from social interactions, and started formulating a perilous revenge scheme. In her thoughts, the sole method to retaliate was to stage her own death and implicate her former husband in the offense. If everything unfolded as intended, Ruin would end up imprisoned, and she would vanish, liberated from it all. To execute the plan, she required someone, specifically a young woman whose looks could resemble her own. It was a terrifying concept, and although it sounded irrational, Sharaban pursued it with disturbing resolve. She began combing through social media, reviewing profile after profile, gathering data, examining photographs, and narrowing down possible targets. In time, she discovered someone who matched the requirements precisely, a 23-year-old server named Khadija. Sharaban discovered through social media that Khadija had been raised in foster care, meaning there were probably no immediate family members to sound alarms quickly. Like Sharaban, Khadija was an immigrant, originally from Pakistan. She had relocated to Germany as a young child with her father. He was later imprisoned, and she was placed in a group residence. In spite of the difficulties of growing up by herself in a foreign land, Khadija stayed hopeful and sociable. She aspired to enter the entertainment field, working in television or performing in movies. She consistently attended auditions, casting sessions, and talent competitions. Sharaban viewed that ambition as the ideal gateway for her plot. After verifying every single detail, Sharaban felt certain she had identified the perfect individual. Khadija was roughly the same height, possessed a comparable physique, and their facial characteristics were remarkably similar. Even their clothing style was almost the same. In person, they could have easily been mistaken for siblings. In April 2022, Sharaban set up a fraudulent account on a widely used social media site, pretending to be a talent scout. She developed the profile meticulously. It appeared credible, accumulated followers, and consistently shared posts about auditions and casting calls. Everything looked genuine, and by mid-June she contacted her chosen target under the pretense of serving as a casting director for a famous German rap musician. Sharaban sent Khadija a message, stating she had been chosen for a music video production and inviting her to participate in an audition. Khadija was overjoyed. She promptly agreed and was already imagining her major opportunity. She happened to admire the artist and decided to contact him directly to share her enthusiasm and request a few specifics. That was when she discovered no such production was scheduled and no casting process was taking place. Khadija swiftly understood that someone had attempted to mislead her, yet she could not grasp who would exert such effort or for what purpose. She blocked the counterfeit profile, leaving Sharaban rushing to devise another strategy, one that would not fail. Over the following 2 months, she meticulously constructed a different false persona, this time portraying herself as the proprietor of a new beauty salon. She contacted Khadija once more, this time proposing free beauty services as part of a promotional campaign for the salon's grand opening. The sole request Sharaban made in exchange was consent to photograph and film the makeup and hairstyling procedure. Khadija, perceiving nothing unusual, agreed. There was just one difficulty. The salon was situated on the opposite side of town, and reaching it was not simple for her, but the salon owner assured her she would personally collect her and bring her back after the appointment. Sharaban ensured that no aspect was left unchecked. She started observing Khadija carefully and even adopted the same haircut. She slightly modified her hair color to achieve a perfect match. By the time the appointed day arrived, the two bore nearly identical hairstyles. To guarantee the plan was flawless, she implemented further measures. Roughly a month prior to the meeting, Sharaban moved back into her parents' home, seeking forgiveness and pretending she wished to rebuild their relationship. Her parents, unaware of her motives, received her back warmly. In Sharaban's distorted plot, they were intended to be the ones who would find the body and wrongly recognize it as their daughter. Sharaban scheduled to meet Khadija on August 16th in the evening. She requested that she wear a dark blue dress, one she had noticed in a picture on Khadija's social media. Sharaban had already purchased the identical dress for herself and ensured she wore it multiple times in front of her parents that day, so they would distinctly recall her outfit. Before departing the house, Sharaban informed her family that she was going to meet her ex-husband to discuss resolving the business issues outside the courtroom. She behaved anxiously and mentioned she was uneasy about how the discussion might unfold. As she departed, she assured them she would return by that night and asked them to wish her good luck. After leaving her parents' residence, Sharaban entered her black Mercedes and drove away. Around 5 p.m., when her mother attempted to call and check on her, Sharaban's phone immediately diverted to voicemail. Initially, the family did not panic, but as time passed and there was still no update from her, their worry began to increase. Once darkness settled, her parents could no longer remain waiting. They chose to search for her themselves and proceeded toward the area where their former son-in-law resided. On the way, they noticed Sharaban's Mercedes left unattended by the roadside. It was unmistakable. She would never simply abandon her car in that manner. Something was evidently amiss. The vehicle had tinted windows, which made it hard to see inside during the night. However, through the front windshield, they were able to discern a figure lying still in the rear seat. They attempted to open the doors, but they were secured. In a state of panic, they contacted the police and requested emergency medical assistance. When officers arrived, they opened the car, and what they discovered inside was horrifying. The lifeless body of a young woman was stretched across the back seat, encircled by a pool of blood. Subsequent forensic analysis revealed over 50 stab injuries, many directed at the face, throat, and chest. The savagery of the assault made one thing certain. Whoever committed it had no intention of allowing the victim to live. Even though the victim's face had been mutilated beyond recognition, Sharaban's parents identified the body as their daughter. She was dressed in the same dark blue outfit she had worn when leaving the house. Her handbag, containing her identification, was found nearby, and her bracelet remained on her wrist. News of the gruesome crime spread through town almost instantly, particularly because the car had been discovered in the vicinity where Sharaban had previously lived with her husband. Naturally, suspicion immediately turned toward him. Her parents informed the authorities that she had been heading to meet her ex to discuss business issues and never came back. Now her car had been located with a body inside. Police moved quickly to bring Ruin in for questioning, but by the time they reached his place, he was gone. Realizing the situation could point to him, he had vanished without a trace. This disappearance only made him look more suspicious. After all, their breakup had been messy, the business dispute had turned ugly, and there was no love lost between them. He had motive, and now seemingly a reason to run. Still, something didn't sit right. Despite the parents' identification, officers had lingering doubts. The victim was found in Sharaban's car, wearing her clothes and carrying her ID. But the extreme damage to the face seemed intentional, possibly meant to prevent proper identification. Then came another twist. The day after the discovery, a woman named Samira came forward to file a missing person report. Her friend and co-worker, Khadija, hadn't shown up to work, wasn't answering calls or messages, and hadn't been seen since the previous evening. Authorities launched a search and were struck by how closely Khadija resembled Sharaban. The DNA analysis confirmed what investigators had already begun to suspect. The body found in the car did not belong to Sharaban, but rather to the missing waitress, Khadija. The confirmation changed everything. To make matters worse, new evidence surfaced showing that someone had recently posted online looking to hire someone for an attack, offering €30,000 for the job. That lead traced back to Sharaban and her new boyfriend, Shia. Initially, they had tried to find someone to carry out the act, but eventually decided they could handle it themselves. Their plan, at least in theory, was simple. Stage a violent crime, frame Sharaban's ex-husband, and send him to prison. But what came after? The couple clearly hadn't thought that far ahead. The sheer recklessness of the scheme stunned investigators. Despite faking her own death, Sharaban didn't even try to lay low. Instead, she and Shia continued living their normal lives in the same city where everyone knew them. That decision would prove to be their undoing. Sharaban was arrested just 2 days after the crime when she walked into a cafe for a meal. Several customers recognized her immediately and notified law enforcement. When officers arrived and took her into custody, she quickly gave up Shia's location, attempting to shift all blame onto him. The two, who had once plotted a cold and calculated act together, were now throwing each other under the bus. For all the meticulous effort they had put into the planning, their explanations fell apart when asked about the aftermath. If everything had gone according to plan, if Sharaban had been officially declared dead and Ruin sent to prison, what was her next move? Stay in the same town where people could recognize her? Where would she get new identification? And with media coverage of the case running nationally, she wouldn't be able to disappear anywhere in Germany or even in Europe. Their financial situation didn't help either. All they had was the small amount of money Sharaban had withdrawn from her own account before staging the act. They had left the car behind with Khadija's body inside, believing it would add credibility to the deception. But they had overlooked a critical detail. Sharaban, declared dead, would no longer have any legal claim to the business she once shared with Ruin. They hadn't considered that investigators could and would use DNA, dental records, or fingerprints to confirm a victim's identity. Once in custody, their relationship quickly unraveled. The love that once bonded the two was gone. Now it was every person for themselves. Shia claimed that Sharaban masterminded everything, planned every detail, and carried it out on her own. He only helped her disappear afterward, but Sharaban's version painted a very different picture. According to her, it was Shia who decided to go through with the act, while she had backed out at the last minute. Right on schedule, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the building where Khadija lived. Sharaban introduced herself as the salon owner, while Shia played the part of her personal driver. Khadija felt uneasy, even startled, by how much she and the owner looked alike. They weren't just similar. They looked like twins and were dressed nearly identically. Noticing her unease, Sharaban swiftly dismissed it, saying it was merely part of a marketing tactic for the salon's upcoming promotion. Once all three were inside the vehicle, Sharaban behaved as though they were behind schedule and urged them to take a shortcut. Shia steered the car off the main road and into an isolated, undeveloped location. There, he abruptly stated that they had a flat tire and that everyone needed to step out so he could repair it. As soon as Khadija exited the car, he launched an attack, wielding a knife and stabbing her repeatedly in the chest, face, and neck. He continued until her face was left unrecognizable. Following the assault, Shia placed the body in the back seat, changed into a fresh set of clothes he had brought with him, and returned to sit in the driver's seat. The vehicle's tinted windows made it almost impossible to see inside, so the couple did not worry about attracting attention. They drove to an area near Ruin's residence, left the car parked casually along the roadside, and walked away without concern about being seen or identified. They checked into a hotel in another part of the city and behaved as though nothing had occurred, visiting public places and maintaining their normal routine. The trial that ensued would stun the nation. After the crime was uncovered, Ruin went into hiding. He stayed out of sight for more than a year while the investigation progressed. In time, he stated that even after authorities eliminated him as a suspect, he remained afraid that Sharaban, despite being incarcerated, would somehow retaliate against him, and as events later showed, his fear was justified. While detained, both Sharaban and Shia allegedly attempted to organize additional attacks by hiring individuals through prison connections, aiming to silence possible witnesses. Fortunately, none of those efforts were successful. During the court proceedings, the pair turned against each other. Each accused the other of being the mastermind, and neither expressed remorse for what had taken place. One witness, a man named Allen, testified that he had initially answered an online advertisement offering payment to carry out an assault. After receiving a €5,000 advance, he took the money and disappeared. It was after this deception that Sharaban and Shia reportedly chose to execute the crime themselves, fearing that police might locate him and link him to the scheme. Allen approached the authorities of his own accord and confessed everything. What puzzled investigators throughout the case was the total absence of logic behind the plan. It was evident that Sharaban's primary motive was revenge against her former husband, but no one could comprehend what she believed would happen afterward. After orchestrating a violent crime and staging her own death, she made no attempt to conceal herself. She remained in the same city, continued her usual lifestyle, and had no long-term strategy for survival or escape. She had not even thought about how she would financially support herself in the future. Sharaban's defense lawyers relied heavily on these weaknesses in the plan, contending that her intentions were muddled, the motive insufficient, and that she would never have proceeded without Shia's influence. They argued that it was he who assumed control, enticed by the prospect of financial reward, but the court was unconvinced. In December 2024, both Sharaban and her boyfriend were convicted of a brutal, premeditated crime carried out in collaboration with one another. They received life sentences in prison with no chance of parole. Moving on to the next case. Ted Ammon. It was a peaceful autumn evening in one of the priciest neighborhoods on Long Island. Inside a mansion on Middle Lane, millionaire Ted Ammon was at home. The alarm had been switched off, the house appeared still, and nothing seemed disturbed. Yet by the following day, everything was different. What was discovered inside that bedroom would stun the Hamptons and uncover a narrative filled with jealousy, money, and betrayal. This was not merely misfortune. It was something far closer to Ted than anyone was prepared to accept. Robert Theodore Ammon, known to all simply as Ted, was born on August 30th, 1949 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. His father, Robert Ammon, served as a pension coordinator at Shenango Furnace Company on Neville Island, while his mother, Betty Lee Morris, dedicated herself to the household. Betty was recognized for her keen intellect and high expectations, and she encouraged her children to look beyond the fundamentals, urging them to test themselves and aspire to more than what was anticipated. Ted was raised alongside his older sister Sandy. She was both his earliest companion and his first rival. When Sandy sat at the piano, practicing with dedication, Ted often amazed everyone by recreating the melodies almost effortlessly after hearing them only once. From the beginning, his innate talent was evident. Whether in academics, athletics, or hobbies, Ted thrived. The Ammons fostered a supportive home, one that rewarded accomplishment and nurtured Ted's limitless curiosity. His formative years passed between the tranquility of New Jersey's shore towns and family trips to Iowa. Life in the suburban setting of the 1950s was stable, but Ted always appeared meant for something larger. During his teenage years, the family moved to Aurora, New York after his father accepted a new role. At his new school, Ted adjusted quickly. He was charming, popular, and widely liked. Girls paid attention to him, friends looked up to him, and his teachers valued both his diligence and his self-assurance. Still, like many adolescents, he had not yet chosen which direction to follow. In 1967, Ted enrolled at Bucknell University, at first entering the architecture program. However, he soon discovered that his interests lay elsewhere, and he changed his major to economics, graduating in 1971. His university years were defined not only by coursework, but also by leadership. He became a member of the Phi Gamma Delta fraternity, played varsity lacrosse, and served as president of the student body. The position required accountability, diplomacy, and charm, traits that would later shape his professional and personal life. After completing his degree, Ted entered Bank of America's executive training program. His keen mind advanced him further than most. In fact, without ever attending law school, he studied on his own and passed the New York bar exam on his first try, an impressive feat that demonstrated his resolve and intellect. It was during this period that he met Randy Day, an equally driven professional. The two married in 1973, embarking together with hope for a promising future. Their careers soon led them overseas, and they spent several prosperous years in London, where they earned substantial incomes and developed their professions. Life in London was rapid and demanding, yet fulfilling. Eventually, they returned to New York, where their ambitions kept expanding. But achievement often required sacrifice. The extended work hours, constant travel, and unyielding pressures of their careers gradually weakened their connection. What had once seemed like a solid marriage slowly transformed into something resembling a close friendship. In 1983, after 10 years together, Randy initiated the divorce. Ted had wished they could mend what they shared, but Randy remained resolute in her view that their marriage no longer carried meaning. The split from Randy was amicable, and both moved forward to rebuild their lives. For Ted Ammon, that meant intensifying his focus on his career. He had already been driven, but now he became unstoppable. After stepping away from law, he redirected his attention to the high-speed world of investment banking. In 1984, Ted joined Kohlberg, Kravis, Roberts & Company, widely known as KKR. At that time, KKR was evolving into one of the most influential private equity firms of the decade, and Ted's abilities aligned perfectly with its demanding, high-pressure atmosphere. He swiftly built a reputation, respected for his keen intellect and his fast-paced style of negotiating deals. Among the landmark transactions he participated in was the $31 billion leveraged buyout of RJR Nabisco, a corporate struggle that would later be immortalized in the best-selling book, Barbarians at the Gate. Ted's capacity to analyze intricate financial structures and think several moves ahead of everyone else secured his standing among the giants of Wall Street. His time at KKR delivered not only prestige, but also enormous personal wealth. Yet Ted was never satisfied remaining in another person's shadow. After departing the firm, he directed his knowledge into establishing ventures of his own. These included Big Flower Press, a thriving printing company, and Chancery Lane Capital, a boutique private equity firm. Both endeavors enabled Ted to keep pursuing his enthusiasm for investments and strategy, this time beyond the constant spotlight that accompanied KKR's high-profile transactions. It was during this phase of professional success that Ted's personal life took an unforeseen turn. In 1984, while looking for an apartment, he arranged a viewing but missed the appointment because of work obligations. The following day, he phoned to apologize to the real estate agent, and another meeting was set. That rescheduled appointment would alter everything because it was there that Ted first encountered Jean Rosa. She was younger, intelligent, and instantly drew his attention. They went for coffee after the viewing, and their bond was immediate. Within a month, they were living together. Jean Rosa immersed herself in decorating their apartment, displaying her innate artistic talent. But their relationship soon reached a turning point. Jean Rosa desired marriage, while Ted, still recently divorced, was not prepared to commit. After a year, she presented him with an ultimatum: marry her or walk away. Ted declined, and the two separated. Jean Rosa's disappointment was profound. She even contacted Ted's family to express her frustration. But fate stepped in. A month later, they encountered each other again, this time at an art museum. Jean Rosa was accompanied by another man, and the sight unsettled Ted. He understood he could not let her go. Soon afterward, he proposed. They married in 1986, starting a union that would ultimately prove both glamorous and volatile. Generosa's background was intricate. She had been born in California into a family that fostered independence and creativity. From a young age, she exhibited an artistic inclination, particularly in painting and design, passions that would stay central throughout her life. Yet behind her abilities and charm lay a troubled childhood marked by instability. Her mother, Mary, was an unpredictable figure. Relatives suspected she suffered from bipolar disorder. Mary had grown up in a devout and affluent household and at one time even entered a convent. But after a year, she left the religious life completely, exchanging quiet devotion for parties, men, and a restless social schedule. Financial assistance came from her businessman brother after their parents passed away, so money was never a problem. In 1945, Mary wed a soldier and had 2 children, but she showed minimal interest in them, favoring the excitement of her social life. Her husband, exhausted by continual disputes, eventually departed, and he did not take the children with him. Mary married again and had another daughter, but that marriage ended as well, leaving her alone once more. Jean Rosa was her youngest child. She never knew her biological father, an Italian sailor her mother had met at a party. Their relationship lasted scarcely a week. Although they exchanged addresses, he never replied when Mary informed him of the pregnancy. It became widely known that Mary's husband at the time was not the father of her youngest daughter. Jean Rosa was given the name of her absent father. Her childhood years were far from easy. Mary continued to live freely, frequently bringing men into the house while giving little attention to her children. Certain accounts even point to disturbing behavior from Mary's partners toward the children, though whether Mary was aware or concerned remains uncertain. What was evident was her indifference. The children were not her focus. Growing up in this atmosphere, Jean Rosa learned to take care of herself. She carried within her both the strength shaped by adversity and the creative spirit her mother's family encouraged. Those traits, along with her beauty and charm, would eventually lead her into the glamorous yet turbulent life she shared with Ted Ammon. When Jean Rosa was only 10 years old, her mother passed away from cancer. The loss was crushing. Her older siblings soon started their own independent lives, leaving Jean Rosa and her younger sister to be placed first with an uncle and later with other relatives. The absence of her mother left a lasting mark on her, shaping her resilience and her perspective on life. As she matured, Jean Rosa grew into a strong-minded, ambitious, and highly intelligent young woman. Friends and acquaintances frequently observed that she possessed her mother's same fiery temperament and unpredictability. She was resolved not merely to survive, but to succeed. And wealth, just as much as artistic acclaim, became one of her ambitions. Those who knew her during her teenage years described her as both captivating and demanding, someone who could be ruthless in chasing what she desired. Despite her complex personality, she never abandoned her aspiration of becoming an artist. After completing school, Jean Rosa relocated to New York City, where she aimed for the art world. To support herself in the city, she worked as a real estate agent, a career that required confidence and keen instincts. The Manhattan property market was famously ruthless, controlled by experienced professionals, but Jean Rosa held her ground. Her charm and determination enabled her to prosper, even in such a harsh environment. Although Ted Ammon's wealth could have afforded her a life of leisure, Jean Rosa continued working and advancing her artistic pursuits. Ted backed her efforts, even establishing a photography studio for her, where she could cultivate her creative side. She enjoyed participating in New York's cultural and social scenes, often hosting gatherings that, to some, seemed as much about displaying wealth as they were about companionship. Eventually, the couple began considering children, but conceiving was challenging for Jean Rosa. After years of disappointment, in 1992, they chose a different route: adoption. They traveled to Ukraine and adopted 2-year-old twins, a boy named Greg and a girl named Alexa. By then, Ted had accumulated approximately $50 million through his enterprises, and the Ammon family lived in absolute comfort. Greg and Alexa were raised surrounded by privilege. They attended elite schools, were provided with every opportunity money could offer, and were brought up in a sprawling East Hampton estate that Ted and Jean Rosa designed and constructed. On the surface, it appeared to be a perfect family. Yet within the home, tension was constant. Jean Rosa could be argumentative, easily offended, and often hard to satisfy. In the early years of their marriage, Ted managed her temper with patience, but over time, the burden grew heavier. Generosa's moods frequently shifted toward spiteful or sarcastic conduct, and she often mocked Ted by comparing him to men even richer than he was. When Ted proposed therapy, she flatly refused. Her jealousy was another problem that troubled their marriage. She tracked her husband's movements obsessively, reading his mail, checking his phone, and confronting him if she sensed even the slightest hint of infidelity. If Ted showed interest in other women, or if she thought he did, her responses were explosive, characterized by anger and emotional outbursts. By the late 1990s, Ted began confiding in friends and family about divorce. Their marriage had grown increasingly poisonous, and the disputes were intensifying. In 1999, the couple relocated to Surrey, England, purchasing a manor named Coverwood. The move was intended as a new beginning, an opportunity to repair their relationship in a different setting and provide the twins with stability. Jean Rosa dedicated her energy to redesigning the estate, while Ted continued traveling weekly to New York to oversee his business ventures, including Big Flower Press. But the physical distance reflected their emotional one. Ted spent only weekends in England, while Jean Rosa grew increasingly suspicious and progressively paranoid. Her jealousy soon took a darker path. She found a divorce lawyer's invoice on Ted's desk and became convinced that he was having an affair. Jean Rosa reportedly hired private investigators to follow him and later claimed that he was romantically involved with a glamorous New York investment banker who specialized in leveraged buyouts. She went so far as to accuse this woman of having Ted's child, a claim that was never verified. In 2000, Jean Rosa filed for divorce. She demanded half of Ted's fortune, valuing it at $300 million, though his actual assets were closer to $100 million. The legal fight quickly turned bitter. Jean Rosa returned to New York with the children, and the couple began living apart. Reports later suggested that during this period she manipulated the twins against their father, making visitation increasingly difficult. The divorce dragged on amid constant disputes, with Jean Rosa challenging every detail and accusing Ted of concealing his true wealth. Even so, she was far from impoverished. Ted provided her with a Manhattan property to renovate, along with significant child support payments. But in Jean Rosa's view, it was never sufficient. During the renovation of the Manhattan townhouse, Jean Rosa Ammon encountered a man who would change everything: Daniel Pelosi. Daniel was a contractor, a jack of all trades who handled electrical and handyman work, though he was not a licensed electrician. At 38, he was 7 years younger than Jean Rosa. From the outset, Ted disliked him, particularly because Daniel spent time with Greg and Alexa. For Ted, it was not merely jealousy. He regarded Pelosi as a dangerous presence around his children, and Ted was not wrong to be concerned. By the time he entered Jean Rosa's life, Daniel already had a troubled past. He had prior assault convictions, was caught stealing electricity worth $43,000 from the Long Island Power Authority, and faced multiple harassment and menacing charges. He had been arrested for drunk driving, struggled with alcohol and prescription drugs, and his addictions had destroyed his first marriage. With 3 children of his own and a divorce in progress, it seemed Daniel had decided to secure his future another way by attaching himself to someone wealthy. Jean Rosa knew Ted despised him, and that appeared to intensify her determination. She flaunted the relationship, perhaps hoping to provoke Ted's jealousy. But Ted's main concern was different. He feared for the safety of his children. He saw Daniel living off his fortune, driving a Porsche, and residing in a townhouse he had purchased, which enraged him. Ted attempted to reason with Jean Rosa, but she refused to listen. To the twins, Daniel was tolerable, even likable, though their mother's manipulation increasingly deepened the divide between them and their father. With little else to do, Ted resorted to the only weapon he possessed: money. He withheld child support, reversed previous property arrangements, and revealed that his actual net worth was closer to $30 million, not the $100 million or even $300 million that Jean Rosa had claimed. Still, her demands were unyielding. She insisted that Ted cover not only child support, but every expense connected to the children, including private schooling, household bills, and even a nanny. By the time the divorce settlement was drafted, she stood to receive between $20 and $25 million, along with $21,000 a month in child support. Yet even then, she remained dissatisfied. Before the ink could dry, tragedy occurred. On October 20, 2001, Ted Ammon, 52 years old, was discovered murdered in his East Hampton mansion. His chauffeur and business partner found the body. Ted was lying naked on his bed, his skull fractured from multiple blows. The alarm system had been disabled. There was no evidence of forced entry, suggesting someone familiar with the home. The investigation commenced immediately. Jean Rosa inherited his $97 million fortune, and just 3 months later, she married Daniel Pelosi. Suspicion immediately turned toward her. She had motive, and witnesses recalled her openly declaring that Ted deserved to die. Yet she had an alibi, and the brutal nature of the assault suggested a powerful hand, someone like Daniel. Soon, testimony began to accumulate. Construction workers claimed Jean Rosa had offered $50,000 to have Ted beaten. Christopher Perino, an acquaintance of Daniel, testified that on the night of the murder he drove with Pelosi to Ted's home. Daniel instructed him to wait in the car while he went inside. When he returned, Perino said Daniel was covered in blood and muttered, "I think he's dead." Other acquaintances recalled Daniel boasting that he had killed Ted at Generosa's urging. Even his father admitted that Daniel once asked him how to dispose of evidence. Yet despite these damning statements, investigators found no physical evidence linking him to the crime. The case became one built almost entirely on testimony. By that time, Jean Rosa herself faced a grim struggle. She had been diagnosed with advanced breast cancer. She later accused Ted of indirectly causing her illness, claiming he had been informed by her doctor years earlier about a lump in her breast, but never told her. Psychological evaluations described her as volatile, displaying traits of borderline, narcissistic, and paranoid personality disorders. In 2003, as her health worsened, prosecutors offered Jean Rosa immunity in exchange for testifying before a grand jury. She refused, insisting Daniel had no involvement in Ted's death. She died on May 20, 2003, at her East Hampton home. Before her death, Jean Rosa had turned against Daniel. Though they married in January 2002, his reckless spending disgusted her. By July 2003, she compelled him to sign a post-nuptial agreement, granting him $2 million in exchange for not contesting her will. She later rewrote her will to ensure he received only that amount, leaving the remainder of her estate to her children and their nanny, who was appointed guardian of Greg and Alexa. Daniel Pelosi challenged the agreement, but lost. By 2004, he was on trial for Ted's murder. He admitted being at the East Hampton house on the night of the killing, but denied delivering the fatal blows. Instead, he shifted blame onto Jean Rosa, claiming she had orchestrated everything. Witness after witness, however, told jurors that Daniel had bragged about committing the murder himself. On January 25, 2005, Daniel Pelosi was convicted and sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Jean Rosa was never formally charged. She had died 2 years before Daniel's sentencing, her legacy forever entwined with the murder that shattered the Ammon family. Custody of Greg and Alexa was awarded to Ted's sister, Sandra Williams. In her words, she could provide the loving, stable home her brother would have wished for his children. Years later, in 2012, Greg and Alexa, by then young adults, co-produced a documentary titled 59, Middle Lane, named after the East Hampton house where their father was killed. In it, they confronted their past, tracing their roots back to Ukraine and revisiting the place that had once been their family home. Today, both siblings are in their 30s. Greg pursued filmmaking, while Alexa has led a more private life. They speak of their father with warmth, describing him as kind, generous, and the steady anchor of their childhood. Their memories of their mother are more complex, a mixture of admiration for her intelligence and charisma, and acknowledgement of the chaos and destruction she brought when Daniel Pelosi entered their lives. Despite everything, they have carried forward their father's legacy, finding stability in the shadow of tragedy. Moving on to the next case. Todd Kohlhepp. There are certain people who should not be ridiculed, as doing so can be life-threatening. This is exactly what occurred in today's story. Todd Kohlhepp was born in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, USA, on March 7, 1971. When he was just 2 years old, his parents chose to divorce. He remained living with his mother. Some time afterward, his mother remarried. However, his relationship with his stepfather also developed very badly. Todd consistently experienced serious social challenges. He was unable to properly communicate with his peers and other individuals. He perceived everyone he encountered as a possible competitor. Even in kindergarten, He constantly argued with other children, frequently got into fights, and damaged their possessions. Todd acted aggressively in every situation, as though he was incapable of controlling his emotions, including anger. At home, he was also unfriendly. From a young age, Todd began to display a pattern of cruelty toward animals. He killed a goldfish using bleach and shot a dog with an air rifle. His sadistic tendencies became deeply rooted within him. Even during his early school years, his mother relocated to South Carolina with her new husband. She chose to divorce him in 1982. The following year, she started a relationship with another man and married him. Todd was 12 years old at that time. Despite his young age, he became a source of conflict in the household almost every day. He was so uncontrollable and aggressive that his mother and stepfather feared for their lives. They admitted him to a psychiatric clinic. However, this did not help significantly. Todd voiced dissatisfaction with living in South Carolina, stating that he wanted to move to live with his biological father, with whom he had not communicated or seen since the divorce. His father lived in Arizona. Perhaps Todd believed that relocating would allow him to begin again and gain a new outlook on life. After moving to Tempe, Arizona, it soon became clear that there would be no improvement in his behavior. His biological father described him as someone capable of feeling only anger. He also repeatedly underwent psychiatric treatment. Despite all efforts, the situation only deteriorated. In November 1986, Todd committed his first serious crime. At that time, he was only 15 years old. One Saturday, he went outside and met a 14-year-old neighbor named Christy Granado. He deceived her, kidnapped her, then took her to his father's house, where he taped her mouth shut, tied her up, placed a gun to her head, and abused her. The attack was unprovoked. He had barely communicated with the victim before, only exchanging greetings when they happened to see each other. After the assault, he threatened to kill Christy, shoot her siblings, and her entire family if she told anyone. Todd frightened her so much that she truly wanted to stay silent. His cruel and manipulative personality had already been established by then. He was so confident in his own significance that he believed he could escape punishment for any crime. Christy had no idea that her family was already concerned and actively searching for her. Shortly before the assault, her parents had taught their children how to act in an emergency. Christy's younger brother became concerned when he could not find her at home and contacted the police. Fortunately, Todd released his victim. She returned home just as her brother was speaking with the patrol. Christy was compelled to tell them what had occurred. Todd Kohlhepp was arrested. From the very beginning, he showed absolutely no concern for his victim. He was only focused on how long he would be imprisoned. The lawyer representing him argued that his client would not harm others in the future and that he had simply made a mistake. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison. During this period, he drastically changed his behavior. His cruel nature was almost not visible. He was a model inmate, but in reality, he was merely skillfully concealing his internal struggles and inherent cruelty. In August 2001, Todd was released at the age of 30. He did not waste his time in prison. He attended college to study computer technology. After being released from prison, he chose to return to South Carolina because he wanted to be with his mother. Now she could not refuse. While incarcerated, he appeared to have taken the path of reform and decided to reintegrate into society. To accomplish this, he needed to secure a respectable job. However, he still struggled to get along with others and found it challenging to work in a team, so he chose to pursue freelance work, changing jobs often, primarily as a designer. 5 years after his release, in 2006, he applied for a real estate license in South Carolina. In response to this application, they informed him that they could not grant a license because he was registered as a criminal prone to abuse and assault. It appeared that he had no opportunity to start his own business. However, he learned to conceal his cruel nature extremely well. He became calculating and tactical. Todd arranged a personal meeting to explain his situation in detail, minimizing the severity of his previous cruelty. He blamed everything on a simple misunderstanding with his girlfriend and his age, stating that everything occurred by mutual consent, but that the girl was merely upset with him and decided to teach him a lesson, which was why he was sent to prison. His plan succeeded. This deception enabled him to persuade the licensing agency that it was only a misunderstanding and that he deserved a second chance. By June 2006, Todd obtained a real estate agent's license. The offender with a criminal record established his own business and continued to live the life of a respected model citizen who had simply been misled in his youth. His business grew and generated a substantial income. Todd became affluent and successful. Interestingly, at the same time, he became an enthusiastic collector of weapons, purchasing numerous pistols and rifles. By his own account, he inherited this interest from his father, who also collected such items. This fascination aligned with Todd's other hobbies. He was drawn to everything that evoked associations with strength and power. He even secured a pilot's license. He was passionate about motorcycles and fast cars. Outwardly, he seemed to be a successful individual with a very charismatic and strong personality. Todd was not the only prosperous person in the city. In November 2003, 30-year-old Scott Ponder opened a motorcycle dealership, assisted in this business by his 52-year-old mother, Beverly Guy, who worked alongside him. Scott, like Todd, had a passion for this type of transportation, and this enterprise became a dream realized for him. He was managing a flourishing business. Todd frequently stopped by to admire the motorcycles and purchased several. Scott's fiancée, Melissa, moved in with him in 2002. They married in January 2003, and in November of that year, his wife discovered she was pregnant. They were expecting their first child and appeared to be a happy couple experiencing the best period of their lives. However, the Ponders had no idea how drastically everything could change in just a few days. On November 6, 2003, Scott and his wife, as usual, went to his dealership. His wife dropped him off in the parking lot. They exchanged glances as she drove past, and Scott blew her a kiss. Melissa headed to the medical center for her first ultrasound. It was such an important and thrilling event for her, but her husband Scott was unable to accompany her, although he hoped to see and hear his baby's heartbeat. Melissa waited for her husband to return home to tell him how everything went and what the doctor had said. But instead, at 3 p.m., Melissa received a call from an employee of the center who reported news of a shooting at the bike shop. Melissa was on the opposite side of town, but abandoned everything and hurried there. There was significant chaos at the scene. Approximately 10 police cars had assembled, the road was blocked, and they would not allow Melissa in, even when she told them her husband Scott was there. Within a few minutes of arriving, Melissa was told that her husband had been shot during a robbery at the dealership. She did not comprehend what was happening and wanted to reach out to her husband's mother, who was also working that day. It turned out that Beverly had also been attacked. A total of 4 people lost their lives in the massacre. The third victim was 29-year-old Brian Lucas, and the fourth had not yet been identified at the time of Melissa's arrival. It was later determined that he was a 26-year-old mechanic named Chris Sherbert who worked at the dealership. All the victims were attacked in cold blood at point-blank range, but the identity of the killer remained unknown at that time. In that moment, Melissa's world fell apart. She was left without the support of her husband and his mother. The family business was also at risk. Despite all the hardships that had fallen upon Melissa, she managed to compose herself and handle the challenges. 7 months later, in June 2004, Melissa gave birth to a boy whom she named Scott Jr. in honor of her late husband. Throughout this time, she desperately wanted to know who had taken her loving husband from her and their child. Law enforcement officers continued to investigate the high-profile murders. Based on the level of cruelty, it was assumed that the perpetrator must have personally known the victims and had a strong motive, but there were no specific suspects. Detectives examined connections within the business of relatives and friends of the victims, but the probable perpetrator could not be identified. Nothing was taken from the shop, and all witnesses to the crime had been killed. The cameras at the dealership were not functioning that day. Eventually, toward the end of 2004, unforeseen progress occurred. Melissa was summoned to the station, expecting detectives to inform her that they knew the name of the perpetrator. Instead, she found herself inside an interrogation room. Detectives explained that she had inadvertently left her son Scott Jr.'s diaper at the dealership several months earlier. The police compared the boy's DNA with the evidence collected at the crime scene, and it turned out that it did not match the samples of her deceased husband. This resulted in the assumption that Melissa had given birth to a child not by her husband, but by her lover, which meant she had a motive to eliminate him. Melissa was so shocked by the fact that she had gone from being a victim to the primary suspect that she even offered to exhume her husband's body. She was certain that only he could be the father of their child, and this should demonstrate her innocence. Melissa was so persuasive that the police chose to re-examine everything. It turned out that they had indeed made an error. The test tubes containing the materials from Scott and Brian, whose DNA had been collected at the motorcycle shop, were incorrectly labeled, so the results did not correspond. Melissa's son was, in fact, Scott's. Although the police acknowledged their mistake, the damage to Melissa's reputation was immense. The local community closely monitored the events surrounding the bloody massacre at the motorcycle shop. Many eagerly embraced new rumors regarding Melissa's alleged lover, and gossip rapidly spread throughout the area. People began to look at her sideways and whisper about her supposed unfaithfulness. Everyone avoided her and her son. All of this ultimately shattered Melissa's spirit. Melissa did not want this to influence her child's relationships with other children in kindergarten and school. When she became a suspect, it caused serious harm to her reputation. Now, she decided that the only way to begin anew was to return to her small homeland. Meanwhile, the detectives once again found themselves at an impasse. There was no suspect in the shooting, and the crime remained unsolved for more than a decade. It was believed that the attack on the center might have been carried out by a disgruntled employee or client who simply released his anger in such an extreme manner. However, none of the employees were inclined toward conflicts. Scott had created a very comfortable atmosphere there. They could not find any suspicious, dissatisfied clients. It was simply impossible to comprehend the attacker's motive. During this period, Todd, on the other hand, prospered. He refined his skills, developed his career, and became one of the top real estate agents in Spartanburg, South Carolina. This continued until 2015. By then, the 44-year-old realtor had purchased a massive plot of land in Woodruff. It appeared that he was going to construct a substantial house, which is why he acquired such a large property. After the purchase, he instructed local hunters to keep away from his land. He truly intended to drastically transform this place, but not exactly in the way many envisioned. On December 22, 2015, 29-year-old Johnny Joe Coxey and his 25-year-old wife, Megan Lee McCraw Coxey, were reported missing. They were a newlywed couple who, unlike other successful individuals in this story, had encountered numerous problems. In the past, both had struggled with addiction to illegal substances. They had a child who was removed by social services. Law enforcement officers searched for the troubled couple, but without success. Even an examination of their mobile phones did not produce any results. It was likely that their means of communication were not functioning, and they had practically no relatives or close friends who would be concerned about them. Therefore, the missing persons report was filed quite late. No one particularly pressured the police to search for them. There were no volunteers to organize search teams for Johnny and Megan. The police had limited resources, so the search progressed very slowly. There were no leads. The investigation reached a dead end, and everyone settled down. They simply ceased looking for them. On September 4, 2016, a police officer, the father of the Carver family, called the station and reported that his 32-year-old son, Charles David Carver, was missing. He had an excellent relationship with his son. They communicated daily through phone calls and instant messengers. As a rule, they discussed their lives in sports. The final message he received from his son concerned football. The silence persisted for too long. The total absence of activity from his son was extremely alarming because this had never occurred before. The Carvers attempted to determine the fate of Charles, but it turned out that he was not the only one missing. His new girlfriend, named Carla Brown, had also vanished. Just 5 days after meeting for the first time at Walmart, both disappeared. They were not dependent individuals and had no issues. A spontaneous departure was ruled out, as it would have been meaningless. The police began examining the mobile phone data of Charles and Carla. At the end of August, Charles and Carla had been contacted by a realtor. He was acquainted with Charles and communicated with him periodically through social media pages. Before that, he had already offered work at his site. This time, he did the same. However, there were no further leads. Initially, this contact was simply dismissed, but the days of searching turned into weeks. No information about the young couple emerged, so more comprehensive checks began. This was largely due to the efforts of the families of the missing couple. Until October 2016, it seemed like yet another dead end. Finally, detectives analyzed the location data from the mobile phones of Charles and Carla. It turned out that the last time they were active was not far from Todd's property, where he had invited them to work, making the situation appear suspicious. Therefore, 2 months after the disappearances of Charles and Kala, on November 3, 2016, the police went to Todd's property. One group went to his house, which was situated on one part of his extensive plot of land, while the second group quickly located a metal storage container standing alone in a remote area that was not visible from the road. Its green color blended with the vegetation, making the container unnoticeable. After listening carefully, the officers realized that someone alive was inside the container. It took a significant amount of time to open all the locks and cut the chains blocking the entrance. When law enforcement officers finally entered the container, they found Kala chained inside, exhausted, emaciated, but alive. Charles was nowhere to be seen. She quickly explained that he had died long ago. According to her, when Todd offered her and her boyfriend a part-time job and then brought them to his property, he attacked them as soon as they exited the car. He shot Charles 3 times in the chest, and Charles died instantly. Todd then chained Kala and left her inside the container, where she spent 2 months. When Todd was informed that a captive had been discovered on his land, he pretended to be surprised and attempted to deny everything. However, this was useless because the victim of his torture stated in detail that it was he who had attacked them. Kala Brown was rescued after 65 days in captivity. She said that Todd assaulted her twice a day. He was extremely cruel, frequently torturing her and treating her as his property. Kala endured all of this because she was afraid to resist and simply hoped that they were searching for her and would soon find her, as indeed happened. Kala was certain that if she had resisted, she would have been killed just like her boyfriend. While inspecting the area around the container, the police found 3 shallow graves. In one was Charles's body, and in the other 2 were additional bodies, all of whom were clothed. Kala had no knowledge of the other victims. Only an examination of dental records confirmed that these were Megan and Johnny, who had disappeared a year earlier. They could not determine a motive for the kidnappings and torture, as there was no connection between the victims and they did not even know one another. Only the criminal himself could resolve this mystery. Todd Kohlhepp was arrested and placed behind bars. During the very first interrogation, law enforcement officers attempted to obtain details of the crimes committed and persuade him to confess. It turned out that Todd truly wanted to cooperate with the authorities, but rather than speaking about the bodies and the living girl discovered on his land, he started to recount a different story. With sincere pride, Todd narrated the story of a shooting that had taken place 13 years earlier. He admitted that he loved motorcycles and frequently stopped by the dealership where Scott worked with his family. Scott had become familiar with him because of his regular visits. Todd purchased a motorcycle there, which he later did not like, and began to consider other motorcycle options for a long period. Eventually, he decided to return his motorcycle, but Scott refused to accept it back and even laughed at him, which deeply angered Todd. Although he did not display his anger, resentment was growing within him. At some point, he decided to go to the shop to take revenge. On November 6, 2003, he went to the showroom as usual, walked between the rows of motorcycles, waiting until no customers remained. Then, he pulled out a gun and began attacking the employees in cold blood. The last were Brian and Scott, who managed to respond and attempted to flee, but Todd's bullets caught up with them right outside the front door. After this, Todd managed to escape, which made him feel invincible, worsening the situation. He was thirsty for blood and knew that crimes were only a matter of time. When speaking about the attack in the motorcycle store, he showed no signs of remorse. On the contrary, he seemed proud of his actions. Like many serial offenders, he wanted to impress others. For him, the murders became a means of seeking attention. After all these revelations, detectives contacted Melissa, Scott's widow. After 13 years, they finally managed to understand what had happened at the family dealership and who was responsible for the attack. Most of all, she was struck by the helplessness of the authorities, as the detectives had even attempted to accuse her at one point, but were unable to act until blood was shed again. If the police had not gone to Todd's land in search of Charles and his girlfriend, the shooting case might never have been uncovered. During interrogations, Todd could not be silenced. He began to describe with pleasure the details of other crimes, including the murder of the newlyweds. The last place where Johnny and Megan were seen alive was on Todd's property. He had also offered them work at the site. Naturally, they were experiencing financial difficulties and eagerly accepted. Todd did not deal with them immediately. Instead, he lowered their guard by offering them simple work for good pay. He merely took advantage of the situation so they would perform more work on the site. However, after their first meeting with him, they were doomed. Initially, he examined them closely and quickly realized they were ideal victims whom no one would search for. As it turned out, on December 19, 2015, Todd, who had already gained their trust, invited them back to his property to remove some debris. He personally picked them up and drove to a remote part of his land. As soon as they both stepped out of the car, the first thing he did was attack Johnny. Johnny died instantly, leaving his wife in shock, awaiting her own fate. However, Todd did not want to kill her immediately, just as he had not with Kala. There was a large metal container used as a mobile warehouse on the property. Now it had become a torture chamber for Megan. She spent about a week there, repeatedly attempting to escape, even setting fires inside it. He admitted that she behaved like a wild animal trapped in a cage, creating too many problems, which led him to get rid of her. He attacked her in cold blood in the back of the head. Unlike her, Kala proved to be compliant, which ultimately saved her life. Next to the container, which served as an improvised prison, was already Johnny's grave. He dug another hole in which he buried Megan. After that, he returned to his job as a real estate agent and acted as though nothing had occurred, all while searching for a new victim for his torture. Following Todd's confessions, the list of his crimes included at least 7 murders and a kidnapping. Naturally, investigations and trials for all incidents would require considerable time and resources. Therefore, Todd was offered life imprisonment instead of the death penalty if he formally pleaded guilty to all charges. Todd accepted the offer. On May 26, 2017, Todd Kohlhepp pleaded guilty to 7 counts of murder, 2 counts of kidnapping, and 1 count of abuse and assault. He was sentenced to 7 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. In July 2019, the victims of Todd's crimes took part in civil and wrongful death hearings aimed at obtaining compensation from the company owned by Todd. Kala described in detail her experience inside that ill-fated container, recounting the continual violence and suffering she endured. While Kala shared her account, Todd listened carefully without displaying any emotion. She did not remove her gaze from him. This was an important moment of revelation for her. After Kala completed telling her story, Todd's lawyer asked how much compensation she sought, but she could not specify a particular amount. She did not care about that. Her primary objective was to see the criminal, look him directly in the eyes, and conquer her fears. Kala understood that no sum of money could return the lives that were lost or restore the 2 months of freedom that were taken from her through torture. After this, there were hearings initiated by the family of Scott Ponder. His widow, Melissa, also described in detail the suffering she experienced because of her husband's death, including what it was like to raise their son without a father. The most powerful moment in this process occurred when the child, who had just turned 13, bravely walked past the killer, looked him straight in the eyes, and said that he forgave him. Melissa was proud of her son, believing that if his father had survived, he would have certainly appreciated such an act. The child displayed remarkable strength and maturity for his age. In August 2020, Todd's property was sold at auction, and the proceeds were transferred to the families of the victims. The story of the serial killer did not conclude there. Since then, he has repeatedly claimed that there were additional victims, mentioning at least 2 more murders. However, he has consistently avoided giving details. The identities of these potential victims and their bodies have not yet been discovered. The investigation remains ongoing. Police believe that he may have used his position as a realtor to gain access to people by breaking into their homes to commit crimes. However, there has been no confirmation of these theories. Acquaintances described Todd in different ways. One client who sold him a house remembered him as a highly sociable individual and a professional in his field, although he frequently talked about firearms and flirted with her. Another employee described Todd as quick-tempered and aggressive, unable to restrain himself. A colleague noted that he regularly watched adult films even while at work. It was reported that he often visited a restaurant where he harassed waitresses. It turned out that one of his victims, Megan, worked at that establishment. This might have been how he met her. Todd posted unsettling reviews on an online marketplace. For example, in a review of a folding shovel, he advised keeping it in the car in case someone needed to bury bodies and had forgotten the regular shovel at home. In another review, he mentioned a knife, stating that he had not stabbed anyone with it yet, but hoped to do so with such a high-quality tool. In a review of a padlock, he wrote that reliable locks were necessary, and that there should be 5 of them on the container to prevent escape. These reviews sounded ominous at the time, but no one paid attention to them. Throughout this period, not only Todd was accused, but also his friend, Dustin Lawson, who was considered an accomplice. Despite being aware of Todd's criminal background, from 2012 to 2016, Lawson purchased at least 12 guns and 5 silencers for him. As it turned out, it was thanks to Lawson that a significant collection of firearms was accumulated, which was used for the murders. In 2018, Lawson pleaded guilty to 36 charges related to these transactions and received a total sentence of 8 years and 3 months in prison. Dustin Lawson was released on November 13, 2023, while Todd Kohlhepp remains behind bars and is not expected to be released. Moving on to the next case. Janet Gail Levine. In 1996, Samson March began kindergarten. His first day was not favorable, not due to the usual first-day nerves, but because his mother had been absent for a week. As his 6th birthday approached, his anxiety grew. According to his teacher, Samson had not bid farewell to his mother. His father, attorney Perry March, told everyone that Janet was on vacation. He acknowledged that they had a disagreement before her departure. The conflict began with his involvement in a $24,000 out-of-court settlement. It pertained to a harassment incident at his former workplace, Bass, Berry, and Sims. Janet had not been informed of it. She hastily packed her belongings and left. She entrusted Perry with a list of responsibilities to manage during her absence, referring to it as Janet's 12-day vacation. Despite Perry's assurances to Janet's parents that she would return for Samson's birthday celebration, Janet did not appear. This was unusual because the argument occurred on August 15th. If Janet had planned a 12-day vacation, even in anger, she was aware she had sent invitations indicating the party would occur on August 25th. Perry claimed she would return on the 27th. He attempted to cover for Janet. He informed the parents of Samson's kindergarten friends that she was visiting her brother in California. He cited an ear infection as the reason for her extended absence. However, Janet never came back. This left Perry questioning whether she had vanished or abandoned him, leaving him with the sole responsibility of raising their children. The daughter of one of Nashville's wealthiest lawyers was missing, but what caused this peculiar disappearance? Why would Janet abruptly leave her 5-year-old son and 2-year-old daughter? Had she been abducted? To understand, one must learn more about Janet Gail Levine March and Perry Avram March. Janet Gail Levine was born into privilege in 1963. Though it may seem overstated, her family consisted of prominent Jewish lawyers established in Nashville, Tennessee. Her father, Lawrence Levine, had founded an insurance law firm that evolved into Levine, Orr, and Geraciati. The eldest of 2 children, Janet aspired to become an artist, which was unconventional given her father's efforts to provide her a life of comfort. Her brother Mark followed in their father's legal footsteps. Yet, long before finishing at University School of Nashville, her art was displayed at the Jewish Community Center and various restaurants. Janet was considered an eccentric visionary within her circle, described by friends as a unique combination of sensitivity, nurturing instincts, and unconventional charm. She was fondly regarded as the quintessential artist type. A notable example of her unconventional nature was her ownership of a patent for a collapsible baby chair. She designed it, knew it was functional and marketable, yet never pursued commercial production. Amid her creative talents, Janet's close associates noted her propensity to become difficult during what they termed one of her moods. Janet pursued her art at the University of Michigan, and that is where fate intervened. Harry and Janet were both undergraduates there. Janet's roommate, Stacy Goodman, introduced them. Janet missed their first date. The pair had planned to attend a synagogue together on Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, but Janet overslept. She offered profuse apologies, revealing the quirky, forgetful side he would come to know. When they eventually spent time together, they became inseparable. Almost immediately, they began cohabiting and continued to do so until her disappearance. Harry Avram March was born in 1961. His father, Arthur March, was a pharmacist of Romanian Jewish descent. His mother, Zipporah, was an Israeli immigrant. Originally, the family surname was Markovich. Due to frequent misspellings, it was changed to March. Harry was the eldest of 3 siblings. His younger siblings, Ron and Kathy, were still toddlers when tragedy struck their family. When Perry was only 9, his mother, Zipporah, died under mysterious circumstances. According to sources, she had taken Darvon, a painkiller for a headache caused by injury. She suffered a severe reaction and went into anaphylactic shock. The death certificate would later indicate her condition resulted from an illegal substance overdose. At the time, traditional society considered taking one's life shameful. Such incidents were often misrepresented. Rumors circulated in the community, but the truth never emerged. Following the death of their mother, Arthur moved his children to their summer home in Michigan. Harry attended La Lumiere School and thrived in both academics and sports. He held a first-degree black belt in karate. Arthur retired from the Army at the rank of lieutenant colonel. Harry enrolled at the University of Michigan. His options were limited since his father had already retired. As an in-state student, his tuition was lower. He majored in Asian studies and had a known temper. In fact, a woman later alleged that Perry had struck her in the face while they were students at the University of Michigan, but Perry denied the claim. After graduating college, Perry began work as a broker for Oppenheimer and Company, an investment bank and financial firm in Chicago, Illinois. About 6 months later, Janet joined him. They spent 2 years in Chicago, while Perry worked as a management trainee at a subsidiary of Oppenheimer and Company. During this period, Janet took classes at the Art Institute, but she could not adjust to Chicago and wished to return home. She persuaded Perry to move to Nashville so he could attend Vanderbilt Law School. She also convinced her father to pay for Perry's tuition at Vanderbilt University Law School. Larry Levine agreed willingly. Why would they spend so much on someone not part of the family? When Janet introduced Perry to her parents, they recognized he was the one for her. He was hardworking and ambitious, and they trusted him. Janet's mother treated him with affection, as if he were her own son. Perry excelled in law school and became a member of the Law Review. He was ambitious, a tough negotiator, and valued financial success above all. Classmates joked he was the prime candidate for future indictment on securities fraud charges. Janet, ever romantic, grew impatient waiting for Perry to propose. She took matters into her own hands and proposed to him on one knee at Percy Warner Park. In 1987, Perry and Janet married in Nashville. Again, Janet's parents helped by providing a down payment for a house in an upscale part of the city. It was a hillside house on 32nd Avenue, very posh for students still in school. Perry appreciated the help, especially as his father's financial situation had declined. Arthur faced foreclosure on his Michigan home by Lakeshore Bank and Trust in early 1986. His property at 42, Apache Trail in Michigan became bank-owned. Larry Levine, Harry's father-in-law, bought the house from the bank for $115,000. He graciously allowed Arthur to live there rent-free. Later, Larry suggested that Arthur move to Nashville to be closer to Perry and Janet. Their love and generosity for their only daughter and son-in-law were immense. Even after Arthur moved, the Levines let him live in their home. They lent money to help him settle and were overall warm and welcoming. Regarding his Michigan property, Arthur did not know that Larry Levine had ended his lease in early 1987, citing failure to pay rent, and sold the house in 1988 for $144,500. After graduating, Perry received major job offers with high salaries from 2 prestigious New York law firms, Cravath, Swain & Moore, and Sherman & Sterling. Despite the appeal, he chose to join Bass, Berry & Sims, a prestigious law firm in Nashville. His starting salary was $42,500. During the late 1980s, Bass, Berry, and Sims experienced major changes. Pressure increased from prominent Nashville Jewish figures, and the firm had to diversify its legal staff. In 1988, Perry March and his Vanderbilt classmate Bennett Ross became the first Jewish attorneys to join the traditionally non-Jewish firm. Alongside them, Dale Wainwright, an African-American, and several female attorneys also joined Bass and Sims that year. This represented a significant milestone for the firm. Janet applied her talents and became a children's book illustrator. In 1990, 3 years into their marriage, their first child was born. They named him Samson. Unfortunately, Perry encountered trouble at work. In the summer of 1991, a paralegal filed a complaint regarding a letter that had appeared on her chair containing steamy words. It read, "I am lost." I have read that when a person drowns, they fight savagely for air. And then when fate ultimately defeats them and they succumb, they say it feels so good, so comforting. It also discussed the lack of intimacy in marriage and how it becomes mundane after a few years. A second letter appeared about 2 weeks later, dated July 31st. It was half a page long and, like the first, was typewritten. The writer instructed her to contact him in a peculiar way. She was told to check out a specific book from the library, and he would then contact her. Following the instructions in the letter, she removed the book, signed a checkout card, and left it in the space where the book had been. The writer grew increasingly excited, unaware it was a setup to catch him. On August 14th, he sent her another letter, ecstatic. By then, the security firm had recorded the culprit on tape. It was none other than Perry March. He was given an ultimatum: either face termination or resign. The paralegal went on a company-paid vacation. However, upon her return, Perry remained employed there. She repeatedly ran into him in the shared parking lot. It made her uncomfortable when she needed to use the restroom or get coffee. Upset by the situation, she decided to leave the firm and retain a lawyer. 2 weeks later, Perry departed. The firm's boss wrote a complimentary memo about him. Some lawyers believed the firm wanted to avoid trouble by quietly handling Perry's exit. They also found it suspicious that he left immediately after the paralegal quit. Perry was required to compensate the woman for harassment, keeping the payment secret from Janet. He agreed to pay $25,000 over the next 4 years. The first $12,500 in monthly installments, and the remaining half as a lump sum at the end of that period. This was intended to prevent a harassment lawsuit against him and the firm. Perry then joined his father-in-law's firm, Levine, Orr and Geraciati. He represented local businesses including the Platinum Club, Music City Mix Factory, and rich residents of Nashville, and even performed pro bono work for the Jewish Community Center. This helped him build a strong reputation. Janet continued her art, often eating lunch alone at nearby restaurants while sketching on her pad. She remained distant from friends and rarely discussed her personal relationships with them. Some people thought she sometimes appeared sad, almost depressed. In 1994, they became pregnant with a daughter. They decided to name her after Perry's late mother, Sephora. After the birth, the couple planned to build a 5,300-square-foot house with 4 acres of open land in Forest Hills, their new home. As always, the Levines were funding it. This was going to be Janet's dream house. She selected the street name herself. She initially called it Chocolate Street, but changed it to Blackberry Road after a neighbor complained. According to Perry, he was the one who took action in the marriage, while Janet had all the big ideas. Contractors recalled her being difficult as they worked on the house she had designed. Executing all the details she had planned could be challenging, but each time Janet became upset, she threw a fit. Contractors, accustomed to wealthy clients being particular, did not complain. Still, they recognized that whenever she was in a mood, it was Perry who stepped in and smoothed things over. Janet maintained a list of what she intended to achieve in life: a successful career, a husband, a house, and children. One by one, these goals were realized. Yet all of this was merely surface level. Behind closed doors, trouble existed in their paradise. The charming French-style house was meant to fulfill Janet's dreams, but the marriage had not truly been happy for some time. Janet distrusted Perry because he mismanaged their finances. Worried that Janet might seek a divorce, the Levines ensured all her property was in her name. Perry had confessed to Caroline, Janet's mother, that he and Janet were experiencing marital difficulties. Shortly afterward, they began seeing a marriage counselor. In 1996, their marriage remained strained. On the day before her disappearance, August 14th, the children's nanny noticed Janet was quiet and aloof, unlike her usual talkative self. She worked at her computer with her office door closed, behavior that was unusual for her. The next day, August 15th, Janet's friends observed that she seemed preoccupied and almost afraid of Perry. The couple had an appointment with a divorce lawyer on August 16th. That same day, 2 carpenters performed about an hour of warranty work, inspecting everything. Janet watched them closely while Perry played with the children, but nothing appeared out of the ordinary. That evening, Perry and Janet had an argument that ended their relationship. Perry knew they were both exhausted from fighting. With the children in bed, they were unaware of the conflict. According to Perry, his wife was furious and decided she had had enough. They went to the front porch to avoid disturbing the kids, and everything came out. Around 8 p.m., Perry suggested he stay at a hotel to give Janet space. She refused, stating instead that she would take a short vacation to a place she would not disclose. Perry reported that she packed clothes into 2 bags and a suitcase. She then took her gray Volvo 850 along with her passport, $15,000 in cash, and a bag of marijuana. She planned to be away for 12 days and prepared a list of chores for him to complete. 12 days is oddly specific, particularly as their son's 6th birthday was within 10 days, but she said she would return in time for it. Perry did not know the party's schedule, though Janet had already distributed invitations. Around midnight, he called the Levines to discuss the recent fight. Her parents, familiar with her tempers, advised him to let her cool off. However, Janet did not return the following morning. Her parents called her friends and checked hotels, but she was not registered anywhere. This caused concern. Together with Perry, they examined parking lots, visited the airport, and drove around. Around 10 a.m., Marissa Moody and her 6-year-old son arrived at Janet and Perry's house. Samson and Sephora appeared happy and healthy. That Friday morning, Marissa felt ignored. She and Janet had planned for their sons to play together that day, but upon arrival, no one greeted them. Sephora was playing with the nanny outside. Samson let them in, and they spent time together in the kitchen. Samson told Marissa that his mother was not home, but his father was upstairs working. Marissa did not see Perry, but received a message from Samson saying it was okay for her son to stay and play. She assumed Perry was simply ignoring her as usual. Marissa left her son to play and went home. The only unusual thing Marissa noticed was a large rug, which did not match the rest of the house's simple decor. When she returned later to pick up her son, the rug was gone. By Sunday night, August 17th, Carolyn Levine began to worry. Janet had never been away from her children for so long without notice. She considered calling the police, but Perry and his brother Ron, who had come to help, persuaded the Levines to wait until the 12-day period ended. Samson's 6th birthday proceeded on August 25th as planned. The family anticipated questions from guests. Perry and the Levines decided to tell party attendees that Janet was in California visiting her brother Mark. They fabricated a story that Janet could not fly home because of an ear infection. The police were not notified until August 29th, 2 weeks after Janet disappeared. By that time, Janet's brother Mark had arrived in Nashville. Shortly after the report was filed, an MNPD police car came to the Levines' residence. Perry, also present, became extremely anxious at the sight. He struggled multiple times to stand from his chair due to uncontrollable shaking, and then asked Mark to call his brother Ron. On September 7th, Janet's Volvo was found parked at the Brixworth apartment complex on Harding Road, about 5 miles from her home. Most of the items Perry claimed she had taken remained inside. The detective who examined the vehicle noted dust and pollen on the exterior, indicating it had been unused for some time. Inside, police discovered Janet's purse containing her identification, credit cards, passport, and a small sum of cash, along with a packed suitcase and a toiletry bag. However, the gray suitcase Perry said Janet had taken was missing. The front passenger seat was pushed back, while the driver's seat was pushed forward. Janet's white sandals were neatly placed on the floor, suggesting they were not discarded in haste. Investigators also observed that her suitcase lacked certain items. There were no bras, toothpaste, or hairbrush, which a woman would normally pack. On the same day, a private investigator hired by the Levines spoke to Perry, who referred to Janet in the past tense. Perry later angrily demanded a list of everyone the investigator had contacted regarding Janet's car. 5 days later, the MNPD searched Perry's Jeep and found hair and fiber evidence in the back seat. During a police interview on September 10th, Perry appeared nervous and invoked his rights as an attorney. He provided a handwritten statement outlining his account of events on August 15th and the list of tasks he claimed to have performed. At this point, Carolyn Levine, Janet's mother, realized she had seen the exact same list on a yellow notepad, but in Perry's handwriting. The list Perry presented publicly was typewritten, which was uncharacteristic of Janet. Carolyn noted that Janet usually wrote her lists by hand or dictated them to others rather than printing them. When Janet wrote, she used only lowercase letters, whereas the list Perry showed used capital letters. Janet typically dated her lists at the top of the page, while Perry's list was dated at the bottom, which was more in line with his usual practice. Multiple witnesses informed police that Perry March had been seen with other women in the months leading up to Janet's disappearance. One witness reported seeing Perry leaving Belcourt Cinema arm-in-arm with an attractive blonde. Another claimed to have observed Perry having an intimate dinner with a brunette at Boundary Restaurant. Interestingly, Janet and her friends had dined at the same restaurant for a girls' night out on a Tuesday, just before she vanished. During a weekend in mid-September, Perry took the children to Chicago to celebrate Rosh Hashanah with his family. His father, Arthur, did not accompany them due to financial reasons. Meanwhile, the MNPD obtained a search warrant for the March house. They notified Perry's lawyer on September 16th of their plans to execute it the next day. When they searched the house, they found that the computer's hard drive had been forcibly removed and could not be located. Perry was informed in advance that they wanted to check the hard drive. The police continued investigating Perry's activities since Janet's disappearance. A resident who worked for an airline told the police that he had returned from work around 1 a.m. on August 16th and seen a surprised Perry walking a mountain bike past him. They also discovered that on August 21st, almost a week after she went missing, Perry had visited a local tire store. He purchased new tires for his Jeep, despite the existing ones being in excellent condition. Perry claimed he wanted a different brand. Records also revealed that Janet typically used a Visa credit card before her disappearance, while Perry primarily used a MasterCard. However, Janet had not used either card since she disappeared, while Perry had used both. The Levines were furious with him. Larry Levine was adamant that Perry had done something to his daughter. Perry had to move to a $3,000 a month rented home in the North Chicago suburb of Wilmette. He took most of his and Janet's belongings. Andrew Sachs, a friend who helped him pack, noticed Perry seemed frustrated. Perry was angry towards the Levines and the Nashville police. Andrew advised Perry not to contact them anymore. Diane, a friend of Janet's, mentioned a disturbing conversation. Asked her what she would say if he told her he had put Janet's body in her car, left with the kids at home, and then came back as if nothing had happened. According to phone records, Harry called his brother Ron in Wilmette at 9:11 p.m. on the night of August 15th. They talked for 3 minutes. Then at 9:14 p.m. Perry called his sister Kathy at her boyfriend's house in New Buffalo, Michigan. Their conversation lasted 4 minutes. Detectives think these calls were Perry's first attempts to hide a dark reality, that he had accidentally taken his wife's life. However, Perry says he just called his siblings to tell them that Janet had left him and the kids. Ron's wife, Amy, said they were getting ready for bed when Perry called. She confirmed Ron talked about Janet leaving and added that she scolded him for not being more supportive of his brother. Kathy March and her boyfriend Lee Braidwich both backed up Perry's version of the events. After Perry finished talking to his sister at 9:18 p.m., the police thought he may have hidden Janet's body in the woods or the basement of their house. Then, they believe he packed Janet's bags, put them in her Volvo, and drove the car to the Brixworth apartment complex. According to the police, he left the car there and either jogged or rode a mountain bike the 5 miles back home. Meanwhile, the police think Perry's 2 kids were sleeping upstairs. The Levines' wrath was too much for Perry, and he had to go. He was even disbarred and had to stop practicing law. There were suits filed for visitation rights and many disputes, but Perry knew he had to move out of their powerful reach. So he went to Mexico to stay with his father, who had moved there a few years back. In May 2000, the Levines visited Ajijic, Mexico, to demand visitation rights with the children, which Perry refused. They returned a month later with a Mexican court order leading to Perry's arrest on visa violation charges. Despite later dropping the charges, the Levines took the children from school and flew them back to Nashville. They sought permanent custody, believing they acted legally, while Perry considered it abduction. Tennessee lawyers took Perry's case pro bono, invoking the International Child Abduction Remedies Act. The Levines argued they had rightful custody under a visitation order and claimed the children's home was not in Mexico. They also cited risks and human rights concerns. The Levines believed Perry took the life of their daughter and filed a civil suit against him. They did not claim that the children witnessed it or that they had been harmed in his care. Perry's outstanding contempt citations did not meet the requirements to block his petition as a fugitive. Therefore, the children had to be returned to Perry after 39 days. The Levines contested every aspect, while Perry argued they had no legal standing. The judge criticized the Levines for exceeding the authority of the Mexican court order and incurring kidnapping charges in Mexico. After the children were returned, Perry settled in Mexico, worked as a business advisor, and remarried. Within a week of settling, Perry married a local woman, Carmen Rojas. In 2003, he achieved another legal victory against the Levines when the Tennessee Court of Appeals overturned the wrongful demise judgment. The court determined that the Levines had offered no new evidence of Perry's involvement in Janet's death. Their delay in amending the claim was unreasonable. Although Perry's behavior did not justify a default judgment, the court did not dismiss the wrongful claim on its merits. One judge dissented, arguing that the question of Janet's possible killing had been part of the proceedings from the beginning. In April 2006, Perry was found guilty of embezzling $23,000 from his father-in-law's firm, a crime that occurred over 2 years before Janet disappeared. 2 months later, he was convicted of conspiracy related to his wife's disappearance. Despite civil cases ruling in Perry's favor, the MNPD reopened Janet's case. Perry's business dealings in Mexico led to fraud allegations. In 2001, he allegedly threatened a lawyer and client there. Subsequently, Perry was indicted on charges of killing his wife, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a corpse, based on evidence presented to a grand jury. He was arrested in August 2005 and returned to Nashville, where he admitted to some details of the case but maintained his innocence. Perry attempted to recruit another inmate, Russell Ferris, to eliminate his in-laws. In exchange, he promised to post Russell's $3,000 bond, after which Russell would hide in Mexico. Perry's father, Arthur, was to provide a place to stay. Perry did not know Russell was cooperating with the police. He contacted Arthur, who instructed Russell on how to carry out the plan. Arthur explained the optimal time of day to target the Levines, where to obtain a gun, the type of gun to use, the need to wear surgical gloves, and the route to Ajijic afterward. Another inmate, Cornelius King, testified that Perry confessed to hitting Janet with a wrench during an argument and disposing of her body. Reno Martin, who had a cell next to Perry, recalled one day that Perry returned from a child custody, hearing visibly agitated. Frustrated by dealing with the Levines again, Perry exclaimed, "It should have been them that he had taken care of instead of," then abruptly stopped. Martin remembered that Perry appeared pale afterward. After a week-long trial, Perry was found guilty on all charges, 10 years after Janet's alleged killing. He received a 56-year prison sentence with concurrent terms for theft and conspiracy to murder his in-laws, followed by a consecutive sentence for killing Janet March. Arthur March was also arrested for assisting in the conspiracy to kill the Levines. To reduce his sentence, he agreed to testify against his son. He stated that Perry had asked him to help dispose of Janet's body after an accident occurred. Arthur agreed to assist his son. He could not recall exactly where they disposed of the body, which has never been recovered. Arthur's plea bargain was rejected, and he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. However, he died only 3 months later. Following Perry's conviction, the Levines lobbied for changes in Tennessee law, resulting in expanded grandparent visitation rights and termination of parental custody in cases where a parent is culpable for the other parent's death. Janet was commemorated with an art gallery at Nashville's Gordon Jewish Community Center. Perry maintains his innocence while incarcerated, despite ample evidence and testimony that led to his conviction. Moving on to the next case. The case of Kimberly Antonakis. Kimberly Antonakis was born in 1974 in New York, USA. She was the only child in her family. Although she grew up surrounded by love and affluence, she was not spoiled. Her parents had come from modest backgrounds. Nevertheless, her father, Thomas, managed to achieve considerable success. He established his own company, which specialized in computers, earned substantial funds, and was happy to spend them on his beloved daughter and her desires. When Kimberly was a young girl, her parents divorced. The child was left to live with her mother. However, this did not weaken the bond between Kimberly and her father. He took her on weekends and spent all his free time with her. When Kimberly's mother found a new partner and decided to move to Florida, she faced a choice: to stay with her mother or remain with her father. Since she did not want to move, the young girl chose to live with her father. Kimberly was very close to him and enjoyed living in his care. As she grew, she became a well-behaved, sociable child and eventually a striking young woman with a radiant smile that always lifted spirits. She possessed a great sense of humor and a positive attitude. Kimberly was raised in a protected environment, surrounded by love and care, which shielded her from the harsher realities of life. As a result, she tended to see only the good in people and was largely unaware of life's darker aspects. Unfortunately, her open and kind nature would later bring her many sorrows. In 1994, Kimberly enrolled at the College of Staten Island. Shortly thereafter, she informed her father that she felt ready to live independently. Although Mr. Antonakis was concerned about her decision, he respected her desire for independence and chose not to oppose it. He promised himself that he would do everything possible to ensure her safety and well-being in her new living arrangements. Kimberly purchased a nice apartment for his daughter in a wealthy area of the city and installed an alarm system to enhance her security. He also acquired a parking space in the garage across the street, so she would not have to park far away. To stay in contact, he provided her with a cell phone and a pager. Mr. Antonakis did everything within his power to safeguard his daughter. His concerns were well-founded, considering his wealth and Kimberly's limited life experience. Kimberly was a diligent student who also worked part-time as an accountant at a reputable firm. She had declined her father's offer to join the family business, choosing instead to carve her own path. Kimberly led a typical student life, attending parties and socializing with friends. She refused her father's suggestions to return home, wanting to maintain her independence. This led to an unexpected situation when she allowed her friend Liz Pace and her family to stay in her apartment while their own was being renovated in early 1995. Kimberly, with her kind heart, invited the young people into her home. They spent days enjoying themselves together. One evening, Kimberly and a friend attended a party, getting ready and dressing up. After a night of dancing and fun, Kimberly drove them home but did not go inside, citing unfinished business. They hugged goodbye, unaware that they would never see each other again. After reporting concerns to the police, Mr. Antonakis went to the parking lot next to her apartment, only to discover that her car was missing from the garage. As he surveyed the area, he noticed a shiny object on the ground near a wall, a small gold earring. He recalled giving his daughter similar earrings and picked it up, just in case. However, Kimberly was nowhere to be found in the apartment. Instead, he encountered her guests, including a friend, her boyfriend Joshua Torres, and their 2-year-old child. Although Kimberly was aware of her daughter's decision, he did not agree with it. The tenants were concerned about the hostess' absence, and Joshua offered to help search for her. He stated that he would look for Kimberly and assist later. Kimberly then returned to the police station, explaining that his daughter had been in an accident, but the officers remained unconvinced. He decided to speak with Liz Pace, the last person to see Kimberly, showing her the jewelry he had found. Liz Pace confirmed that she had seen Kimberly wearing those earrings on the night she disappeared. Kimberly subsequently visited the places his daughter frequented, speaking with many people, but did not obtain any significant information. Joshua suggested that the search include not only Kimberly, but also her distinctive car. Kimberly went to the police station a third time, insisting that he would not leave until a search began. A detective eventually responded to his appeal, agreeing to take on the investigation despite standard protocol. To better understand the events surrounding Kimberly Antonakis, investigators began reconstructing her activities on February 28th. Kimberly spent the day attending college, followed by a few hours of work. After work, she returned home and had dinner with friends before heading out to a party with a friend named Liz Pace. The evening concluded with their return home around 4 a.m. After returning, Kimberly went to the parking lot for reasons that remain unclear. Both her apartment and garage were thoroughly examined, but no signs of struggle or foreign fingerprints were discovered. This absence of evidence suggested either a meticulous cleanup or that any potential intruder had worn gloves. The most puzzling aspect was the disappearance of Kimberly and her car without a trace, except for a single earring that was found. An analysis of Kimberly's bank account revealed that her last transaction had occurred the evening before she vanished, ruling out the possibility that she had run away. Based on the available evidence, detectives hypothesized that Kimberly had likely been kidnapped. The investigation expanded to include additional police officers. Due to the lack of concrete leads, law enforcement even considered information provided by a psychic. Witness interviews began with Liz Pace and Joshua. They revealed that 65 calls had been made from Kimberly's landline on March 1st. Joshua explained that he had made these calls in an effort to locate Kimberly, who was like a little sister to him. Liz Pace's testimony helped determine the clothing Kimberly had worn, and a portrait was created highlighting her distinctive tattoos, including a scorpion and an infinity symbol. Meanwhile, a search for the missing car was underway, with checks conducted at scrap metal collection points and other locations where the vehicle might have ended up. Unfortunately, no positive results were obtained. A check of Kimberly's cell phone was also unsuccessful. Police advised Kimberly to remain alert for any letters or phone calls he might receive, as they could be from kidnappers demanding a ransom. The Antonakis family remained in a state of uncertainty until March 4th. At approximately 2 a.m., emergency services responded to a reported fire at a large, abandoned house located at 86 Woodhaven Avenue in Queens. Multiple fire crews battled the blaze until it was finally extinguished. Upon investigation, a charred body was discovered in the basement of the building. Further analysis by forensic experts revealed that the deceased was a woman between 20 and 25 years old, with remnants of long, black hair still intact. There were also signs of tape and evidence that her legs had been bound, with her hands tied behind her back. The most disturbing aspect, however, was that she had been alive at the time of the fire, as indicated by the presence of smoke in her lungs. Detectives initially suspected that the body might belong to Kimberly, the missing person. To confirm her identity, dental records were required. Meanwhile, an inspection of the ashes and the surrounding air revealed the scent of gasoline, strongly suggesting that the fire had been intentionally set to destroy evidence of a serious crime. Despite the absence of other evidence, the charred body remained, and upon closer examination, specialists identified tattoos matching the description of the missing woman. Dental records supported the investigators' suspicions, confirming that the body was indeed that of Kimberly Antonakis. As more details emerged, an eyewitness came forward, a man who often walked his dog in the area. The dog had behaved strangely in the days prior to the fire, appearing nervous and barking at the house for no apparent reason. It was only after the fire and the discovery of the body that the cause of the dog's behavior became clear. Kimberly had attempted to escape and called for help, but her cries went unheard by humans. However, the dog's acute hearing allowed it to detect the sounds coming from the basement, explaining its unusual behavior. When questioned by officers, the homeowner revealed that he had visited the building multiple times in recent days. He was trying to sell the house and would regularly check its condition, collect mail, and pick up receipts. However, he only inspected the house from the outside and never entered the basement. The homeowner claimed he never heard any suspicious noises, and if he had, he would have investigated. Investigators decided to re-question Joshua, as they had some reservations about him. They also found it oddly coincidental that his name began with the letter J. This time, Joshua mentioned a person he had been unable to contact on the day Kimberly went missing. A young man nicknamed Psycho, a Russian national who had previously dated Kimberly. The detectives investigated this new lead and discovered that the Russian had moved to the U.S. with his parents at a young age. As he grew older, he became involved with a gang and had a history of criminal activity. This led to the identification of the first suspect, who was soon taken into custody. During interrogation, Psycho was informed of his former lover's death, but his reaction shocked the detectives. The young man not only denied involvement in the crime, but he also displayed genuine emotional distress. Investigators brought him to the crime scene to observe his behavior, and it became clear that they had the wrong person in custody. Later, his alibi was confirmed, leaving the investigation at a standstill once again. The victim's family sought the psychic's help again. This time, she claimed to have seen 4 people involved in the crime. According to her, the kidnappers had initially intended to establish communication but failed. The kidnapping did not appear to have been planned with a fatal outcome in mind. The psychic concluded that new information would emerge soon. A few days later, Mr. Antonakis, hoping to gather leads, announced a $10,000 reward for information that could help apprehend the perpetrator. He could not shake off the psychic's words, pondering what she had meant about the kidnappers wanting to make contact, and what had prevented them from doing so. Upon returning home, he sat at the table and stared at his phone for some time. He suddenly recalled a minor detail from the day Kimberly went missing. He had listened to all the answering machine recordings, expecting his daughter to contact him. However, there were no messages except for 2 blank ones of complete silence. At first, he assumed it was a technical issue or a connection problem, but it later became clear that this was not the case. 5 days after her body was found, police located her car in a quiet area of town, not far from where her body had been discovered. Investigators had hoped to find fingerprints in the car, but it had been thoroughly cleaned. The only evidence recovered was her hair and a second earring in the passenger compartment. Although it initially appeared to be a breakthrough, it led nowhere. Kimberly's father was linked by rumor to a local mob hit because of his wealth and success. However, detectives found no evidence to support these claims. Grieving the loss of his daughter, he denied any involvement and was found to conduct his business openly and honestly. In July 1995, a burglary suspect was arrested at a New York City residence. Surprisingly, he shared information about the Kimberly case. The suspect claimed that an acquaintance had told him that his friends had kidnapped and killed her by burning her. Upon hearing the unidentified man's name, the officers began piecing together the crime. The man in question was Joshua Torres, Kimberly's roommate who had participated in the search for her. Detectives examined him more closely, calling him in for further questioning. Although he denied involvement in the crime, a lengthy conversation revealed a potentially incriminating statement. He mentioned that if he were the kidnapper, he would have fed the victim, Kimberly. This statement raised suspicions since there had been no public mention of the victim's hunger, thirst, or cold, and even her father was unaware of these details. To strengthen their case, investigators reviewed the suspect's past, finding a criminal record and a pattern of obsessive behavior. He was unemployed and financially dependent on his roommate while caring for her child, giving him unmonitored time to plan the crime. Knowing Kimberly's daily routine allowed him to abduct her and conceal her in a vacant house. It remained unclear why no ransom demands were made. Analysis of the suspect's calls revealed that he had lied about contacting Kimberly's acquaintances. The numbers dialed belonged to random individuals with no connection to her. Suspicious messages on his pager further implicated Joshua. He had long been a person of interest to detectives, and they eventually gathered sufficient evidence to arrest him. During interrogation, they informed him that Kimberly's ex-boyfriend was no longer considered a suspect. Pressed for more information, Torres claimed that he suspected his friends were responsible for her murder. He said he believed his friends had intended only to kidnap Kimberly for ransom and then release her unharmed. He admitted to being an accessory to the kidnapping, but maintained that he did not expect his friends to resort to violence. According to Torres, the plan was to demand a ransom and then release Kimberly, but events did not unfold as intended. The kidnappers became frustrated when their ransom demands were met with silence from Mr. Antonakis. Unbeknownst to them, their calls had been answered by Kimberly's father, and a ransom message had even been recorded. However, due to a technical issue, the recording was not saved on the answering machine. Feeling ignored and angered by the lack of response, the kidnappers decided to wait and see how events would unfold. The group feared public attention, and the psychic had claimed that the suspect's name began with the letter J. This information was published and broadcast on television, creating a cycle of events. Joshua was released on bail after speaking with the police, but subsequently disappeared. Around the same time, Jose was shot while walking with his wife. His wife later told investigators that her husband had not trusted Joshua and had been gathering evidence against him. She stated that Jose felt guilty about the kidnapping of Kimberly, but not about the house fire. He had intended to confess to the police, just as he had to her. Pager messages and statements from the suspects helped investigators reconstruct the details of the kidnapping and crime. 4 men were involved: Joshua, Julio Negrin, Jose Negrin, and Nicholas Brett, also known as Jay. Notably, Julio had previously proposed to Kimberly, but she had rejected him. The group was united by friendship and a shared criminal past. However, their actions were far surpassed by the horrific treatment Kimberly endured at the hands of the men. Nicholas had recently been released on bail thanks to his mother's intervention and had received a lenient fine for a crime that could have carried a prison sentence of over a year. Joshua had a history of serious offenses, including child abduction, violence against a minor, and illegal possession of weapons, despite his young age. Nevertheless, he too had received an inappropriately light sentence for his crimes. It became evident that Joshua was the ringleader, coordinating the group's actions. After Kimberly left the party, the men seized her in the parking lot, having apparently stalked her and waited for the ideal moment to strike when she was alone. A gun was used to intimidate Kimberly. When she resisted, the perpetrators tied her hands and covered her eyes, ears, and mouth with duct tape. They then placed her in the trunk of a car and drove her to an abandoned house, where she was taken to the basement and tied to a chair. To prevent her from making noise, they removed her shoes. The kidnappers told Kimberly that her father owed them money and that she would be released once the debt was paid. Julio was assigned to care for Kimberly, bringing her food and water twice daily and keeping her warm. However, fearing the consequences, Julio abandoned the house, leaving Kimberly without food, water, or warmth for 3 days. Once Julio left, the kidnappers informed Joshua, who recorded an audio message demanding a ransom of $775,000. The kidnappers then called Kimberly's father, leaving 2 empty messages. They waited for a response, genuinely perplexed as to why he had not contacted them. Meanwhile, Kimberly, left alone, suffered from dehydration, passed out multiple times, yet continued to struggle for survival. The kidnappers, growing angry and fearful of being caught due to the lack of ransom payment, decided to release Kimberly. Upon entering the basement, they found her unconscious and assumed she was dead. To eliminate evidence of the hostage, they planned to dispose of her. During the investigation, officers learned from Liz Pace that Joshua had used his roommate as an alibi, directing his accomplices while remaining at home with his child. Liz Pace initially claimed she was unaware of Joshua's involvement in Kimberly's kidnapping. However, at trial, she testified against him. She stated that after being interrogated, Joshua approached her and confessed to all his crimes. He then turned violent, physically assaulting her, silencing her, and issuing death threats before fleeing. Some time later, Joshua was apprehended by law enforcement. To advance the investigation, authorities brought the former friends together, informing them that Joshua had denied any involvement in the massacre. Upon hearing Joshua's denial, Julio chose to cooperate, revealing crucial information. Julio's cooperation played a pivotal role in securing Torres' conviction for Kimberly's murder. Ultimately, the trio faced charges of murder, arson, kidnapping, and unlawful imprisonment. During the trial, evidence emerged that Joshua had repeatedly attempted to deceive investigators and evade punishment. After deliberating for approximately 10 hours, the jury reached a verdict. Joshua Torres was sentenced to 58 years in prison. Nicholas Brett received the same sentence as Joshua. Julio Negrin was found guilty as an accessory after the fact and sentenced to 2 to 6 years in prison. Tomas Antonakis, Kimberly's family member, expressed satisfaction with the court's verdict and did not want the perpetrators to receive the death penalty. In his opinion, the death penalty would have been too lenient a punishment. Nicholas Brett was repeatedly abused and assaulted in prison and died of AIDS after serving 2 years. Julio Negrin was released after serving his 2-year sentence. Joshua Torres will not be eligible for release until 2053 at the earliest. Tragically, Kimberly's father, Tomas Antonakis, passed away from cancer in 2005. His family believes that the stress and grief caused by his daughter's death contributed to his illness. The life of Kimberly Antonakis, a beautiful young woman, was cut short in a shocking and devastating manner. Moving on to the next case. Linda Lunsford. Linda Lunsford was meant to pick up her daughters after work on Boxing Day 1996. That never occurred. Sometime after finishing her shift that morning, Linda disappeared without a trace. As the investigation began, authorities focused on someone close to Linda, the last person known to have seen her alive. However, they required more than suspicion to solve the case. They needed concrete evidence. Unfortunately for Linda's family, it would take 25 years before they obtained what was necessary to convict the person responsible. On December 25, 1996, 38-year-old mother of 5 Linda Lunsford was working her evening shift. She was employed at Walmart in the Village Marketplace Shopping Center in Chesterfield County, Virginia. She was assisting in ensuring the store was prepared for the post-Christmas clearance sales that were about to take place. At 8:30 a.m., Linda and coworker John Howard had finished their shift. They were having breakfast at a fast food restaurant not far from the store. The two had previously dated and had an on-and-off relationship. John and Linda had begun dating roughly 6 months prior before she ended the relationship. During their brief time together, Linda had grown close to John's children. This meant she wanted to maintain an amicable relationship between them. Furthermore, they worked together, and Linda wished to avoid any awkwardness. After breakfast, She was supposed to stop by her mother's home and pick up her 3 daughters. However, Linda never arrived. As the hours passed, concerns started to grow. Her mother wondered where else she could possibly be. Linda preferred to stick to a carefully planned schedule. She had to, as she worked 3 jobs to ensure her children had everything they needed. If Linda was late for something, it disrupted her entire day. When family members went out to search for her, they discovered something concerning. Her 1994 Burgundy Nissan Sentra was parked in front of the Food Lion store in the village marketplace. It was locked, and there was no sign of Linda. Even though the car showed no signs of a struggle, her family remained worried. That evening, Linda was reported missing to the Chesterfield police. They urged the authorities to act immediately. They explained that this was highly uncharacteristic for the devoted mother. Investigators reviewed CCTV footage from Linda's workplace. They confirmed she had left voluntarily. Their attention then shifted to John Howard. He was the last person known to have been with Linda that day. He was brought in for questioning and admitted to spending the morning with Linda for breakfast. John's children, however, provided a different account. When interviewed, the children told investigators they had seen Linda at their home that morning. This contradicted what John had said. Confronted with this information, John conveniently altered his story. He then claimed Linda had come to his house to discuss their relationship. He wished to resume seeing her, a sentiment Linda did not share. John insisted Linda had left his house that morning alive and unharmed. Investigators suspected John was not being truthful. With no other significant leads, they focused on him. Investigators examined his purchase history in the days leading up to Linda's disappearance. They found that John had bought a trash can, lighter fluid, and duct tape. While each item might have had an innocent explanation, given the circumstances, they raised suspicions. Considering him their primary suspect, Chesterfield police obtained a search warrant to examine his home. Once granted, they thoroughly searched every part of John's residence for signs of foul play. Nothing new was discovered during the search, except that John could not account for the whereabouts of the items he had purchased. Although no evidence had been found, the investigators still believed John was involved in Linda's disappearance. But intuition alone carries no weight in court. They required proof. Despite exploring every avenue, they could not locate any evidence linking him or anyone else to the case. Months passed with no sightings of Linda, and gradually the case went cold. In early May 2021, after years of false hope and frustration, Chesterfield police reported an update in the Linda Lunsford case. Decades later, they finally believed they had sufficient evidence to connect 62-year-old John Howard to Linda's disappearance. He was arrested on May 17th. He pleaded not guilty, and the case proceeded to trial in August 2022. During the trial, prosecutors presented a video from an initial interview conducted by the Chesterfield County Police Department, CCPD detective, and Howard. In the interview, Howard stated that his relationship with Linda had been intense. At that time, he admitted to seeing her the day after Christmas, but claimed that she had left his house alone and that he never saw her again. The trial lasted 1 week before the jury reached their verdict. They found John Howard guilty of taking the life of Linda Lunsford, even though her body was never recovered. The exact evidence that led to the conviction has not been made public. Matt Barlow, who had worked with both Howard and Linda at Walmart while he was between college semesters, expressed hope that the conviction would bring closure to their loved ones. "I am a dad, so the emotions of a mom working to provide for her kids, and then she disappears. What are their lives like?" he said. "I know that would have had to be very traumatic and sad. Just thinking about what happened, things run through your head." Barlow stated that he never met Linda's children, but she often spoke about them. "You could tell she really loved her kids," he said. "I am just truly sorry that that happened." Barlow described Linda as kind and outgoing, while he characterized Howard as quiet and no-nonsense. "I remember when he came back to work and we were told that Linda had disappeared or was missing, and that John was a potential person of interest. We were all shocked that one of our coworkers disappeared, and honestly, it felt scary. Even today, when I go into that store, there isn't a time I do not think about it." Barlow said that rumors had circulated while he worked at Walmart about what happened to Linda and whether Howard was involved. Howard remained in custody at Riverside Regional Jail, awaiting sentencing. In November 2022, Howard's attorney filed a motion to strike and set aside the August verdict. He argued that the evidence was insufficient to prove that Linda Lunsford had died and that the circumstantial evidence was inadequate to prove that Howard had killed her. Legal analyst Russ Stone reported that the judge held a hearing on the motion and denied the defense's request. That was the status of the case at the time, though a further twist occurred. While awaiting sentencing, Howard passed away on February 7, 2023, at VCU Medical Center, thereby concluding the case against him. On February 2nd, court documents indicated that Howard's attorney filed a motion to continue sentencing, citing the defendant's health problems. Attorney Greg Sheldon explained that Howard had been undergoing cancer treatment throughout the case proceedings. A pre-sentence report and status hearing were scheduled in Chesterfield Circuit Court for February 21st, but Howard died before the court date. According to Lakeisha Johnson from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, both the cause and manner of his death remain pending. His lawyer stated that Howard had recently suffered a fall at Riverside Regional Jail, and his daughter reported that he had fractured his orbital bone and several ribs and sustained 2 brain bleeds, which required 2 surgeries. For Linda's family, the news was devastating. While they did not mourn Howard personally, his death meant that he took with him any knowledge of where Linda's body had been disposed. Legal analyst Russ Stone also noted, "When you do not have a body, obviously question number 1 is, can you really prove a cause of death? And if you cannot, it is difficult to establish who is responsible." In this case, ultimately, after many hearings and much consideration, the court still upheld the jury's verdict, but these are definitely unusual cases. There is no record of any motion being filed that could have questioned Howard regarding the location of Linda's remains. Stone remarked that this might have been addressed during the defendant's sentencing. Her children never had the opportunity to properly grieve their mother or lay her to rest. Instead, they must live with the uncertainty of her final moments and the whereabouts of her remains. Perhaps one day someone will discover something, and they will finally be able to bring their mother home. Moving on to the next case. Lorie K. Craig. In October 1997, skeletal remains concealed in the woods near Wilkeson, Washington were discovered. Despite the clues present, the identity of the remains remained unknown for nearly 3 decades. In October 1997, a mushroom picker traversing the forests in Wilkeson made a grim discovery. While moving through the dense woodland of Pierce County, he encountered skeletal remains partially obscured from view. The site, a remote area along Gale Creek Road, lay roughly 9 miles from Wilkeson School and just south of Buckley. Shocked by the find, the mushroom picker promptly contacted local authorities. The police arrived quickly at the scene and commenced a thorough examination. The skeletal remains appeared to have been intentionally concealed. The body had been positioned in a shallow depression and carefully covered with logs, a clear indication that someone had attempted to hide it, implying foul play. The circumstances immediately transformed the discovery into a criminal investigation. As forensic teams processed the area, they collected the clothing and items found with the remains. The victim had been wearing a dark blue long-sleeved sweatshirt displaying the Pacific Lutheran University logo alongside a basketball graphic and the word Lutz. She also wore size 7 Union Bay blue jeans and white Reebok tennis shoes trimmed in yellow and green, marked as size 4.5. These details provided investigators with some clues, but no definitive identification. A preliminary examination of the bones indicated that the victim was a female, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall, likely between the ages of 20 and 50. Despite this information, the woman's identity remained unknown. No missing persons reports corresponded to the description, and the clothing offered no direct leads. With limited forensic technology at the time to advance the case further, investigators encountered a frustrating impasse. The remains were carefully preserved, and the case remained open, though it gradually slipped into obscurity. The cold case experienced a major development nearly 12 years later, in August 2009, when the details of the unidentified woman, known only as the Pierce County Jane Doe, were formally entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. Although the case had stagnated for more than a decade, this step ensured her story would not be forgotten. It also allowed for the possibility that future technological advancements could revisit her case with new tools and perspectives. In 2023, 14 years later, renewed efforts to identify the woman ultimately led to a breakthrough in April 2025. Evidence preserved from the remains was submitted to OTHRM. Using forensic-grade genome sequencing and genealogical analysis, scientists were able to match the unidentified DNA to living relatives. After decades of uncertainty, investigators succeeded in assigning a name to the remains: Lorie K. Craig. Lorie was born on December 17, 1959. In 1982, she married Thomas Craig. Their marriage lasted 6 years before ending in divorce in 1988. The reasons behind their separation remain private, as neither publicly shared details about their relationship or its conclusion. Lorie later remarried, wedding her second husband, Ronald Martin, in March 1995. They lived in Pierce County, Washington, where they remained for years. Lorie was married to Ronald at the time of her disappearance. He passed away from natural causes in 2020, closing one potential avenue for direct questioning. Despite the identification, new questions soon arose, particularly the unsettling fact that Lorie had never been reported missing. For investigators, this fact stood out as both puzzling and deeply concerning. Detectives reopened the case, determined to uncover the truth behind Lorie's death. Authorities issued public appeals for information, specifically requesting that anyone who had known Lorie or her late husband between 1995 and 1997 come forward. They hoped that someone, regardless of how distant the memory or seemingly minor the detail, might possess a piece of the puzzle capable of leading to justice. As the investigation progressed, one detective commented on the complexity of the renewed inquiry, stating, "We are literally starting from the ground up on now opening an investigation that is 30 years old." The remark reflected both the magnitude of the task ahead and the dedication of those involved in finally resolving the case. The passage of time had eroded many leads, yet investigators remained committed to exploring every possible angle. Lorie has living family members, and detectives have been in contact with them to aid in solving the case and providing closure for the family. After so many years without answers, the identification offered a starting point, but not a conclusion. Anyone with information about Lorie is urged to submit a tip to the Pierce County Sheriff's Office via their Android or iPhone app. Tips can also be submitted anonymously through Crime Stoppers by visiting tpcrimestoppers.com or calling 1-800-222-TIPS. Moving on to the next case. The case of Lucy Davis. On February 5, 2010, at York Crown Court, Harold Landry's trial commenced under intense scrutiny. Harold was accused of taking the life of his wife, Lucy Davis. The final hearing, marking a climactic conclusion to this grim saga, occurred in early February 2011 at Wolverhampton Court. The courtroom hummed with tension as Judge David Fett, known for his uncompromising demeanor, presided over the proceedings. Harold Landry, a 64-year-old man, was the central figure in this legal battle. The prosecutor, Rachel Brand, presented the evidence against Harold, depicting a chilling account of the events leading to Lucy's tragic death. Brand's cold and precise presentation of facts left little room for doubt regarding Harold's culpability. Harold Landry had been convicted of murdering his 38-year-old wife, Lucy Davis. Harold, who was meant to be Lucy's protector, now stood condemned as her killer. Pete, Harold's friend and lawyer, unable to endure the burden of defending him, passed the case to Andy Childs, an experienced attorney. Childs faced the formidable task of convincing the court that Harold had not intended to kill Lucy, but had been driven to uncontrollable aggression. Throughout the trial, Harold was a figure of misery and regret. He wept openly, professing his love for Lucy and expressing profound remorse. He pleaded guilty to manslaughter, hoping to lessen his sentence. The defense argued that Harold's actions were the result of an irresistible outburst of aggression, provoked by circumstances beyond his control. However, this argument encountered fierce opposition. The prosecution presented the court with shocking photographs of Lucy's injuries. The sheer brutality depicted in these images spoke volumes, overshadowing Harold's claims of unintentional harm. Each piece of evidence painted a bleaker picture of Harold's actions on that fateful day. When the final verdict was rendered, Harold Landry was sentenced to life imprisonment. The decision provided a measure of closure to the legal process, but left an enduring mark on all involved. This tragic case serves as a somber reminder of the delicate boundary between love and violence. It underscores the unpredictable nature of human relationships and the devastating consequences when that boundary is crossed. Lucy Davis's death stands as a poignant example of how swiftly love can transform into a nightmare, leaving a trail of heartache and loss. Domestic violence can have fatal consequences, as it did in 1971 amid the picturesque landscapes of Wales. Born in the small town of Pontypridd, Lucy Davis was a charming girl whose childhood was filled with unconditional love and warmth. Roger and Andrea, Lucy's parents, fostered an atmosphere of happiness and comfort in their home. Together with her younger sister Anna, Lucy grew up in the beautiful village of Glencoe. Lucy took her first steps amid majestic mountains and enchanting forests. Her charming smile and kind heart distinguished her from other children. She easily won the affection of her teachers and peers. Recognizing his daughter's passion, her father allowed her and her sister to immerse themselves in the magical world of horseback riding. Under the strict guidance of experienced instructors, they learned the fundamentals of this noble pursuit, conquering peaks and overcoming obstacles. Lucy and Anna became accomplished horse riders. Spending her childhood in Wales was a true paradise for Lucy Davis. She flourished there like a beautiful flower, absorbing the beauty of nature and the love of her family and those around her. Horse riding not only provided Lucy and Anna with loyal companions, but also served as a true school of life. Horses taught them discipline, self-control, and responsibility. The sisters' talent and perseverance were recognized in prestigious competitions, where they earned multiple awards. Yet Lucy's world was not confined to the riding arena. Her keen intellect and thirst for knowledge motivated her to explore new pursuits. Music became another passion for young Lucy, who eagerly undertook flute and piano lessons, honing her skills. Her efforts bore fruit. Within a year, she played both instruments proficiently, captivating audiences with her talent. Lucy was thrilled to join the Glamorgan Youth Orchestra, where her musical journey continued to flourish. She devoted herself to refining her musical abilities, finding an outlet for her love of music and creativity within the school choir. Music was more than a pastime for her, it was a profound means of expression. Growing up, Lucy's days blended carefree play with diligent work, instilling in her a strong foundation of dedication and intellectual curiosity, qualities that would shape her future accomplishments and endear her to those around her. In high school, Lucy encountered Garrett Jenkinson, a fellow Welshman shrouded in mystery. Despite the enigma surrounding Garrett's past, the two developed a close friendship that deepened over time. Although Garrett harbored romantic feelings for Lucy, he chose to keep them buried deep within himself. Upon graduating in 1998, Lucy remained determined to pursue a musical career and higher education. She gained admission to the University of Yorkshire in northern England, initially envisioning herself as a future music educator. However, as her ambitions evolved, Lucy found herself drawn to the vibrant artistic environment of a metropolitan city. This newfound aspiration led her to Grimy McAllister, whose worldview and sense of humor resonated profoundly with Lucy. Their relationship flourished, prompting Lucy to introduce Grimy to her parents. The initial meeting proved successful, reinforcing the bond between Lucy and Grimy and laying the foundation for their future together. Roger and Andrea immediately recognized him as the ideal life partner for their daughter. After careful deliberation, Lucy and Grimy decided to move in together, establishing their own family. Sometime after moving in, Lucy proposed the idea of official cohabitation, which Grimy agreed to in 1995. Even while continuing their college studies, they welcomed a son, whom they named James. Lucy chose to pause her own pursuits to focus on caring for her child, while Grimy continued his studies and took night shifts at the city's postal sorting department to provide for their family. Lucy was thrust into a whirlwind of challenges, yet she faced them with optimism and determination. Despite her deep love for her family, the months spent at home with her child were tinged with loneliness. She and her husband rarely found time together, and his night shifts only exacerbated the sense of isolation. Seeking connection and solace, Lucy created a social media account under the pseudonym Miseria, immersing herself in a virtual community where she could share her experiences and form new friendships. It was in this online space that her attention was drawn to a user named Harold Landry, a 53-year-old entrepreneur from Louisiana. Rising from humble beginnings, Harold's determined pursuit of independence and success from a young age led him to establish a thriving company manufacturing hydraulic equipment for major oil companies in the southern United States. His diligence brought him not only material wealth, but also prestige, eventually elevating him to billionaire status. Conversations with Harold proved enlightening for Lucy. His life experiences, steadfast dedication, and boundless generosity captivated her. Nevertheless, their relationship faced significant challenges. The disparities in age, social standing, and lifestyle created tension between them. Harold's life appeared extravagant and diverse, filled with eccentric hobbies and lavish acquisitions, including real estate holdings in KML. In Mexico, Harold's marital history remained opaque. He had been married twice and divorced twice, yet no children from these unions were known. However, in 1992, Harold's life shifted dramatically when he divorced his second wife and encountered Geraldine Price. Geraldine, born in 1966 and originally from Mexico, was 20 years his junior and married to Chris Price, with 2 children. Despite her familial obligations, Harold managed to win the heart of this young woman. On February 6, 1994, Harold organized a romantic dinner for Geraldine in New Orleans. They hired a babysitter, Christian Hutton, to care for the children, allowing them an evening free of parental responsibilities. As the night concluded, Harold escorted his girlfriend home and, in a gesture of courtesy, offered Christian a ride home, which she accepted. Unbeknownst to Harold, fate had other plans. Chris Price, Geraldine's husband, had been monitoring the couple. Upon witnessing the clandestine affair, Chris resolved not to ignore the situation. He pursued Harold, and when they stopped at a red light, unleashed a torrent of accusations. Despite Harold's composed demeanor, the confrontation escalated. In a fit of rage, Chris dared Harold to shoot him. Without hesitation, Harold drew his firearm, warning Chris of the consequences. Ignoring the warning, Chris provoked Harold further. In a swift, decisive action, Harold fired, striking Chris in the neck. Miraculously, prompt medical intervention saved Chris's life. In 1997, Harold faced trial in St. Mary Parish courts, charged with the attempted murder of Chris Price. His attorney, Pete Fannin, argued that Harold had been entrapped. Although the jury found Harold guilty of aggravated assault with a weapon, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. However, following an appeal, Harold was released on parole, having paid a fine and completed community service. Harold found himself forever indebted to Pete for his legal representation and unwavering advocacy, which ultimately secured his freedom. As their friendship deepened, Harold and Chris reached a settlement agreement, though the exact compensation remained undisclosed. Settling in Covington as a wealthy man, Harold openly shared his past with Lucy, including failed marriages and a troubling incident. Rather than repelling Lucy, Harold's revelations only seemed to heighten her attraction toward him. His gift of persuasion captivated her, and after parting ways with Grimy, Lucy and Harold decided to embark on a romantic relationship. Eager to shield their love from unnecessary complications, Harold endeavored to avoid any potential troubles. In the early 2000s, he traveled to England to meet Lucy's parents, Roger and Andrea, who, despite initial surprise at the age difference, supported their daughter's choice wholeheartedly, refraining from interference in their relationship. Expressing his devotion through lavish gifts, including expensive jewelry, Harold spared no expense in fulfilling Lucy's desires. His love for her grew so intense that thoughts of marriage lingered constantly in his mind, yet he insisted on perfection before taking the plunge. Seeking to fortify their bond, Harold extended an invitation to Lucy, her son Jameson, and her ex-husband Grimy for an unforgettable trip to Mexico. To Harold, Mexico was not merely a vacation spot. It represented paradise, amplified by the proximity of Pete's apartment, lending an air of comfort to their excursion. Inspired by the purchase of a diamond engagement ring, Harold excitedly shared the news with Pete, who harbored suspicions about Lucy's fidelity due to her frequent rendezvous with Grimy. Blinded by love, Harold proposed to Lucy, and she accepted his proposal, leading to their marriage in the midst of 2003. Acquiring a $1 million home in Warshire County, their new family life in the neighborhood overflowed with joy. Welcoming Jameson into the family with open arms, Harold treated him as his own, fostering a strong familial bond. Soon after their wedding, their daughter, Hearth, was born, becoming the apple of their eyes. Surrounded by supportive neighbors like Rachel Clark and Stephen Kennedy, Lucy and Harold's familial ties deepened with each passing day. However, as time went on, issues began to arise in their relationship. Harold grew increasingly demanding, expecting Lucy's unwavering obedience. Lucy, who had always been an independent woman, was not prepared to acquiesce to Harold's every demand. Arguments and disagreements became more frequent, casting a shadow over their family life. Their son Jameson, bore witness to this tense atmosphere, which negatively impacted his childhood. Even their neighbors began to take note of Lucy and Harold's escalating reliance on alcohol, exacerbating their familial problems. However, when the arguments and shouting ceased, neighbors interpreted it as a sign that the family was attempting to reconcile. In 2009, Lucy found solace in virtual conversations with her old school friend, Garrett, via social media. Sensing his wife's emotional distance, Harold made the difficult decision to leave for Mexico, allowing Lucy space. In his absence, Lucy invited Garrett to visit, blindsiding Harold upon his return. Lucy swiftly filed for divorce, prompting Harold to begin an affair with their neighbor, Rachel Walbon. The divorce proceedings were marred by disputes over property division. Lucy, adamant about keeping the house for the sake of their children, opposed Harold's insistence on selling it. Their disagreements intensified as Lucy revealed unsettling truths about Harold's past, further fueling the acrimony. Amidst the emotional turmoil, Lucy accepted Garrett's invitation to spend time with him in Wales, making no effort to conceal her phone conversations from Harold upon her return. Despite her attempts to salvage their relationship, the constant arguments persisted, and the tension between them became unbearable for Jameson and their daughter, Harth. On the evening of February 1, 2010, as the day drew to a close, Harold, intoxicated from several glasses of wine, was startled by the delivery of a package addressed to their neighbor, Stephen Kennedy. It was closer to 9 p.m. when Harold returned from work. Stephen noticed a notification that his parcel had been delivered to Harold. Seeing Harold at home, he approached him to retrieve his package. Harold greeted him warmly and offered him a drink. Stephen, not refusing a glass of wine, agreed, and Harold poured him one. As Stephen entered and greeted Lucy, he observed that Harold was already inebriated. After a single glass of wine, Stephen took his parcel and left. Shortly thereafter, a heated argument erupted between the couple regarding furniture for their new house. Jameson, hearing the commotion, rushed into the kitchen to witness Harold striking his mother with a kitchen utensil. Reacting promptly, he dialed the police and comforted his sister, Lucy, who was fleeing the house with the children. Lucy sought refuge at Stephen's house, hoping for assistance. However, en route, Harold caught up with her and viciously attacked her with a knife, stabbing her in the chest. Callously, he dragged her body under a bush and disappeared. Hearing Lucy's screams, Stephen rushed outside and discovered her body. Initially thinking she had fainted, he quickly realized the severity of the situation. Officer Steve C. Fox, arriving at the scene, promptly called for an ambulance and commenced a search for Harold. Despite efforts, Harold evaded capture, leaving behind terrified children who sought shelter until the police arrived. This tragic incident marked the beginning of their family's downfall and the start of a grueling journey toward justice. An ambulance promptly arrived and transported Lucy to Yorkshire Hospital, but it was too late. Lucy succumbed to her injuries upon arrival. Meanwhile, consumed by fear and remorse, Harold sought solace at the doorstep of his friend Rachel. With trembling voice, he confessed to committing a heinous act but withheld the details. In an attempt to atone, he transferred a substantial sum of $40,000 to Rachel and relinquished all his assets, including cash, car keys, and paychecks. After Harold headed home, the police began their search for him. They scoured the streets and interviewed witnesses, but Harold seemed to vanish into thin air. Finally, fortune smiled upon the detectives when Harold was arrested while leaving Rachel's house. His face, distorted by fear and remorse, spoke volumes. Lucy's parents, Roger and Andrea, were overwhelmed with grief. In an official press release, they expressed immense sorrow for the loss of their daughter and declined to comment further. The forensic medical examination confirmed Lucy died from multiple stab wounds to the chest. Evidence found at the crime scene and the testimony of Jameson, Lucy's son, who witnessed the tragedy, became pivotal in solving the case. The tale of Harold and Lucy is a love story turned nightmare. Although the trial concluded, the echo of the tragedy will resonate for years to come. Harold Landry, found guilty of Lucy's death, was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 16 years before parole eligibility. He would be 82 years old upon release, but no sentence could bring Lucy back. Roger and Andrea found solace in the fair verdict, though their hearts remained heavy with grief. Harold Landry maintained his innocence, vowing to appeal the verdict, claiming he would not change anything, even knowing the future. The Landry family remained resilient, promising to preserve Lucy's memory by embodying her best qualities for their grandchildren. Despite the irreparable loss, Lucy would forever remain a symbol of light and love in their hearts. Looking ahead, the Landry family embraced hope. Harold received the punishment he deserved, while Lucy's legacy continued to inspire her loved ones. With Lucy's love and light in their hearts, the Landry family found the strength to move forward, carrying her memory with them into the future. Moving on to the next case. The case of Maribel Ramos. California is among the most notable states in the United States, recognized for its mild climate, scenic beaches, and globally renowned entertainment industry. Many people arrive in California hoping to create a better future. However, not everyone fulfills their aspirations. For some, California represents a land of opportunity. But for others, it brings severe hardships. Maribel Ramos had a long-standing ambition of joining law enforcement. However, she needed to pursue higher education, and to finance that, she enlisted in the military. Maribel completed 2 combat deployments in Iraq and intended to graduate from California State University Fullerton with a degree in criminal justice. A veteran of the U.S. Army, she had served for 8 years and was eager to transition back to civilian life. Maribel understood her objectives and was resolved to accomplish them. Following her military service, she redirected her attention to new prospects, including her intention to enroll at a university in California, Orange, California, where she had lived until her mother's death in 2009. Then Maribel contacted her sister, Lucy, asking whether she could move in with her. Lucy refused, explaining that she and her daughter were established in another place, but she would think about moving in with Maribel if she could not secure a roommate. To locate a roommate, Maribel posted an advertisement and soon obtained multiple replies. One response stood out, from a man named Kwang Choi Joy, who described himself as looking for accommodation while searching for employment. After meeting Kwang, both Maribel and Lucy considered him calm and well-educated. He told the sisters that he had never married and did not have children. After Kwang moved in with Maribel, it soon became apparent that he was very withdrawn. He spent much of his time alone at home and seldom went out. To assist him in socializing, Maribel began inviting Kwang to family gatherings, dinners, games, and parties where he met many of her relatives. Gradually, Maribel altered her routine and started taking part in a weekly softball game, which was uncharacteristic for her. In May 2013, she vanished when she did not appear for a planned event. Maribel's family and friends made numerous efforts to contact her, but none succeeded. They visited her apartment, but discovered no trace of her. Alarmed, they reported her missing, leading authorities to begin an inquiry. Police officers went to Maribel's apartment, but got no answer after knocking on the door. Everything outside appeared ordinary, with no evidence of disturbance. There were no shattered windows or signs of forced entry. Consequently, the officers chose to enter the apartment to look for Maribel. There were no signs of criminal activity at Maribel's residence. A search indicated that she was not preparing for a trip. All her clothing was orderly, except for her mobile phone, wallet, and identification. Since Maribel's vehicle was parked outside, investigators grew suspicious. Maribel was not someone who would disappear without explanation, which heightened fears that she might be at risk. When investigators arrived, Kwang Choi Joy unexpectedly came up to them. He stated that he had last seen Maribel the previous night around 10 p.m. when he returned from a walk. In surveillance footage from that evening at 8:15 p.m., Maribel had collected a check for her apartment, which was the final time she was observed in public. She calmly took the envelope and departed, displaying no signs of anxiety or haste. At that point, Maribel's family turned to social media for help. They posted a photograph of Maribel online, requesting that anyone with information about her get in touch. They sought to involve as many individuals as possible in the search. Meanwhile, investigators tried to trace Maribel's mobile phone, but it had been switched off. During their inquiry, police discovered that Maribel had recently begun seeing a man named Paul Lopez. He was the last individual to speak with her by phone the day before she disappeared. As a result, the police requested that Paul come to the station for questioning. Paul seemed self-assured and stated that he and Maribel were still at an early stage in their relationship. He also said that he was dating other women. When asked whether Maribel was seeing anyone else, Paul replied that he had not asked about that. He confirmed that he talked with Maribel on Thursday evening and mentioned that he was working a shift from 4 p.m. until midnight that day, so they did not meet face-to-face. Investigators noticed that although he was cooperative, there was no guarantee he was telling the truth. However, Paul's truck was equipped with a GPS tracker, enabling officers to trace his movements that evening. The records showed that Paul was nowhere near Maribel's residence. Paul brought up Maribel's roommate, Kwong, mentioning that their relationship had recently worsened. He explained that Maribel frequently complained about Kwong's failure to pay rent punctually. During one discussion, Paul overheard Maribel telling Kwong that she wanted him to vacate the apartment the following day. In a speakerphone conversation, Paul cautioned Kwong that he would be forced out if he did not leave as instructed. Paul offered his assistance to Maribel and said he would come over if she required help, but she refused, saying it was unnecessary. This marked their last exchange. After the dispute between Maribel and Kwong became known, investigators found out that Kwong, who was 54 years old, had relocated to the United States from South Korea during his teenage years. He had no notable criminal history, and there was nothing suggesting any unlawful behavior in his background. However, additional inquiries revealed a pattern of anger problems. Kwong's sister had previously lodged a complaint against him because of his explosive temper. While reviewing his social media accounts, investigators observed that Kwong and Maribel Ramos seemed to have a close connection. Nonetheless, when they spoke with Maribel's relatives, they discovered that her relationship with Kwong was not as perfect as it appeared in their social media images. It seemed that although they maintained a friendly connection, Kwong wanted something more serious. In the summer of 2012, Lucy received a call from Kwong, who confessed that he was in love with Maribel and was attempting to locate her because of those feelings. Lucy later told Maribel about the conversation and advised her to firmly reject Kwong's emotions before matters intensified. Maribel then confronted Kwong, clearly stating that she did not share romantic feelings for him. Initially, Kwong appeared to accept the rejection calmly. However, over time, he began taking drastic measures to win Maribel's affection. He altered his clothing style, got a tattoo, and spent more than $10,000 on cosmetic surgery to look younger. Police uncovered troubling evidence: a frantic phone call from Maribel to them just 12 days before she disappeared. In that call, Maribel stated that she felt unsafe around her roommate. To better understand the dynamic between Maribel and Kwong, investigators brought him in for questioning. He seemed composed and cordial, showing concern about her disappearance. Kwong asserted that they had been roommates for approximately a year and a half, enjoying activities such as cruises, dancing, and parties together. However, investigators suspected that the situation was not as perfect as Kwong depicted it and pressed him to clarify Maribel's 911 call. Kwong said that he and Maribel had gone to karaoke that evening and eventually argued. He pointed out that Maribel's behavior when consuming alcohol could be either very sociable or confrontational. When detectives questioned him about the dispute, Kwong stated that it happened on Thursday night and concerned the rent. He suggested that detectives should look further into the matter since he last saw Maribel at 9 p.m. when he went for a drive to calm down after their disagreement. When he came back, she was gone, and he assumed someone might have taken her because her car remained where it was parked. Although Kwong's explanation sounded plausible, certain details about his appearance aroused suspicion. He claimed that he had scraped himself on bushes while walking in the park, which seemed unusual. At this point in the investigation, there was no proof linking Kwong to Maribel's disappearance. As the days went by, the effort to locate Maribel grew more challenging, and the chances of finding her alive diminished. To uncover additional evidence, detectives chose to involve forensic specialists to meticulously inspect Maribel's apartment, hoping they would uncover clues that had previously been missed. During this period, Kwong cooperated with law enforcement, permitting them to search his rental vehicle without a warrant, including a thorough examination by a police dog trained to detect human remains. However, the dog did not detect any traces inside the house or the vehicles. Meanwhile, several days after Maribel's disappearance, Kwong posted messages on forums devoted to the case, expressing how much he missed his friend. Despite trying to present himself as a mourning roommate, Kwong began distancing himself from Maribel's family, whom he had earlier regarded as friends. He also refused to take part in most vigils and search efforts for her. This conduct raised suspicions among investigators, who hoped he might make a mistake and disclose information about Maribel. Kwong went to a public library to access the internet because he had surrendered his phone and laptop to the police. Detectives asked for surveillance recordings, which revealed nothing suspicious. He used the computer for approximately 2 hours before returning it. They were keen to review the browser history on the laptop, but it had been erased to safeguard users' privacy after it was returned, increasing the police's frustration as they persisted in their search for Maribel. Maribel's family were heartbroken when she vanished, and no one knew where she had gone or what had happened to her. In their despair, her relatives distributed flyers across the city, hoping someone had seen her or possessed information about her location. However, this effort proved insufficient. Recognizing that they needed to reach more people, they created a social media page to share Maribel's story and request assistance from anyone who might have knowledge about her. For 2 weeks, police had no leads regarding her disappearance. Then an unexpected development took place. Maribel's family announced on social media that they would arrange a walk and search for her in Majeska Canyon. Around that time, detectives discovered that Kwong had returned the rented vehicle, which heightened their suspicions. They chose to examine the car once more. During the initial inspection, the police dog had not identified any scent, but this time it immediately reacted to an odor coming from the trunk. Although this evidence was insufficient to justify an arrest, it suggested to detectives that they were moving in the right direction. When Kwong returned to the library to use a computer again, he noticed on Facebook that Maribel's family was organizing a walk and search event in Majeska Canyon. Unaware of this, police had secured a warrant permitting them to remotely monitor the laptop he was using. Detectives were able to observe his search history, which contained inquiries about how long it takes for a human body to decompose. He also searched for the specific location in the canyon where Maribel's family intended to assemble for the search. After using Google Maps, he zoomed in and out of an area approximately 10 miles from Majeska Canyon. The officers tracking his activity were stunned. It became apparent that Kwong had unintentionally exposed the place where he had concealed Maribel's body. Investigators quickly proceeded to a remote location with no nearby residences. After searching for half an hour, they found a shallow grave. Although they suspected the remains were Maribel's, they required forensic verification before arresting Kwong. Forensic specialists confirmed the victim's identity through dental records. The remains were indeed those of Maribel Ramos. Because of various animals in the area, establishing the precise cause of death was impossible. When Kwong saw officers approaching, he attempted to flee by leaping out of a window, but he was captured and brought to the police station. He persisted in denying any involvement in Maribel's disappearance, unaware that police had already identified her remains. Kwong faced multiple charges. Maribel's family continued to honor her memory, yet it became evident that the details surrounding her death were too unclear to provide definite answers. Authorities could only speculate about how she might have died at Kwong's hands. Prosecutors argued that Kwong was in love with Maribel while she did not return his feelings. Considering Maribel's combat training, which might have enabled her to easily overpower Kwong in a direct confrontation, it was assumed he must have planned an ambush. Investigators believed he entered her bedroom at night and suffocated her as she slept. He then allegedly put her body into the trunk of his rented car and drove to an isolated area where he had to crawl beneath a tight wire. Although there was speculation that he relocated Maribel's body more than once, no evidence substantiated that claim. Furthermore, very limited forensic evidence linked Kwong to the crime. In court, Kwong pleaded not guilty. He stated that he would not apologize for something he maintained he had not done. He asserted that he had never searched for the grave's location in the canyon and suggested that he was being set up. He claimed he had nothing to add and insisted he played no role in Maribel's death. Kwong suggested that Maribel might have passed away due to an illness. After years of dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder and paranoia, prosecutors admitted that the case was largely based on circumstantial evidence, emphasizing that key proof included a library search targeting the exact area where Maribel's body was located. He was detained in the Orange County Jail on $1 million bail. In July 2014, the court found Kwong Choi-Joy guilty of murdering Maribel Ramos. He was sentenced to 15 years of imprisonment. He still maintains that he is innocent. Moving on to the next case. The case of Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coney. This story began in 2016 in the Argentine city of Mendoza. On January 10th, two young women, 21-year-old Marina Menegazzo and 22-year-old Maria Jose Coney, set out on a highly anticipated trip. Tragically, their journey ultimately led to one of the most publicized investigations in Latin America over the past decade. At that time, Maria Jose was a 22-year-old economics student at the National University of Cuyo, while Marina was a 21-year-old speech therapy student at the Aconcagua University. Both women volunteered with an organization that helped homeless individuals. According to friends and acquaintances, they were two bright and cheerful young women who were extremely close to their families. Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coney began a trip with two friends, but the group eventually separated. The girls continued their journey, which started on January 10th. Their route can be traced through Maria Jose Coney's Instagram posts. On January 13th, they were in Cusco, Peru, an ancient city that once served as the capital of the Inca Empire. The following day, January 14th, another photo was posted, also taken in Cusco. A subsequent image was shared on January 15th, showing them on a railway bridge near the Machu Picchu hydroelectric plant. Machu Picchu is a renowned ancient Inca city, often called the City Above the Clouds, and is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Maria Jose Coney and Marina Menegazzo had about 10 days of vacation remaining and were in no hurry to return home. They decided to revisit Montanita, the town in Ecuador where their trip had begun. On February 22nd, Maria Jose Coney posted a photo of herself with Marina Menegazzo on Instagram, which would be her final post. That same day, they contacted their families in Argentina to inform them that they would be returning soon. They planned to take a bus from Ecuador to Lima, Peru, where they would stay at a friend's house for the night. From Lima, they intended to fly to Santiago, Chile on February 25th, and then take a bus to their hometown of Mendoza, Argentina. They told their relatives that they would be unreachable by phone for a few days due to poor signal reception. However, when their relatives tried to contact them, they were unable to reach them. As the days passed, there was no activity on Maria Jose Coney and Marina Menegazzo's social media accounts, causing their relatives to become increasingly anxious. Marina Menegazzo's sister used social media to raise awareness about their disappearance. She posted a photo of the girls with a message stating that they had gone missing on Monday, the 22nd, in Montanita, Ecuador, and asked people to share the information. The families were eager to know if the girls had left the country and boarded a flight, but their attempts to contact the airline yielded no response. The family of Maria Jose Coney and Marina Menegazzo tried to obtain information from those with whom the girls were supposed to stay before leaving, but they claimed the girls never arrived. The families then reported them missing to emergency services in Ecuador and also contacted the Argentine consulate for assistance. The Argentine consulate became involved on February 27th and sent fingerprints to Ecuador. This was done because a few days earlier, on February 25th, an unidentified woman's body was found in Montanita and taken to Guayaquil. Authorities compared the fingerprints from Argentina with those of the unidentified body and confirmed it was Maria Jose Coney. On Saturday, February 27th, police investigated the area where Maria Jose Coney's body had been found and discovered the body of Marina Menegazzo just 43 yards away. Like Marina Menegazzo's body, Maria Jose Coney's body was also wrapped in a plastic bag and duct tape. According to Ecuadorian police, the killer attempted to conceal Marina Menegazzo's body by placing an object on top of it, which initially prevented its discovery. During the autopsy, the medical examiner determined that Maria Jose Coney's death was caused by severe blunt force trauma to the head. Her injuries also included a broken leg, a broken toe, and what authorities described as genital injuries. Additionally, markings on her wrists suggested she had been restrained. Marina Menegazzo died from 6 stab wounds to the neck and had similar wrist markings, indicating she had also been tied up. The deaths occurred on February 23rd. Toxicology tests revealed that their blood contained high levels of a psychiatric medication. Based on the circumstances surrounding their deaths, police believe that they had not ingested the medication voluntarily and may not have even realized they had consumed it. It is probable that someone had mixed the medication into their food or drinks without their awareness. A breakthrough in the case occurred just 24 hours after the discovery of the second body. The President and Interior Minister of Ecuador announced that the police had made an arrest, generating mixed emotions among the victims' families. Alberto Segundo Mina Pon, 33, and Aurelio Eduardo Rodriguez, 39, were taken into custody and quickly confessed to the crime, revealing the sequence of events that had occurred. Physical evidence discovered at the home of one of the suspects, Mina Pon, included bloodstains. The police also recovered Marina's phone, backpack, and other belongings near the residence. The rapid arrest and immediate confessions of the men were met with skepticism by those following the case, leaving many questions unanswered. Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, José Serrano, stated that the women had checked out of their hotel room on February 22 at 2 p.m. According to the men's account, their money had been stolen at the hotel, prompting them to hitchhike to Lima. However, the hotel owner disputed this claim, asserting that there was no evidence of theft. Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coni's families found this explanation difficult to believe, especially since the girls had credit cards they could have used if they faced financial difficulties. The lack of activity on the credit cards suggested either that someone stole both their cash and cards or that the men's story was false. Moreover, they could have accessed their funds online without needing the physical card, but they did not use the money to book travel or accommodations. According to Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coni entered a bar and requested 2 glasses of water because they were thirsty and had no money. The bar owner corroborated this account, stating that she provided them with water due to their financial situation. However, it remains uncertain whether the money had actually been stolen. The minister continued by referencing the testimony of the suspects, who had already confessed to the crime. One of the suspects, Mina, stated that around 8 p.m. that evening, Rodriguez informed him about 2 Argentinian girls at a bar. Mina and Rodriguez approached them and began a conversation, during which Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coni explained that they were hitchhiking to Lima because they lacked the funds for a bus ticket. This version of events raises several questions, as they had already purchased plane tickets from Lima to Santiago, Chile, which is more than 1,000 miles away. It appears illogical that they would attempt to save money by hitchhiking and risk missing their flight, scheduled for February 25th. This conversation with Mina allegedly took place on the evening of February 22nd, making their decision even more perplexing. However, local police found witnesses who corroborated this unusual account. Since Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coni had no money for a hotel or hostel and needed a place to stay for the night, Mina offered to let them stay at his house. They accepted his offer. A taxi driver was found who confirmed that he had driven Marina Menegazzo, Maria Jose Coni, and Mina to Mina's home. This image depicts the house where Mina lived. Afterwards, Mina returned to the bar with Rodriguez, as reported by Ecuadorian authorities, and continued drinking. Meanwhile, Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coni were left alone in the house. The intoxicated men returned home around 2:30 a.m., but Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coni were no longer present. The police investigation revealed that Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coni had visited a nearby store to buy soda before returning to the house. A store cashier confirmed this, indicating that Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coni still had some money on them. According to Mina's account, when they returned to the house, he stayed in one room with Maria Jose Coni, while Rodriguez was in another room with Marina Menegazzo. Pond admitted that he tried to persuade Maria Jose Coni into a romantic encounter, but she resisted and attempted to leave. In a fit of rage, Pond grabbed a stick and struck Maria Jose Coni on the head, killing her instantly. At the same time, he heard a scream coming from another room. Upon entering that room, he discovered that Rodriguez had also killed Marina Menegazzo. Rodriguez immediately fled the scene, leaving Pond to consider how to dispose of the bodies. Pond attempted to eliminate all evidence from the house by wrapping the bodies in plastic bags and duct tape. In the afternoon, he borrowed a cart from an acquaintance and transported the bodies to a wasteland near the ocean shore, approximately 440 yards from his home. It is important to note that this account represents the official version provided by Ecuadorian authorities. However, this narrative leaves several questions unresolved, including the origin of the marks on their wrists and the presence of a potent drug in both girls' blood, as revealed by toxicological analysis. Their family questioned the Ecuadorian authorities' account due to numerous inconsistencies in the case. They suspected a possible link to human trafficking and believed the authorities might be protecting someone. The family's doubts were fueled by several factors. The girls had reportedly run out of money, but did not use their credit cards, suggesting they may have been coerced or deceived. Additionally, it was reported that they had been under the influence of drugs, which raised suspicions about their purported activities. Notably, the only individuals who claimed to have seen Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coney on the day of their disappearance were a select few who corroborated the authorities' version, including the bar owner, a taxi driver, and a cashier who allegedly sold soda to one of them. Furthermore, the town's relatively small population of 5,000 residents made it surprising that no one else came forward as a witness. The victims' families were perplexed by multiple aspects of the case. They could not understand why the bodies were discovered 2 days apart despite being only 43 yards from each other. It also seemed unusual that Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coney had sought help from Mina and Rodriguez, rather than approaching one of the many Argentine tourists in the area. The brother of one of the victims reported seeing used syringes on the floor when he was taken to the crime scene by Ecuadorian police. However, when he inquired about them, the syringes mysteriously disappeared. Moreover, the syringes were not visible in crime scene photographs, and the experts who examined the site denied their existence. The family suspected that Mina and Rodriguez were involved in something more sinister, such as human trafficking, and that they were being used as a cover. Authorities responded by scheduling a second autopsy and a new toxicological examination. Additionally, it was discovered that both defendants had repeatedly changed their account of the events surrounding Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coney's deaths. According to one version, Mina denied involvement in the crime and instead claimed that the perpetrator was a Venezuelan illegal substance dealer known as El Chamo, who lived in the area. However, when questioned by police, El Chamo denied any involvement and offered to take a polygraph test or provide a DNA sample to prove his innocence. The crime scene yielded multiple DNA samples, including those from Mina and the deceased girls, as well as some unidentified samples. Further testing revealed that the unidentified DNA samples did not match Rodriguez, who was suspected of being Mina's accomplice, nor El Chamo, who was ultimately excluded as a suspect. A second autopsy, conducted by Argentine experts, showed that the girls had been in a vulnerable state and unable to defend themselves prior to their deaths. The autopsy also confirmed that they were subjected to forced sexual acts before being killed. Additional findings indicated that Maria Jose Coney had bruises and scratches only on one side of her body, suggesting she may have been ejected from a moving vehicle. Moreover, a new toxicological analysis confirmed that both girls had been administered a potent psychiatric medication capable of impairing a person's willpower. A disturbing reaction spread across Latin America following the incident. Unfortunately, the public response often blamed the victims, holding them responsible for their own deaths. They were criticized not only by ordinary internet users, but also by well-known public figures. At the same time, Berlin hosted a tourism fair where Reeba gave an interview to a German news agency. Her comments were alarming, as she claimed that the deaths were inevitable given the manner in which the girls traveled. She also revealed that she had never visited Montenegro, a popular tourist destination, because it did not match her social status. These remarks constituted victim blaming at a state level, a deeply troubling and concerning reality. Following the interview with Reeba, the Ecuadorian government issued an apology to the families of Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coney, and one official was dismissed. Among those heavily criticized was Argentine psychiatrist Hugo Narton, who described the girls as favorable victims and implied that they provoked others to commit crimes. After intense backlash, Dr. Narton stated that he had been misunderstood and emphasized that he never intended to excuse or absolve the perpetrators of their responsibility. A Paraguayan student, Guadalupe Aosta, wrote a Facebook post in response to online comments blaming Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coney for their tragic deaths. The post went viral, receiving over 700,000 reposts within the first week. It began with the haunting words, "Yesterday I was killed." The post described the violent events. "I refused to be touched, and they smashed my skull with a stick, leaving me broken. They put me in a black plastic bag, sealed with duct tape, and threw me on the beach, where I was later found a few hours afterward. The aftermath of my death was more devastating than the act itself. When my body was found, no one bothered to investigate who had taken my life. Instead, I was bombarded with irrelevant and insensitive questions. What was I wearing? Why was I alone? Why did I, a woman, dare to travel by myself? I was in a high-risk area, so what did I expect? The authorities even had the audacity to suggest to my parents that I must have done something wrong, that I must have broken some rule. In death, I realized I was not considered equal to a man. My demise was somehow my fault, and that is the narrative that would be perpetuated. But if the headlines had read, "2 young men found dead," the public would have been outraged, demanding justice and severe punishment for the perpetrators. The response would have been vastly different if I were a man. I am speaking out for myself and for all women who have been silenced, marginalized, and oppressed. I am speaking out for every woman whose dreams have been crushed and whose life has been destroyed. I urge you to raise your voice, to fight for justice and equality. I will be with you in spirit, and I promise that one day there will be so many of us standing together that our voices cannot be silenced. The trial began on August 8, 2016, but faced several setbacks. The prosecutor was replaced 3 times, causing significant delays in the proceedings. Despite these challenges, the prosecution presented a substantial body of evidence, including witness statements and over 200 physical items collected from the crime scene. The police had recovered some of the victim's personal belongings, biological fluids, and phones both from the house where the crime occurred and the surrounding area. During the trial, Pon maintained his innocence, claiming that his earlier confession had been made under police pressure. This assertion only reinforced the suspicions of the victims' families that the Ecuadorian authorities were withholding information. Meanwhile, Rodriguez changed his testimony, suggesting that Colombian dealers of illicit substances had been involved in the deaths. In the trial's first week, the prosecutor revealed that he suspected additional individuals were involved, based on the discovery of 3 more male DNA samples at the crime scene, in addition to the DNA of Rodriguez and Pon. Ultimately, the court found both Pon and Rodriguez guilty and sentenced them to 40 years in prison, the maximum penalty allowed under Ecuadorian law. In November 2016, Ecuadorian authorities arrested José Luis Pérez Castro, a 34-year-old man, after discovering his DNA at the crime scene. Castro's defense team claimed that he had lived in the house a few weeks prior to the incident and that his DNA was present due to a dental infection. They alleged that he had spat blood onto the wall as a result of this infection. However, their explanation for the presence of Castro's DNA on the victims' bodies was that he must have touched an object or piece of furniture previously handled by the police, thereby transferring his DNA. This argument began to collapse when a dentist testified in court. It was revealed that Castro had contacted the dentist 2 weeks after the bodies of Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coney were discovered, requesting a note to confirm his alleged dental infection. The dentist refused to provide the note, stating that he found no evidence of any health issues during his examination of Castro. A man had been ejected from a dentist's office after requesting a medical certificate. The dentist explained that a certificate required an underlying medical condition causing pain, which he had not observed. This refusal effectively dismantled Castro's defense. Meanwhile, while awaiting trial, Castro violated prison rules by posting on social media about his situation. In a statement, he expressed confidence that God would ultimately prove his innocence. Despite his persistent claims, Castro was ultimately found guilty and sentenced to 40 years in prison, the same sentence as Alberto Pon and Eduardo Rodriguez. Moving on to the next case. Case of Sarah Everard. Sarah Everard was born in June 1987 to Jeremy Everard and Susan Everard. Her father was employed as a professor of electronics at the University of York in England, United Kingdom, and her mother worked in the charity sector. She was the youngest of 3 children in the family, with older siblings, James Everard and Catherine Everard. The family residence was situated in a quiet cul-de-sac in the Heslington area of the city, and Sarah was often seen playing in the street with her siblings and other neighborhood children. She attended the local comprehensive Fulford School in 2005, where she was remembered as an exceptionally likable, lively, caring, and popular girl who excelled in sports and achieved strong academic results. After completing her A-levels, she left Fulford School in 2005 after obtaining a place at Durham University, where she pursued a degree in human geography and graduated in 2008. Sarah began her career as an account executive at Proximity London in July 2008, where she worked for 4 months. After that, she joined Rapier as a senior account manager in September 2009. She worked there for 3 years and 6 months before leaving to work at a travel agency. From February 2021, Sarah was working as a digital account director at McCormick & Morrison, as well as a freelance client lead at Flipside Group, a freelance company. On the evening of March 3, 2021, Sarah was walking home to Brixton Hill from a friend's house near Clapham Common. Unfortunately, something dreadful occurred. The following day, Sarah's boyfriend, Josh, reported her missing to the police. They were meant to meet, but she did not arrive and did not answer any of his calls. Her family and friends were stunned, as she was in frequent contact with them, and it was entirely out of character for her to vanish in that manner. A large-scale search operation was initiated involving hundreds of officers and members of the public. The search focused on the area between Clapham and Brixton, including parks, wooded areas, and other open spaces where CCTV footage had captured Sarah's presence the previous evening. Police stated that she was believed to have walked through Clapham Common after leaving her friend's flat and heading toward her home in Brixton, a journey that should have taken approximately 50 minutes. The police issued a public appeal for information, asking anyone who had seen Sarah or possessed any relevant information that could aid the investigation to come forward. They released footage captured from the dashcam of a passing police vehicle and a private doorbell-style camera, which showed Sarah walking alone along the A205 Pointers Road toward Tulse Hill, south of Brixton. She spoke with her boyfriend on her phone for about 15 minutes and agreed to meet him the next day. It was unclear whether she reached home. The police also released a photograph of Sarah and a description of the clothing she was wearing when last seen. She was dressed in a green rain jacket, navy blue trousers with a white diamond pattern, and turquoise and orange sneakers. It was believed that she was also wearing green earphones and a white beanie hat. The investigation was led by the Metropolitan Police's Specialist Crime Command, which assigned over 120 officers and staff to work on the case. The search was carried out with the support of police dogs, helicopters, and specialist search teams. Specialist officers were brought in from across the force, and the police received more than 120 calls from the public concerning the case. They asked anyone who might have relevant dashcam or other footage to step forward. Sniffer dogs searched gardens and streets around the search site near Everard's presumed route home and in the nearby Oaklands estate. Officers also searched a pond in Clapham Common and drains along the A205. Investigators quickly obtained CCTV footage showing a police officer from the Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Command, later identified as Wayne Couzens, with Sarah Everard on 2 occasions. The footage showed them beside a rented Vauxhall Astra, along with the vehicle's license plate. It was discovered that on February 28, 2021, Couzens had booked a white Vauxhall car from a rental company in Dover. On March 3, after completing a 12-hour shift at the U.S. Embassy in London, he traveled to Kent to collect the rented vehicle. Subsequently, he drove back to London, where he was observed in Earl's Court and on Battersea Bridge. Upon arriving in Clapham, he drove to Earl's Court once more before returning to Clapham around the time Sarah Everard disappeared. Couzens had parked the Vauxhall on the pavement outside Pointers Court, stopped Everard, and displayed his police warrant card before handcuffing her. Around that time, Couzens and Everard got into the car, and Couzens drove to Kent, where the vehicle's route was later traced using CCTV and ANPR. Couzens and Everard were seen again in Dover and had switched to Couzens' personal seat car. Couzens then drove to Hodeswood near Ashford, where his car was recorded on CCTV in the area between 3:22 and 6:32 before driving back to Dover to change back into his rental car prior to returning it. The Metropolitan Police subsequently arrested Wayne Couzens, along with a woman, at an address in Kent in connection with Everard's disappearance, and they were taken into custody. However, the woman was later released without charge as detectives continued their inquiry. They discovered that Couzens had informed senior colleagues that he was experiencing stress and no longer wished to carry a firearm. Couzens purchased and filled a petrol container at a service station in Whitfield and then drove to Hodeswood, where his car was captured on CCTV at 12:37. He reported himself sick from work, handing in his equipment, including his police belt and handcuffs, which heightened suspicions of murder. The police searched Hodeswood and discovered human remains that were confirmed to be Everard's body through dental records. Her remains were located in a large builder's bag, approximately 100 meters from a plot of land owned by Cousins. The police also searched the site of a former vehicle repair garage, previously owned by Cousins' family, at the top of the White Cliffs. Detectives questioned Cousins and learned that when his mobile phone had connected to cell sites in the Clapham area, he had sexually assaulted Sarah and strangled her to death using his police duty belt, and he burned Everard's body inside a refrigerator he had purchased. He then bought 2 large builder's bags from B&Q before returning to Hode's Wood, where he used one of the bags to dispose of Everard's remains in a pond. He drove his personal car to Sandwich, Kent, disposing of Everard's mobile phone, where police divers searched underwater in one of the town's waterways. The police also concentrated their search operation around the rope walk in Sandwich and sealed off approximately 1 square mile of the town. Sarah's disappearance and the devastating discovery of her remains brought people from all backgrounds together in grief and solidarity. The demand for change resonated through the streets as people raised their voices to call for a safer world for women. Sarah, a lively and compassionate soul, was a cherished daughter, sister, and friend. Her disappearance left her loved ones heartbroken and seeking answers in a world where her safety should have been assured. The investigation determined that Sarah Everard had died from compression of the neck, according to the findings of a post-mortem conducted at William Harvey Hospital in Ashford. Cousins was charged with Everard's kidnapping and murder following authorization from the Crown Prosecution Service. He appeared at Westminster Magistrates' Court and was remanded in custody before appearing at the Old Bailey from Belmarsh Prison. Cousins pleaded guilty to kidnapping and sexual assault and admitted responsibility for Everard's death on the 30th of September. Cousins was sentenced to life imprisonment with a whole life order, with Fulford justifying the severity of the punishment by stating that Cousins' use of his position as a police officer to detain Everard was the crucial factor that made the seriousness of this case exceptionally high. Cousins sought permission to appeal against his sentence, but his appeal against the whole life order was dismissed by the Court of Appeal as of December 2021. Cousins was incarcerated at HM Prison Franklin in County Durham and was additionally charged with 4 counts of indecent exposure relating to alleged incidents in January and February 2021. He pleaded guilty to 3 incidents of indecent exposure that occurred in Kent in 2020 and 2021. Sarah's story has prompted significant discussions about women's safety and empowerment, leading to various initiatives and advocacy movements with the common aim of creating a world where women can walk freely without fear. The worldwide outcry for change following Sarah's tragedy called for accountability, respect, and a transformation in societal attitudes toward women's safety. We honor Sarah's memory by striving toward a world where every woman can live without fear, where safety is a fundamental right, and where unity and compassion prevail. Sarah Everard's legacy will be one of resilience, unity, and hope, inspiring us all to stand against violence, support women's rights, and work toward a world where everyone can live without fear. Moving on to the next case. The case of Mindy Barinii. Mindy Barinii was raised in a small agricultural town in Antwerp, Ohio, within a middle-class household. Her mother, Shirley, encountered her future husband, Andy, while she was still attending school. At that time, Andy was 18 and had finished his training as an auto mechanic, whereas Shirley was 17 and still enrolled in high school. Their relationship advanced rapidly, and they wed only a few months after they first met. Soon after their wedding, Shirley learned that she was pregnant by another man she had been involved with prior to meeting Andy. She had not betrayed Andy. It was merely the outcome of a former relationship. Shirley hesitated for quite some time, but eventually Andy accepted both her and the baby as part of his family. The couple remained together for 15 years and welcomed 3 children during their marriage. 2 of the children were Andy's, while the oldest was from Shirley's earlier relationship. However, after 15 years of marriage, they chose to separate. Shirley, believing she could no longer manage as a single mother, relinquished custody of all 3 children. The children went to reside with Andy, their father. Mindy had always loved her father. However, troubling changes began to disturb her life. When Mindy was about 9 years old, her father summoned her into his bedroom and asked her to give him a massage. Years later, Mindy understood that this marked the start of the abuse. At the time, she did not completely comprehend what was happening and complied, even though she sensed something was wrong. She later remembered that it did not feel like an ordinary massage. Eventually, Mindy refused to enter her father's bedroom. From that moment onward, Andy's behavior toward her became far more severe. Andy started to emotionally manipulate his children, insulting them and even resorting to physical abuse. This led Mindy's brothers to leave the home. Andy eventually remarried, which appeared to ease the tense family relationships, but nothing genuinely changed. He continued to maintain strict control over Mindy, particularly as she grew older. Like any teenager, Mindy wanted to spend time with her friends, but her father would not permit it. His conduct became increasingly controlling and manipulative. When Mindy obtained a job at a nearby McDonald's, Andy monitored her closely. He recorded the mileage on his car when she drove it, frequently searched her room, and even taped and listened to Mindy's phone conversations. When Andy was away from the house, he switched off his phone to stop his daughter from communicating with anyone without his supervision. She wanted to remain connected with her friends and live like a typical teenager, but this angered her father. He would listen in on Mindy's conversations and instantly disconnect her phone from the network if he heard something he disapproved of. He demanded absolute obedience from her, but Mindy refused to submit. When Mindy turned 16, Andy's behavior grew increasingly dangerous. He would seize and choke her when she resisted his authority. He would hurl her around and beat her while attempting to avoid leaving any proof. The circumstances deteriorated when Andy learned she was pregnant, although the identity of the father remained unknown. Mindy was devastated, unable to picture raising a child in such a hostile environment. Her father's abusive conduct had become intolerable, and she feared for her life and well-being. That very day, Mindy rushed into Andy's upstairs bedroom and seized a shotgun hanging on the wall. She then ran into the bathroom, intending to end her own life. Andy was not at home at the time, but by the time Mindy reconsidered and decided to put the shotgun away to prevent her father's discovery, it was too late. When Andy entered and saw his daughter holding the gun, he immediately erupted in anger. Mindy later stated that she was terrified and believed she was in serious trouble. Andy turned away to shut the door, saying he would deal with her immediately. Moments later, a gunshot echoed. At approximately 4:16 p.m. on September 27th, Joni, Andy's second wife, contacted the police. When officers arrived at the scene, they discovered Andy lying on the floor. Mindy asserted that she had acted in self-defense. According to Mindy, she had endured years of abuse, along with constant psychological pressure and complete control from her abusive father, Andy, who would punish her for even the smallest errors. In an effort to protect herself, she accidentally shot and killed her father. Lawyers accepted her statement and intended to fight for her acquittal. However, a major difficulty was that Mindy seldom talked about her hardships or the abuse she experienced. Her father, Andy, had limited her contact with others, permitting her to communicate only when he was present. As a consequence, she had no chance to confide in her friends or anyone else about her circumstances. Furthermore, there were no bruises or marks on her body. This absence of evidence created substantial challenges in persuading the jury that this was truly a case of self-defense. Mindy's mother supported her daughter's account. Mindy had repeatedly complained about her father's abusive conduct, but Shirley had dismissed it each time as isolated events. Mindy would then reassure her mother that everything was fine, causing her to believe that her daughter was exaggerating. Now, Mindy alleged that her father had threatened her, and Shirley acknowledged that Andy had acted similarly throughout their marriage. While at the police station, Shirley disclosed that she had also endured abusive behavior from her husband, which was the primary reason for their divorce. However, she did not anticipate that Andy would employ the same tactics on their daughter. But the situation grew even more complex when Mindy faced information isolation. She was unable to interact comfortably with others and could only occasionally spend a few minutes on the phone without Andy's supervision. Despite everything, Shirley stood by her daughter. Andy's second wife, Joni, who had been married to him for 8 years, defended him. She portrayed Andy as a caring husband and devoted father, raising 2 sons and doing his best for his ungrateful daughter, Mindy. She viewed him as a respectable man who was unfairly branded a tyrant to justify the killing. According to Joni, Andy spent much of his spare time with his children, often taking them to the nearby river to fish and boat. This portrayal was supported by all of Andy's neighbors. Joni described her husband as a diligent man who dedicated his life to his family. Andy's relatives remained firm in their support of him, maintaining that he was never harsh or manipulative. From the outset, they depicted Mindy as an insecure and defiant child whose negative characteristics intensified as she matured. They characterized her as a compulsive liar and a rebellious person who frequently attempted to run away from home and even stole her father's card several times. Andy also suspected that she might be using illegal drugs. Concerned about her conduct, he believed that strict rules had to be implemented to address the situation. Andy's relatives asserted that this was not an act of self-defense, but rather a cruel and premeditated murder by Mindy. They alleged that she killed her father, a man who did everything within his power to keep his daughter out of trouble. Joni reported that Andy had blocked Mindy's phone. This was because Mindy had been frequently calling her friends, often making plans to run away. He later discovered that Mindy had been missing work, which prompted him to periodically check her car's mileage to ensure she did not lose her job at McDonald's. Andy also started searching her room after suspecting that she was smoking. Based on these actions, Andy's behavior seemed consistent with that of a controlling yet concerned parent. In the months preceding the murder, Joni kept a diary documenting many of Mindy's troubling behaviors. Mindy was described as a rule violator. Joni's diary recorded every effort Mindy made to run away, which had occurred 3 times in the past 2 months. The diary also detailed how Mindy spent days lying in bed, drinking, and being deceitful. Because of this behavior, her loved ones found it impossible to trust her. According to Joni, Mindy's conduct was so out of control that Joni feared for her own safety. She overheard Mindy saying things to her father that made her feel extremely uneasy. This behavior persisted for years. According to Joni, Andy only lost his temper once. On that occasion, he grabbed Mindy by the throat and shoved her against a wall. However, it was evident that he had no intention of injuring her. Joni firmly denied that there was any abuse toward Mindy. She also stated that she never heard Andy insult his daughter, call her worthless, emotionally pressure her, or humiliate her, as Mindy had claimed. Joni was at home when Andy died. She observed that Mindy was behaving oddly throughout the day, but did not give it much thought. Everything changed when Joni heard a loud gunshot. She immediately rushed downstairs and saw Mindy aiming a gun at her. Joni quickly took the gun, and no one was injured. At first, she believed Mindy was merely seeking attention. However, when she entered the kitchen, Joni saw Andy lying on the floor near the entrance through the open door. She called out to him, but he did not answer. When she approached closer, she realized he was dead. Mindy killed her father, whom she had despised for years, seemingly without any specific reason. Joni asserted that Andy had always tried to support and shield Mindy from the difficulties of life. When the police reached the scene, they arrested Mindy and transported her to the sheriff's office, where she tearfully admitted to the killing. At the police station, Joni asserted that the act had been deliberate. She believed Mindy was manipulative and unreliable. The lawyers attempted to tarnish Andy's reputation, as it was the only method to establish Mindy's innocence. From the outset, Joni believed that Mindy was attempting to mislead everyone to evade responsibility for her horrific crime. However, the lawyers contended that Mindy had endured years of emotional and physical abuse and had only acted in self-defense when she believed her life and the life of her unborn child were in danger. Mindy, who had recently discovered she was pregnant, was frightened, believing that her father would kill her if he found out. Mindy's strongest advocate remained her mother, Shirley. The prosecution introduced substantial evidence, including a poem found in Mindy's notebook, which had been located in her nightstand. The poem depicted the killing and was accompanied by a small drawing of a bleeding heart being stabbed with a knife. According to the prosecution, this indicated that Mindy had meticulously planned the crime. The prosecution argued that when Mindy took the weapon from her father's room, she did not intend to end her own life. Instead, they asserted that she had taken the weapon and ambushed her father. Forensic experts concluded that Andy had been shot in the back with a shotgun, contradicting the claim that he had attacked first. He could not have attacked with his back facing her. A neighbor testified for the prosecution, stating that he was approximately 40 yards from the house when Andy opened the door. The neighbor said everything was calm, and he did not hear Andy cursing or issuing threats, contrary to Mindy's statement. According to the neighbor, Andy simply entered the house, and 10 seconds later, gunshots were heard. The defense attorneys maintained that Mindy had been overwhelmed and fearful for her life, and that she had acted in self-defense as she prepared to become a mother at a young age. The defense called a crucial witness, Mindy's mother, Shirley, who portrayed Andy as a harsh and abusive manipulator who had mistreated her and her older sons. Shirley explained that Andy would compel the family to sit at the kitchen table for hours, humiliating and insulting them while clearly taking pleasure in their discomfort. She noted that during their marriage, Mindy had been spared from these attacks only because she was very young at the time. However, after Shirley departed, Andy's anger shifted toward his daughter. Things changed when Mindy turned 15 and phoned Shirley for the first time, saying she could no longer endure Andy's bullying conduct. During this period, Mindy's mental condition became extremely alarming. She was admitted to a clinic where she was diagnosed with depression and had attempted suicide. She remained there for 9 days, was prescribed medication, and was released after her condition was considered stable. However, her father's pressure and abuse persisted. According to Mindy, this caused her to develop paranoia. She felt confined, like a prisoner in her own home, unable to escape her domineering father. To cope with her fear and suffering, she began consuming alcohol and smoking marijuana. This behavior eventually drew the attention of social services. However, it was Andy who contacted them, hoping to address what he described as Mindy's troubling behavior. Andy was astonished when Laura Alvarado, a child abuse investigator, sided with Mindy after speaking with her. Laura believed that Mindy was not being defiant or uncontrollable. Instead, it seemed that the teenager was feeling anxious and threatened at home. Mindy had begged for assistance, even expressing a desire to move into a foster home to escape her father. She also disclosed that her mother had refused to take her in, unwilling to intervene due to the custody agreement. To Laura, this appeared less like the behavior of a rebellious teenager and more like a child who felt confined and hopeless. Laura had several discussions with Mindy, but during their final meeting, something seemed different and more troubling. Mindy appeared withdrawn and unwilling to open up. Laura suspected that Andy had threatened her, but further investigation uncovered no concrete evidence. The most anticipated segment of the hearing was Mindy's testimony in her own defense. This was a high-risk approach, as it could either convince the jury to empathize with her or drive them in the opposite direction. The outcome relied entirely on whether the jury believed her. Initially, Mindy's attorney chose to take the risk, arguing that only Mindy could demonstrate who was telling the truth and who was lying. However, the odds were clearly stacked against her. Ultimately, the defense counsel recommended pursuing a safer course. Mindy accepted a plea agreement, which led to a reduced sentence of 20 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 10 years. Soon afterward, the circumstances shifted. At age 20, Mindy had already completed 4 years in prison and was now concentrating on pursuing justice and reclaiming her freedom. During this period, the legal system had acknowledged mental distress as a legitimate defense, even in homicide cases. This development offered a new angle for Mindy's attorney. An appeal was submitted and eventually approved. However, the appeal carried substantial risks. If the jury dismissed Mindy's testimony, she could receive life imprisonment with a minimum of 33 years before she could seek early release. Despite the serious stakes, Mindy was resolved to fight to clear her name. Both the prosecution and defense returned to present their arguments as they had in the initial trial. Andy's wife, Joni, continued to mourn the loss of her husband and remained determined to demonstrate that Mindy was responsible. At trial, Mindy described her traumatic experiences of suffering years of physical abuse at the hands of Andy. She explained how he threatened her daily, persistently belittling and humiliating her for seemingly minor reasons. Desperate to avoid her father, she attempted to limit contact, but living under the same roof made that nearly impossible, and even brief interactions often escalated into disputes and confrontations. The prosecutor's office reiterated the arguments they had presented during the first hearing. Mindy stated that she had chosen the bathroom to take her own life, but she hesitated and was unable to carry it out. She discovered she was pregnant and felt a sense of duty toward her unborn child. For an hour, she wrestled with whether to live or die until she heard her father come home. At that instant, she realized she had lost the opportunity to return the gun to his room without being detected. Mindy understood her father would be enraged if he learned about her plan. Overcome with fear and emotional turmoil, she resolved to defend herself and her child at any cost. Mindy also clarified why she shot her father in the back. She said she had asked him to check his answering machine, hoping to divert him while she quietly placed the gun back in his room. But as she stepped into the kitchen, She saw him begin to turn around and noticed the shotgun. Panicked and believing he was about to rush at her, she pulled the trigger. The jury heard contradictory accounts. Andy's wife, Joni, and a nearby neighbor asserted there were no indications of a struggle or any cries for help, further implying that the killing was premeditated rather than an act of self-defense. At the hearing, an anonymous source disclosed that a juror was prejudiced. The juror had traveled from another state, driven by Mindy's story. Consequently, a new hearing was arranged with a different jury. This time, the defense introduced a new witness, Mindy's treating physician during her first hospitalization for depression and suicidal thoughts. The physician confirmed that Mindy was deeply depressed and showed evident signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. She would recoil at the sound of any noise or footsteps. The psychiatrist supported Mindy's testimony that she had been humiliated and tormented by her father. Under the circumstances, her actions in self-defense appeared understandable, especially as she feared for her life and the safety of her child. Both sides delivered strong arguments. However, the prosecutor's office reserved a crucial move. They presented their own psychiatrist, who firmly disagreed with the findings of Mindy's treating doctor. Mindy encountered a major setback when her brother contested the allegations of domestic violence in the home, claims frequently made by both her mother and Mindy. Ultimately, after 24 hours of deliberation, the jury found Mindy Bereniite guilty of murdering her father. She was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 23 years. Mindy's lawyers were stunned by the verdict, as they had not expected such a severe sentence. The fate of Mindy's child remains unknown. In an earlier interview, Mindy acknowledged she knew her actions were wrong, but maintained that desperation and fear compelled her to kill her father, whom she described as a tyrant. Moving on to the next case. The case of Natalie Henderson. In 2016, Natalie Henderson celebrated her 17th birthday. She lived in Roswell, while her friend Carter Davis, also 17, resided in nearby Woodstock. Although both attended high school, they were enrolled at different schools. For 3 years, Natalie had been part of her school's custodial team, motivated by aspirations of becoming a lifeguard. Friends described her as cheerful, outgoing, engaging, and confident. She was an active young woman who loved singing and playing the guitar and devoted hundreds of hours volunteering to help animals. Carter Davis volunteered at a local animal shelter and was a member of both the football and lacrosse teams at his school. Coaches often praised his athletic abilities and encouraged him to pursue sports in college. With his energetic and cheerful personality, he was known for always smiling and motivating his teammates, especially during challenges. Both teenagers had promising futures, but tragically, their lives ended abruptly one day. Around 6 a.m. on Monday, August 1, 2016, a delivery driver arrived at a supermarket to unload goods. However, he noticed something unusual. To reach the unloading area, he had to navigate around 2 cars parked oddly in the square, which was unusual, as there had never been cars or strangers there before. As he approached, he saw 2 bodies lying motionless on the pavement, surrounded by blood. Panicked, he immediately called emergency services. When police arrived, they quickly identified the victims as 17-year-old Natalie Henderson and her friend Carter Davis. Both had been shot in the head, and Natalie was found unclothed, raising concerns that she may have been abused. The crime scene indicated homicide, with no signs of struggle or weapons nearby. It appeared the young victims had been shot unexpectedly. The area was secured, and forensic experts began their investigation. The teens were due to return to school in just over a month, but instead of focusing on their senior year, their families had to prepare for funerals. Both schools announced a day of mourning and organized fundraisers to support the families. The news of their deaths shocked everyone who knew them, as well as residents of the quiet town. Natalie and Carter had been active, friendly young people who volunteered and participated in sports. They had no known enemies. On the day the bodies were discovered, 2 candlelight vigils were held in their memory, with hopes that police would quickly apprehend the person responsible. In their grief, residents were anxious and fearful, unsure whether a dangerous individual might strike again. Rumors circulated in the media, fueled by inaccurate information from police, which heightened public worry. Police concluded that Natalie and Carter had been in a secluded area behind the supermarket between 2 and 3 a.m., just hours before their bodies were discovered. The condition of the bodies and preliminary autopsy findings supported this time frame. Their parents had believed the teens were home and asleep, raising questions about why they had been in that location so late at night. After interviewing friends, police learned that the couple had run away to meet each other. They had been in a secret relationship and feared family disapproval due to their age, so they met in isolated locations at night. A witness passing by the supermarket about 30 minutes before the bodies were discovered reported noticing nothing unusual. He admitted he may have missed important details due to darkness. The public was contacted for more information. The critical time frame between 2 and 3 a.m. became a focal point for the investigation. Surveillance footage from the area was available, with several cameras recording simultaneously. The street was typically busy only during business hours, with minimal activity at night. It was clear the video cameras were crucial, as the isolated, dark street was an ideal location for crime. Police noted that the location could attract young people, and nearby 24-hour restaurants were also potential meeting places. Several popular establishments, including a well-known steakhouse, were in the vicinity. Police requested footage from these restaurants and analyzed the recordings. However, no teenagers were seen in the footage from inside these establishments, suggesting that Natalie and Carter had not gone there to eat, but rather to spend private time together. They did not present a danger to anyone and were located in an isolated place. Therefore, they could have been targets of random violence or connected to something more malicious. The family asserted that the victims had no legal issues and were not associated with any questionable groups linked to alcohol or illicit drugs. They were not involved in any commercial ventures, and Natalie even volunteered to assist teenagers battling addiction. The police were convinced that the victims were not murdered at another location, as there was no sign that they had been dragged or moved by vehicle. At first, the police considered drugs as a potential motive. This notion received public backing because the deserted area surrounding the supermarket seemed to be a center of unlawful activity. However, after 2 days, this hypothesis was rejected. Surveillance recordings from the supermarket assisted police in identifying the killer, characterized as a slender man with long, messy hair. Regrettably, the footage did not record his face or the number on his license plate. Nevertheless, the police managed to identify the suspect before Natalie and Carter's funerals. Police looked into the matter and discovered that the suspect had used Natalie's debit card at a shop near her residence and at a fuel station. Surveillance cameras recorded him, and the geolocation data from his cell phone was analyzed. He was indeed close to the supermarket at the time of the double homicide. Police identified and detained the suspect, 20-year-old Jeffrey Hazelwood, only a few miles away from the crime scene. At first, police were uncertain about Jeffrey's motives, but they thought he had acted alone. Several government agencies, including the FBI, took part in the investigation. At approximately 5 a.m., police apprehended Jeffrey at a gas station without any resistance. At that time, Jeffrey resided with his maternal grandparents, who had adopted him when he was very young. Very little is known about him, making it essential to understand what might have led him to murder Natalie and Carter. He was discovered to be an active user of social media, with police and psychologists observing indications of inner struggles in his posts. On the night before the double homicide, he posted a captioned image that stated, "Always remember that you are unique, completely unique like everyone else." Some of his posts also included darker themes and conveyed thoughts of taking his own life. Jeffrey's grandparents stated that he had faced legal trouble for years. A year earlier, he had been placed in a special academy for troubled youth because of his criminal behavior. He was part of a gang, and his grandparents reported that Jeffrey occasionally behaved in ways that made them fear for their safety. Jeffrey's mother had separated from his biological father prior to his birth. During her pregnancy, she consumed illegal drugs, which adversely affected Jeffrey. From the outset, she gave him little attention and effectively deserted him. Consequently, he was sent to live with his grandparents, who resided near the location of the double homicide. They were deeply religious and looked after Jeffrey as well as they could, but he did not act like a dedicated grandson. Jeffrey's mother was required to pay $40 per week in child support, but she failed to make the payments. This prompted her parents to take legal action, asserting that she owed more than $12,000 in child support when Jeffrey was just 9 years old. Eventually, Jeffrey's mother started to take care of her son and saw him twice each month. They tried to arrange a time to meet to help her learn how to look after a child, hoping to reunite and enable her to assume a more active parental role in the future. However, according to Jeffrey's grandparents, he continued to experience persistent problems. In March 2011, Jeffrey did not report to the police while he was under supervision. His maternal grandparents gave police a note from Jeffrey stating that he intended to go into the wilderness to survive for a few days. However, he was carrying a 9mm handgun. After several months, the police chose not to continue pursuing the case. Eventually, another family dispute emerged. Jeffrey ran away once more after several days of improper behavior. After his arrest, he vowed to act appropriately, but a few months later, he was reported again for brandishing a sword in his yard. When the police arrived, Jeffrey stated that he was practicing karate and was doing it outside behind a fence to prevent hurting anyone. However, his maternal grandparents informed the police that Jeffrey was acting inappropriately and posed a threat. Unfortunately, there was still no way to demonstrate any malicious intent. In April 2013, Jeffrey's grandmother contacted the police again, reporting that approximately 6 weeks earlier, Jeffrey had threatened to blow up a building. At first, the police did not treat these threats seriously, but it soon became evident that the boy was preparing for something. Jeffrey's grandmother grew suspicious when she found a sword and several knives in his possession. In February 2015, Jeffrey was charged with stealing a weapon. It is important to mention that until the very end, Jeffrey had not displayed any aggression toward others and had not harmed his grandparents or strangers. Therefore, the violent acts that resulted in the deaths of Natalie and Carter stunned the boy's family. After the incident, one of Jeffrey's close friends spoke with the police, explaining that the boy was not inherently a bad person, but had struggled with mental illness for many years. These mental health problems contributed to the tragic assault on the loving couple. Although Jeffrey was generally a kind and affectionate person, he changed drastically when he began hearing voices in his head. Jeffrey frequently shared his difficulties with a close friend. His problems started in elementary school and led to behavioral issues in high school. It became so severe that he was homeschooled and hardly attended school during those years. About 4 months before the shooting, Jeffrey received a diagnosis stating that he suffered from schizophrenia and other mental health conditions. Although he had been taking medication for some time, he stopped shortly before the incident, believing that he was improving and no longer required assistance. Tragically, he lost control, resulting in the shooting of a stranger. The police worked relentlessly for nearly 2 days to collect information about the horrific crime. Their efforts led to charges being brought, and the trial commenced just 1 day after Jeffrey was arrested. The findings of the forensic examination provided further insight into the massacre. Forensic specialists found no traces of male fluids on Natalie's body, but some of the injuries raised concerns about potential abuse. Natalie was shot at close range, while Carter was shot at medium range on the left side of the head. The murder weapon was never recovered. Before the hearing, Jeffrey claimed that he was not involved in the massacre, but was simply a witness. He asserted that he did not see the attacker, but observed the events as they unfolded. He stated that the girl was wearing nothing when she got out of the car, and that the attacker then killed them. After the shooting, the attacker took valuables from the car and the girl's purse. However, Jeffrey's statement did not align with the evidence, as surveillance camera footage disclosed the true details of the crime. Later, during a second interview, Jeffrey altered his account. He asserted that a stranger behind the supermarket was responsible. He alleged that this stranger threatened Natalie and Carter with a weapon and forced them out of the car. Jeffrey said that he had a brief exchange with Carter before the shooting started. He claimed that the girl stepped out of the car at the attacker's demand, who then assaulted her on the hood before shooting her. However, this version was also considered implausible, as police knew that no one else was involved. It was entirely Jeffrey himself, as demonstrated in the video. During a third interview, Jeffrey admitted to the truth of the events. He confessed to committing all the crimes he had previously described. New details came to light, indicating that he forced the couple out of the car while they were partially undressed. He shot Carter first, then compelled Natalie to remove her shirt and underwear. He assaulted her on the hood of his car before killing her. According to him, he killed Carter first because he believed the young man was strong and capable of defending himself. It remains uncertain why Jeffrey carried out the crime. He said that he had left his grandparents' home a few days earlier after being expelled from school because of his unstable behavior. He took his possessions, including the clothing he wore during the murder, which were later discovered concealed at his girlfriend's house, where he had been residing before the incident. Jeffrey's diary included disturbing entries containing alarming thoughts about killing. His grandparents voiced fear for him. Just before the tragedy, he had spoken about ending his life and expressed a wish to hurt others. Based on the evidence collected, the prosecutor's office brought 12 charges against Jeffrey, including aggravated double murder, abuse, burglary, and unlawful possession of a weapon. During the trial, Jeffrey looked unkempt and ill. His long hair partly covered his face, and observers noticed him murmuring to himself. His conduct grew increasingly erratic, with footage showing him touching an imaginary object on his leg. After a preliminary hearing, Jeffrey was refused bail. His attorney described him as extremely afraid and stated that he did not completely comprehend what was taking place. The attorney, who accepted the case pro bono, believes that everyone is entitled to legal representation. The defense concentrated mainly on Jeffrey's mental condition, as independent specialists had diagnosed him with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. The preliminary hearing was initially set for September 9th, but was delayed until October 28th. The prosecutor's office plans to seek the death penalty for the double murder. When Jeffrey appeared in court, he reported that he had not received his psychiatric medication while in prison. He asserted that he had repeatedly reached out to the medical team for medication, but had been disregarded. The hearing was postponed again, this time to February of the following year. Although Jeffrey appeared ill during the preliminary hearing, he told the jury something different. Jeffrey had been hearing voices for a long time. Some of these voices resembled demons, while others sounded like friends. He believed he was getting messages from God through the television and felt as if he was being observed through the walls. He was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, a mental illness that involves symptoms of both schizophrenia and mood disorders and typically emerges during adolescence. Jeffrey also had an extensive history of mental health issues. In 2001, he was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. He struggled with controlling his anger, which resulted in several hospitalizations in 2012 and 2013. With the assistance of proper medication, Jeffrey was able to appear in court and eventually understand the proceedings. His doctor testified in court that Jeffrey experienced auditory hallucinations and paranoia. Given the situation, Jeffrey pleaded guilty by reason of insanity, contending that he was not in control of his actions when he attacked the two young people. The parents of the victims stated that even in their brief lives, Natalie and Carter had made a meaningful difference by devoting their time to helping others, in sharp contrast to their killer. While in prison awaiting trial, Jeffrey tried to write letters of apology to the victim's family several times. However, he was only able to do so after his condition improved with medication. The jury ultimately found him guilty, and Jeffrey Haywood was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Moving on to the next case. The case of Noreen Boyle. John Boyle Jr. is a chiropractor based in Mansfield, Ohio. He runs a successful practice, considered one of the best in the state. John and his wife, Noreen Boyle, have been married for over 20 years and have 2 children. In 1989, their eldest son, Collier, turned 11. They also adopted a 3-year-old daughter from Taiwan named Elizabeth. Noreen was born into a working-class family in Philadelphia and worked as a dental hygienist. She supported John through his schooling during the early years of their marriage. However, after Collier was born, she became a stay-at-home mother. Thanks to John's successful career, the family enjoyed a comfortable life. Their children attended private schools, traveled, shopped, and experienced the World Cup without financial worries. Although the couple appeared to be a model family from the outside, John had a disturbing personality. He was often abusive to his wife and displayed controlling behavior. Furthermore, he was unfaithful. John frequently pursued relationships with other women, a fact known to his friends, family, and Noreen. For years, she tolerated his behavior in an attempt to preserve the marriage for the sake of their children, despite being aware of his infidelity and constant pursuit of younger women. Whenever she confronted him about his affairs, he reacted violently. In general, John could not tolerate any criticism of himself. Noreen's son, Collier, also felt the effects of his father's behavior from a young age. However, this situation could not last forever. In December 1989, Noreen filed for divorce. John did not want to end their marriage because he was satisfied with his family life and relationships. In an attempt to save their marriage, he planned to move his family and private practice to Erie, Pennsylvania, nearly 2 hours away from their old home. Their situation did not turn out as promising as he had hoped. John persuaded Noreen to stay for New Year's and to continue working on their problems afterward. The family celebrated the holidays at their old home, with John's mother in attendance. He asked his mother to babysit the children because he planned to leave again after midnight, once everyone was asleep. Later, Noreen and John argued on New Year's Eve. Elizabeth, the youngest daughter, was confused by the situation, and Collier was worried. John's mother put Collier to bed, and just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard Noreen's loud scream followed by 2 thuds, as if something had struck the wall, and then silence. Afterward, someone walked around the house for a long time, even opening the door and standing in the doorway for a while. Collier was so frightened that he pretended to be asleep and remained that way until morning. Despite his fear, 11-year-old Collier got out of bed early on January 1st. When everything was quiet, he explored the house. His mother was missing, but John seemed to be either awake or not yet asleep. Collier asked his father where his mother was. John replied that she had left after their argument. He assured Collier that she would return soon, and John's mother agreed with him. The boy waited for Noreen to come back, but days passed without her. Shelley Bowden, Noreen's best friend, had been in close contact with her, especially during her divorce. Shelley was quick to criticize John's claims about Noreen's disappearance. She had planned to meet Noreen for lunch just after New Year's to discuss important matters, but Noreen never showed up and ignored her calls. This behavior was completely out of character for the Noreen she knew, and Shelley worried that something was wrong. Shelley repeatedly stressed that Noreen would never abandon her child under any circumstances. Out of concern, Shelley reported Noreen missing to the police. However, the authorities dismissed her concerns and reminded her that adults have the right to go wherever they want without informing anyone. Shelley argued that Noreen was a responsible woman who would never leave her child, especially a 3-year-old who needed her. Collier picked up the phone book, found the police station number, and reported that something was wrong with his mother. The police responded quickly and went to Noreen's house. Upon arrival, they immediately noticed that the boy looked scared and desperate for help. Unfortunately, they were unable to communicate effectively, but the police could see the fear in Collier's eyes, especially when he glanced at his father. When John asked the police who had contacted them, they did not reveal the truth, claiming that one of Noreen's relatives had called. Nevertheless, the police accepted John's explanation that she had simply left after an argument, and everyone believed it. Noreen was reported missing, and weeks passed without anyone questioning John's claim that she had left. However, Collier could not believe that his mother would abandon him. After hearing the story from Noreen's relatives, the police returned to her house. They searched every room thoroughly, but found no alarming evidence. Forensic experts examined the home and found no signs of foul play. Despite this, the police were able to speak with Collier, who recounted what he had heard on New Year's Eve, including Noreen's suspicious screams and banging on the walls. There was strong suspicion that John was involved in his wife's disappearance. Collier's sister, Elizabeth, who was 3 years old at the time, may have witnessed the incident. She told the police that she saw her father hit her mother on the head, then put her on the floor and wrapped her up like a snowman. However, due to her age, her testimony was not considered in the investigation. Soon after, a pregnant young woman named Sherry Lee Campbell moved into their home, replacing his wife. John claimed that Sherry was not pregnant with his child and that they had only met after his wife went missing. He said that he had taken pity on Sherry and offered to let her stay. He also mentioned serious problems in his marriage and stated that Sherry would leave when his wife returned. While investigating the missing persons case, the police discovered revealing information about John's personal life. It turned out that his relationship with Sherry had been ongoing for much longer than he had admitted. There was a strong possibility that she was pregnant with his child, casting doubt on his story. Despite alarming details that raised suspicions, no concrete evidence was ever found, and Noreen remains missing. Furthermore, the theory that she ran away seemed implausible. She had not made any purchases, used any credit cards, or contacted her children or relatives for weeks, which was highly suspicious. While examining the house and piecing together the events of Noreen's final days before her disappearance, the police learned that she had been suffering from John's betrayal and infidelity for years. Sherry was the one having an affair with John, which drove Noreen away from her family. Sherry claimed that she only started dating John after his wife went missing, which was clearly untrue. Collier sought help because he was afraid of staying with his father, whom he believed to be a murderer. While searching John's car, Collier discovered a photo of Sherry taken before New Year's. He considered showing it to the police. The photo was taken in front of a new house, so the police decided to visit that location. Unfortunately, John refused to let them in, and they needed evidence to obtain a search warrant. More than 2 weeks after Noreen went missing, the police began to take the case more seriously, as her prolonged silence raised suspicions. They discovered John's banking activities and noted that, during the time Noreen was reported missing, he had made suspicious transactions. John rented a drill and purchased cleaning supplies from a hardware store, as well as quick-dry cement. He also frequently filled up gas in Erie, possibly during his visits to the new home. The investigation then shifted its focus to the new house, as no evidence of a crime was found at the John family's old home. Collier said he noticed a ring on Sherry's finger that belonged to his mother. He told his father this directly. The situation became more concerning when John told Collier that they were going to a neighboring state for fun the next day. He suggested a trip to a forest in the Highlands, which sounded ominous and raised fears for the boy's safety. When the police arrived at the newly renovated house in Erie, it was clear that John had put a great deal of effort into both the interior and exterior. However, the investigation focused on finding clues related to Noreen's disappearance and on rescuing the boy from his father. The police searched the house meticulously, as such environments could hide bodies or evidence of a crime. The most intriguing discovery was in the basement. In a nearly empty room that was being renovated, they found a new carpet. When the rug was pulled back, they discovered a rectangle of freshly poured concrete. This anomaly caught the police's attention, prompting further investigation by removing the concrete. While removing it, they detected the smell of a decomposing human body. After completely removing the floor, they found a makeshift grave containing the body of a woman. Everyone immediately believed that this was Noreen's body. In the 3 weeks since her disappearance, the body had decomposed significantly. The condition of the body was so poor that dental records were required for identification. Collier did not have to accompany his father into the woods, where he could have been in danger. The police found sufficient evidence ensuring that the boy was taken to Child Protective Services, where he would be safe. Noreen's tragic death was a huge shock to Collier. The boy had a deep bond with his mother. Noreen was not only his mother, but also his best friend. After discovering Noreen's body in her new home in Erie, the police found an expensive watch on her, which also served as a means of identification. Noreen's relatives noticed that her wedding ring was missing. According to a forensic expert, Noreen died between the night of December 31st and January 1st. The police interviewed potential witnesses, especially neighbors who might have seen something unusual. A key witness was a man who lived next door and was awake from midnight to 4 a.m. on the night of the murder. He reported observing suspicious activity at John's house. Around 3 a.m., he saw John arrive with large bags. In the days that followed, John returned to the house frequently, working for hours and carrying heavy bags, which he then loaded into his car. The police suspected that the bags contained soil and construction debris, possibly related to the creation of a grave in the concrete floor. Interestingly, Sherry was wearing a ring identical to Noreen's missing ring. Collier could easily recall the ring his mother had worn, especially since there was a memorable story associated with the gift she had shared with him. This made him instantly recognize the ring on Sherry's hand. The police later learned that John had taken the ring from Noreen to give to his new partner, Sherry. Upon learning of this, Sherry was furious and immediately ended her relationship with John. Police then questioned John's mother, who had been with the children on the night of the incident. She claimed that she had not heard anything suspicious and vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Collier recalled an argument between his parents that he had heard before falling asleep. He was suddenly awakened by a terrifying scream and a loud bang on the wall, followed by silence. The police determined that John had inflicted a serious head injury on his wife. He then wrapped her head in a plastic bag, presumably to conceal any blood at the crime scene. John then went to check on his son, Collier. Collier vividly remembered his father standing in the doorway, staring at him. During this time, the boy pretended to be asleep, instinctively sensing danger. Collier now looks back on that moment with horror, wondering what his father might have done if he had realized that the boy was awake and had heard everything. Despite John's meticulous planning, he failed to create a credible story to explain his wife's disappearance. John cleaned the house thoroughly, leaving no forensic evidence of the crime. No traces of Noreen's DNA were found in the vehicle used to transport the body. Clearly, John was meticulous in his actions. When he struck his wife on the head, he avoided breaking the skin, resulting in no blood. He quickly covered her head with a bag, indicating intentionality. The pickup truck left no evidence, and not even the plastic bag covering her head left fingerprints. Killers often leave traces on objects they forget to clean, but John was thorough. He ensured that the entire crime scene was cleaned up after Noreen went missing. The police discovered circumstantial evidence. 2 days before his wife's death, John rented a drill, indicating that he was planning the murder. During the same period, he purchased cleaning supplies and quick-drying cement. John loaded his pickup truck with construction debris, waste, and soil, and drove to a location where he could dispose of it without restrictions. This decision turned out to be a serious mistake. When the police investigated and analyzed the debris, they confirmed that the concrete came from the basement of John's house. He had a motive to get rid of his troubled wife, Noreen, without going through a costly divorce. The investigation uncovered strong evidence against John, and Collier, who was only 12 years old, became a key witness. He understood that he would have to testify against his own father in court, which would greatly strengthen the prosecution's case. The prosecutor's office indicated that John could potentially face a prison sentence. For Collier, meanwhile, the situation posed difficult challenges. He struggled with the stigma of being known as the son of a murderer. Collier harbored resentment toward his father for taking his mother away through his terrible actions. John's defense team developed strategies to challenge the prosecution's case. They focused on undermining the prosecution's methods, arguing that many rules were ignored when interacting with child witnesses. Notably, no adults were present during many of the interviews, which the defense claimed was illegal. Furthermore, the defense believed that the police may have influenced the child to provide information that would incriminate his father in his mother's death, thus violating due process. John attempted to create a strong alibi to prove his innocence. He even convinced his brother to lie to the police, claiming that Noreen had called him. This made the investigation even more difficult for the police. The lie was exposed when it became clear that Noreen had died before that date. Despite this false testimony, John's brother did not face any charges. John's reputation as a successful chiropractor helped him maintain a positive image in the community. He was seen as a family man and a good father. He and Noreen had adopted a baby girl, and John was prepared to have more children. At the time of the murder, Sherry Lee Campbell was pregnant and was able to prove that John was the father. Throughout the investigation, many questions arose about Sherry. Did she know about John's plan to kill his wife, or was she involved in the crime? These suspicions were fueled by her previous involvement in a real estate scam. A real estate broker reported seeing a young woman who looked like Sherry with Dr. John. However, the police found no evidence linking her to the crime or indicating that she knew about John's murderous intentions. She testified against him in court and cut off all contact with him afterward. Nevertheless, some people still believed that she may have had a role in the events that occurred. John's legal team presented their own arguments against the case. They identified errors in the autopsy report and even tried to argue that the body found in the basement was not Noreen's, but that of someone else who had been buried there earlier. However, the results of subsequent examinations confirmed that it was indeed Noreen's body, reinforcing the police's belief in John's guilt. As the jury deliberated, the atmosphere became tense. John Boyle Jr. was convicted of the premeditated murder of Noreen Boyle and, due to aggravating circumstances, was sentenced to life in prison without parole. His lawyer subsequently appealed several times. In 2010, he requested a review of his sentence and sought clemency. Initially, the request was denied, but it was later granted, allowing him the opportunity for early release after 20 years. John's defense team continued to fight for him even after his 2020 parole hearing. For nearly 30 years, he had denied killing his wife, but he eventually changed his story. John admitted to Noreen's death, but it was clear that he had been dishonest. His real intention was to have his sentence reduced and gain freedom. He showed little remorse, claiming that he had pushed his wife in a fit of rage, causing her to accidentally fall and hit her head, resulting in her death. He refused to discuss other actions that suggested he had planned the crime. As a result, his request for parole was denied, and he remained in prison. John's family shunned Collier, and Noreen's relatives were unable to adopt the boy because they were too old. He was adopted by a caring family in Canada. As he grew older, Collier changed his last name. He initially worked as a magazine model before becoming a successful cameraman in Los Angeles. He eventually teamed up with a renowned director and produced a documentary in 2018 recounting the story of his mother, Noreen Boyle's death, as well as his fight for freedom and the horror of his father's crimes. While making the film, Collier visited his father in prison nearly 30 years after John was convicted of murder. During their meeting, John claimed that he had accidentally killed his wife during an argument when she lunged at him with a knife, and he instinctively pushed her away. Collier did not believe his father's story, but chose to forgive him. Despite this, John still harbored resentment toward Collier and did not consider him part of his family. Moving on to the next case. Paul Herlihy. In August 2003, the police carried out a welfare check in Milford, New Hampshire, and made the horrifying discovery of a decomposing body. Suspicion arose close to home, but the savage crime would remain unresolved for more than 2 decades. Paul Herlihy was born on November 16, 1952. He was a Massachusetts native who earned a living as an antiques dealer. At one time, Paul had been married, but the marriage ended in divorce. Despite the separation, he remained a dedicated father to his teenage son Douglas, whom he loved deeply. However, Paul's relationship with Douglas was strained and increasingly troubled. Douglas had begun to struggle with issues that extended beyond typical teenage rebellion. In Massachusetts, he had become involved with negative influences and was facing legal trouble. These problems weighed heavily on Paul, who desperately wanted to shield his son from further harm. Believing a change of surroundings could help, Paul decided to leave Massachusetts behind in hopes of giving Douglas a fresh start. During the winter of 2003, Paul moved to 425 Nashua Street in Milford, New Hampshire. His plan was twofold: to open an antique shop in half of the house and to separate Douglas from the people and situations that had led him astray. Despite his best intentions, Paul could not completely escape the shadows that trailed Douglas from their past. On August 27, 2003, a police officer arrived at Paul's residence to conduct a welfare check. What was expected to be a routine visit quickly became a scene of horror. Inside the home, officers found Paul's body in an advanced stage of decomposition. The disturbing condition of the remains immediately raised alarm, and law enforcement swiftly initiated a full-scale investigation to determine what had occurred. An autopsy was performed shortly after the discovery, revealing that Paul had died as a result of blunt force trauma. The medical examiner ruled that his life had been taken, but despite the thorough examination, the specific weapon used in the attack was never publicly revealed. Investigators estimated that Paul's life had been taken sometime between August 23rd and August 27th. The timeline left only a narrow window to reconstruct the final days of his life. They examined Paul's personal life, searching for motives, questioning anyone who might have seen or heard anything unusual, and looking into his recent interactions. Authorities contacted neighbors, friends, and anyone familiar with Paul or his son Douglas, hoping to uncover more information. Police had reportedly responded multiple times to domestic incidents at the Milford residence prior to Paul's death. While these calls indicated a volatile household environment, Douglas was not regarded as a suspect in the case. Complicating matters, just hours after Paul's body was found, Douglas, who was 17 at the time, was arrested in Massachusetts. He had been caught driving his father's 1995 Lincoln without permission and was also charged with substance possession. However, despite the arrest and the troubled history with his father, Douglas was clearly not considered a suspect. Despite their efforts, leads were limited, and the investigation encountered increasing challenges as time went on. As the weeks turned into months and no solid suspects or motives surfaced, the case gradually began to lose momentum, and eventually the case went cold. 6 years later, in 2009, the case was officially added to the New Hampshire Department of Justice's Cold Case Unit, where it remained largely inactive for years. In mid-2025, more than 2 decades after Paul's death, investigators decided to re-examine the case. The review was led by the New Hampshire Cold Case Unit, together with the State Police Major Crime Unit. This renewed review brought fresh attention to old evidence and applied modern forensic techniques to reassess the crime scene. As a result, key findings emerged from a newly released probable cause affidavit that had not been fully examined before. According to the affidavit, one crucial detail stood out. Only Paul and Douglas were inside the house when Paul died. Paul's last known contact with anyone was a phone call on August 23, 2003, shortly after 8 p.m. This timeline, along with the discovery of his body concealed under a tarp and carpet in the home, significantly narrowed the scope of the investigation. Evidence from the scene began to correspond with suspicions that had once appeared inconclusive. Additional forensic testing was conducted on a carpet padding stained with blood, which had been pushed out of Douglas' bedroom window. The results indicated that Paul could not be ruled out as the source of the blood, while Douglas was definitively ruled out. Though this evidence did not provide a complete account of what happened that night, it raised new questions about the events leading to Paul's death and why his body had been hidden. The case, once frozen cold, was moving again under the pressure of renewed examination and long-buried facts. On June 17, 2025, after more than 2 decades of uncertainty, 39-year-old Douglas was arrested by Massachusetts State Police in Saugus, Massachusetts. The arrest was made on a warrant charging him as a fugitive from justice in connection to the 2003 cold case of his father, Paul. A detective involved in the investigation commented on the arrest, explaining the delay in filing charges. According to the detective, the long pause in progress may have resulted from a lack of sufficient evidence at the time. He also mentioned the possibility that a key eyewitness or close associate had remained silent for years and only recently stepped forward. That new information, the detective stated, was essential to building the case and ultimately carrying out the arrest. Douglas faces second-degree charges in New Hampshire. Following his arrest, Douglas was held without bail while awaiting his arraignment in Essex County Superior Court in Massachusetts. Legal proceedings were promptly initiated to extradite him to New Hampshire, where he would face formal charges and stand trial for the crime that had remained unsolved for over 21 years. Moving on to the next case. Pauline Lawrence. In the summer of 1993, a woman disappeared without any trace only days after spending Christmas with her family in Warrawong, New South Wales in Australia. Her abrupt disappearance left her loved ones in distress and triggered a police investigation that would remain unsolved for nearly 3 decades. Pauline Sowery was born in 1944. She would later become known by her married name, Pauline Lawrence. At the age of 49, she was residing in the Wollongong region, specifically in the suburb of Warrawong, located in the southern part of New South Wales, Australia. Pauline was a dedicated mother of 3 children. She also possessed a creative side that found expression in crafting and sewing. Pauline enjoyed working with her hands, particularly when it involved altering clothes for herself and her children. In the early 1990s, Pauline's life started to change. She was going through a divorce, a challenging and emotional time that ended with a financial settlement. But just as she was beginning to rebuild her life after divorce, her simple, modest existence was about to be abruptly ended, forever changing the lives of those who loved her. In 1993, around the Christmas period, Pauline was spending time with her family. It was intended to be a time of unity and celebration, but concern quickly arose when her loved ones realized she was nowhere to be seen. Her sudden and unexplained absence raised alarm, and after failing to find her or receive any communication from her, her family reported her missing to the police. What began as a hopeful search soon became a long and painful wait for answers. The police officers commenced an investigation into Pauline's disappearance shortly after the missing person report was submitted. They carried out interviews, searched nearby areas, and followed up on any leads that emerged. Despite their efforts, no clear indications of Pauline's whereabouts were discovered. The trail seemed to grow cold early, and the absence of solid evidence made the case difficult to pursue with urgency or direction. As the months turned into years, the investigation persisted, though with minimal progress. In 2008, 15 years after her disappearance, the police officers reached a grim determination. Based on an unverified sighting reported in 1993, shortly after she went missing, they concluded that Pauline had most likely died around the time of her disappearance. This conclusion, while not backed by definitive evidence, marked a turning point in the case. With no additional leads and no new information, the investigation was effectively halted. The declaration that Pauline had likely died did not bring comfort to her family. Without confirmation, a body, or an explanation, the official conclusion felt like a harsh assumption rather than a truth they could accept. In 2022, nearly 3 decades after Pauline's disappearance, the investigators reopened her case under a renewed initiative called Strike Force Anthea. With fresh perspective and modern investigative methods, authorities began reviewing old evidence and following new leads. Their efforts led to several searches in bushland areas where pieces of clothing were found. These discoveries were considered possibly connected to Pauline, raising hope that answers might finally be near. The breakthrough in the cold case occurred on May 29, 2025, when New South Wales police arrested a 64-year-old man named Leon Boyan at an apartment in Gwynville. His link to Pauline's disappearance had not been previously identified, but new information placed him under scrutiny. The investigators had learned that Pauline had received some money in mid-1994, a detail that seemed to have ignited a serious dispute. It was during this period that events reportedly turned fatal. According to police findings, Pauline was allegedly taken from her unit on Gray Street in Winona. Authorities believe that her life was later taken in bushland surrounding the suburb of Fig Tree. Although extensive searches have been carried out in the area, her body has still not been found. The clothing items discovered in the bushland remain under forensic testing as investigators work to verify whether they belong to Pauline. Boyan faces 2 serious charges, accessory after the fact and concealing a serious indictable offense. On May 30th, he appeared before the Wollongong local court. The magistrate denied him bail with police arguing that he could not be trusted to refrain from interfering with witnesses during the ongoing investigation. The case is set to return to court for mention on July 30th. In a statement, police acknowledged the emotional toll this long-standing mystery has caused, stating, "To this date, we still have not located the body of Pauline, which is quite unfortunate." Pauline's son, Jason Lawrence, said, "We welcome today's news that a person has been arrested in connection with the suspicious disappearance of our beloved mum." He added, "We miss her every day, and her disappearance has placed a tremendous burden on myself and our entire family. We thank the police officers for never losing hope, and we look forward to the outcome of this investigation." Moving on to the next case. The case of Raymond Wright. On January 11, 2018, in Sacramento, California, Dean Wright became increasingly uneasy as he waited for his brother. They had arranged to meet earlier that day, but Dean was unable to contact Raymond. The brothers were close, speaking every day and keeping a strong bond. But suddenly, Raymond vanished without a trace. There were no phone calls, no messages, and no activity on social media. He stopped uploading photos, stopped checking his personal page, and stopped answering his phone. Raymond, a 55-year-old carpenter, owned his own workshop and was recognized for being capable of running his business. Occasionally, he would go off the radar, but never for more than half a day, usually because of work-related issues. This time, however, Raymond had been gone for an entire day, leaving his close friends and relatives extremely worried. His sister phoned Dean, asking whether he knew where Raymond was. Raymond's 2 daughters were also concerned. They had noticed their father's unusually long absence and contacted Dean to express their worries. The girls said they had attempted to call their father all day, but their calls kept going straight to voicemail. Dean, becoming more anxious, repeatedly dialed Raymond's number, but without success. That evening, he chose to go to Raymond's home in a suburb of Sacramento. Raymond also rented a nearby woodworking shop, which was performing well. Unfortunately, Dean discovered no sign of his brother at either the house or the shop. There were no signs of forced entry or theft. Dean, who knew both the house and the shop well, carefully examined the property but found nothing out of the ordinary or any hints about Raymond's location. To deepen the mystery, Raymond's pickup truck was also gone. At this point, Dean started to panic. Raymond had vanished without any warning or plans to leave, leaving his family unsure of where to search. The situation left everyone anxious, including Raymond's ex-wife. She and Raymond were married in June 1994. For many years, they attempted to create a happy family. However, after some time living together, their differing views on life began to create tension. Raymond was occupied with establishing a business, which made him entirely absorbed in work and often inattentive to his everyday family life. In 2001, the couple divorced. The children remained with their mother, but Raymond continued to be actively involved in raising them and frequently visited them. After the divorce, Raymond remained single for many years, avoiding the thought of starting another family because of his demanding workload. In 2009, he married again, but this marriage did not endure long and ended in divorce that same year. According to family members and friends, Raymond became deeply depressed because he was unable to sustain a personal life, largely due to his obsession with work. This eventually caused him to turn to alcohol. He had struggled with drinking since his early 20s, but had stopped when he first married, maintaining sobriety for many years. Both his first and second wives confirmed that he had refrained from alcohol throughout their marriages. His second divorce had a significant effect on him, causing his life to spin out of control. Struggling to handle the situation, Raymond turned to heavy drinking, which resulted in serious difficulties. Although he was never violent or quick-tempered, alcohol made him stubborn and careless. In November 2011, after drinking heavily, he chose to drive while intoxicated. He lost control of his vehicle and caused a crash. The drivers and passengers in the other car involved were hurt and filed a lawsuit against him for driving under the influence. As a consequence, Raymond was given 18 months of probation and ordered to pay a considerable fine. This event acted as a wake-up call for him, and he immediately stopped drinking. Determined to improve, he joined Alcoholics Anonymous and attended meetings every day, fully dedicating himself to overcoming his addiction. During this period, his family and friends supported him, offering their constant encouragement. They observed notable improvements in his behavior and overall well-being. It seemed as if he had discovered a new purpose in life, eager to compensate for the time he had lost with his loved ones because of his struggle with addiction. From that point on, he quit drinking and began spending more time with his family. He even built a beautiful baby crib in his woodworking shop for his niece. He intended to spend the holidays with his family. Unfortunately, his loved ones would not get the chance to take a vacation with him. On January 11, 2018, Raymond vanished without a trace. His family still does not know where he is. When Dean went to his brother's house for the second time on January 13, 2018, he detected a strange odor as soon as he stepped inside. Even when Raymond was present, he had never supported using illegal substances. Suddenly, from the darkness of the room, a strange man appeared and confronted Dean, trying to drive him away. After realizing Dean had no intention of departing, the stranger fled through the back door and escaped. Perplexed by the incident, Dean dialed 911. A few minutes later, the police reached the location. After carrying out a detailed search of Raymond's home, the only evidence they discovered was a cup filled with ice and soda, complete with a lid and straw. This clue would later prove vital to the investigation. The encounter was so abrupt and suspicious that the police quickly started to suspect a link between the stranger's flight and Raymond's disappearance. Friends portrayed Raymond as a creative and compassionate person. After overcoming his battle with alcohol, his positive qualities became even more evident. No one believed he would desert his family, especially after becoming a grandfather, a moment that brought him great joy and happiness. Raymond was known for being non-confrontational, even during his struggle with addiction. Following this unusual encounter, Dean's anxiety intensified. He had never seen the man before, and the stranger immediately became the primary suspect in Raymond's mysterious disappearance. However, the police had no information about the man's location. Raymond was officially declared missing, and a search operation was initiated to locate him. Police speculated that he might have relapsed and started drinking again. However, Raymond was regarded as one of the most committed members of Alcoholics Anonymous. He attended meetings not to seek assistance but to motivate others, demonstrating that it was possible to quit alcohol entirely and live a meaningful life, even after years of heavy drinking. Police found no sign of alcohol inside Raymond's house. They examined his bank card transactions, mobile phone records, and vehicle registration database, but found no activity. It was as though he had disappeared. None of his acquaintances had seen him during that period. A search of the house was conducted and volunteers joined the effort, distributing flyers with Raymond's photograph and details of his car. Police also requested help from the public through the media, but no information surfaced. To obtain more details from Dean, the police created a composite sketch of the stranger seen in Raymond's house. Unfortunately, the sketch did not generate any matches in the database. Likewise, fingerprints and DNA collected from the cup and straw produced no results because they were not in the police database. After a week of unsuccessful searching, police finally found a 2016 white Ford F-250 owned by Raymond. The vehicle was discovered abandoned on January 21st in the North Highlands neighborhood, an area known for its high crime rate. The location was troubling because Raymond had no known ties or business in the area, making it improbable that he would have gone there willingly. The pickup truck's license plate had been taken off, but Dean identified the vehicle based on its description during the search. Forensic specialists concluded that the vehicle had been forcibly entered with the doors left open. These findings led police to believe that something terrible had happened to Raymond. After the police impounded the car, they sought assistance from the FBI. FBI agents arrived to examine the vehicle and used advanced methods to search for evidence, including fingerprints that could identify a possible suspect. During the inspection, they found faint dark red stains on the car's carpet. Tests verified that the substance was human blood. To obtain a sample of Raymond's DNA, the police collected a toothbrush from his home. After comparing the gathered materials, they determined that the blood inside the car belonged to Raymond. Although the discovery was confirmed, no evidence connecting the blood to a suspect was identified. The investigation continued for 2 weeks, apparently reaching a dead end. However, an unforeseen event took place that dramatically altered the case. On January 27th, an unidentified vehicle sped through Sacramento at an extremely high speed. Police chased the car but struggled to keep pace as the driver reached speeds of 200 kilometers per hour, breaking multiple traffic laws and putting lives at risk. The pursuit ended suddenly when the driver crashed head-on into an approaching vehicle at high speed. Fortunately, the other driver survived, though he was trapped by the metal inside his car. He sustained only a broken leg and minor injuries. At the time, the officers had no idea how dangerous the man they had arrested truly was. The California Highway Patrol detained the reckless driver, who was intoxicated at the time of the incident. The man was identified as Victor Merle Gray, an individual with a troubled criminal history. He was already wanted for a misdemeanor, and now a DUI charge was added to his record. His actions had clearly put lives at risk, making him a considerable threat. Victor was taken to the hospital for treatment under police supervision and was later moved to the Sacramento County Jail. As police looked further into Victor's background, they became increasingly suspicious. It was discovered that the car he had been driving was stolen, and the license plate did not correspond with the vehicle's registration. A database check of the license plate showed it belonged to a 2016 Ford, the same vehicle recently located in a crime-ridden area of the city. That car was registered to a missing person named Raymond. From that moment on, Victor became the primary suspect in Raymond's disappearance. Additional evidence was required to confirm Victor's involvement. Unfortunately, because the police were not immediately focused on pushing Victor for information, progress slowed. He continued to invent stories and maintain that he had no knowledge of Raymond or how Raymond's license plate ended up on his car. For 3 months, he declined to confess until a major breakthrough took place. In April, DNA analysis of a straw found in a soda cup at Raymond's home matched Victor's DNA, verifying that he had indeed been inside Raymond's house. Furthermore, Raymond's younger brother, Dean Wright, also identified Victor. However, this evidence was still not enough to file formal charges. The mystery of what had happened to Raymond remained unresolved. Crucial evidence was concealed in the car Victor had crashed. On May 8, 2018, police examined the wreckage and found important items that clarified Raymond's disappearance. Among the clutter inside the car, they discovered a man's hat. Dean recognized the hat and confirmed it was the same as the one Raymond had worn. Raymond's wallet and glasses were also located in the car, along with a broken cell phone that appeared to have been deliberately destroyed. However, the serial number verified that the phone belonged to Raymond. More significant evidence was recovered from Victor's cell phone. At the conclusion of the intense chase, the phone had been thrown deep into the car's interior and was only found later. On the phone, there were photographs of a location that had been sent to someone named Bob. These pictures were taken on January 27th, the same day as the police pursuit. In the messages, Victor conveyed grievances and complaints directed at Bob. At the end of the messages, he stated that it was time to settle his debt and that he was expecting his money. A thorough examination of Victor's phone also revealed a conversation with a woman named Katie Bernard, who lived in a trailer near Raymond's carpentry shop. Victor had a short conversation with her, attempting to find out whether Raymond was alone in his shop or with someone else. It was evident that Victor knew Raymond. This conversation occurred in the early morning of January 11, 2018. Geolocation data indicated that Victor was only a few dozen meters away from Raymond's workshop at that time. Based on the messages, it seems that he was watching the workshop from outside. Victor contacted Katie to verify whether Raymond was in the workshop during working hours. Katie left her house and went to see Raymond, exchanging a few words with him. She then confirmed that he was alone in the carpentry workshop. After returning home, she informed Victor that Raymond was indeed alone in the workshop. It is believed that after Katie provided this information, Victor acted and attacked Raymond just before 10 a.m. Police began to suspect that Katie might be an accomplice in the case. She was brought in for questioning in October 2018. Police immediately applied pressure to her, as her communication with Victor was clear proof of her involvement. Under pressure, she quickly confessed. Katie admitted that she had told Victor that Raymond was in the workshop, but she was initially hesitant to assist in the investigation. Despite her hesitation, she became a key witness in resolving the mystery of Raymond's disappearance. When asked about Bob, who was mentioned in Victor's messages, Katie disclosed that he was Robert Manor, her former boyfriend, who was also involved in a relationship with Raymond. However, their relationship was far from amicable. In 2011, Raymond had been driving under the influence and caused a car crash with an oncoming vehicle carrying Robert and his wife. The accident left Robert with a broken leg, requiring serious surgery. Even after treatment, Robert continued to limp and endured constant pain. Additionally, Robert was dissatisfied with the compensation he received for the accident. After the trial, Raymond was ordered to pay $275,000 in damages, but he could not pay the entire amount at once. Raymond made monthly payments, frequently late, and never paid large amounts. The situation grew more complicated when police conducted a background check on Robert in their database. He had a lengthy criminal record at the time of the incident. His main activity was drug trafficking, which had sent him to prison multiple times. Robert also had convictions for armed assault and robbery. He was clearly resentful of Raymond's behavior and had long planned revenge against him, whom he blamed for all the difficulties in his life. The constant pain he endured served as a reminder of the accident, and his hatred and anger intensified over time. This ultimately resulted in a carefully orchestrated act of revenge. Katie explains that after becoming an informant for Victor, she realized that the situation involved more than merely a stolen car. She states that she was unknowingly involved in Raymond's kidnapping and, out of fear of becoming the next target, chose to stay silent. Katie reluctantly discloses that Victor confided in her about what occurred at the carpentry shop. After exchanging text messages with her, Victor armed himself and went to the shop. There, he hit Raymond on the head, knocking him unconscious. Victor then bound Raymond's hands and forced him into a pickup truck. He calmly drove through town to his house, situated a few miles away. When Katie asked if he had killed Raymond, Victor seized her by the neck and warned her never to reveal their conversation. He threatened her, but never revealed what had happened to Raymond. During the investigation, it was discovered that Katie was Robert's girlfriend. She was frightened of him, which made it difficult for the police to persuade her to speak. She knew he was dangerous and feared retaliation. Eventually, she acknowledged that she knew what had happened. However, Robert avoided giving details, saying only that he had taken care of everything he needed to do long ago. The police's primary challenge was finding Raymond. Despite their best attempts, he was never located. In March 2021, Victor and Robert were charged with kidnapping and murder. However, both Victor and Robert denied any involvement in Raymond's case. They knew that confessing guilt would lead to a life sentence without parole. Their lawyers argued that, since Raymond's body was never discovered and the case relied on circumstantial evidence, Victor and Robert could not be convicted of murder. The lack of a body enabled Victor and Robert to evade punishment. From the beginning, the prosecutor's office encountered several obstacles, one of which was the reliability of the witnesses. Most of them had histories of drug use or legal issues, which made their testimony doubtful. Victor later admitted to kidnapping Raymond and delivering him to Robert, but denied carrying out the murder. He disclosed that his actions were driven by non-payment. Victor claimed that Robert owed him $10,000 in cash for the job, but the money was never given. On the day Victor was being pursued by the police for reckless driving, he drove a car filled with evidence to confront Robert for cheating him. Had Victor received payment, the confrontation might never have occurred, and the criminals might have escaped justice. The trial began in March 2023, more than 5 years after Raymond disappeared. Despite years of investigation, Raymond's body was never recovered. This made the trial especially difficult, as proving guilt without a body was challenging for the prosecution. Meanwhile, the defense attorneys used several strategies to influence the case. However, the prosecution had a key advantage: Katie Bernard, who agreed to testify against Robert and Victor in exchange for immunity from prosecution. Katie was not charged, but played a crucial role in the case by providing a substantial amount of incriminating evidence against Victor and Robert. Victor's confession was also vital, as it exposed Robert's direct involvement in Raymond's disappearance and possible murder. Defense attorneys emphasized the lack of physical evidence, particularly the absence of a body. The trial lasted 1 day, and the jury deliberated for 4 hours before issuing its verdict on March 17, 2023. Both Victor Mulgray and Robert Manor were found guilty of first-degree murder and kidnapping. They were sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. While Victor refused to speak to the press, Robert immediately condemned the verdict as a miscarriage of justice. To this day, Robert asserts his innocence, accusing Victor and Katie of conspiring to frame him. However, prosecutors reject this claim as false, arguing that only Robert had a motive for revenge. Victor had never met Raymond, and therefore had no reason to harm him. Raymond Wright's body has never been recovered, leaving his grieving family unable to provide him with a proper burial. Despite the tragedy, Raymond's daughters have demonstrated resilience. Though profoundly affected by the loss of their father, they have worked diligently to rebuild their lives. Moving on to the next case. Reeba Caroline Bailey. A strange mystery arrived at the Cook County Sheriff's Office. They were tasked with identifying the remains of a nameless person with amnesia. In life, this individual called themselves Seven, but they were actually a biological woman. Who was Seven, and why could she not recall anything about herself? It was a particularly cold day in Chicago, Illinois, in 1976, when Denise Plunkett was preparing to go to work at the hospital. She lived in a shelter at St. Francis Catholic Worker House, which assisted people in getting back on their feet and also operated a soup kitchen. As she was leaving, she noticed someone unusually curled up on the porch. At first, it appeared to be a middle-aged man wearing a camouflage jacket and an aviator cap fastened under the chin. Upon closer inspection, Denise realized it was a woman. The encounter was so unusual that even now, at 83 years old, Denise still remembered it. The individual referred to themselves in the third person and avoided answering personal questions about their origin. When asked their name, they would respond either with Mr. Seven, or he is a number, not a name. His name is Seven. The reason for this peculiar behavior remained unknown. Denise's initial assumption that Seven was a man was influenced by the person's thick fingers, wide-set shoulders, and the army-style jacket. Could she have been military? Staff at the worker house considered the possibility. Yet Seven was a woman, so why the disassociation with herself? People typically refer to themselves in the third person due to mental health issues. During Denise Plunkett's time working with Seven at the house, there were suspicions of potential mental health problems, but Seven refused assistance. Denise remained at the worker house until 1983, but cared deeply for Seven. Along with other members in management, they attempted to have Seven's mental health evaluated, but she would not cooperate. Despite this, Seven quickly assumed a prominent role within the household. Everyone discovered she was an excellent cook, as if she had been a professional chef. She became indispensable, preparing beans, rice, dishes, and pasta casseroles almost daily. Seven's skills made her popular, as the neighborhood housed a large homeless community and several organizations funded soup kitchens or shelters for those less fortunate. Soon, people began flocking to St. Francis Catholic Worker House. The shelter, built only in 1974, gained popularity in large part due to Seven. People lined up for her cooking, sometimes over 100 for a single meal. The residents accepted Seven as she was. For more than 20 years, Seven lived at the shelter, often seen smoking on the porch. She mostly socialized with men, and even chose to sleep in the men's quarters. Some suspected Seven knew exactly who she was, but chose not to reveal it, while others believed it was amnesia caused by severe emotional trauma. One thing was certain: she would share her story when she was ready. Sam Guardino, an uptown social worker, attempted to unravel Seven's mystery but ultimately accepted her as she was. 27 years passed, and Seven remained at the house. She spoke of childhood memories, including visits to the Indiana Dunes, a national park along Lake Michigan. She recalled a family, but could not connect faces to names. She was also a devoted Cubs fan, watching games on the communal television or listening on the radio, having supported the team for as long as she could remember. In 2003, one of the residents found Seven unconscious in the hallway and called an ambulance. At the hospital, doctors determined she was in severe diabetic shock. The worker house could not afford the medical expenses of a diabetic patient, which required monitoring, insulin, and ongoing care. By this time, Seven appeared to be in her 60s, though her age was difficult to estimate because her face could have belonged to someone between 35 and 60, smooth, calm, but with gray hair. Lacking a legal name or social security number, Chicago police were called to the hospital. They launched a found persons report and attempted twice to take her fingerprints, but her fingers were unreadable due to severe disfigurement, a condition common in burn victims or the elderly. The mystery only deepened. Was Seven possibly a survivor of a fire incident? Seven's photographs were shared with other police departments and law enforcement agencies across Illinois. At first, it seemed they had located the person, named Skevin, but that proved to be a false alarm because the individual had died in a car accident. While reviewing missing persons, online investigators speculated that she might be the missing teen from Cook County, Mary and Switalski. Mary had last been seen at a carnival held at St. Priscilla's Catholic Church in Chicago on July 15, 1963. Just 2 days after her disappearance, her parents received a letter. It was postmarked from Oak Park, Illinois. Though seemingly written in Marianne's handwriting, the letter exhibited a different style of writing. The letter reassured her family of her safety and indicated her plan to earn money to support them. Yet, no additional communication ever followed. There are suspicions that Mary may have been coerced into joining a door-to-door sales group headed for California, or that she might have been involved in some kind of accident. She certainly resembled Seven's features. They shared the same eyes, nose, and gentle smile. Both had a strong bone structure, apparently of Polish descent. However, certainty was impossible. Seven was described as a heavy-set woman with few teeth, including one noticeably large front tooth. She had short white hair, blue eyes, and a fair complexion. Authorities overlooked gender identity and relied solely on biological sex, despite Seven's self-identification. The police report noted that Seven believes she is male. A medical examination confirmed that Seven is female. Soon after, the inquiry into Seven's identity was abandoned. The report concluded that she had no last name and could not remember her life prior to 27 years earlier. There was no information about relatives, and she did not possess a social security number. Without a confirmed identification of next of kin or any family, Seven became a ward of the state. She was placed in a nursing home near Lake Michigan. Years later, in 2012, the Chicago Tribune published a story on some of the state's unidentified adult wards. Seven was mentioned as part of the article, but no one came searching for her. Then, 3 years later, in 2015, Seven died at Apex Hospice Administrator on November 18th. She appeared to be in the later decades of life, estimated between her late 70s and early 80s. The medical examiner listed heart disease as the primary cause of death, possibly exacerbated by diabetes and dementia. In November 2015, the examiner successfully obtained some fingerprints. This may have been due to the post-mortem decrease in skin moisture over time, which can produce clearer, more defined fingerprints compared to those taken from living individuals, where moisture can interfere. It is also possible that previous attempts were mishandled or incompetent, as only 2 earlier fingerprint attempts had been made for Seven. Regardless, her fingerprints were processed through police databases as standard procedure. No matches were found with anyone holding a criminal record. She was buried at the edge of Mount Olivet Catholic Cemetery in Chicago in the section reserved for unidentified individuals. Her grave was marked by a cement cylinder bearing the number 04985. The medical examiner had recorded it as the 4,985th case of that year. Thus, Seven seemed destined to be forgotten by the world, remaining nameless but numbered. However, Seven's case would become the most unusual cold case handled by the Cook County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Tom Dart's office had gained recognition for working on cold cases after identifying victims of the notorious serial killer John Wayne Gacy. It had become a specialty for them to locate missing women in the state. Officer Dart remarked, "We've never had anything like this before. This one is different, and it keeps getting even more different." His office typically takes on cases that have been cold for at least 3 years, avoiding interference with ongoing investigations, and they began working on this case in 2021. They excluded foul play or becoming a victim at another person's hands, according to the medical examiner's report. Seven's fingerprints were processed through nationwide databases, including federal and military records. Ultimately, after years of being nameless, Seven was given a name and was no longer simply a number. Her fingerprints matched those of Reeba Caroline Bailey, who had been enlisted in the Army. Investigators located Army records from 1961 that belonged to Reeba. They then searched for her relatives dating back to the 1970s and found 5 siblings who had passed away, the most recent being a sister in 2007. Additionally, they identified several living nieces and nephews, a marriage record, and documentation of difficult events that helped provide context for her life. Reeba had lived a full life prior to her disappearance in the 1970s. Her living relatives and next of kin were primarily nephews and nieces residing in Florida, Alabama, and Illinois. Most of them had never met her in person, but they had heard of Aunt Reeba, who had gone missing. Her disappearance had become part of family lore, a story told to children during family gatherings, prompting speculation and theories about what might have happened to her. While all 6 of Reeba's siblings had passed away, she still had more than half a dozen nieces and nephews. Rick Bailey, a funeral home director in Florida, was going about his day when he received a call from the Cook County Sheriff's Office. He was completely shocked when they explained the discovery of his long-lost aunt's death. Richard was named after his father, who had died in 2000, 15 years before Richard's younger sister passed away. The 65-year-old Richard explained that his father had spent many years searching for his little sister. He would have been overjoyed to know she had been alive, cared for, and loved. Richard Jr. and other relatives assisted investigators in learning more about Reeba's early years. Born on May 19, 1940, in Danville, Illinois, it aligned with her memories of going camping. The town is renowned for outdoor activities such as biking, hiking, camping, and fishing, and it remains a popular tourist destination for nature enthusiasts. Reeba was the daughter of Edward Franklin Bailey, a carpenter. The family moved frequently due to his work, changing addresses multiple times between Illinois and Alabama. When Reeba was only 10 years old, she lost her mother in a tragic car accident. Reeba, her older brother Richard, and their father were all severely injured. According to an October 1950 article, her father had reversed the car to retrieve a suitcase he noticed beside the highway when a speeding vehicle collided with their car. Reeba's mother, Edna Bailey, aged 46 at the time, was pronounced dead at the hospital. Reeba's photograph does not appear in the yearbooks of either public or private Catholic schools in Danville. The building in Chicago's Gold Coast where the 1950 census records show her family lived no longer exists. Her name also does not appear in nearby high school yearbooks. Reeba worked as an elevator operator at a private club and as a sales clerk in a department store. Military records indicate that Reeba enjoyed swimming, bowling, and golf, and she had a passion for photography. At the age of 20, Reeba enlisted in the Women's Army Corps, serving in Alabama, Texas, and California. She was awarded a medal for good conduct during her service. In 1962, Reeba fell in love when she met John Henry Bilberry, who was also serving in the Army in California. John, a year older than her, was born on July 6, 1939, in Hamilton, Texas. Reeba was honorably discharged from the Army upon marriage. There are no records indicating a divorce between Reeba and John, so it is assumed the couple remained married until she went missing. However, 14 years later, in 1976, records show John remarried. In Clark, Nevada, John married Donnie and Ralston on September 1st, unaware that his wife Reeba was still alive. Reeba would be located the following month, October 1976, by Denise Plunkett at St. Francis Catholic Worker House. 1976 was also the year Reeba's father passed away. John Bilberry died in Brown, Texas, at the age of 49 in 1989. He was interred at Zephyr Cemetery in Brown, Texas. John's second wife and 2 siblings were also deceased, leaving no one alive to provide information about Reeba. Little is known about her discharge from the military, except for the rumors and myths in the family. The family talked about how Reeba once visited relatives in Arizona, and sometimes they would visit her in Chicago. But something had changed. She had started taking illegal substances and was an alcoholic. She even began dressing as a man and calling herself a man. It is said that there were fights between the husband and wife, as he was not so accepting of her new lifestyle. But all that is hearsay, since nothing of the sort was documented and no divorce lawyers were involved. One relative in particular was convinced that this was the aunt they had been searching for all these years. Amanda Ingram, the family's official historian, was keen on documenting the family tree as it grew. One missing piece had always been the lost sister her grandfather had been searching for. She looked at Reeba's photographs from the time she identified as 7 and realized there were certainly some recognizable belly features. Her face was long and she had prominent teeth, especially the one that protruded. But in a button-down shirt and hair cut very short, Reeba could have easily been one of her grandfather's brothers. Amanda keeps all census records and photographs on their family's website. She wanted to know more about this aunt, to document her journey and where she ended up. It is kind of like an onion, Amanda said. You keep peeling it back, and hopefully you find the story you wanted to know. Reeba's eldest sister was Virginia Bailey, born in 1920 and deceased in 2007. Then there was her brother, Edward Bailey, who passed away when he was a year old. Then came her brother, William Franklin Bailey. He was born in 1927 and passed away in 1992. Peggy Bailey, another sister, did not make it past her second year. Richard Lewis Bailey, who was in the car crash with Reeba's mother, passed in 2000. He was born in 1934, so he was the closest to any of the siblings with Reeba. Another infant was born after him, but only made it to 3 years before she passed away. And then it was Reeba Caroline Bailey, born on May 19, 1940. Reeba's surviving family members who have learned more about their great-aunt's life in later years have found comfort in the fact that she was comfortable and loved. We know she was cared for, Amanda Ingram commented. That is the best that my grandfather could have ever asked for. All these years, the Baileys thought Reeba had been kidnapped, assaulted, or perhaps was living on the streets. It is still unclear as to what happened to her after her military discharge and whether she fought with her then husband. Family members are left with a lot of questions about Reeba's life. Did she have children? What became of her marriage? And even about their aunt's gender identity. Reasons behind her disappearance from their lives remains a mystery. Family stories hint at a possible disagreement with her father. Investigators have attempted to unpack the mystery of Reeba's memory loss. They have examined theories ranging from possible brain damage resulting from the car accident that tragically took her mother's life to the effects of her military service. It was recently disclosed that Reeba had been working at Fort Ord in California, a contaminated former Army base, and at Fort McClellan in Alabama, once a site for chemical weapons training. The federal government has acknowledged the possibility of exposure to toxins. For nearly 8 decades, soldiers stationed at Fort Ord endured the harsh realities of military service. It is possible that Seven's dementia and amnesia were linked to her time in service. No one has been able to determine the significance behind the name Seven. Investigators theorize that it may have been connected to military service or birth order, as Reeba was the youngest of 6 siblings. However, a recent discovery was made by Amanda, her great-niece, on Ancestry.com. She received potential matches for previously unknown relatives, possibly including another Bailey sibling. Amanda remembered her grandfather occasionally mentioning the possibility of another baby in the family. Despite attempts to verify this through public records in Illinois and checks with law enforcement, no documentation of another birth was found. Nevertheless, if there truly had been another sibling, Reeba would have been the 7th Bailey child in the family, thus the name Seven. According to investigators, the next step would be to honor her with a new gravestone and military honors. Commander Jason Moran, who oversees the Missing Persons Unit, stated that the sole objective of resolving such cold cases was dignity. A body must be laid to rest with a name, the name they lived with. Human identification is a combination of science and circumstance. Moran, who has served with the Sheriff's Department for more than 20 years, said of his work, "It makes it very interesting to learn about who they were. The passage of time creates these challenges, so they do the best they can to reconstruct who they were in life." Reeba's case has the potential to bring about a change in Illinois legislation. The Cook County Sheriff's Office is advocating for an amendment to the state's Missing Persons Identification Act. They propose that post-mortem fingerprints be compared against all available state and federal databases. The scope must extend beyond only law enforcement databases. This proposal seeks a more thorough search process at the time of death, which could accelerate the identification of individuals. With unidentified homicide victims, an earlier match could assist investigations already hindered by the passage of time. It could also provide closure to the loved ones of the deceased. In Reeba's situation, her relatives could have conducted a memorial service and buried her where they wished at the time of her death. As a family, they chose not to disturb her resting place. According to Richard, they could have transferred her remains to be buried with her family in Florida or Alabama. Her brother, Richard Bailey, was interred at Barrancas National Cemetery in Florida as he was a Vietnam War veteran. However, relocating her remains there would have been somewhat costly, and it would have required the entire family to contribute. Richard Jr. stated, "We decided as a family not to disturb her. At least we now know where she is." When informed about the recent identification of Reeba and details of her early life, those who had lived with Seven at the workers' house responded similarly. Denise Plunkett said, "It is absolutely mind-boggling." The sheriff's office is moving forward with obtaining a new gravestone, a military marker, and organizing a memorial ceremony for Reeba's life. Advances in forensic technology have once again assisted in reuniting families. The mystery surrounding Seven has been resolved, and her loved ones find solace in knowing what happened to her. However, the reason Reeba went missing remains an unsolved mystery, buried along with the elders of the Bailey family. Moving on to the next case. Richard Baschelle. On March 16, 1977, Richard Baschelle was awakened by his 17-year-old son. At 2:30 a.m., Richard Jr. anxiously told his father that he believed he heard a noise on the front porch of their Alameda, California home. He was correct. Outside, the pair observed a burglar surveying the house. Richard and his son pursued the burglar down the street. Richard Sr. was far ahead of his son. When his son caught up, he discovered his father stabbed 10 times on a sidewalk on Lincoln Avenue, and the suspect had vanished. 43-year-old Richard, a U.S. Marine who served in the Korean War, was taken to a nearby hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. Richard Jr. had the following to say about his father. "Dad was a good man. He would go out of his way to help people, even strangers." A possible suspect had been identified in the case, but due to limitations in DNA technology, charges could not be filed, and the case went cold. 44 years after the crime, in 2021, the police department's cold case unit resubmitted a key piece of DNA evidence, a jacket the suspect had worn the night of the attack. A blood sample from that jacket was sent to the Serological Research Institute in Richmond, which confirmed the blood belonged to the victim. The following year, in 2022, the case was finally solved, and the perpetrator was identified as Richard Curley Bernard, who was 23 years old at the time of the crime. On March 22, 2022, retired Alameda Police Department Detective Lorenzo Graham stated during a news conference that Bernard had previously been arrested and convicted for a series of Alameda burglaries, along with 2 known assaults. The detectives said they also uncovered circumstantial evidence, finally proving that Bernard, who had been a suspect back in 1977, was indeed the perpetrator. Bernard, who spent much of his life in prison for numerous burglary convictions, was later shot and killed in Texas in 1989. Alameda County Deputy District Attorney Mark Melton said that the suspect is deceased, but the victim's family now knows the identity of the perpetrator and that law enforcement never stopped searching for him. Richard Jr. said, "I am happy that we have a final resolution to this. It has been on my mind for the last 45-plus years. It has been a long, hard road, but I am glad we have a final resolution to this. On behalf of my family, my late mother, and my 2 younger brothers, I would like to simply say thank you." Moving on to the next case. Susan Neggermith. A perpetrator would learn his fate 33 years after the crime occurred. In May 1990, 20-year-old Susan Neggermith from Carmel, New York, in Putnam County, was at the Jersey Shore in New Jersey with friends for Memorial Day weekend. She then went missing. Authorities discovered her body on May 27th behind a restaurant. Her death was initially classified as accidental, but was later ruled a homicide. This change occurred after a medical examiner reviewed autopsy photos and documented 26 points of trauma on her body. She had also been assaulted. Neither evidence from the scene, which included scrapings from under her fingernails, nor police investigations led to anyone being charged in her assault or death, and the case went cold. 28 years later, in 2018, lab testing identified a person of interest, but authorities faced the difficult task of obtaining his DNA. In June 2021, 3 years later, the DNA matched Jerry Rosado. The Cape May County Prosecutor's Office charged him in April 2022, when he was 62 years old, with assaulting Susan. He was not charged with her death. In 2023, a state appeals court decision led to the dismissal of the charge due to the statute of limitations, and the state's highest court declined to overturn that decision. At the trial level, Rosado's lawyers argued that the statute of limitations in 1990 was 5 years and had expired. The trial judge denied the argument, stating that the clock did not start until 2021 when investigators made the DNA match, citing a 2002 amendment to the assault statute. Rosado's lawyers appealed, and a panel of judges reversed the trial judge, finding that the statute of limitations in 1990 was indeed 5 years. The appeals decision explained that 2 changes to the assault law since then did not affect this case. First, in 1996, the statute of limitations for assault was removed, applying only to cases that had not yet expired as of May 1, 1996. In Susan's case, the statute of limitations for assault ended on May 27, 1995. Second, in 2002, an amendment to the assault law provided an exception for cases involving DNA or fingerprint evidence. However, the amendment included no retroactive effect, consistent with other state and federal case law. The state Supreme Court quoted the 2023 appeals decision, which concluded that the 2002 amendment could not constitutionally revive a statute of limitations that had already expired. The decision effectively ends the case against Jerry Rosado. Emily Negersmith, Susan's sister, said she was just a young woman, 20 years old, down at the shore with her friends. She did not deserve this. No one deserves that. Dawn Negersmith, Susan's other sister, said, we just want it solved, so we can have closure on this case. Moving on to the next case. Tavant White and Alicia Justice. A drive-by shooting would ultimately lead to a confession and the arrest of 3 individuals. On November 9, 2018, 23-year-old Tavant White and 21-year-old Alicia Justice were found dead in a crashed black Honda Accord that had collided with a cement wall at the Natchez Stew Pot in Mississippi. When Natchez police arrived at the scene, they discovered that the vehicle had been struck by gunfire multiple times. The police obtained surveillance footage from several cameras near the scene and identified the vehicle from which the bullets were fired as a silver and gray 2008 Chevrolet Cobalt. Tavant was under grand jury indictment for armed robbery and possession of a weapon by a convicted felon. He had previously been shot, and no arrests were made in those incidents because Tavant did not cooperate with investigators. The case would not be solved until more than 2 years later, when police arrested 18-year-old Jameco Davis, 23-year-old Candarius Davis, and Jack Lawrence Jackson. The 4th individual, Michaelaus Johnson, is deceased. In February 2021, Candarius Davis was in the Adams County Jail being questioned about a separate incident. During an interview with investigators, he confessed to having information regarding the slayings of Tavant and Alicia. Warrants were then issued for Jackson and Jameco Davis. Jackson denied any involvement in the crime and claimed he was with his girlfriend on the night of the incident. Jameco Davis also denied any participation and stated he had been in Texas at the time of the shooting. However, when investigators showed Jameco Davis an Instagram video recorded on the day of the shooting, showing him and Candarius Davis together bragging about the crime, he admitted it was him in the video but denied involvement in the shooting itself. On October 10, 2021, Candarius Davis recanted his original statement implicating Jameco Davis and Jackson. Instead, he provided the names of 3 other individuals as being responsible. On March 7, 2022, Candarius Davis recanted his recantation, claiming he did so out of fear for his life. They knew Tavant White and began shooting when they saw him driving past them. On June 24, 2022, Jackson and Jameco Davis were sentenced to 2 life sentences to run concurrently, along with an additional 10 years for firearm enhancements. Candarius Davis entered a plea to second-degree murder. He has not yet been sentenced. On January 19, 2024, the firearm enhancement convictions for Jackson and Jameco Davis were vacated, though the life sentences for each were affirmed. They appealed their sentences, arguing that the firearm enhancements were illegal, that the trial court failed to follow proper procedure, and that the verdict was against the overwhelming weight of the evidence. Additionally, Jackson contended in his appeal that Judge Blackwell erred in not separating his trial from Davis's. The court agreed with the challenge to the firearm enhancement portions of the sentences and vacated those, but found that all other claims lacked merit. Moving on to the next case. Tony J. Bledsoe. In March 1992, a 24-year-old man departed from his home in Arcadia, Indiana, and never came back. For more than 20 years, his disappearance remained unsolved. On April 3, 1992, law enforcement officials in Putnam County, Indiana, made a horrifying discovery. Severed human remains were discovered discarded in a ravine. The corpse was missing its head, hands, and feet, leaving investigators without any immediate means of identifying the victim. The state of the remains further complicated matters. Without essential identifying characteristics, establishing the victim's identity became a difficult and lengthy process. With no obvious evidence connecting the remains to any current missing persons case, the investigation came to a halt. The case quietly grew cold. In 2018, more than 20 years after the gruesome discovery in Putnam County, DNA analysis finally delivered long-awaited answers. The remains recovered from the ravine were confirmed to be those of Tony J. Bledsoe. Tony was born on August 29, 1967. At 24 years old, he was already a dedicated husband and a proud father. He resided in the small town of Arcadia, Indiana, with his wife and child. He had formerly been employed at the Dana Corporation in Indianapolis, a position that had once provided financial stability and structure. Sadly, Tony was laid off, a setback that brought both emotional and financial hardship. Nevertheless, he never permitted that difficulty to impact his role as a father and husband. He continued to demonstrate strength and resilience, refusing to allow his circumstances to crush his spirit. On March 16, 1992, Tony left his residence driving his gray 1971 Oldsmobile Cutlass. He carried only $8 in cash and 1/8 of a tank of gas. It was a small amount, but sufficient to carry him through whatever errand or task he had intended for the day. But Tony never returned home. As the hours went by and Tony did not make contact, his wife's worry rapidly turned into alarm. She understood that it was unlike him to vanish without saying anything, with no explanations and mounting fear. She reached out to local authorities to report him missing. An inquiry was initiated in hopes of determining his whereabouts and discovering what might have occurred. Investigators began retracing Tony's last known movements, attempting to reconstruct a timeline from the limited information available. They searched for any witnesses who might have seen his car or interacted with him that day. Every lead, regardless of how minor, was pursued, but nothing brought them nearer to locating Tony. The trail was cold from the outset, offering no clear path forward. The identification in 2018 reopened the case, providing both investigators and Tony's family with a renewed sense of purpose in seeking justice for the horrific crime that had claimed his life. With this breakthrough, law enforcement agencies started re-examining every piece of evidence from the original case. They revisited old reports, re-interviewed individuals connected to Tony, and followed any new leads that surfaced. Investigators were resolved to uncover the truth behind his death, regardless of how much time had elapsed. Their determination led them down new investigative avenues that had previously remained unexplored. Police efforts intensified after a crucial tip was received on March 14th, just 2 days before the official identification of Tony's remains. The tip offered a troubling new lead that redirected the focus of the investigation. The information arrived nearly 26 years after Tony disappeared, and it would become a pivotal moment in the case. Investigators were informed that a man named Thomas Anderson had once discussed Tony's case under unsettling circumstances. According to the informant, Thomas allegedly stated that he had witnessed another individual carry out the crime. The account he provided was graphic and detailed, referencing not only the killing, but also the dismemberment of Tony's body. The method of dismemberment matched the condition of the remains discovered in 1992, his head, hands and feet removed. The tip contained additional horrifying details. Thomas allegedly explained how the missing body parts had been placed inside a bucket filled with concrete. The information corresponded with aspects of the original crime scene that had never been publicly disclosed. From that moment forward, law enforcement continued to actively work the case, carrying out interviews, executing search warrants, and expanding upon the groundwork established by the 2018 tip. The revived investigation breathed new energy into the case and offered Tony's family hope that the individual or individuals responsible for his death would ultimately face accountability. On May 20, 2025, following years of quiet investigative work and newly revealed evidence, Indiana State Police, along with Hamilton County officials, took 53-year-old Thomas Tommy Anderson Jr. of Arcadia into custody. He was officially charged with taking Tony's life. Over the course of the investigation, Anderson allegedly admitted to his involvement in Tony's death, sharing troubling details that matched previously unreleased evidence from the original crime scene. According to investigators, Anderson spoke with police on 3 different occasions. In each interview, he acknowledged participating in the events that led to Tony's death. He informed authorities that the motive for the crime was connected to a car theft scheme he and another man were engaged in during the early 1990s. Anderson asserted that Tony had threatened to report them to the police after discovering he had been sold a stolen car radio, placing their illegal operation in jeopardy. Anderson recounted that on March 19, 1992, only days after Tony vanished, he accompanied Tony to the residence of another man involved in the scheme, situated in Noblesville. According to Anderson, it was inside that residence that the situation became deadly. He told investigators that the second man shot Tony in the head with a shotgun before stabbing him repeatedly with a knife. What started as a confrontation rapidly escalated into a savage crime. Anderson also admitted that he was not merely an observer. He confessed to hitting Tony with a baseball bat during the assault, further incriminating himself. His statement added new dimensions to the case and assisted investigators in reconstructing the sequence of events that resulted in Tony's death. Each detail Anderson revealed reinforced the case against him and began to create a clearer depiction of the violence that had taken place behind closed doors. In his confession, Anderson offered a precise description of the knife used in the stabbing. He remembered its appearance and provided sufficient detail for investigators to pursue his claim. Acting on this information, police carried out a search of the second suspect's residence. The home belonged to a man named Andy Emmert, who had long remained on the periphery of the investigation. During the search, authorities found a knife concealed inside a safe within Emmert's home. The weapon closely matched the description Anderson had given, further supporting his account. 2 Oldsmobile Cutlasses, the same vehicle Tony was last observed driving, was removed from Emmert's property. This tangible evidence functioned as a crucial connection between Anderson's confession and the killing itself, providing investigators with the confirmation they required to continue strengthening their case against both suspects. Anderson stated that after they killed Tony, he and the other man dismembered Tony's body, placing his head, hands, and feet into a pickle bucket filled with concrete. The purpose, according to Anderson, was to prevent identification and eliminate the evidence without leaving a trace. His account was profoundly disturbing, but it corresponded with forensic findings made years earlier. He continued by saying that the second man had been driving them toward a town with green in its name before they chose a dumping location for the remains. Investigators noted that Tony's dismembered body had been found approximately 10 miles from Greencastle, Indiana, aligning with Anderson's vague geographic reference. Proximity reinforced the reliability of Anderson's statement and further connected him to the disposal of Tony's remains. Anderson described how the body had been tied with nylon rope and spray painted black in an attempt to hide it. These particular details were especially meaningful to investigators because they had never been made public. Only someone directly involved in the crime would have been aware of the rope and the use of spray paint on the body. State police later verified that these details had been deliberately withheld during the original investigation. The confidentiality had served as a method to assess the credibility of any future confessions or leads. Even with Anderson identifying the second man, Andy Emmert, as the one who allegedly fired the shot and stabbed Tony, no charges have been brought against Emmert at this time. The reasons for this decision remain undisclosed, possibly due to an ongoing investigation or insufficient evidence. Justin Robinson, Tony's son, said, "My dad did not leave. My dad did not just leave." 33 years after his father disappeared from the face of the earth, Justin is finally receiving answers, and perhaps even justice. Moving on to the next case. The case of Mark Orrin Barton. Mark Orrin Barton was born in April 1955. He was the child of a soldier and spent his childhood living in many different locations, as his parents moved from China to several states. Later on, his family relocated to South Carolina. During this period, his parents' marriage began to experience difficulties. Eventually, his mother filed for divorce and raised him by herself, although he stayed in contact with his father. From an early age, Mark was a quiet individual and struggled to form connections with other children. It may have been this sense of isolation or adolescent curiosity that led him to experiment with illegal substances, which resulted in negative consequences. Mark rapidly developed an addiction to hallucinogens and was caught stealing from pharmacies on multiple occasions, yet he did not suffer serious punishment. Nevertheless, these problems did not stop Mark from attending college. He enrolled at Clemson University and obtained a degree in chemistry. Even so, he continued to battle his addiction throughout this time. After finishing his studies, Mark was arrested once again for theft while attempting to get money for drugs. This incident happened just 1 month after he earned his diploma, which allowed him to avoid any academic consequences. If he had still been enrolled, he likely would have been expelled. However, luck seemed to favor him repeatedly, as he avoided severe repercussions for his errors and misconduct. All of this occurred during the psychedelic boom of the 1960s in the United States, a period when many people experimented with drugs, including Mark. Mark then chose to conduct his own experiments to create illegal substances, using his chemistry knowledge and personal interest. As a result, he experienced several overdoses during the experimentation process, which led to hospital stays. In each instance, he survived, and many people believed he had two personalities, one being a highly capable chemistry graduate, and the other being a man dealing with addiction and psychological issues. By the age of 29, Mark possessed extensive scientific knowledge, but still struggled with drug addiction, which caused hallucinations. During this period, he moved to Georgia, where he met his future wife, Deborah Spivey. Their relationship advanced quickly, and they soon married. Mark found employment, but when he became a co-founder of a chemical manufacturing company, his employer required him to move to Alabama. Unfortunately, because of various problems, he lost that job shortly afterward. During this time, his mental health began to decline rapidly. Deborah noticed growing signs of paranoia and witnessed his emotional outbursts. He became convinced that people were trying to hurt him and often behaved nervously and oddly. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Believing he was being followed and watched. Despite these difficulties, Deborah loved Mark and wanted to help him. They had 2 children together, Matthew and Michelle. However, as Mark's mental condition continued to worsen, the atmosphere in their household changed. He began showing increasingly manipulative and controlling behavior, especially toward Deborah. This situation quickly intensified, and Deborah started to feel unsafe for herself and their children. She often shared her fears with friends and family, saying that Mark's disturbing stare frightened her. During this challenging period, Mark was fired from his job after his co-workers complained about his inappropriate conduct. The day after Mark was dismissed, a strange incident took place. Someone hacked into the company's computers, erased data, and stole information. Mark denied any involvement, but the investigation soon linked him to the crime, proving that he was the hacker. He was arrested, yet surprisingly, the company chose to drop most of the charges against him, which led to his release after a short time in prison. It was later revealed that Mark had produced and sold several illegal chemicals while co-founding the company. In order to protect its reputation, the company allowed Mark to leave without facing prosecution. There were no official records of his criminal actions, as the employers told the police that their dispute had been resolved peacefully. The scandal began when the family relocated to Atlanta, Georgia. Mark quickly secured a prestigious position at a manufacturing company known for its chemical production. During this period, he also worked as a chemical sales representative for another organization. Deborah told her loved ones that Mark's condition had greatly improved. She felt optimistic about their marriage and believed their relationship could be saved. This mattered deeply to her because she felt a divorce would harm their children. Around this time, Mark became more relaxed and seemed to have stopped using drugs. However, there were simpler explanations for this change. While at work, he met a 20-year-old woman named Leigh Ann, who had just started working as a secretary at the same company. They quickly connected and soon began flirting and dating. Mark fell deeply in love with her, and their affair continued for quite some time. By 1993, it appeared that Mark had no problems at all. He looked great, was active, earned a lot of money, did not use drugs, had a loving wife, beautiful children, and even a mistress. Everything seemed calm until Deborah began to suspect that he was cheating. At first, Deborah tried to reassure herself, believing that Mark was simply going through a midlife crisis. He had indeed started taking better care of himself and appeared younger. However, suspicions about him having an affair started to surface. He insisted that he was not involved with anyone and claimed he was only trying to maintain his youthful appearance. At the beginning of 1993, he purchased a life insurance policy for Deborah valued at $600,000. It was later discovered that he had attempted to buy a policy worth over $1 million, but he lacked the funds to pay for it. In June 1993, Mark and his lover Leigh went on a trip together. Mark tried to convince his wife, Deborah, that it was merely a business trip to a nearby state. During that time, he confessed his love to Leigh and expressed his wish to leave Deborah for her. Leigh accepted the relationship, but insisted that he must first obtain a divorce. However, Deborah did not immediately agree to a divorce. She threatened to begin a prolonged divorce process, which could last a year or more due to the complicated issues involved. At the time, Mark and Deborah were working with a family law attorney, and as expected, the process was lengthy because parenting plans had to be created and child support matters resolved. In early September 1993, Deborah planned a weekend trip to the lake with her mother and family. Those close to her were aware of the problems in her marriage to Mark, but believed they were attempting to work through them. Everything appeared normal. Deborah invited her husband Mark to join them and wanted to bring their children, but their daughter became ill. Their son Matthew, a Boy Scout, had an important camping trip scheduled for that weekend. Mark told Deborah that he needed to stay home with the children and suggested that she go to the lake with her mother, which she agreed to do. Deborah remained determined to follow through with her plans and traveled to the lake, where her mother, Eloise, was supposed to meet her. The last time anyone saw them together was on the evening of September 4th, 1993. Everything seemed calm and normal. However, on Monday, September 6th, they did not return home as expected. Deborah's father attempted to contact both his daughter and his wife, but neither responded to his calls. Mark also stated that he had no information about their whereabouts. As a result, Deborah's father went to the police to request a welfare check and provided the address of their lake house. The police arrived at the lake house, but when they knocked on the door, no one responded. After a few minutes, they walked around the property, but noticed nothing suspicious aside from cars parked in the driveway. It appeared that Eloise and Deborah were still nearby, yet there was no sign of them. Officers then found an unlocked trailer on the property and chose to investigate further. Inside, they came upon a horrifying scene. Deborah and Eloise had been killed. There were indications of a struggle and an apparent search for valuables, but nothing was missing except Deborah's wedding ring. The perpetrator seemed to have left other valuables behind, including a weapon sitting on the kitchen counter and several $100s in cash that Deborah had been carrying. There were no signs of forced entry, suggesting that Deborah and Eloise may have known their attacker. It appeared they might have been careless and failed to lock the trailer, allowing the intruder to enter. Mark quickly emerged as the main suspect. He had a financial motive involving the insurance money and was clearly under stress because of the issues ahead, including divorce, child support, and custody. Deborah was likely to gain the advantage in their legal dispute, making her removal beneficial to him. He could have taken the opportunity to kill her in an isolated location without witnesses. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the area. After the funeral, police searched Mark's house, but found nothing. They also examined his car, where they discovered several drops of blood on the steering wheel and ignition switch. Mark claimed the blood came from a recent cut on his finger. Unfortunately, the blood samples could not be tested because they were contaminated with soda, making it impossible to determine whether the blood belonged to Deborah or Eloise. As a result, police released Mark after questioning. Several witnesses who had gone camping with Mark and his son Matthew stated that he had left for a few hours and could have committed the crime. This meant he did not have a solid alibi. Despite this, the case was eventually closed. Deborah's relatives were devastated that her children, Michelle and Matthew, were left without their mother and that the killer was never identified. Detectives quickly abandoned the investigation after the double murder. A week after Mark returned home, his mistress moved in with him. She began acting like a mother, even attempting to replace the children's biological mother, Deborah. After the case was closed, Mark received a payment from Deborah's life insurance policy, but it amounted to only half of the total, $294,000. Unhappy with the payout, he sued the insurance company, which raised the amount to $450,000. From this sum, $150,000 was placed into a trust fund for the children. Around this time, Mark openly expressed his feelings for Lee, stating that he had never loved anyone so deeply. It came as no surprise when they soon married. Using the insurance money, Mark decided to leave his job and pursue a new business venture, becoming a trader at a brokerage firm. However, after Deborah's death, Mark's emotional condition worsened. The profitable trading opportunities he once envisioned turned into repeated losses because of his many errors. Lacking financial knowledge and experience, he continued to place large bets, which led to even greater losses. By June 1999, he had not only lost all of his wealth, but was also deeply in debt, owing $105,000 from the securities he had overseen at the firm. This financial collapse stemmed from a series of unsuccessful trades he executed during that period. Eventually, Mark was dismissed and had his trading license revoked. However, he did not surrender and secured another position at a technology investment company named Momentum Securities, situated across the street from his former office. During this period, he was battling mental health problems, though no one was aware of it. Mark was ultimately fired on July 29, 1999. He then went to his former place of employment, Momentum Securities, in Atlanta. After entering, he spoke with several former co-workers. They noticed nothing unusual about the discussion and later said they were shocked by Mark's later behavior. He abruptly pulled out 2 weapons and launched an attack. As a result, 4 individuals were killed instantly. Before leaving, he tried to murder his boss and mentor, Berta. Fortunately, Berta survived. Mark's actions were deliberate. He had a specific objective. He deliberately targeted the office of his former employer, Momentum Securities, where he had been terminated for embezzlement. He then intended to continue the assault at a nearby firm, Altec Investment Group, where he had also been fired. Calmly walking across the street amid the turmoil, he entered and encountered Kevin Dial, the office manager. Without uttering a word, he attacked Kevin in the chest, killing him immediately. The situation worsened when Mark proceeded to kill 3 more traders, triggering panic as people rushed to flee. Immediately afterward, Mark entered the conference room and began assaulting the employees inside. The first individual he wounded was the company's co-founder. By the time police arrived, the building had been locked down and Mark had already escaped. Amid the chaos, he managed to get away, but one witness saw him move through the crowd, enter a green minivan, and drive off. That witness remembered the vehicle's license plate and reported it to responding officers, which enabled them to identify Mark by checking the car's details in their database. Unfortunately, they were unable to locate him right away. He disappeared in an unknown direction, and attempts to track the vehicle failed. As a result, police turned to the media to release information about the incident and request help from the public. They needed to warn people that Mark, a dangerous armed individual, was still at large. Within the first 30 minutes, tips began to come in. A gas station employee reported seeing Mark refuel his car and then drive away. Additionally, a girl contacted police, saying that an unknown man had attacked her, left a weapon with her, and threatened her. Fortunately, she was able to get away from him. Police quickly concluded that Mark appeared determined to take a hostage to aid his escape. Afterward, they managed to trace his movements, and a large-scale pursuit began, which ended quickly. Mark found himself cornered in a dead end, surrounded. As officers approached his vehicle and drew their weapons, a loud bang was heard. In a desperate effort to avoid being captured, he shot himself in the head, realizing his escape plan had failed. As a result, he died instantly. Now, investigators needed to understand what had driven Mark to commit such violence. Detectives went to his home, hoping to speak with his second wife, Lee. When they were unable to reach her by phone, concerns arose that she may have fled. Authorities suspected that Mark might have had an accomplice and could have been planning additional violence. It was baffling that a well-educated businessman would suddenly resort to armed brutality. However, when police searched the house, they uncovered something completely unexpected. In the master bedroom closet, they found that Lee had been beaten to death. They also found the bodies of Mark's 2 children, Michelle and Matthew, who had likewise been beaten to death in their beds. The children's bodies were left uncovered, with towels wrapped around their heads so that only their faces were visible. Police identified the murder weapon as a baseball bat, which Mark had used to smash the heads of his family members. Forensic analysis indicated that Mark had killed Lee 2 days before the tragic incident at Momentum Securities. The following day, he attacked his children in the living room. A letter found at the crime scene provided details of the events. On the morning of July 27, 1999, Mark decided to kill Lee. He claimed to have planned an unforgettable weekend for his children, which he saw as a farewell. In the letter, Mark admitted to killing Lee and her 2 children from a previous marriage, Matthew and Michelle, while they were asleep. After murdering his family, he covered their bodies with sheets and left notes on each of them. Investigators discovered symbolic gifts with the children: a teddy bear and a handwritten note on Michelle's chest, and a similar note along with a video game on Matthew's body. Both notes were dated July 29th. Mark did not clearly explain his motives, believing that no one could understand his actions. Instead, he expressed profound hatred for life and societal values, feelings he had harbored for months before making his drastic decision. He claimed to have loved his family and hoped to be reunited with them in heaven. He intended to kill them quickly and painlessly, thinking that the children would endure suffering without their parents, and he believed God would care for them in the afterlife. Detectives suspect that Mark was not truthful in the letter he wrote, in which he claimed that he saw death as his only escape. In reality, he planned for Lee and the children to die with him. He did not die immediately after the killings. Instead, he attacked his workplace and fled. Mark initially planned to start a new life, but felt compelled to end his life when he realized he would face imprisonment. In total, 9 of his former colleagues and 3 family members were killed, while 13 others were injured but survived. Many people also considered Deborah and Eloise among his victims. At the time, his children were 8 and 11 years old, and his young wife, Lee, was 27. Before moving to Alabama, Mark intended to eliminate those he believed were against him. His first wife, Deborah, often told friends and family that relocating to Alabama marked the beginning of his decline. After moving, Mark's work performance deteriorated rapidly, leading to his dismissal. He was later caught sabotaging company data, but the incident was kept quiet to avoid damaging the startup's reputation. Consequently, Mark received a brief prison sentence. Having lost all of his wealth and endured multiple job losses, Mark became despondent. Police found similarities between the murders of his first wife, Deborah, and her mother, Eloise, who were both killed in a trailer. Mark is considered the prime suspect, though he has consistently denied involvement, yet authorities view him as guilty. The murders shared a similar method, and the same weapon was used. Additionally, he was the only individual with a strong motive. He also had access to their home and was among the few who knew where Deborah and Eloise were, as there were hardly any strangers in the area. Neighbors were aware of Mark's frequent arguments with Deborah, which led them to believe he was the one responsible for her death. At present, it is impossible to confirm Mark's involvement in the deaths of Deborah and Eloise, as Mark, the only person who could have admitted to the crime, has since died. Authorities suspect that Mark's motive for killing Deborah was the insurance payout he received shortly after her murder. He used this money to fund his trading career, favoring high-risk investments that eventually failed. The reason he held those around him responsible for his financial losses in the stock market remains unclear. None of Mark's coworkers could comprehend his aggression, particularly because his victims were ordinary employees performing their duties. These individuals had done nothing to harm him and bore no responsibility for his failures or his job loss. Moving on to the next case. Story of the Killer Priest Guy Denoir. We will be examining the story of a killer, a priest who appeared to be normal, with nothing unusual or strange about him. However, he did have a dark side. It turned out that not only was he a pervert, but he was also manipulating people as he pleased, especially women. In a town of about 400 villagers, Guy was born in the countryside, and his family was deeply Catholic. They raised him with the goal that he would pursue a religious career as a priest. And even if that was not his initial choice, that is exactly what he became. In 1950, Guy became a priest at the Church of Europe. In terms of appearance, this young man looked like the perfect priest. He was pleasant, friendly, kind, and very energetic. Anything related to religion, he handled extremely well. He had many good ideas to help the village develop. He created a choir and a group to perform in a theater play. He organized several excursions for children and was known for creating a soccer team for the village boys. The older generation believed it was very modern of him to bring all these activities to the village, while the younger generation found it impressive and appreciated the modern touch he brought to both the town and religion. Guy was also considered a handsome man, and women found him very charming. Personality-wise, he had a strong thirst for carnal pleasure and used his charm to get closer to women. After much perversity and manipulation, many of the women eventually gave in, and none of them spoke out because they feared no one would believe them and did not want to be seen as a disgrace to the village. In 1953, things took a different turn for Guy Dyer when an incident occurred that changed the priest's plans. A young girl fell for his charm. And what happened? She became pregnant. Of course, the priest denied everything and claimed he was not the father. He threatened the girl, saying that if she did not stop, he would file a defamation complaint. Having significant influence in the village, Guy stated that the accusation was nonsense and that it was impossible for him to be the father. And naturally, because of that influence, his followers believed him. He was even summoned before his superior, the bishop, to whom he lied and denied everything. As a result, the entire situation was silenced. In reality, he was the father, and he took the girl to another village to give birth, where he convinced her to give the child up. That story was never heard by the villagers, or perhaps it can be assumed that if people knew, they chose not to say anything. The priest had such strong influence over the villagers that no one wanted to go against him once the story faded. He returned to his usual behavior and continued manipulating people as he had before. But another incident occurred in 1956 when Renee Faye, 19 years old, became pregnant, once again by Guy Dyer. Unlike the other women, Renee did not want to give her child up for adoption. Not only that, she wanted to raise the child in the village of Europe, where the priest was located. Guy was terrified. He feared that the child would eventually grow up and resemble him. He was also afraid that the woman would eventually speak out. In 1956, rumors began to surface, as many parishioners were becoming pregnant under mysterious circumstances, and no one knew who the father was. The priest then devised a plan and asked a military man from another village to come and pretend to be the father. Unfortunately, that strategy failed, and no one believed the soldier was the father, which only worsened the situation surrounding the mysterious pregnancies. December 3, 1956, is a date that changed everything. The priest Guy brought Renee onto a deserted road to try once more to convince her to give up the child, but she refused again. She was exhausted by the priest's demands. So she got out of the car and began walking back toward the village in the opposite direction. That night, Guy Dyer exited the car, pulled out a .635 caliber pistol, and fired 3 shots. The bullets struck Renee in the back of the neck, and she died instantly. Once the crime was committed, the priest walked over to the victim, undressed her, took out a knife, and began opening Regine's stomach. From her abdomen, he removed the baby girl, who was still alive. The priest then committed another unforgivable act. He strangled the infant, stabbed her, and mutilated her, believing that if the baby was destroyed in that manner, there would be no way, no DNA, if you want to call it that, to trace the child back to him. Regine's disappearance was reported later that evening, and the strange part was that the priest joined the search party looking for Regine. Can you imagine that situation? I mean, the killer is right there with you in the search party, looking for the person he just murdered. Is it just me, or is that completely twisted? The body was found very quickly, and because the priest was not an experienced killer, he did not think about cleaning the crime scene, so it did not take long for police to find the murder weapon. They also recovered shell casings that were traced back to the priest. As a result, the priest became a suspect, and when questioned during interrogation, he denied everything. However, Under the mounting pressure, he eventually broke down and confessed to everything. When the story came out, people across France were devastated, as the priest was now exposed as a criminal. The church requested that Guy be imprisoned under a false name so that it would not damage the church's image, and mainly to ensure that the crime would not be directly associated with the church. The court examined the case of Guy de Noyer on January 24, 1958. Naturally, the villagers and public opinion wanted the priest to be sentenced to death. Guy's life was described as that of a man who enjoyed luxury, sexual relationships, and admired his own authority, while the priest himself asked for forgiveness, claiming he did not understand what he had done wrong. The jury delivered its verdict, and most agreed that he was guilty of double murder. The victims were, of course, Regine and her baby. However, the jury did not wish to sentence him to death. They did not want to send someone associated with the church to the guillotine. As a result, the priest Guy de Noyer was sentenced to forced labor. This situation raised many questions about the responsibility of the Catholic Church, and those questions are still being asked today, especially regarding priests who abuse children, if you know what I mean. An investigation was conducted, and the report revealed that the church was aware of the dark side he concealed even before he was ordained as a priest. His superiors noticed that he lacked strong faith and was not truly a believer in the Catholic religion. The investigation showed that before becoming a priest in Europe, he had been sent to Blemet. While there, he engaged in a sexual relationship with a parishioner, and instead of stripping him of his position, they simply transferred him to another city. Even there, his weakness for women continued, as he had multiple sexual relationships. One might think the church would revoke his status, but instead, he was transferred to Europe, where the church was more isolated and his temptations were assumed to be fewer. As history showed, this was not the case. De Noyer was released in 1972 after serving 22 years in prison. He was the oldest prisoner in France. Once again, the church came to his aid after his release. He was taken in by a monastery in Brittany, where he remained until his death on April 21, 2010, at the age of 90. Moving on to the next case. Case of Ryan Poston. Ryan Poston was born on December 30, 1982, in Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, and grew up with 3 loving sisters. His parents provided him with an adventurous upbringing, allowing him to attend schools in Switzerland and the Philippines. Ryan's good looks, charming features, and charismatic personality made him stand out among his peers. After completing high school, he attended Indiana University, where he excelled academically, graduating with honors in 2005 with a triple major in political science, history, and geography. Following in his family's footsteps, Ryan pursued a career in law and enrolled in Salmon P. Chase College of Law at Northern Kentucky University. His ultimate goal was to run a successful law firm, providing fair and competent legal representation to those who could not afford high-priced attorneys. After a painful breakup in 2011, Ryan turned to his cousin, Carissa, for support. During this time, he regularly visited her in Lexington, Kentucky, where he met Shauna Hubers, a native of the city. Shauna was a charming and lively individual with a warm personality that drew people to her. Despite their 8-year age difference, their mutual attraction grew stronger with each of Ryan's visits to Lexington. As they spent more time together, their connection deepened. Shauna began spending more weekends in Highland Heights, where Ryan lived, taking care of him and cooking for him. However, their promising future came to a devastating end on October 12, 2012. In a distressing 911 call, Shauna revealed that she had just killed her boyfriend, Ryan. She described a harrowing scene of domestic violence that had escalated out of control, claiming that Ryan had attempted to physically abuse her and confronted her with a gun. According to Shauna, she panicked and pulled the trigger, shooting Ryan, and then shot him several more times, believing she was putting him out of his misery. Within minutes of Shauna's call, officers arrived at the scene, responding to the shocking tragedy. When the police arrived, they instructed Shauna to come out of the apartment with her hands up. At first, she hesitated, but eventually complied. As she walked out, the officers told her to lie down on the ground. Shauna, visibly upset, followed their instructions. After handcuffing her and placing her in the patrol car, the officers entered the apartment and found Ryan Poston's body on the dining room floor, covered in blood. Crime scene investigators observed that the apartment was slightly messy, but nothing unusual for a 29-year-old man. Investigators learned that Ryan had a concealed carry permit and owned guns, including the Sig Sauer semi-automatic that Shauna used to shoot him. From the evidence, they determined that Ryan had been sitting at the table when Shauna shot him, as indicated by the blood on the table. However, the fact that many items on the table were undisturbed raised doubts about Shauna's account, as a struggle would likely have disturbed the items. Investigators conducted a thorough search of the apartment, while other officers canvassed the neighborhood for additional information. One neighbor, Nikki, provided valuable insight to detectives. Nikki knew Shauna well and believed that Ryan had not reciprocated Shauna's dedication. According to Nikki, Ryan and Shauna frequently argued, often disturbing the peace. Months earlier, Nikki recalled an incident where Shauna had come to her door in tears, saying she was afraid. Shauna claimed that Ryan had picked her up and thrown her down the hallway, causing injury. Nikki encouraged Shauna to report the abuse to the police, but Shauna chose not to. At the police station, detectives took Shauna to an interrogation room to question her about shooting Ryan. Before questioning her, they read her Miranda rights, informing her of her right to an attorney. Shauna exercised this right and asked for an attorney. However, she decided to speak with the detectives despite this. When questioned about the victim, Shauna responded, "The man I killed," which indicated a sense of detachment. She stated she acted in self-defense, explaining that Ryan had grabbed her by the throat and thrown her around the apartment. Shauna described the night as surreal and out of body. Later in the interview, she added that Ryan had said mean things to her, taunting her while holding a gun, and that he was under the influence of drugs. Shauna insisted that she shot Ryan because she believed he was going to kick her out of his condo. She said she picked up the gun and shot him once, and then shot him several more times after seeing him twitch. During her confession, Shauna disclosed that Ryan was vain and wanted a nose job, so she shot him in the face to fulfill his wish. During the intense questioning, Shauna revealed her concerns about her schoolwork and how having a dead boyfriend would affect her future relationships. She was particularly worried that no one would want to marry her once they discovered she had killed her boyfriend in self-defense. The detective listened to her statement but ultimately arrested her and charged her with Ryan's murder. Shauna appeared genuinely surprised by her arrest, claiming she had acted in self-defense when she shot him. In 2015, Shauna's trial began, filling the courtroom with anticipation. The prosecutor began by comparing Shauna to Jodi Arias, who had also been accused of murdering her boyfriend, Travis Alexander. The similarities between the two cases heightened the tension in the courtroom as everyone awaited the verdict. The prosecutor argued that Shauna was obsessed with her ex-boyfriend Ryan and that he consumed her thoughts. Ryan's friends testified that he wanted to end their relationship and was avoiding Shauna's calls and messages. Despite this, Shauna would frequently appear uninvited at Ryan's condo in Highland Heights. On the night Ryan was murdered, the prosecution presented evidence that he had a date scheduled with Audrey Bolt, a former beauty queen. The prosecution suggested that Shauna was motivated by jealousy and anger toward Ryan's new love interest. Audrey Bolt testified that Ryan stood her up on the night of the murder. She had no idea he had been shot and killed until later. The prosecution presented evidence that Ryan had told his father he wanted to break up with Shauna, and his father advised him to be kind to her to avoid a messy breakup. Nevertheless, Ryan and Shauna exchanged texts on the day of the murder, with Ryan telling her he did not want to see her. Despite this, Shauna arrived at his condo uninvited. The prosecution argued that during an argument, Ryan told Shauna he was done with her and that she could no longer control him. This allegedly infuriated Shauna, who then picked up a gun and shot Ryan. The prosecution played a video of Shauna's police interrogation, which they claimed depicted her as a cold-blooded murderer. In the video, Shauna appeared carefree and unemotional, which the prosecution contended was inconsistent with someone who had just killed in self-defense. However, this interpretation was subject to the jury's judgment. The defense argued that Ryan had acted erratically and violently on the night of the murder due to drugs he had taken, including anti-anxiety medication and amphetamines. The autopsy results confirmed that these drugs were present in Ryan's system. The defense asserted that Shauna shot Ryan in self-defense. The evidence suggested that the substances he was using influenced his behavior. To support this argument, Shauna's lawyers called a toxicology expert to testify on her behalf. The expert explained that a combination of anti-anxiety medications and amphetamines could cause a person to become violent and paranoid. The defense introduced this expert testimony to provide a reasonable explanation for Shayna's actions, questioning whether she had intentionally aimed to harm anyone. During Shayna's trial in April 2015, the prosecution grew concerned that the jury might be influenced by Shayna's self-defense claim, particularly because she was intelligent, young, and attractive. These concerns were relieved on April 23 when the jury returned a guilty verdict, convicting Shayna of murdering her boyfriend, Ryan Poston. However, at the sentencing hearing in August 2015, Shayna continued to blame Ryan for his own death, which angered his friends and family. Shayna maintained her innocence throughout the trial and refused to accept responsibility for her actions, despite the evidence against her. In Kentucky, defendants who are victims of domestic violence may qualify for reduced parole after serving only 20% of their sentence. However, the judge did not consider Shayna eligible for this reduced parole, citing that her crime constituted premeditated murder. Consequently, Shayna was sentenced to 40 years in prison, making her eligible for parole in 17 years at the age of 41 in 2032. Following her sentencing, Shayna appealed for a new trial, which was granted in August 2016. The appeal was based on the fact that one of the jurors had a felony conviction, which they had concealed. This violated Kentucky law, as felons are prohibited from serving on juries. In August 2018, Shayna's second trial for Ryan Poston's murder commenced, 4 months later than anticipated. Her defense attorney delivered opening arguments, stating that during her year-and-a-half relationship with Ryan, Shayna had tried her best to make him happy. However, their relationship suffered as a result. The defense attorney claimed that on the night Shayna met Ryan, he had been violent toward her, both physically and sexually. This incident left a lasting impact on Shayna, causing her to take several weeks to respond to his messages afterwards. Additionally, the defense team argued that Shayna had a history of trauma stemming from a sexual assault she experienced in high school. This contributed to her struggles with alcohol abuse and promiscuity. They claimed that this traumatic experience influenced her behavior on the night of Ryan's murder. The defense strategy aimed to present a sympathetic portrayal of Shayna, emphasizing her troubled past and arguing that she was not fully responsible for her actions on the night of the murder. They sought to challenge the prosecution's narrative and persuade the jury that her conduct was driven by multiple factors, including a history of abuse and a toxic relationship with Ryan. Shayna's defense team contended that she was a victim of domestic violence by Ryan rather than a cold-blooded killer. They argued that her actions stemmed from years of abuse, not from revenge or financial motives. The defense highlighted that Ryan frequently belittled Shayna about her weight and breast size, causing her to feel insecure and inadequate. This, they asserted, contributed to her low self-esteem. The defense also noted that Shayna and Ryan's sexual relationship was troubled, characterized by repeated arguments and mutual frustration. They claimed that Ryan's desire for a more intimate connection went unfulfilled, resulting in a widening rift between them. The defense presented evidence that Shayna had received treatment to improve her romantic life. They argued that she sought this treatment to address sexual problems in their relationship and to strengthen their bond. The defense argued that Ryan's consistent lack of interest and repeated rejection worsened matters, causing Shayna to become increasingly frustrated and disconnected from him. The defense contended that Ryan often broke up with Shayna, only to pursue relationships with other women. However, the prosecution clarified that they were not attempting to depict Ryan as a perfect partner, but rather as someone who was not abusive. The prosecution asserted that Shayna did not kill Ryan in self-defense, but instead because he had finally ended their toxic relationship on the night of the shooting. They believed Ryan had every justification to break up with Shayna, as she continued to harass him even after their prior breakups. Despite Ryan's attempts to end the relationship, Shayna persistently returned. The prosecution viewed this as evidence of Shayna's inability to let go of the relationship. A friend of Ryan's testified that this breakup was different, as Ryan had never previously had the courage to end things with Shayna in person, suggesting that this time the breakup would be permanent. Ryan accused Shayna of attempting to hold on to him. To support this assertion, the prosecution presented text messages in which Shayna told her friends that her romantic interactions with Ryan had brought them closer. However, Shayna testified in her own defense, contradicting Ryan's claim. She stated that their romantic interactions had actually driven them apart. In a separate text exchange, Shayna asked Ryan for sex, but he declined due to the side effects of his antidepressant medication, which had lowered his libido. Despite these conflicting accounts, Shayna testified that Ryan had forcibly had sex with her. After 5 hours of deliberation, the jury again found Shayna guilty of murdering Ryan, despite the contradictory testimonies and evidence. The jury upheld their original verdict, and during the sentencing hearing, Shayna's mother emotionally addressed the judge, recounting stories of her daughter's exceptional singing talent, which had earned her multiple college scholarships. Through tears, she implored the jury to consider granting Shayna parole, emphasizing that her daughter still possessed the potential to positively impact the lives of others. Shayna's mother made it clear that her plea did not diminish the profound grief and suffering experienced by Ryan Poston's family. Despite her mother's emotional appeal, Shayna was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. According to the sentence, Shayna must serve at least 17 years before becoming eligible for parole in 2032. She is currently serving her sentence at the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women in Pewee Valley, Kentucky. Moving on to the next case. Case of Soni Millbrook. Soni Millbrook was born on February 15, 1981, in Memphis, Tennessee, USA. She was raised in a close-knit household with 2 sisters, 3 brothers, and a large extended family, which helped her develop a strong connection with her cousin Jenny during her teenage years. In 1998, when she was 17 years old, Soni became a well-liked student at her high school. That same year, she met Lelf Moody, a man in his 20s, and the two entered into a romantic relationship. Sadly, the relationship became abusive, and Eltha's violent behavior left noticeable injuries on Soni's body. Despite the abuse, they had 4 children together, 3 daughters and 1 son who was named after Elth. In 1999, a year later, Soni's mother observed a bruise on her chest. Soni admitted that the bruise had been caused by her friend Leith, who was controlling and frequently attempted to isolate her from both friends and family. That same year, Soni moved into an apartment located in the Fraser neighborhood of Memphis. However, her new residence was quickly vandalized, with furniture cut apart, clothes taken, the television smashed, food spread across the walls, and personal hygiene items thrown everywhere, including down the stairs. Written on the mirror in red nail polish were the words, "Kiki loves you," with Kiki being Leith's nickname. On October 31, 2000, Soni, her cousin Pamela, and Leith went out to a bar called Mirage. While there, Leith slapped Soni and threw a drink in her face. Soni and Pamela left the bar and sat inside the car, where Soni was clearly shaken and trembling. She asked Pamela to take her home before Leith showed up. Once they arrived home, Soni locked and chained the door. About an hour later, Leith appeared, shouting and pounding on the door. Pamela eventually convinced Leith to leave by threatening to contact the police. After Soni had calmed down, her cousin left her alone at the apartment. Later that evening, however, Pamela received a phone call informing her that Soni was in the hospital. Somehow, Leith had managed to enter the house, and when Soni attempted to end the relationship, he reacted violently. He ripped her clothes, struck her on the head, face, chest, arms, and thighs, leaving bruises covering her body, a loose tooth, and causing her to temporarily lose consciousness after being choked until she passed out by Leith Moody. Not long afterward, Soni discovered Elth Moody's birth control pills in her apartment, and he assaulted her once again. By late 2008, when Soni was 27 years old, she was employed at a Christian academy. She was known as a dependable worker who always arrived on time, so when she missed work or asked for time off, it was usually for serious reasons. One day, she contacted her employer to explain that she could not come in because her face was severely bruised and she did not want the children to see her that way. The director permitted her to wear sunglasses inside the academy, and Soni confided in her boss about how her boyfriend had once chased her with his car, attempting to force her off the road. Leith Moody's violent behavior was not limited to Soni and their children. In April 2008, he was found sitting in an SUV with a firearm, despite being legally prohibited from possessing one as a convicted felon. He had previously served 2 years in prison for theft and another 3 years for drug possession with intent to sell. On October 6, 2008, the situation between Soni and her boyfriend Leith reached a breaking point. After failing to show up at the academy, Soni sent a disturbing text message to her boss at 5 p.m., stating that Leith was holding her hostage in her own home and had been beating her throughout the day. She included her address, prompting her boss to notify the police. 2 officers responded to the call and arrived at the residence. When the officers knocked on the door, it was locked from the inside and there was no answer. The fire department was called to force entry, and when they entered the apartment, the officers saw Leith jumping out of an open window at the back of the apartment. Sony was standing in the hallway, visibly distressed and unable to speak. Her 4 children were with her, creating a heartbreaking scene. Her face and neck were covered with bruises and scratches. After she calmed down, Sony described the events that had taken place. She explained that she and Leith had begun arguing and that he had refused to allow her to leave the house. Sony stated that they had not answered the door earlier because Leith had forbidden her and the children from going near the door or the windows. He had even injured one of their children by grabbing him and had stopped her from taking the child to the hospital. Sony detailed the physical and verbal abuse she had endured at Leith's hands, including being choked with a baby blanket until she lost consciousness. When the police arrived, Leith had threatened to suffocate her again and promised to kill her the next time. Although officers searched the surrounding area, they were unable to locate Leith. Sony and her children eventually left the residence in her car. 3 days after the incident, Sony sought a restraining order against Leith, fearing for her safety and hoping to stop any further contact with him. However, she did not attend the court hearing on October 23rd, which resulted in the protection order not being issued. 6 months later, on March 10, 2009, Sony and Leith were still communicating. On that day, Leith was meant to pick up the children for a doctor's appointment. Instead, he initiated an argument with Sony, accusing her of having a new boyfriend. The dispute rapidly intensified, with Leith slapping her, pulling her hair, and shouting death threats as she attempted to get away. Sony was able to free herself and ran out of the apartment, with Leith chasing after her. He did not catch her but instead grabbed their youngest child, an infant, and sped away in the car. A police patrol responding to the domestic disturbance arrived just as Leith was fleeing. The officers tried to stop him, but he managed to evade them and escape. By early 2010, Sony, who was then 28 years old, was attending Southeast Tennessee Community College. Her 5th child was 9 weeks old and in fragile health, which required her to remain at home to care for him. In January, Sony and her children moved into the Budget Lodge Motel in Memphis. On the very day they moved in, their arguments were so loud that motel staff intervened because they were disturbing other guests. Unfortunately, calm was short-lived, as their disputes continued to disrupt neighbors and management with excessive noise. On January 22nd, a hotel security guard observed Leith in a highly agitated condition when he arrived at high speed in Sony's car. He began yelling at her while she stood on the second-floor balcony with their children. During the heated confrontation, Leith threw a bag of groceries at her. The security guard stepped in, instructing Leith to lower the noise, stop throwing objects, and continue the argument inside their room. However, Leith replied by telling the guard to mind his own business, locked the car, and walked away, with the guard following him to a third-floor room that was not registered under anyone's name. When the guard asked Leith to surrender any hotel keys he had, Leith unexpectedly produced keys to 3 different rooms. Despite not being registered as a guest, the following day Leith, Sony, and their children moved into room 222. That evening, the night manager asked Leith to leave, which he did, but he soon came back. The confrontations continued for several more days until the same security guard, who had repeatedly warned them, finally told Leith to permanently leave the property. As Leith went to the parking lot, the receptionist tried to calm him down, and the guard warned him not to return that night. Leith got into the car and drove away. On January 26th, Sony privately told Pamela that a lot was happening in her life and that she was currently staying at a motel. She hinted that she had something important to share with Pamela and promised to get in touch if she ended up leaving the motel or if her boyfriend did. The next day started like any other, with Sony taking her younger children to daycare and dropping off her oldest at school around 11 a.m. However, the situation changed when the housekeeping manager knocked on Sony's door and spoke to her through the window, informing her that they needed to settle their bill or vacate the hotel room. He returned several times that day seeking a response. At around 2:30 p.m., Leith answered the door and told the manager that his mother would be back soon with the money they owed. But when the hotel security guard checked room 222, he found it empty, with children's clothes, bags, and various items scattered across the floor. One of the beds was neatly made, which seemed unusual given the condition of the room. Later that day, Sony failed to pick up her eldest daughter from school, which was out of character. The school secretary contacted Christine, the child's maternal grandmother, and asked her to come and get her. Christine tried calling Sony, but there was no response. Becoming increasingly concerned, she discovered that her other grandchildren were still at daycare. Convinced that something was wrong, Christine asked her husband to pick up the younger children while she went to the school. They eventually contacted the police, who arrived at the house around 10:30 p.m. and filed a missing persons report. On January 28th, the housekeeping manager re-entered room 222, which was now vacant, to gather and label the personal belongings the previous tenants had left behind, apparently to avoid paying their bill. The two men entered the room and discovered that the manager had taken away the mattress from one bed, leaving just the frame behind. The bottom section of the bed frame contained a built-in enclosure that prevented the area beneath from being used for storage. However, when they raised the box spring, they uncovered a large empty space capable of hiding anything. As they looked through the solid sides of the frame, they came across a horrifying sight, a decomposing body. They immediately contacted the police, who arrived at the location shortly afterward. Upon examination, the bed frame was found to be covered in marks, with two damaged wooden sections near the headboard. A towel and a fabric bag were found between the legs of the body, which was wearing a shirt but was unclothed from the waist down. The autopsy performed by the forensic team determined that the cause of death was strangulation with a coaxial cable. The cable had been wrapped around the victim's neck, under one arm, across the chest, and ended at the back. According to the forensic examiner, it would have required at least 2 to 3 minutes of sustained pressure to cause death. DNA testing matched Sony's genetic profile, which showed female markers. In addition, male genetic material was detected on 5 areas of the cable. The primary theory was that Sony was already deceased when she was reported missing, and that Leith had used the coaxial cable from the DVD player he had borrowed from his cousin, indicating premeditation. Leith was taken into custody by the police shortly afterward, though not because of the discovery of Sony's body. He was arrested on an unrelated charge of possessing a firearm, despite having a prior felony conviction. Nevertheless, he was considered a person of interest at the time of his arrest, since he was the last individual seen with Sony while she was alive. Additionally, he was found inside Sony's car when he was arrested and transported to the detention facility in Mason on March 18th. Police launched an internal investigation to determine why the case had taken such an unusual direction. They acknowledged that the family deserved answers and explained that despite their determination to solve the case, the officers had taken a wrong turn that led them away from the room. The police also stated that they had never encountered a situation like this before, saying that the discovery was more unbelievable than fiction, and emphasized the tragedy of domestic violence. However, they expressed regret that the room had been cleaned and rented out multiple times since Sony's death, which complicated their efforts to gather evidence. Rhonda, one of the first tenants to stay in the room where Sony's body was found, voiced doubt about the police explanation when she spoke to the media. She noted that if the officers had requested to enter the room during their January visit, she and her husband would have allowed them inside. Rhonda argued that unlike her and her husband, the officers should have been able to identify the smell of a decomposing body and located Sony much earlier. Finally, the moment came to say a loving and dignified goodbye to Sony. On March 24th, her funeral was held. After her death, Sony's children were placed under the care of her sister and brother-in-law. By April 1st, they had started the process of seeking legal guardianship of the children. She acknowledged that while the children were the primary victims of the tragedy, the lives of all family members were profoundly disrupted. She pledged that although she could not bring her sister back, she was determined to care for Sony's children, making sure they received necessities such as food, clothing, and toys, and keeping them together as a single family unit. Sony had benefited from a social assistance program that regularly refilled her debit card for grocery purchases. Shortly before her disappearance, the card was replenished as part of her tax refund. Police were able to trace the card's activity, which led them to Leith, who was found in possession of the card. Their investigation revealed that the card was used on February 1st, for days after Sony went missing, at a convenience store she regularly visited on the 1st of each month to withdraw cash using her electronic benefit transfer card. Police went to the store and requested that the owner provide footage from the 16 security cameras. The surveillance system recorded video of a man wearing yellow clothing using Sony's card at 11:38 a.m. on February 1st. He purchased a bottle of orange juice, withdrew some cash, and bought a cigar. After completing the transactions, the man returned to a car driven by someone else. In February 2014, almost 4.5 years after the crime, Leith's trial finally began. By then, the Budget Lodge Hotel where the couple had stayed had shut down. Leith maintained that he was innocent, while the prosecutor characterized the events as a tragic and ugly culmination of a turbulent relationship. In contrast, the defense attorney emphasized the absence of solid evidence, including witnesses and physical proof, and challenged the prosecution's assumptions. The defense attorney drew attention to an important piece of evidence, a fingerprint discovered on the bed frame that did not belong to Leith, suggesting the potential involvement of another perpetrator. He also stated that Sony had been involved with other men in the past, which could have resulted in her murder. The attorney stressed that Leith had no previous arrests for domestic violence involving Sony. Additionally, he disclosed that Sony had moved back in with Leith because of a rat infestation at a relative's home where she had been staying earlier. On February 6th, a video was presented in court that showed Leith using a prepaid Sony card only 4 days after the murder. While the defense team argued that Leith's calm demeanor during the transaction indicated his innocence, the prosecution interpreted it as evidence of a cold-blooded and ruthless person who was unaffected by the crime he had allegedly committed. On February 7, 2014, Leith was found guilty of first-degree murder and received a life sentence in prison. 3 days later, on February 10, Leith appealed the sentence, claiming the court had erred by taking his prior history of domestic violence into account and that the evidence presented was inadequate. However, on July 7, 2015, the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals upheld the conviction, affirming the sentence. Moving on to the next case. The case of Taylor Wright. Taylor Wright was born on April 23, 1988. Those close to her described her as lively and full of energy. She was compassionate and understanding, spending most of her life in North Carolina while chasing her American dream. Taylor married Jeff Wright and later became the mother of a son named Drake. She obtained a college degree and worked as an officer at the local police station, where she solved many cases and earned respect. To outsiders, Taylor's life appeared flawless. She had a devoted husband, a child, and a well-regarded career. However, the truth was that her life was not as perfect as it seemed. Taylor's close friends knew that she occasionally smoked marijuana, but she kept this hidden. During her time on the police force, she used it as a way to cope with stress and a demanding workload. She stated that she did not smoke frequently, only from time to unwind after a long day. However, Jeff discovered her secret and left with their son following their divorce. This caused Taylor to realize that she needed to make changes in her life. In 2016, Taylor chose to begin anew and relocate to Pensacola, Florida, a small resort town with a population of roughly 52,000. She liked the warm and comfortable environment there. After resigning from her job, she started working as a private investigator. Equipped with the knowledge and experience from her former position, she was eager to use her abilities to assist her clients. Taylor divorced her husband but faced 2 major obstacles: child custody and financial problems. Legal proceedings regarding asset division and child custody were still ongoing. It was a complex divorce, and despite her attempts to reach a settlement, they were unable to come to an agreement, which prolonged the process. In September 2017, frustrated by financial disagreements, Taylor withdrew money from her bank account without informing Jeff. The money, which was her personal savings, was something she did not want to share with Jeff. After taking out the money, she gave it to a friend for safekeeping. One of Taylor's friends, Ashley MacArthur, is the central figure in this story. Taylor had known Ashley, a forensic scientist, for just over a year. Even though it was a relatively short time, they became extremely close, to the extent that Taylor trusted Ashley with a large amount of money. Ashley agreed to help and was meant to place the money in a safe deposit box, keeping it hidden from Jeff until Taylor was ready to use it. However, she soon needed money to pay for a lawyer. When Taylor contacted Ashley, she noticed that Ashley always had reasons for delaying the return of the money or only giving her small portions. Ashley said she was having difficulty withdrawing the funds or that there were problems with the bank. During this period, Taylor became increasingly suspicious that something was wrong and feared that her money may have been spent. Despite Taylor's repeated requests for the full sum to be returned, Ashley continued to give different excuses. On the evening of September 7, 2017, Taylor and her friend Cassandra Waller went out for dinner. Cassandra had quickly become a close friend after Taylor moved to the area. Cassandra was new to the city, and Taylor suggested that they rent an apartment together. Cassandra, a caring teacher, agreed. Over time, they built a strong friendship. During dinner, Taylor shared her financial worries, especially concerning her friend Ashley, whom she believed was deliberately delaying repayment of the money. Taylor voiced her fear that Ashley might have spent the money or did not want to repay it. This made Taylor extremely anxious and stressed because she urgently needed the money to hire a competent lawyer. That evening, Cassandra comforted Taylor, assuring her that the situation would eventually be resolved, although she also had doubts about whether the money was still available. Taylor said that she had arranged a meeting with Ashley the following day, September 8th, to go to the bank together. On the morning of September 8th, as Cassandra was preparing to leave for work, she said goodbye to Taylor. As she was leaving the house, she noticed Ashley's car parked in the driveway. They were finally prepared to handle their banking problems. The women said their goodbyes, and Cassandra drove to school. Later that day, Ashley called Cassandra to tell her that she and Taylor had chosen not to go to the bank and had instead decided to go to the farm. This confused Cassandra, since she knew Taylor urgently needed money. The night before, Taylor had been extremely stressed and emotional during dinner, anxious to resolve her financial situation. Ashley explained that she and Taylor had been talking about Taylor's difficulties. Ashley suggested that horseback riding might help lift Taylor's spirits, which led them to cancel the bank visit and plan a different getaway. This explanation seemed odd to Cassandra, but she wished them well anyway. However, after the phone call, Cassandra tried to contact Taylor, but did not receive any response to her calls or messages. Later, Cassandra received a text from Taylor stating that she could not talk at the moment, but would call back later. Taylor explained that she was feeling unsure and depressed because of her divorce and the changes in her life, and that she was leaving town for a few days. Cassandra believed her and chose to give her friend some space. A few days later, Cassandra reached out again, asking Taylor to come home as soon as possible. After that, she received no reply. As the days went on, Cassandra attempted to contact Taylor multiple times. Taylor continued to ignore her calls and messages, even though some of them were marked as read. Taylor did not return home, and all of her belongings remained untouched, which made Cassandra increasingly concerned about her friend's safety. Cassandra wanted to see Taylor to make sure she was all right. A neighbor mentioned that Taylor had used drugs in the past and could become withdrawn during difficult periods. Given the struggles Taylor was facing, Cassandra worried that she might relapse. Cassandra was feeling anxious. A week passed with no information, and waiting seemed useless. Worried, she contacted the police. She told the officers that something was wrong, as Taylor was acting out of character and had completely vanished without any explanation. In their shared apartment, there were many personal items belonging to Taylor that she would have taken if she had left. There was no reasonable explanation for her to ignore her friends. Until this point, Taylor had never behaved in this way. After hearing Cassandra's account, the police noted the unusual details of the case. The officers focused on the timeline of her disappearance. Naturally, they interviewed Cassandra first, since she lived with Taylor and had a close relationship with her. At the same time, searches were carried out in the apartment that Cassandra shared with Taylor. Inside the apartment, the police discovered Taylor's identification, some cash, and an unloaded revolver. Cassandra explained that they kept firearms in the home for self-defense, but they had never used them. Nothing else suspicious was discovered, but it was clear that Taylor could not have been gone for a long time without her identification, money, and personal belongings. Cassandra was questioned multiple times, and she soon felt that the police were suspicious of her, causing her to shift her focus to proving her innocence. Despite this, she continued to cooperate with the investigation because she wanted the truth to come out. Eventually, she was cleared as a suspect. Police initially concentrated on Jeff because of their bitter divorce, which involved asset division and custody of their son. Jeff did have a possible motive to hurt Taylor, but investigators quickly confirmed that he was in North Carolina at the time of her disappearance and had not left the city. He had recently remarried and was focused on starting a new life, showing little concern for his former wife. Family members confirmed that despite the divorce, Jeff and Taylor stayed on good terms for the benefit of their 6-year-old son. Jeff was known to avoid confrontation and had never harmed Taylor. He was not even aware that she had withdrawn money and attempted to hide it. As a result, there was no reason for him to be upset with her, leading police to quickly rule him out as a possible suspect. The police then decided to speak with Ashley, whom Cassandra had mentioned. Her behavior was highly unusual. They brought her in for questioning, and police immediately noticed that she was even flirting with them, which showed that she was not at all worried about her friend's disappearance. Ashley appeared to believe that Taylor was fine. She knew that Taylor had been addicted to marijuana in the past and believed that Taylor was not truly missing, but was simply giving in to her addiction. Ashley speculated that after receiving some money, Taylor relapsed and went off to use drugs. However, this explanation did not seem convincing because Ashley had previously told Cassandra about the trip to the farm but had not mentioned this detail. Only when police pressed her did Ashley reveal that they went to the farm because Taylor wanted to relax. During the trip, Taylor confided in Ashley about the stress she was experiencing from the divorce proceedings, which had taken a toll on her mental health. After some time, Taylor said she was tired and wanted to return home. She called an Uber and left. Ashley reported that she had not seen or heard from Taylor, despite trying to call her several times. Police were aware of a money issue that Ashley was supposed to handle but had been avoiding, which led them to suspect she was hiding something. Suddenly, Ashley began mentioning a safe deposit box and money, claiming she had no knowledge of the funds being discussed. At this stage, police were confused because there was no clear information about the money. Police then chose to examine the text messages between Ashley and Taylor. They found many conversations about money, with Ashley often delaying meetings and transferring funds. In the messages, they discussed going to the bank on September 8th to withdraw money. Police requested footage from cameras near Taylor's home. After reviewing the recordings, they saw the women near Taylor's apartment, which matched Cassandra's earlier statement. Ashley was sitting in a car in front of the house when Cassandra left. Taylor then exited the house and left with Ashley. Using geolocation data, police tracked the movements of Taylor and Ashley. Investigators reviewed surveillance footage throughout the city and observed them purchasing beer and food, which appeared normal. However, no additional information about their location was available after that. Contradictions began to surface in Ashley's statements. Still, the police chose to release her because there was not enough evidence against her at that moment. Afterward, Ashley contacted the police station nearly every day to ask about the status of the investigation and whether there were any updates. She claimed she wanted to help and frequently repeated the details of that day, as well as locations where Taylor might have gone. During these conversations, she suggested that police search alleyways and speak with individuals involved in selling illegal substances. She believed that Taylor was simply depressed and abusing drugs uncontrollably, and she repeatedly encouraged the police to pursue this theory. She also spoke about certain suspicious individuals she had seen with Taylor. Despite Ashley's attempts to appear concerned, police continued investigating her connection to Taylor's disappearance. Video evidence showed that Ashley went to the bank after Taylor went missing. During that visit, she withdrew money from Taylor's card. Police were especially concerned about any possible conflict between Ashley and Taylor. Ashley had a strong motive tied to the $34,000 involved. It is suspected that she intentionally delayed responding because she did not want to return the money. Fearing that Taylor might report the situation to the police, Ashley may have chosen to eliminate her friend. With Taylor missing for such an extended time, there are fears that she is no longer alive, although this must still be confirmed. Ashley had a major advantage. She worked for the police department and was married to a former deputy chief of the Battery Falcons. This created a challenging situation for investigators, who could not be certain of their safety while investigating her. As a result, they decided to keep the investigation confidential. In October, Ashley was brought in for questioning again. As the case moved forward, documentary and circumstantial evidence accumulated that connected her to Taylor's disappearance. The police observed a noticeable shift in Ashley's behavior. She went from being outgoing and flirtatious to withdrawn and visibly anxious. By this time, police had confirmed that most of her earlier statements were false. They confronted her with clear contradictions in her testimony and began examining the storage of hidden checks, which were likely forged. At the very least, this could result in fraud charges, though there could be more serious motives behind her actions. Ashley initially stated that she and Taylor went to East Milton, where they supposedly spent the day at a farm with animals. They were last seen on surveillance footage at 11:45 a.m., which was the only recording of Taylor alive during her initial interview. Ashley was captured on surveillance cameras at several locations throughout the day, but she was always alone. As police continued questioning her, she became increasingly uneasy. Her responses grew more inconsistent, and she struggled to explain the contradictions in her story. Police obtained a search warrant for the farmhouse, but found no evidence across the large property. They then questioned her about the checks to determine whether they were counterfeit. If the checks were authentic, it would suggest that Taylor was still alive when Ashley went to the bank, but Ashley could not provide a clear explanation. She only said that the checks might be real. While reviewing geolocation data from Ashley's phone, police discovered that she had remained at Britt Road for a long period. This was another farm owned by her family. In fact, they had been there for several hours before Taylor disappeared. Ashley again stated that Taylor was going to purchase a truck from a dealership. This time, however, she added new details to the account. She said that Taylor was returning to the farm. Ashley had not mentioned this information in her earlier statements, claiming that Taylor had asked her to keep the matter private. Ashley believed that Taylor was still alive and would return, so she did not want to damage her reputation in front of police. However, she lied repeatedly, causing investigators to lose trust in her. Police were highly interested in the Ashley family farm on Britt Road. It was a large, remote location that would have been an ideal place to commit a crime and conceal it. During questioning, the police observed another unusual aspect of Ashley's behavior. Why she did not contact the police immediately when Taylor had promised to return but failed to do so. It was evident that Taylor was in danger and required help. Although Ashley attempted to display concern to the police, she made no effort to locate Taylor. Why did she wait until being summoned for questioning to show concern? These questions remain unresolved, but the police suspected that Ashley was withholding critical information. After her trip to the farm with Taylor, Ashley frequently called the police station to inquire about the investigation into her friend's disappearance, particularly following her initial interview. She was eager to know whether she was being considered a suspect. After speaking with the police, Ashley realized that she had become the primary suspect in the case. She decided to request a lawyer, which ended her visit to the station. On the morning of October 19, 2017, Ashley returned home. That afternoon, police obtained a search warrant for the farm where she and Taylor had stayed. Specially trained dogs were used in the search, and within 2 hours, they discovered a suspicious burial site. It was a small pit that appeared recently dug and then covered with concrete. A human skull was found in a shallow grave, along with other remains hastily buried in dirt and construction debris. The victim had died from a gunshot wound to the head. Because of the advanced state of decomposition, the body could not be immediately identified at the scene. However, based on clothing and jewelry, it was believed to be Taylor. An autopsy confirmed that the body was Taylor Wright, aged 30. Identification was completed using dental records and DNA analysis. Ashley was arrested that evening, October 19, 2018, and charged with premeditated murder. Ashley's defense attorney maintained her innocence, but the extensive circumstantial evidence made it difficult to convince the jury of her non-involvement. The attorney emphasized Ashley's psychological profile, portraying her as sweet, attractive, and a police officer, characteristics seemingly inconsistent with being a violent criminal. Friends and family described Ashley as quiet, modest, and incapable of murder, especially considering her physical attributes. In contrast, Taylor was physically stronger, prompting the prosecution to challenge the defense's arguments. The lawyer structured his defense around the fact that police lacked direct evidence linking Ashley to the crime. There was no murder weapon, no witnesses, and no DNA connecting Ashley to the body. This made it challenging for prosecutors to establish Ashley's involvement. One witness was the victim's ex-husband, Jeff. He stated that he contacted Ashley a few days after Taylor went missing to locate her and address matters related to their marriage and divorce. Jeff reached out to Ashley via social media. She claimed that the last time she saw Taylor was when she had been exchanging money. She expressed concern about whether Taylor had arrived safely. This was a new detail that Ashley had never disclosed previously, causing police to recognize that she was a pathological liar who had deceived everyone around her. Although Jeff had initially been investigated and cleared as a suspect due to a solid alibi, he still had a strong motive. The defense attorney attempted to redirect the jury's attention to Jeff's potential involvement in his ex-wife's murder. However, these efforts were unsuccessful. The testimonies of Ashley's close friends had a significant influence on the jury. They revealed that Ashley was not as she appeared. She frequently visited a strip club. Bartenders and staff reported that shortly before Taylor went missing, Ashley spoke negatively about her. Later, a gun connected to Taylor's death was found in Ashley's house. After new evidence came to light, Ashley admitted to spiking Taylor's beer with a potent substance. However, when Taylor took a sip, she noticed that the drink tasted strange and clearly spoiled. She spat it out and refused to drink any more, which likely caused Ashley's poisoning attempt to fail. Despite this confession, Ashley denied any involvement in her friend's shooting. The prosecution argued that she had a strong motive. Ashley was holding a substantial amount of Taylor's money and was delaying its return. Taylor urgently needed the funds to pay her lawyer. Therefore, if Ashley continued to withhold the money, Taylor would likely report the matter to the police. This situation provided Ashley with a motive to eliminate her friend. Police later uncovered the reason for the delay in returning the money. Ashley had been secretly involved in an affair with a man named Brandon, without her husband's knowledge. It was revealed that she had spent all of the money on Brandon, including gifting him a motorcycle just weeks before Taylor went missing. This timing coincided with when she had received money from Taylor. In court, Brandon admitted that Ashley had frequently given him costly gifts, but he did not know the source of her money, as she had no other means for such a large sum. Police tracked Ashley's movements and discovered that she had gone to Home Depot after Taylor disappeared. Police spoke to a sales clerk who confirmed that Ashley had purchased several bags of quick-drying compound. When the substance found in Taylor's grave was tested, it matched the quick-drying material described by the hardware store employee. This indicates that Ashley attempted to rapidly conceal Taylor's body on the farm to avoid detection. However, Ashley's attorney argued that she was not physically capable of carrying the heavy bags, digging the grave, and moving Taylor's body. The jury then deliberated for approximately 4 hours and found Ashley MacArthur guilty of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison, with eligibility for parole after 25 years. She also received an additional 7-year sentence for fraud related to Taylor Wright's finances. Moving on to the next case. Case of the Hawks couple. Thomas and Jackie Hawks embarked on a journey that would ultimately carry them directly into the arms of tragedy. Unaware of what awaited them, they chose to sell their most cherished possession, their luxurious yacht, a decision that would pull them into a dark and unforgiving abyss. Picture the sunlight shimmering across the tranquil waters, a final trip aboard their treasured vessel, and a prospective buyer preparing to complete the sale. As the sails swelled with the breeze and the waves whispered their secrets, the Hawks moved forward into the unknown, unaware that this very voyage would become their final resting place. Thomas Hawks and his brother Jim Hawks were raised on a farm in the heart of California. They shared a deep love for surfing the rolling surf and navigating the endless open ocean. However, the twists and turns of life led Thomas to answer a higher calling, leaving behind the pull of the sea and joining the military. He even served in the brutal conditions of the Vietnam War, earning his place as a veteran. Despite these hardships, his determination never faltered, and he later entered the field of justice, becoming a committed probation officer. At the same time, Jim's journey placed him in a police uniform, eventually advancing to the respected role of police chief. A strong sense of service and duty flowed through their blood. Thomas was also a devoted bodybuilder. He had carefully shaped his physique, a reflection of his steadfast dedication to physical strength. His powerful build stood as a symbol of his unbreakable will. Life continued onward, and Thomas married, welcoming 2 sons, Ryan and Matthew, into the world. However, like shifting tides, their relationship encountered unforeseen changes, and they ultimately divorced. Thomas relocated to Prescott, Arizona, beginning a new chapter of his life. His sons followed, drawn to their father in this unfamiliar place. Then, in an unexpected yet fortunate turn of events, Thomas met Jackie. They fell deeply in love, their hearts intertwining, igniting a bond that shone brighter than the Arizona sun. Jackie, however, bore wounds not of the heart but of fate, as a previous accident had left her unable to have children of her own. Still, her love was boundless, and she embraced Thomas's sons as if they were her own. The couple consistently faced life's challenges with steadfast resolve. They worked tirelessly, carrying their dreams within them. Their desire to own a vessel, a symbol of the rewards earned through hard work, became reality when they purchased a 55-foot yacht. They named it as a reflection of what they felt it represented, a fitting and well-earned reward for their relentless dedication. They elevated the vessel even further by outfitting it with the most advanced technology available. With the promise of retirement ahead, Thomas and Jackie sailed along the stunning West Coast. The exotic shores of Mexico, the rugged coastline of California, and the captivating beauty of Catalina Island became their playground over the next 2 years. There was no doubt they were living the dream they had so passionately imagined. Yet life, always unfolding, presented new chapters. One of Thomas's sons began a family of his own, with the promise of a grandchild soon to arrive. Their hearts filled with excitement at the thought of becoming grandparents, a source of immense joy. Thomas and Jackie then began to consider returning to Arizona to be closer to their growing family. And so, they made the difficult choice to part with their beloved boat. They decided to sell it in Newport Beach, California, unaware that this decision would propel them into a twisting path of fate, leading to a tragedy they could never have foreseen. The dreams they had pursued so faithfully were about to take an unexpected and heartbreaking turn. In November 2004, they listed their well-earned yacht for sale at $435,000 through an advertisement placed in a magazine, choosing to avoid the traditional broker process to save on substantial commission fees. With the steep asking price for their cherished yacht, valued at nearly $500,000, they were confident that its excellent condition would draw serious buyers. But fate had different intentions. The first individual to respond to their advertisement was not who they had anticipated. The mysterious person who contacted them was named Skylar Dillian, and what followed went far beyond their expectations. At first, they felt uncertain when they met Dillian. Thomas, a former probation officer, could not help but question how someone so young had managed to acquire such significant wealth. Skylar's explanation, which involved a former career as a child actor, being part of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers cast, and appearing in commercials, claimed to be the source of his wealth. Skylar Dillian presented an attractive proposal, a full cash offer, enhanced with an extra $15,000 for certain personal items he wanted to keep on the boat. To further ease the Hawks' doubts, he came to the meeting accompanied by his pregnant wife, Jennifer Henderson, and their young child. Their seemingly cheerful family presence had an effect, gradually dissolving the Hawks' concerns as trust slowly developed. However, beneath their pleasant exterior, Skylar and Jennifer were concealing a dangerous deception that would result in severe consequences. The Hawks were unaware of this, as they had developed strong trust in Dillian. The sea trial, a routine part of selling a boat, was scheduled for November 15, 2004, and would prove to be a pivotal day. Shortly before the trial, on November 12, 2004, the Hawks took a meaningful trip to Santa Catalina Island near the Los Angeles coast. It was a bittersweet moment, marking the upcoming sale of their cherished boat and one final voyage aboard it. Friends and family were informed that a buyer had been secured and the sale was near. On November 15th, as the morning sun lit the surroundings, Skylar and his wife arrived accompanied by 2 men, one thin and the other muscular. The Hawks were taken aback by the presence of these 2 men, which raised suspicions. However, Dillian quickly calmed their concerns by explaining that they were simply acquaintances, clarifying that the muscular man was his accountant. After this explanation, Jennifer and the child remained behind while the others boarded the boat and began their trip. They slowly steered into the vast open waters, leaving behind what was familiar to them. Unknown to them, this journey would be their last, mysteriously marking the final time anyone would ever see them. As the sun set and darkness fell, Carter Ford, the port captain of the Lido Al Yacht Club and a close friend of the Hawks, looked forward to their planned evening meeting with anticipation. Arrangements had been made and excitement filled the atmosphere. However, when night settled over Newport Harbor like a heavy blanket, a disturbing message shattered the calm. Jackie called with unsettling news that sent a chill through Ford. The Hawks were on a sea trial, which seemed routine, but something felt wrong. The buyer and his group had kept them on the water longer than expected, creating uncertainty. The Hawks promised to make contact once they returned, and this was the last time anyone heard from them. When the sun rose the next morning, the yacht had returned to Newport Beach, but the couple was nowhere to be found. A baffling mystery emerged, as they appeared to have vanished without a trace. Days went by with no communication to their loved ones, their phones remaining silent. Adding to the mystery, Jackie's SUV was also missing, leading some to speculate that they may have taken a spontaneous road trip to enjoy their recent financial success, choosing to disconnect from the world while celebrating. But the grim reality eventually became clear. The Hawks were not on vacation. Something far more sinister had occurred, though this realization came later. A week passed, and the unusual silence from the Hawks raised many questions and concerns. Their loved ones felt the heavy weight of their absence, fearing that something was terribly wrong. The family turned to Carter Ford in desperation, asking him to go out to the boat and investigate. As Ford stepped aboard the vessel, he was overwhelmed by a deep sense of unease. Everything appeared to be in disorder, with a single white towel hanging ominously from one of the portholes. The strange scene unsettled the family, and they immediately took action by filing a missing persons report. Detectives were summoned to the scene. They moved carefully, breaking the lock on the cabin door and entering inside. Within the boat, there were no obvious signs of violence, yet a sinister presence seemed to linger in the shadows. Their attention was drawn to a white towel stained with fresh ink, concealed between the bed and the wall. It caused them to pause, raising disturbing questions. A nearby receipt revealed an alarming list of items: bleach, cleaning supplies, heavy-duty trash bags, and Tums antacid. The detectives started piecing together the fragments of this grim puzzle. The cleaning supplies appeared perfectly suited for a murder, with trash bags to dispose of evidence, bleach to remove any traces, and Tums possibly used to soothe a stomach unsettled by the horrific acts. This boat held secrets that frightened everyone who stepped inside. Investigators were determined to uncover the truth about the yacht's buyers, Skylar and Jennifer. A surveillance team was swiftly assembled to monitor them closely. Undercover officers tailed the Dillians, watching them go about their daily routines, seemingly untouched by suspicion. They were regular volunteers at a local church, and Jennifer's job as a hairdresser revealed nothing out of the ordinary. To the outside world, they appeared completely normal, concealing their true nature with chilling skill. As detectives dug further into their backgrounds, a bleak picture began to form. Skylar Dillian's past included a prior burglary conviction, which had placed him on probation. Financial investigations showed that the couple was buried under an overwhelming $87,000 in debt, a severe financial hole. Investigators were troubled by one question: how could the couple afford to buy a yacht while struggling financially? After examining Skylar's claims of fame from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, they learned he had only been an uncredited extra in a handful of episodes. Adding to the mystery, the couple was living in Jennifer's parents' garage. Their desire to own a yacht did not align with their financial reality, leaving detectives perplexed. The more they investigated, the more confusing the case became. Dillian was questioned intensely, but he maintained his story that he had purchased the yacht legally. Unexpectedly, he admitted that the money had come from selling drugs. Matters grew even more intense when he revealed that he had given Tom a briefcase filled with laundered money from Mexico, mostly consisting of $100 bills. Interestingly, Skylar claimed that the Hawks had asked him to assist with opening a bank account in Mexico so they could begin a new life there. He also stated that Tom and Jackie had granted him power of attorney, allowing him to manage their money and transfer it to Mexico. To support his claims, Skylar produced what appeared to be a legitimate power of attorney document with signatures that looked authentic. Despite denying any involvement in their disappearance and suggesting the couple may have gone to Mexico, doubts persisted. Cell phone records indicated that the Hawks' phones were near the Mexican border the day after the sea trial with Skylar. Frustrated detectives returned to the beginning and refocused on the Hawks family, placing the couple's safety above all else. They sought answers by turning to national news, where a family member appeared on camera pleading for help in locating the missing couple and their vehicle. The mystery only deepened, drawing widespread attention with its many twists. An American citizen in Mexico called in, prompting renewed momentum in the investigation. He had recognized the car shown on the news, and it was right in front of him. Authorities traveled to a home near Ensenada, Mexico, where they located the Hawks' car. Despite the Hawks having been missing for more than a month, and the fear that something terrible had occurred, there was still hope that this discovery could involve them. A small spark of optimism remained. Perhaps this was the breakthrough investigators needed. A Mexican federal agent knocked on the door, taking the lead. The names Skylar Dillion and Jennifer surfaced during the Spanish conversation. The man who answered the door had a disturbing connection. He was an old surfing friend of Skylar. He casually explained that Skylar had given him the car, and that Jennifer, his pregnant wife, had then driven him back to the United States. Detectives quickly gathered samples from inside the vehicle and discovered Skylar's DNA on a heater knob, a critical piece of evidence. This finding intensified suspicions of foul play. Investigators believed that Skylar and Jennifer likely possessed crucial information or knowledge about what had happened, but solid proof was still required. A new development arose when detectives examined the questionable power of attorney. The idea that Tom and Jackie would grant strangers access to their finances raised alarms. However, the notary, Kathleen Harris, supported Skylar's version of events, stating that she had witnessed the Hawks sign the documents and verified their identities using fingerprints. While this supported Skylar's account, detectives chose to look deeper. They asked Harris to describe Tom and Jackie Hawks. Although she accurately described Tom, her description of Jackie aroused suspicion. She said Jackie had brown curly hair, when in fact Jackie had cut off her long curls and was wearing a spiked blonde hairstyle. Was this a simple misunderstanding or a sinister cover-up? The power of attorney contained fingerprints that matched perfectly and appeared to have authentic signatures. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of concern persisted. The case was assigned to the FBI to address these doubts, and the world's top handwriting analysts were brought in. Their findings were unexpected. Tom's signature was genuine, as was Jackie's. However, there was an anomaly in Jackie's signature that left investigators perplexed and struggling to unravel the mystery. Armed with this unsettling revelation, investigators received a tip that Skylar was planning to flee. He had requested permission from his probation officer to leave the country, which enabled the quick-thinking detectives to apprehend him for money laundering, the crime he had previously admitted to. Investigators went to the garage apartment where Jennifer's parents lived and discovered a collection of personal items belonging to Tom and Jackie, including their camera and driver's licenses. When they examined Jackie's driver's license photo, they were startled to notice a striking resemblance to the notary's earlier description, raising further doubts about her involvement and the legitimacy of her actions. The investigation took a darker turn, shedding light on the unsettling notion that more individuals may have been involved in this mysterious disappearance than previously considered. As the lies began to unravel, they exposed a complex web of mysteries and secrets waiting to be uncovered. Within the garage, investigators found a business card belonging to an LAPD detective who worked with Interpol. They contacted the Interpol agent to discuss Skylar's potential involvement in the Hawks' disappearance. The agent revealed that he had encountered Skylar a year earlier during a murder investigation in Mexico involving an American citizen. This connection suggested the possibility that Skylar might have been involved in both cases. The primary challenge was gathering solid evidence. Detectives noted something unusual about the yacht. In photographs, it displayed 2 anchors, but in reality, only one was present. Their suspicions deepened as they recognized this discrepancy. A chilling theory began to take shape. Detectives connected the missing anchor on the yacht to the couple's disappearance, suspecting that Skylar had used the ruse to conceal a sinister plot to steal the prized vessel. Undeniable proof was needed, and the net was closing in. Jennifer's actions revealed her participation in the scheme. Her attempt to drain the Hawks' account indicated her awareness of the situation, despite not being on the boat. At a crucial moment, detectives identified a name on the power of attorney documents, a name that would alter the course of solving this perplexing case. The name belonged to a man who had witnessed the significant transaction, a man named Alonso. Alonso, only 19 at the time, lived with his parents and worked as a prison guard. A bond had formed between Alonso and Dillion while the latter was serving time in prison for theft. Skylar had persuaded Alonso to accompany him to the meetings. He was the slim man who had joined him on the sea trial. Offering leniency in his sentence, they made an arrangement with Alonso, encouraging him to share his perspective and reveal the chilling truth about the Hawks' fate. As the tape recorder began, Alonso recounted a terrifying story. He described a man named John Fitzgerald Kennedy, introduced as an accountant by Skylar. However, Kennedy was no ordinary man. He was a notorious gang member and former convict known as John F. Kennedy. Alonso detailed how they had orchestrated a dangerous scheme destined to bring disaster upon the Hawks. Their sinister plot involved kidnapping the couple and taking them out to sea to throw them overboard. The horrifying sequence began when John F. Kennedy feigned seasickness and went below deck. Thomas, concerned for him, went down to check, falling into their trap. Schuyler followed, and together they attacked Thomas. Amid the chaos, Jackie asked anxious questions. Alonso grabbed her, used a taser to immobilize her, handcuffed her, and moved her to another area of the boat. Both Thomas and Jackie found themselves helpless, their eyes and mouths taped shut. In those harrowing moments, as Jackie struggled to cry out through her gag with tears streaming down her face, Thomas offered a small gesture of comfort. Handcuffed together, he gently stroked her hand with his fingers, a silent attempt to console her in the face of the grim fate awaiting them at the hands of their captors. The grim ordeal continued as they were taken to the kitchen area, where the power of attorney awaited their reluctant signatures. The chilling ultimatum hung in the air like a death knell. Cooperate, and perhaps they would be spared. Resist, and death would be their destiny. The boat sailed into the haunting depths of the ocean near Catalina Island, a place once filled with treasured memories for Tom and Jackie. On the deck, they were bound together with a rope, a grim prelude to the horror that awaited. Dillian then detached one of the anchors from the boat's bow, dragging the chain along, the dreadful sound reverberating in their ears. They had heard that noise countless times before, but this time it heralded their inevitable doom. Jackie's pleas for her life were heart-wrenching. She longed to see her grandchild and believed she was far too young to die. Tom comforted her, assuring her they would face the cruel reality together, as they were cast overboard into the Pacific Ocean. They were pushed from the vessel, dragged down by the anchor, disappearing into the depths. Tragically, their bodies were never recovered, leaving their fate shrouded in mystery. After committing their heinous act, Schuyler began a merciless mission to erase all evidence of the Hawks' existence. He gathered their treasured belongings, including photographs, and mercilessly cast them into the deep ocean, where their memories vanished, abandoned without remorse. With every trace of the couple gone, Dillian and John F. Kennedy attempted to resume normalcy, sailing back to Newport Harbor, fishing and relaxing as if the horrifying events had been nothing more than a disturbing illusion. Justice eventually caught up with Schuyler Dillian, John F. Kennedy, and Alonso Machane as they faced 2 counts of first-degree murder. Jennifer Henderson maintained her husband's innocence while confronting her own accountability, as she too was charged with 2 counts of murder. Her involvement in the horrific crime was uncovered, revealing her complicity. The chilling murders were motivated by a strong desire for financial gain. Myron Gardner, a former convict and ex-gang member, played a significant role in linking Dillian to John F. Kennedy, even though he did not actively participate in the killings. Gardner faced charges of involuntary manslaughter for his role in the events. Justice prevailed when separate juries found all of them guilty. Jennifer Henderson was sentenced in October 2007 to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole. John Fitzgerald Kennedy received a death sentence on May 1, 2009, and was placed on death row at San Quentin State Prison. Alonso Machane testified against the others, pleaded guilty, and received a reduced sentence on June 15, 2009, 20 years and 4 months in prison, with the possibility of parole in September 2021. In March 2009, Myron Gardner's life changed after spending 4 years in prison. He pled guilty to being an accessory after the fact, which resulted in the dismissal of the murder charges against him. Meanwhile, Schuyler Dillian, also incarcerated, faced additional allegations. He was accused of requesting another inmate to carry out a dark plan targeting his own family members. The situation worsened when Dillian was implicated in the murder of an American citizen, John Jarvie, who was killed in Mexico in 2003. Dillian's cousin and father, both connected to the Jarvie murder, were considered key witnesses in both cases. On September 22, jury selection began for the trial of Schuyler Dillian. He was tried for the murders of Thomas and Jackie Hawks, as well as John Jarvie. The verdict was delivered on April 10, 2009, with Dillian receiving a death sentence from Judge Frank Feisel in Orange County Superior Court. He was sent to death row at San Quentin State Prison. Prior to Dillian's incarceration, a troubling discovery occurred. While in prison on March 13, 2008, he committed a disturbing act by partially cutting his own male genitalia with a razor blade, intending to remove it. After receiving immediate medical care, he was returned to his cell the following day. In an interview, Dillian explained that this extreme self-injury stemmed from a strong desire to transition to female. He had already changed his name from John Julius Jacobson to Skylar Dillian, adopting a gender-neutral name to reflect his identity. Defense attorneys argued that Dillian's need for funds to pay for sex reassignment surgery was the underlying motive for the murders of the Hawks. However, it is crucial to recognize that this motive does not justify the horrific crimes he committed. In 2019, Dillian's gender was legally changed to female, and she is now known as Skyla Preciosa Dillian. The Hawks family cherishes the enduring memory of Thomas and Jackie, forever engraved in their hearts. These vibrant individuals, celebrated for their adventurous spirit, embodied kindness and authenticity. Their fate took a cruel turn, and though they have passed, their spirits endure, casting a timeless light on our memories. May they rest in eternal peace in paradise. Moving on to the next case. The case of Tristan Borlace. Jeffrey Borlace, Tristan's father, was born on April 16, 1975. He served as the pastor of the Conservative Baptist Bible Fellowship Church, a Protestant religious movement with Mennonite origins. Tristan was brought up in an environment where personal piety was considered of the highest importance, and there was a continual sense of being under the strict and vigilant eye of God. The basis of his upbringing was the serious and attentive study of the Bible, regular attendance at church, and moral instruction. Any kind of entertainment, including laughter and colorful clothing, was disapproved of. Good works, charity, missionary work, love for enemies, and the renunciation of all forms of violence were regarded as virtuous. Jeffrey was raised by his father, Pastor Harry Boras, and developed a kind, loving, gentle, and patient character. As a young man, Jeffrey obtained a summer job at the Big Surf water park in Missouri. On his first day, he encountered Tanya, a charming and meek girl of the same age. They shared similar perspectives and upbringings, having grown up in families where Christian values were of utmost importance. Tanya, a patient, humble, and selfless young woman, perceived in Jeffrey an ideal future husband and caring father. She gave him a photograph of an elderly couple holding hands, saying that one day that would be them. Kathy, Jeffrey's mother, fervently prayed that God would bless her son with a wife who loved the Lord with all her heart. She believed her prayers were answered when Jeffrey married a young woman who shared their strong Christian faith. The newly married couple's family became a continuation of the ideals with which they were raised. Tanya carefully preserved the treasured photograph of the family in their album. Soon, the young couple welcomed their first child, a delightful daughter named Taylor. Over time, 3 more children were born, the youngest being a son they named Tristan. Taylor became a caring and supportive elder sister to her siblings. She shared a particularly close bond with her younger brother Tristan, and they connected over common interests such as sports, music, and mischief. The family held the belief that raising children meant nurturing their spiritual growth and fostering a connection with God. As the original 4 children grew older, the parents decided to enlarge their family by adopting 4 additional boys from an orphanage, thereby fulfilling their Christian duty. Open, loving, and friendly toward everyone, the household became increasingly crowded. According to the family's religious beliefs, children were forbidden from using cell phones and social media until reaching a certain age, and asceticism regarding needs and desires was promoted. The children were not allowed to date girls until the end of high school, specifically until the age of 18. The study of the Bible and other religious subjects was mandatory. Otherwise, the children would grow up like any other child. The parents did not differentiate between their biological and adopted children, as all received the same attention, care, and affection. Tanya fostered a harmonious atmosphere and closely supervised the internal order and relationships among the siblings. She prayed frequently and performed acts of kindness. Jeffrey and Tanya believed that virtue should be nurtured through personal action, and they instructed their children in mercy by example. When the people of Haiti were struck by a hurricane, Tanya sold her costly wedding ring and sent the proceeds to a foundation that was constructing homes for the victims. In exchange, she purchased a simple and less expensive ring. In 2015, Taylor graduated from high school and relocated to Boone to attend Appalachian State University. This event left Tristan deeply saddened. He was left alone. Tristan had resisted the restrictions imposed on him since childhood and disagreed with his parents' religious convictions. He felt frustrated by the lack of a cell phone and the inability to communicate with peers on social networks, considering such interaction an essential part of modern teenage life. Following Taylor's departure, disagreements with his parents became more frequent. In December 2017, positive changes occurred in the family's life. Jeffrey, his wife, and their children moved into a new house with a large lot in Deep Gap, Watauga County, North Carolina. The house was situated on a dirt road that led into a wooded area and was considerably more spacious than their previous home. The new residence was just under 2 miles from Tanya's mother, Robin's house. This proximity made it easy for Jeffrey to go to her for assistance with the younger children whenever necessary. It is unclear whether the move represented a pleasant change for Tristan, as he had to adapt to a new school and environment. In Watauga, he attended the local high school and became a member of the track team. Other children managed to secure summer jobs as camp counselors. At first glance, it might have appeared that there were no issues in the Borlace household, but that was not the case. Over time, Tristan's behavior became increasingly concerning. In 2018, the school required multiple consultations with a psychologist to address issues related to anger management and impulsive behavior. By 2019, when Tristan was in high school, he began struggling with certain academic subjects despite his strong capabilities. These academic difficulties only worsened as time progressed. The transition had transformed Tristan from a diligent, engaged student into an indifferent, withdrawn teenager who lost interest in his studies. Tristan began skipping classes frequently and showed no interest in learning. During lessons, he would put on his headphones and appear checked out. Some teachers attempted to assist him, but he remained indifferent and disengaged. Tristan's behavior at home was also problematic. He frequently argued with his parents about obtaining his own phone and using social media. Tristan spent significant time online, and on Instagram, he described himself as a musician. He closely monitored his siblings' lives and often argued with his parents, especially his mother, about religious matters. She also learned that Tristan was experiencing other difficulties at school. Although Taylor attempted to converse with her younger brother, the closeness they once shared had diminished. Eventually, Tristan befriended a girl from their religious community, Evelyn Faith Jackson. They began meeting in secret, disregarding the prohibition against intimate relationships. Occasionally, they even used prohibited substances. Tristan also expressed complaints about his mother, who would discuss his behavior with him at night, leaving him exhausted and unable to focus at school. He was deeply concerned that he possessed numerous flaws that prevented him from meeting his mother's expectations and that she could not feel proud of him. On April 10, 2019, many hidden aspects of Tristan's life were revealed. Surveillance cameras had been installed in the goat pen, and Tristan's old mobile phone, which he occasionally used secretly, came to light. On that day, Tanya took the phone for some reason and read text messages showing that her son was engaged in sexual conversations with girls and discussing illegal drugs with them. His parents contacted him via a family chat to inform him of the information discovered on his old phone. That same day, Sherry King, Tristan's English teacher, called his mother to express concerns regarding his grades and behavior. Tristan's mother returned the call, stating that she and her husband would come to the school soon to discuss Tristan's academic performance with him. Sherry King then relayed this information to Tristan, who was greatly surprised by the news. Tristan's parents arrived at the high school to address the situation. The conversation between Tristan and his mother covered several critical topics. They discussed the significance of academic success, maintaining appropriate relationships with girls, and the dangers of illegal drugs. His mother also expressed her preference for him to focus solely on studying Christianity rather than exploring other religions. Tristan felt compelled to listen and acknowledged areas where he required improvement. Together, they compiled a list of desirable traits, including compassion and honesty. At one point, Tristan's mother approached him from behind, placed her arm around his neck, and applied pressure. This action caused Tristan to react instinctively, turning around and accidentally elbowing his mother. According to him, his mother had never done anything like that before, which explained his reaction. His mother, startled by the blow, grabbed what he thought were a pair of scissors from a shelf and approached him. In a state of shock at what was occurring, he stabbed her, believing he was defending himself, and ran to seek help from his father. That evening, Tristan arrived at his grandmother Robin's house around 8:30 p.m. to pick up his younger brother, which she found unusual. Tristan explained that their parents urgently needed to go to the store. About 20 minutes later, another sibling called Robin, saying they could not reach their parents and that they had not been picked up after work. Robin then called another child, Alexis, asking her to pick up her brother, after which they agreed to meet at Jeffrey and Tanya's house to investigate. As they approached the house, Robin noticed blood on the porch. Inside, blood was everywhere. Alexis found a body under the hammock and saw Tristan fleeing with blood on his face. Alexis called emergency services, who instructed the family to remain locked in their car until the police arrived. The police arrived 10 minutes later. After waiting and speaking with officers, they were taken to the station and informed that Jeffrey and Tanya had been found dead. Tristan contacted his girlfriend, Evelyn, and went to her home. She noticed that he seemed troubled and had scratches on his forehead and arms. However, Tristan assured her that he had only had an argument with his parents and that the scratches were from playing with his dog. Evelyn described Tristan's injuries as 3 scratches on his forehead, a wound on his hand, a cut on his finger, and a bruised fingernail. Tristan posted a photograph of his injuries on Snapchat immediately after the incident, claiming they were caused by his father's dog. His girlfriend confirmed that the photo matched the injuries she had observed that evening. Tristan spent the night at Evelyn's house, and the next morning they went to Walmart and McDonald's, initially intending to go to school, but then changing their minds. Evelyn believed Tristan wanted to escape his parents for a while, so she offered for him to stay with one of her relatives. Tristan agreed, and they traveled to another state. On April 11th, Sheriff's Office personnel gained access to the video surveillance system at the Borlace residence. They reviewed the footage and learned the details of the crime. Police then obtained a warrant for Tristan's arrest and reported information about the vehicle he allegedly used to the National Crime Information Center. Inspector Matthew received information that Tristan had been seen in Tennessee and began the process of apprehending him. Tristan was driving a car with Evelyn when he noticed blue police lights following them. He accelerated in an attempt to evade the authorities. However, he eventually pulled over, and the car was surrounded by police vehicles. Evelyn was bewildered to see her boyfriend being handcuffed and placed in a squad car. During his interview with investigator Matthew on April 11, 2019, Tristan remained calm and cooperative. He confessed to the crime and provided a detailed account of his actions, occasionally becoming emotional. Tristan Borlace, a month shy of his 18th birthday, was taken into custody without bail. The sheriff's office obtained a warrant to investigate Tristan's Snapchat account on 5 of his cell phones, which may have contained information pertinent to the crime. A search warrant was also issued for the Orchard Road residence, where detectives discovered various items, including another phone, a keyboard, a pen from a safe, paper cups, a hammer, a straw, knives, a red-stained swab, eyeglasses, a kitchen towel, a hammock, a digital video recorder, a rug, miscellaneous papers, South Dakota cards, and boots. Additionally, a search warrant was executed on the Ford F-150 truck, and a red-stained swab, laptop, computer charger, and steering wheel cover were seized. A warrant was issued to search the home of Tristan's girlfriend in Boone, where he had spent the night. Investigators seized a pillowcase, a zippered sweatshirt, and a notebook from that residence. Funeral services for Jeffrey and Tanya were held on April 17, 2019, at Bible Fellowship Church, officiated by pastors William and Brad Gray. The children, despite the devastating loss of their parents at such a young age, found the strength to write a heartfelt obituary. Our parents never had the opportunity to live for themselves because they always lived for us. Jeffrey and Tanya had always been an incredible joy to their parents and a constant source of pride. Our parents made the world a better place, and we hope to continue that legacy by passionately loving people and pursuing Jesus. After the funeral, Taylor visited her younger brother in prison for the first time and was unpleasantly struck by his behavior. Tristan not only showed no remorse, but even attempted to blame the family for what had occurred. To her sister, it appeared that he was convinced he would regain his freedom sooner or later. Taylor felt disgusted, turned away, and left. Her second visit took place on May 11th, on Tristan's birthday. This time, she came with Robin, and the meeting did not differ significantly from the previous one. Her brother boasted about the celebration held in his honor in prison for his birthday. Taylor found his behavior unacceptable, particularly given that their parents had tragically passed away. Following this visit, the family decided to sever all contact with Tristan. According to neighbors, loud screams were heard at the Borlace home. After the incident, Tristan returned to the house and vomited, which, according to the psychologist, indicated severe stress rather than premeditated, cold-blooded murder. However, the jury disagreed with the psychologist's assessment, having access to the forensic medical examiner reports presented at trial. Jeffrey's autopsy report noted multiple stab wounds to his left chest and back, slash wounds on his arms and hands, and abrasions on his skull and forehead. Tanya's autopsy report indicated she suffered multiple stab wounds, including to her left chest, back, and arm, as well as injuries that may have been sustained when her neck was compressed. The results suggest that the parents were defending themselves rather than attacking. The psychologist concluded that Tristan Borlace was mentally sane at the time of the crime, but was experiencing a severely impaired cognitive state, including depersonalization, derealization, and a feeling that the events were unreal. However, the court and jury rejected the psychologist's opinion, finding Tristan to be a skilled manipulator and a socially dangerous individual. The trial began on February 16th. During the proceedings, Tristan expressed remorse for what had happened. He agreed with everything his family had said about him and supported the decision for a permanent restraining order to ensure the family's safety. On March 3rd, Tristan Borlace was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for each count of first-degree murder. Judge Hakeem Horn acknowledged that Tristan's mental health issues were a somewhat mitigating factor. The psychologist's assessment revealed that Tristan was still struggling with anxiety, depression, and symptoms similar to post-traumatic stress disorder. However, the judge noted that the psychologist found no evidence of psychotic disorders, although Tristan's anxiety and depression may have been worsened by ongoing use of illegal substances. The most unusual fact in this case is that neither Tristan's family, his lawyer, nor Tristan himself made any statements regarding the motives that led to the crime. There was a devout family and a socially dangerous young man who used illegal drugs, who did not fully understand the reasons behind what happened and did not adequately express that misunderstanding. On one hand, there was a young man with low self-esteem, prone to depression, showing signs of anxiety, and not receiving the necessary qualified medical attention. Moving on to the next case. The case of William Glenn Olsen. Alicia Wood, age 46, was reported missing on November 30th, 2024, in Conrad, Montana, where she lived. The situation began when one of Alicia's neighbors contacted the Conrad Police Department that day to request a welfare check on her. The neighbor explained that they had not seen or heard from her for several days, and the last time they recalled seeing her was around November 25th or 26th. The neighbor told police that Alicia was not answering phone calls or messages, which increased concern among those involved. They also observed unusual activity at Alicia's residence. When officers arrived to conduct the check, they noticed that her vehicle was not parked in its normal location in front of the home. Officers knocked on the doors and windows, but received no response from inside. When they looked through a window, they observed several unusual signs inside the house, suggesting that a serious incident might have taken place. That same evening, Alicia's ex-husband also contacted the police. He chose to call after learning from the neighbor that she could not reach Alicia and was extremely worried. Alicia's son later reported that the last time he spoke with his mother was on November 22nd. In addition, a friend of Alicia's son shared more information, stating that he had seen her at the town pump store in Conrad, where she was purchasing beer. However, it was significant that this individual said Alicia appeared to have been beaten, which raised additional concerns and doubts about her condition. Alicia's disappearance stunned her family, friends, and the surrounding community. As a result, authorities immediately launched an investigation to collect information about her whereabouts. While examining Alicia's home, officers found no evidence that she had been there recently. Notably, her pets had run out of both food and water, indicating that the house had likely been unattended for some time. They also found a red circular marking on the floor, though it was unclear whether it was paint or blood. This discovery added further complexity to the case. That night, the Conrad Police Department officially classified Alicia Wood as a missing person. The investigation shifted direction when Conrad police received a report from the Montana Highway Patrol. Alicia's 2005 black Cadillac was found abandoned on Highway 91 between Conrad and Brady. During an inspection of the vehicle, investigators located multiple bloodstains on both the passenger and driver's seats, raising suspicions of a possible altercation or violent event inside the car. They also observed smeared fingerprints on the car's locking mechanism, suggesting that someone may have struggled to get out or had been forced into the vehicle. Additionally, a bullet casing was discovered on the floor of the car. Later, on December 1st, Alicia's ex-husband gave important information to police. He said that prior to Alicia going missing, her car had been hit by a stranger who then left the scene. This event occurred around the same time Alicia was reported missing, leading investigators to question whether it was directly connected to her disappearance. That same day, Alicia's son used the Find My iPhone application to track his mother's phone. The app showed that 47 minutes earlier, Alicia's phone had been located at an address on North Main Street in Conrad. Police immediately went to check that address, but when they arrived, they were unable to contact the homeowner. They then spoke with a woman who had found Alicia's phone lying next to the mailbox outside the residence. During the conversation, the woman disclosed a crucial detail. She said she knew that William, a person connected to the incident, had damaged Alicia's car. She also stated that she had seen him at a different location. Police then traveled to that location to continue their investigation and spoke with the people living there. Some residents reported that William had returned to his home the previous day to pick up his guitar. They described him as appearing very happy and said that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The following day, police spoke with a man in Brady who reported that William had come back and said he was fleeing from Conrad. The man assisted William in returning to retrieve his guitar and then drove him back to his residence in Fort Shaw. While they were driving, William stated that he owed Alicia a replacement car because he had damaged hers. When asked why, he explained that Alicia had not allowed him to leave her house in Conrad. As a result, while Alicia was asleep, he secretly took her vehicle to get away. The man later relayed the details of this account to investigators, giving them valuable insight into William's actions and behavior. With this new information, police immediately called to speak directly with William. During the call, William claimed that the last time he had seen Alicia was on November 10th and said he did not know her current whereabouts. However, when officers pressed him with further questions, he refused to respond and stated that he needed to consult with a lawyer first. He told police he would contact them the next day, but his silence and reaction made the case increasingly complex and suspicious. On December 3rd, the Conrad Police Department chose to contact the Montana Department of Justice's Criminal Investigation Division, DCI, for assistance in the investigation into Alicia's disappearance. 3 DCI agents agreed to help. Notably, Agent Derek Malum, a former Great Falls Police Department officer, made direct contact with the Conrad Police Department to obtain additional information about William. During the investigation, Derek learned that William had been arrested multiple times in the past and was currently wanted on a probation violation warrant connected to the assault of his girlfriend or family members. That same day, a Cascade County deputy sheriff went to a residence in Fort Shaw that was believed to be where William was staying. There, they arrested William on the outstanding warrant and transported him to the Ponderia County Sheriff's Office for questioning. During the interview, William admitted that he had been violent with Alicia just days before the car incident occurred. He said that he and Alicia had argued at her home in Conrad during a rage-filled confrontation. He stated that he placed her in a chokehold, which resulted in her death. William confessed that after killing her, he took a hard case from the closet and placed her body inside it. He then put the case into his trunk and drove to an area west of Great Falls, near West Elementary School, where he discarded the case containing Alicia's body into a trash bin. To hide his actions, he returned to Conrad and placed Alicia's phone in front of a house, which police later located. After carrying out his plan, William drove back to his home in Fort Shaw. Following William's confession, authorities transported him to Great Falls, where he pointed out the location where he had thrown away the case. Investigators promptly contacted the City of Great Falls Waste Management Department to confirm the trash collection procedures. A supervisor verified that trash in Williams' area had been collected on November 27th. That waste was then taken to the High Plains landfill in Cascade County, located a few miles northeast of Great Falls. This information prompted a large-scale search of the landfill, which continued for several days afterward. As of December 12th, Alicia Wood's body had still not been located, despite extensive efforts to search for her. Sheriff Corey Smith said that evidence gathered during the investigation suggested Alicia was likely deceased and that her body might be located at the High Plains landfill. Search teams used a range of resources, including drones, excavators, and bulldozers, to sort through trash in an effort to help investigators recover Alicia's body. William Glenn Olsen, 29, is facing charges of deliberate murder and tampering with evidence. On Monday, December 16, 2024, he appeared in Ponderosa County Court for a preliminary hearing. During the hearing, William entered a plea of not guilty to both charges. He remains in custody, with bail set at $1 million. A pretrial hearing is scheduled for January 27, 2025. If convicted of intentional murder, William could face either the death penalty or life in prison. In addition, the tampering with evidence charge could lead to an additional 10 years in prison or a $1.50,000 fine. The investigation and court proceedings are still ongoing. The family and community remain hopeful that justice will ultimately be achieved for Alicia. Moving on to the next case. Alan Wilmer. During the 1980s, Virginia was afflicted by a series of horrific crimes that shook communities to their very foundation. 3 young people became victims of a succession of disturbing murders, leaving grieving families and lingering questions that haunted the region for decades. It all started on September 23, 1987, when the bodies of 29-year-old David Knobling and 14-year-old Robin Edwards were found near the Ragged Island Wildlife Refuge in Isle of Wight County. Both victims had been fatally shot. In 1989, the murderers struck once more, claiming the life of 20-year-old Teresa Lynn Howell in Hampton. For many years, the killer's identity remained unknown, leaving behind a path of unanswered questions and devastated families. How did these crimes remain unresolved for such a long time? What was the motive? And most significantly, Taylor disappeared on September 19, 1987. The disappearance of David L. Knobling and Robin Edwards sent shockwaves through their respective families and communities. The pair was last seen together on September 19, when Robin left home to meet David at an arcade. The initial alarm was raised by the Knoblings, who noticed David's absence when his younger brother Michael disclosed that he had last seen David driving away in his truck the evening before. Concern quickly escalated into panic as the Knoblings realized that David had not returned home, leading to frantic attempts to find him. Meanwhile, the Edwards family at first treated Robin's absence with relative calm, attributing it to her previous pattern of running away. However, as hours became days without any contact from Robin, their anxiety intensified. Despite Robin's improvement in family counseling sessions, her extended absence aroused suspicions that she might have been taken against her will. With every passing hour, the seriousness of the situation became increasingly evident, prompting both families to reach out to the Virginia State Police and begin a search for the missing pair. On September 21, 1987, Virginia's streets were filled with numerous search parties organized by Virginia police, and these efforts were supported by members of both the Knobling and Edwards families. Search teams concentrated on the last known locations of David and Robin, focusing mainly on Newport News, Hampton, and nearby areas. Among those deeply involved in the search was Carl Knobling, David's father, who went out onto the streets hoping to locate his son. Despite early optimism, fueled by the belief that David might have simply needed some time by himself, the family's hopes were shattered when they encountered a troubling discovery during their search. David's black Ford Ranger pickup truck was found on December 21, 1987, by a patrolman in the Wildlife Refuge's parking lot. The vehicle was still running, with the driver's side window rolled down, the wipers on, and both the engine and radio operating, and several items of clothing were discovered inside. Significantly, both doors had been left open, and the side window was partially lowered. This caused authorities to speculate that the perpetrator may have been impersonating a uniformed officer and had access to such a vehicle. Meanwhile, the presence of Knobling's wallet inside the pickup indicated that robbery was eliminated as a likely motive. However, while detectives viewed this as a step forward, the family felt a deepening sense of dread. They knew David valued his truck and would not voluntarily abandon it. Yet despite their exhaustive efforts, the search parties uncovered no additional leads that day. For days later, Their bodies were discovered along the shoreline on the south bank of the James River in Isle of Wight County. Neither was fully clothed. Robin's jeans were unbuttoned, and her bra was positioned around her neck. During the autopsy examination of David and Robin's bodies, it was revealed that both victims had sustained gunshot wounds. Robin Edwards had been shot in the back of the head in an execution-style manner, while David Knobling had been shot twice, once in the head and once in the shoulder. At first, investigators were unsure whether a sexual assault had taken place, particularly considering Edwards' underage status. However, significant evidence emerged during the examination, such as Edwards being found with her jeans undone and her bra around her neck. At the scene, detectives struggled to reconstruct the sequence of events that led to David and Robin's deaths. Speculation emerged regarding a possible sexual relationship between David and Robin, despite her being underage. This prompted questions about a potential assault, yet definitive evidence remained lacking, leaving the forensic report unaltered. As the investigation progressed, detectives observed notable similarities to another unsolved murder case from more than a year earlier. The killings of Kathleen Thomas and Rebecca Dowsky both shared a common location, the Colonial Parkway. This finding raised suspicions of a possible serial killer operating in the region. The Colonial Parkway was a quiet roadway winding through Virginia. It had become a favored location for young couples seeking privacy. However, in 1986, it transformed into a nightmare when a killer began targeting couples. Kathleen and Rebecca were the first victims. They were discovered dead in their car with their throats cut. The killer struck again in 1987. This time, David and Robin were likely his victims. Both cases shared chilling similarities and occurred near the parkway. This prompted detectives to search for a pattern. It became evident that the crime scenes were staged and couples were being targeted. Despite ongoing investigations, the killer remained unidentified, leaving families devastated and communities living in fear. The Colonial Parkway, once regarded as a symbol of romance, became linked with tragedy and terror. With investigations continuing, detectives hoped the disturbing double homicides would be the last in Virginia. Sadly, their hopes were shattered as additional bloodshed followed. Less than 7 months after the deaths of David and Robin, another tragic double homicide took place. This time, the victims were 18-year-old Cassandra Haley and 20-year-old Richard Keith Call, both students at Christopher Newport University. They disappeared after attending a party, never returning to their classes. Initially, detectives believed that the couple might have drowned in the York River, but despite an extensive search, no bodies were recovered, and their remains have still not been located. With more than 6 people murdered and no answers, residents lived in continual fear. Then once again, a horrifying call reached investigators. This time, a construction crew made a grim discovery near their work site. About 5 miles from Hampton, they came across women's clothing, and the body of an unidentified woman was found in a nearby wooded area. She was identified as Teresa Lynn Howell. Teresa's body was identified through a missing persons report that had been filed in New York County on July 4, 1989. A subsequent autopsy revealed that Teresa had been assaulted and had died due to strangulation. Teresa was born on August 25, 1960, in Annapolis, Maryland, to Malden Pierce Spa and the late Betty Elizabeth Jeffries Spa. She was a devoted mother to her 2 children, Elijah and Nicole, who lived in San Antonio, Texas. Living alone in the Pines of York Apartments complex on Route 134, Teresa faced the difficulties of unemployment and separation from her husband. During the investigation into Teresa's disappearance, it was discovered that on July 1, 1989, she went out to a popular venue known as the Zodiac Club on East Mercury Boulevard in Hampton, Virginia. Her intention was to enjoy a fun evening and leave her past behind. However, her night took a dark turn when she went missing shortly after departing the nightclub. Tragically, no one noticed her absence until it was too late. In the early morning hours of Saturday, the Virginia State Police received a troubling call. A construction worker from York County reported finding a trail of women's clothing scattered about, which led him to a woman's body in a wooded area at the 500 block of Butler Farm Road. Authorities promptly responded to the location, which was part of the developing Hampton Road Center off Magruder Boulevard. It took 3 days to identify the victim, who was confirmed to be Teresa. After a missing persons report was filed on July 4, 1989, investigators quickly began working to reconstruct Teresa's final hours. Initial findings showed that Teresa, 29 years old at the time, was last seen leaving the Zodiac nightclub around 2:30 a.m., although it was too soon to officially declare her missing. 7 hours passed before the construction worker reported discovering her location. Her body was found only 4 miles from her apartment complex and 5 miles from the nightclub. Further investigation revealed troubling connections to the double homicide of David and Robin, whose bodies had been discovered 15 miles away 2 years earlier. Like Robin Edwards, Teresa had likewise been sexually assaulted, with strangulation identified as the cause of death. However, despite the links to David and Robin's case, detectives did not categorize Teresa's death as part of the Colonial Parkway killings. Nevertheless, they firmly believed that the same murderer was responsible. In the aftermath of Teresa Howell's murder, Virginia authorities were on high alert, determined to stop further bloodshed. Yet on September 5, 1989, tragedy struck once more as 2 additional individuals disappeared: 21-year-old Daniel Lauer and 18-year-old Annemarie Phelps. Daniel's car, a Chevrolet Nova, was found abandoned at a westbound rest stop off Interstate 64 in New Kent County. The car was strangely positioned on the acceleration ramp, the doors unlocked, and the keys left in the ignition. Annemarie's purse was discovered inside, along with Daniel's packed luggage in the back seat. At first, detectives considered the possibility that the pair had run away, but the investigation quickly dismissed this idea. The scene bore the hallmarks of the Colonial Parkway killer's modus operandi, which involved staging vehicles to appear abandoned in order to lure unsuspecting victims. Despite immediate search efforts, the dense forest surrounding the area made locating Daniel and Annemarie difficult. Even aerial searches yielded no results. Weeks went by, marked by heavy rain that further complicated the search. Hope diminished until 7 weeks later, a grim discovery was made by turkey hunters. The decomposed bodies of Daniel and Annemarie were found. Covered with an electric blanket taken from Daniel's car, the bodies were located on a narrow, secluded trail. Annemarie's locket was recovered nearby. Forensic examination, though hindered by advanced decomposition, revealed multiple stab wounds on Annemarie's remains. Daniel's cause of death remained undetermined due to the extent of decomposition. As you can see, the similarities to the earlier Colonial Parkway cases were undeniable. Authorities believed the killer, referred to as the Colonial Parkway murderer, sought to replicate his previous atrocities. Staging Daniel's car mirrored the pattern observed with earlier victims, serving as a chilling reminder of the killer's taunts. Despite relentless efforts, authorities faced mounting frustration as the elusive killer continued to evade capture, leaving a trail of bloodshed behind. The Phantom of Colonial remained a shadowy figure, outmaneuvering authorities at every turn. The investigation into the Colonial Parkway murders had reached a standstill. 6 long years had passed, and the killer remained at large. Some detectives proposed a theory that the murderer might have ties to law enforcement, given the staged condition of the victims' vehicles. The partially lowered driver's window suggested possible impersonation of an officer, but attempts to connect the killer to law enforcement were unsuccessful. It appeared the killer had managed to obtain a uniform to carry out his crimes. Shifting their focus to links between the cases, detectives revisited the murder of Teresa Spa Howell. Although initially handled as a separate case, similarities to the Colonial Parkway killings were apparent. Under the leadership of Lieutenant Detective Eddie Watts, investigators explored 2 theories regarding Teresa's death. The first proposed that she was killed elsewhere before being left at the construction site. The second suggested that the killer staged the crime scene to mislead investigators. Yet without solid evidence, both theories fell apart. As pressure increased from the Spa family, the investigation was reassigned. It was now led by Detective Edgar Browning. In May 1995, what seemed like a breakthrough occurred with the arrest of Clinton Wayne Edwards. It was based entirely on witness statements and DNA evidence. Edwards was charged with capital murder. However, further examination uncovered errors in the DNA evidence, resulting in Edwards' release. The embarrassment of Edwards' wrongful arrest represented a setback for authorities. Despite persistent efforts, the case went cold, with no viable theories left to pursue. 7 years had passed, leaving detectives discouraged and families without closure. Then in December 2020, FBI Special Agent Brian Dugan assumed leadership of the FBI Norfolk Field Office. Determined to solve the case, Dugan carefully reviewed the evidence and witness statements. Finally, in late 2023, a breakthrough took place. Dugan had directed his team to retest DNA samples from the crime scene, despite skepticism from some investigators. To their astonishment, a clear match emerged. The DNA linked to the double homicide of David Knobling and Robin Edwards also matched samples from Teresa Howell's murder. The discovery revived hope of solving the cold cases. Further investigation traced the DNA to Alan Wilmer, a man who had died of natural causes in 2017. His DNA, which had been entered into the database during his post-mortem examination, resurfaced as a match to the Colonial Parkway murders, revealing Wilmer's identity. Authorities launched an intensive investigation into his life. After 36 years, the killer finally had a name. The breakthrough represented a major milestone in the pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. Alan W. Wilmer Sr., the alleged Colonial Parkway killer, had actually died in December 2017 in Lancaster County, Virginia, at the age of 63. His body was not found for a month. His death brought an end to a lengthy investigation that connected him to 3 homicides. Born on November 18, 1954, in Lancaster County, Virginia, Wilmer was recognized for his solitary disposition. He lived alone at his home on Meyer Creek Road in Lancaster County. Although he had previously been married, the marriage ended in divorce, and he had 2 adult children. Notably, Wilmer drove a distinctive blue 1966 Dodge Fargo pickup truck bearing the Virginia license plate MRAW. This truck was only one of several pickups Wilmer owned and operated during the 1980s and early 1990s. In addition to his truck, Wilmer also possessed a small commercial fishing boat named the Denny Wade. This 1976 custom-built wooden vessel was used for clam and oyster farming. It was primarily docked at marinas in Gloucester and Middle Essex counties and around the Northern Neck region. He was also a passionate hunter and was a member of at least one hunt club in the Middle Peninsula region. Wilmer's occupation as a fisherman allowed him to spend considerable time at sea on his commercial boat. Yet despite his reserved personality, Wilmer maintained an active lifestyle, frequently participating in hunting activities and taking part in local hunt clubs. However, his reclusive behavior and his familiarity with the Virginia terrain made him a primary suspect in the Colonial Parkway murders. While Wilmer kept a clean criminal record, investigations uncovered his earlier involvement as a suspect in the double homicide case of Cassandra Haley and Richard Call. Witnesses reported seeing him approach the couple along the Colonial Parkway, leading to FBI surveillance under Special Agent Irvin B. Wells in 2016. During surveillance conducted after the deaths of Richard and Cassandra, agents observed Alan Wilmer engaging in suspicious actions, including spray painting and cleaning one of his older trucks. This conduct raised concerns, prompting agents to secure a search warrant for his residence. However, the search produced little incriminating evidence, with only a registered firearm, explicit materials, and handcuffs found. Despite their suspicions, agents did not have sufficient evidence to detain Wilmer. During interrogations, Wilmer insisted on his innocence. To further verify his innocence, agents asked Wilmer to take a lie detector test, and he willingly agreed. A well-known polygraph examiner administered the test, ultimately determining that Wilmer was truthful. Nevertheless, Special Agent Wells remained persuaded of Wilmer's involvement in the Colonial Parkway murders, though without solid evidence, resulting in Wilmer's release. After this encounter, Wilmer disappeared from law enforcement's attention until his death on December 15, 2017. His inclusion in the DNA database after his death provided critical evidence, connecting him to 3 of the 9 crime scenes linked to the Parkway murders. On January 8, 2024, the Virginia State Police officially identified Wilmer as the primary suspect in the 1987 double homicide case of David Knobling and Robin Edwards. Multiple law enforcement agencies repeated this announcement, revealing Wilmer's involvement in the death and assault of Teresa Spa Howell in 1989. However, because Wilmer had died on December 15, 2017, at the age of 63, he could not be prosecuted for his crimes. Even though Wilmer had been identified during this entire time, Virginia State Police spokeswoman Ms. Corinne Geller clarified that, despite continued efforts, there was currently no physical or forensic evidence linking Wilmer to the other 6 murders. The account of Alan Wade Wilmer's connection to the Colonial Parkway murders continues to leave many detectives perplexed. It demonstrates how challenging it can be for police to resolve such old cold cases with no clear trail. And perhaps it also illustrates how God's hand may play a significant role in such matters. Reflecting on the lives that were lost, it was not only David Knobling, Robin Edwards, and Teresa Howell. There were many additional individuals who became victims of this madman. There remains the lingering question: was Wilmer truly the sole person behind these horrific crimes, or could there be others still out there? Moving on to the next case. Alice Hainsworth Ryan. During the late 1980s, Greenville, South Carolina was undergoing a transformation, casting off its industrial history to emerge as a flourishing hub of commerce and culture. Yet directly amid this transformation, a startling crime committed in broad daylight shook the community. On October 8, 1988, 80-year-old socialite Alice Hainsworth Ryan was tragically slain in her elegant Tudor mansion in Greenville shortly after coming back from a chemotherapy appointment. What made matters worse was that the case would remain unsolved until 3 lengthy decades had gone by. Who could commit such a vile act against a defenseless person? And what circumstances contributed to the extended delay in achieving justice? Born into a distinguished family on January 24, 1908, Alice was raised in a world of privilege and prominence in Greenville. She was the sole daughter of her parents, Harry J. Hainsworth and Rhoda Livingston Hainsworth. Alice was also cherished by her brother, Knox Livingston Hainsworth, and half-brother, Clement Furman Hainsworth, who was from her father's other marriage. From the moment she came into the world, she was destined for a life of luxury and influence. Her father, a successful attorney, had founded one of Greenville's most respected law firms. By the time Alice was born, the firm had already thrived for more than a decade. Alice was a lively young girl who knew her own mind and was used to getting her way. With her captivating beauty and charm, Alice was no stranger to admiration, as men considered her gorgeous and enchanting. However, she remained primarily devoted to her studies. In 1929, Greenville received a handsome newcomer named Joseph Murphy Ryan, affectionately known as Joe, arriving from Ireland to oversee a southern office for his family's textile business. Joe differed from Alice's usual social circle, being Catholic, affluent, and notably a Yankee raised in Troy, New York. Their romance developed swiftly, with friends remembering them as a striking couple. They exchanged vows in a simple ceremony at Alice's parents' residence, followed by an extravagant 3-week honeymoon in Bermuda. After they returned, they began constructing their dream home, a vast 5,000-square-foot Tudor mansion situated on 2 acres of Woodland Way. This would become her refuge for the next half-century before her life was tragically cut short. Alice and Joe's marriage started on a strong footing, and their connection only strengthened with the arrival of their son, Joe Ryan Jr. It was followed by the births of their 2 daughters, Catherine and Rhoda, the latter named in tribute to Alice's mother. As a wealthy socialite, Alice never worked, with a cook, maid and nanny to help with their children. Alice enjoyed a life of ease and extravagance. However, everything shifted for Alice when her husband, Joe, sadly died from a ruptured appendix in 1950 at 42 years old with 3 children still young. Alice inherited a mortgage-free home and assets amounting to $1.5 million. Despite the financial stability, the death of her husband weighed heavily on Alice's happiness. For the following 3 decades, Alice stayed in the same house, choosing to live alone after her children had moved away. Alice lived a life filled with contradictions. She could be both flamboyant and reserved, enjoying the company of many, but spending her final years in seclusion with her beloved Cocker Spaniel Sassy. Her children knew her as self-reliant and brave, though they often worried about her residing alone without a security system. It was not until the later years of her life that they persuaded her to secure the doors of her enormous home. But before any of that could have an impact, something else emerged. In late 1987, at the age of 79, Alice experienced a health scare when pneumonia exposed cancer in her lung. Always private, she shared this news only with her closest family. But she was required to undergo a schedule of 8 monthly chemotherapy sessions to fight the disease. While she seemed to be prevailing in the battle, the exhausting treatment took a toll on her health. However, no one anticipated that her opportunity for survival would be suddenly taken away. That Saturday morning on October 8, 1988, Alice woke to the sounds of St. Francis Hospital eager to go back home. She had spent the prior 2 nights in the hospital for chemotherapy, which had been nearly unbearable. With only one more session remaining, she hoped to leave this chapter behind her. Throughout Alice's illness, her devoted children had arranged a routine to make sure she received the best possible care. Rhoda drove her to the hospital on Thursday, October 6, 1988, and remained most of the day. Joe Ryan visited his mother that evening, but could not stay long due to his obligations to the family textile business. Kath Renee was responsible for picking up her mom from the hospital and staying with her at home until Monday morning. Following the arrangement, Catherine collected her mom from the hospital around 1:45 p.m. on October 8, 1988. Once they returned to the Tudor mansion, Catherine helped her mom settle on the sofa in the den, which was the room farthest from the kitchen, so she could watch the Dodgers-Mets game. After a short telephone conversation with Rhoda around 2:30 p.m., Catherine decided to get something for lunch while Alice said she would go upstairs to unpack as the mother-daughter said goodbye to each other. None of them realized that it would be their final farewell. After being away from home for only 40 minutes, just enough time to pick up some hot dogs, onion rings, apple, muffins, and dog food. Around 3:10 p.m. Catherine drove into her mother's driveway. As she neared the back door, she immediately saw that the pane nearest to the doorknob was shattered. Catherine also thought it strange that Sassy, her mother's canine companion, did not come running to greet her. As she stepped into the kitchen, Catherine came upon a scene that would forever haunt her. There, on the floor against the peeling radiator, lay her mother, Alice, unmoving. Her right arm lay awkwardly across her body, and nearby scattered belongings told a grim story. Black flats were tossed aside, a gold rope necklace scattered beside her, while 2 diamond rings remained undisturbed on her fingers. Alice's silk turban, now marked with blood, lay several feet away, exposing her bare head. Her brown trousers were intact, but her pink turtleneck and brown sweater had been pushed up, revealing darkened wounds on her abdomen. A chilling sight that no daughter should ever have to see. Terrified and panicked, Catherine rushed outside to seek assistance. She first hurried through the backyard to a house on McDaniel Avenue, but found no cars parked outside. She then went to the neighboring house. But again, there was no sign of anyone. With desperation increasing, she ran across the sloping front lawn and managed to flag down a passing white Jeep. The driver, Raymond Schroeder, urged Catherine not to go back into the house, fearing that the attacker might still be inside. He suggested she get into his vehicle so they could locate a phone, but Catherine refused and instead headed toward another neighbor's house. Meanwhile, Raymond drove off to the 8 o'clock super at a nearby grocery store and placed a call to 911 at 3:19 p.m. Just 2 minutes later, at 3:21 p.m., Catherine made her own call to 911 from a house on McDaniel Avenue. At approximately 3:30 p.m. Greenville police arrived at the crime scene and quickly sealed off the area with yellow crime scene tape, beginning a careful inspection of the premises. Inside the house, apart from 2 open drawers, one in the kitchen containing knives, and the other in a living room end table, nothing appeared disturbed. Forensic specialists quickly determined that Alice had died from stab wounds. News of the crime spread swiftly, shocking the community. Although murder was not unheard of in certain Greenville neighborhoods, this kind of ruthless killing was unprecedented. Joe and Rhoda rushed to the scene, desperate to understand the incomprehensible. As members of the community gathered outside the house, there was widespread confusion, with many coming and going, taking photographs and asking questions. These questions reflected those swirling in the minds of the investigators. Who could commit such a heinous act? What motive lay behind this terrible crime? And if robbery was the perpetrator's aim, why resort to such a crude method as throwing a rock through a window? It seemed amateurish, not the work of an experienced burglar. Almost at once, suspicions focused on a seemingly troubled man who had inexplicably taken up residence in Alice's pool house several months earlier. The strange encounter began in July 1988 when Grace Gordon, Allison's maid of 40 years, chose to clean the pool house while Alice was undergoing treatment at St. Francis Hospital. Forcing her way through the bushes, Grace opened the unlocked door to discover a man inside, singing to himself. When Grace asked him who he was, the 27-year-old sturdy man identified himself as Billy. Alarmed, Grace rushed to notify Rhoda, Alice's daughter. But by the time Rhoda and the police arrived, Billy had disappeared. About 2 months later, Grace saw the same man in the backyard heading toward the pool house. She immediately contacted Joe, Alice's son. Joe was stunned to find furniture rearranged, frozen chicken thawing on the counter, and a pack of pools resting on a table. Ashes were scattered in the fireplace. Joe decided to wait, and approximately 30 minutes later, Billy returned carrying a stereo and 2 speakers. The police were called once again. They confiscated his belongings, including his stereo and clothes. However, since he had only entered by tampering with the lock, the judge could only issue a trespass warning. A few days later, Billy came back to collect his belongings. Grace left him waiting on the porch. When Alice came downstairs, she discovered him inside the living room, playing her piano. Despite Alice being only 5 feet, 2 inches tall, she held her ground against the 6-foot, 1-inch man. Remembered Alice escorting him to the door, warning him to stay away. However, a mere 12 days later, when Alice was murdered, the children voiced concern that their mother, who feared nothing and possessed a sharp tongue, might have provoked the anger of a disturbed individual. Police swiftly arrested Billy at his residence later that afternoon, only to be met with disappointment when Woodside Mill neighbors confirmed having seen him throughout the afternoon. To further unravel the mystery of the murder, the police enlisted Joe and Catherine's assistance in identifying any missing items. Although they could not immediately detect anything out of place, it soon became clear that Alice's 1967 Ford Fairlane was missing from the scene. They did not have to wait long before the car was found at 4:30 p.m. A resident of Bunwood Lane, a narrow winding road nearby, alerted the police that the car had been blocking the street since 3:55 p.m. For lead detective Dave Henderson, the location seemed perfect for abandoning a stolen vehicle. A nearby telephone pole fitted with steps could have provided the perpetrator with a way to climb over a wooden fence and into the neighboring Nicoletown area. Despite passing numerous houses and leaving the car in the middle of a heavily populated street less than a mile from Alice's residence, no residents saw the driver. Alice's house key was discovered next to the car, but the car key was nowhere to be located. The murder weapon, a flathead screwdriver with a black and yellow handle, was found in a ravine near where the car had been abandoned. Unfortunately, the screwdriver did not produce any fingerprints. Additionally, a bloodstained dish towel with orange and white stripes traced back to Alice's pantry was also recovered. However, aside from these items, little physical evidence was obtained from the scene or the car. The autopsy report revealed chilling details. There were no signs of defensive wounds, hair or skin beneath Alice's fingernails. Weakened by chemotherapy, the fragile woman could not put up a fight. She died from 4 knife wounds to her back and abdomen, but a total of 33 stab wounds covered her body. It was a pure act of brutality. Deputy Coroner Park Evans described it as overkill, suggesting that the attacker acted in a burst of rage, driven by powerful emotions. As the details of the murder circulated, neighbors grew increasingly uneasy. Many installed burglar alarms, watched for strangers, and made sure their doors were firmly locked. During the police investigation, a key witness surfaced. A 16-year-old girl who lived half a mile from Alice's house. She reported seeing a white car speeding backward down Alice's driveway around the time of the murder. Remarkably, she identified the car in police custody as the very one she had nearly collided with. While she could not provide a detailed description of the driver, she remembered that they had dark hair. Dozens of patrolmen, detectives, and sled agents fanned out across Greenville to interview the various workmen Alice had employed in the past. Detectives also spoke with neighbors and their household staff. Despite their efforts, the interviews initially produced no useful information. However, when officers visited Cleveland Park Stables, a woman who gave writing lessons reported seeing Alice's Ford sedan at 2:45 p.m. on that fateful Saturday, startling her horse. Although she could not discern who the driver was, she was confident of the time. Unfortunately, even this lead failed to generate any concrete results. It seemed as though the murderer had simply disappeared without a trace. With no clues to pursue, detectives decided to re-examine the old evidence with fresh eyes. Since the autopsy had revealed knife wounds, detectives Forrest Bushbanton and Paul Stambo returned to the ravine where the screwdriver had been found. By chance, they discovered a 13-inch butcher knife blade. It had been wiped as cleanly as the screwdriver. They combed the woods with a metal detector, searching for Alice's car key. Again, no success. Frustrated by the lack of progress, detectives chose to publicize the investigation by filming a Crime Stoppers segment, hoping to generate leads. However, the segment produced hardly any useful tips. Meanwhile, investigators carefully reviewed the evidence, but most fingerprints were smudged or belonged to known family members. Yet they found one clear palm print on a wall that did not match anyone associated with the household. Police believed that identifying the owner of this print could be critical to securing a conviction. Additionally, detectives reviewed records of known burglars and submitted fingerprints to the FBI to develop a psychological profile of the killer. Then a potential breakthrough occurred. Officers in Anderson, South Carolina, arrested 2 men suspected of being connected to the murder of Albert L. Mutt Osteen, a 77-year-old man who had been stabbed with both a knife and a screwdriver in his upscale home. The similarities between this case and Alice's murder raised hopes that a solid lead had been found. Since the crime nearly mirrored Alice Ryan's murder, detectives thought they had their suspect. As it turned out, they were again pursuing the wrong lead. The men had been at work when Alice was killed, their supervisor told authorities. 8 days after the murder, a man informed detectives that his 8-year-old daughter had found a Ford key lying in plain view on Fernwood Lane. Detective Henderson believed his officers might have overlooked the key, which turned out to be Alice's, but his intuition suggested the killer had returned and discarded the key. Then the FBI supplied its psychological profile, indicating that the killer was a man familiar with the neighborhood who may have observed Catherine leaving and decided to burglarize the house. According to the FBI's analysis, Alice likely tried to defend herself with a butcher knife. In a panicked and enraged state, the assailant then used a screwdriver to stab her before seizing the knife and stabbing her again. However, detectives noted that the report did not materially advance the investigation. By December 1988, with 3 additional unsolved murders compounding the city's problems, the Greenville police chief formed a 10-member homicide task force. Around the same time, Detective Henderson received information from Nicholson residents indicating that 2 men had been seen driving Alice's car on the day of her death. The residents described the car as having black electrical tape along the side, which matched the description of Alice's missing vehicle. Moreover, the car had been unaccounted for about an hour that afternoon. According to the residents, one of the men was someone Detective Henderson knew. This individual had previously avoided arrest by Henderson when he jumped from a second-story window while being pursued for robbing a shoe store. However, before investigators could apprehend the second man, he had already died. This development marked the 3rd time investigators believed they were on the brink of solving the case, only to have the resolution slip away once again. Months later, the family endured another loss. Sassy, Alice's loyal companion, who had suffered superficial stab wounds during the attack, was taken in by a police officer. However, 6 months later, suffering from blindness and kidney failure, she was euthanized. The investigation, one of the most extensive in Greenville's history, involved numerous officers from the Greenville Police Department and several agents from the State Law Enforcement Division. Nearly 300 people were interviewed regarding the 1988 murder, with roughly 60 considered potential suspects. Despite these efforts, the trail remained cold, leaving investigators empty-handed and the case unresolved. They packed 2 large cardboard boxes with incident reports, tape recordings, interview notes, and crime scene photos. The significance of Alice Ryan's identity as a scion of one of Greenville's most prominent legal families was not lost on them. Alice's family also publicly offered a $10,000 reward to anyone who could provide information leading to the identification of the killer or assisting the case. Despite the large scale of the investigation and the multitude of leads pursued, every avenue explored seemed to end in a dead end. While the investigation remained open, it had reached a standstill. As months turned into years, the murder became the Greenville Police Department's most frustrating case, eventually going cold for nearly 3 decades. In the aftermath of Alice Ryan's tragic death, each of her children coped with the loss in their own way. Joe Ryan, then 53, took on the role of a reserve police officer. Although he was not officially involved in his mother's case, he stayed connected with the investigators, asking questions and offering support wherever he could. Catherine Stribling, then 51, wrestled with feelings of guilt, wondering if things might have been different had she acted differently, such as leaving out a screwdriver that could have been used as the murder weapon. She also bore the weight of regret for rushing to get help when she discovered her mother's body. Meanwhile, then 48, had to confront her own struggles. She became a stoic presence amid the swirling rumors that circulated in Greenville at the time. Throughout it all, they yearned for justice for their mother and sought a path toward healing from the profound tragedy. However, it would be many years before any breakthrough emerged, offering a glimmer of hope in a case shrouded in mystery for so long. The establishment of the Cold Case Unit in 2017 marked a turning point in Greenville's unsolved homicides, including Alice Hainsworth Ryan's case. The unit comprised 2 retired local officers and a former FBI agent who volunteered their expertise. With renewed determination, the investigators re-examined the evidence, utilizing modern technology and fresh perspectives. In April 2017, DNA extracted from a cigarette, but found in Ryan's recovered vehicle, was sent to the State Law Enforcement Division by the Cold Case Unit. From there, a DNA profile was created and uploaded into the FBI's CODIS database for potential matches. This critical piece of evidence, preserved over the years, finally had the opportunity to produce results thanks to advances in forensic science. In late 2017, a breakthrough occurred when a match was found with a registered sex offender living in Americus, Georgia. Officers conducted interviews with the individual, identified as 51-year-old Brian Keith Munns. In December 2017, they obtained saliva samples through a search warrant to confirm a DNA match. Upon verification in February 2019, investigators proceeded with criminal charges against Munns. On February 15, 2019, Munns was apprehended in Georgia and later extradited to Greenville to face charges of possession of a stolen vehicle and accessory after the fact to murder. However, the arrest was kept confidential. As the investigation continued, authorities chose not to publicize the arrest to preserve the integrity of the ongoing case, allowing them to corroborate statements provided by witnesses and informants. Following the arrest, cold case detectives conducted over 30 interviews. Those interviews provided detailed information about Alice's death, enabling investigators to file additional charges against Munns. On May 6, 2019, Greenville Police Chief Ken Miller made the news public. The charges brought against him in February 2019 were dismissed on May 16, 2019. Subsequently, on the same day, detectives filed new charges against him, including murder, burglary, armed robbery, and possession of a weapon during a violent crime. Looking into Munns' background, detectives discovered that much of his family history remained a mystery. Born in 1968, he attended America's High School in Sumter County and pursued studies at Charlotte Diesel Driving School. For most of his life, he worked as a truck driver. However, his criminal record revealed a troubling past. Munns had been in legal trouble in South Carolina since the early 1990s. In 1991, he was convicted of larceny and strong-arm robbery in Columbia. Later in 1998, he faced charges of first-degree criminal conduct. He ultimately pleaded guilty in 2001, resulting in a period of incarceration until May 2007. Despite being released on probation afterward, Munns returned to prison in August 2008 after his community supervision was revoked. He was released on probation again in May 2009, only to have his freedom cut short as he violated the terms of his release by failing to register as a sex offender. Consequently, his community supervision was revoked once more in July 2009. Munns completed his sentence and was released in October 2009. Although Munns likely did not know Alice, he lived near Fernwood Lane, less than a mile from Ryan's home at the time of her murder in 1988. However, the case took another twist. The investigation led police to another man, Lamar Green, who was seen with Munns on the day Alice was killed. Green had been a known burglar back in 1988 and had been a suspect from the early days of the investigation, but he died a few months after Alice's murder before authorities could confirm him as the killer. However, with a long history of encounters with the law, Munns had his way of keeping silent. Even after being booked and charged, he remained quiet on the advice of his counsel. It was not until he dismissed his first lawyer that circumstances changed. As local prosecutors prepared for trial and were poised to proceed, Munns followed his new lawyer's advice and chose to tell authorities his side of the story. He admitted to being in the car with Green on the day in question, claiming the killer had attempted to sell it to him. However, Munns firmly insisted that he never entered the Ryan mansion. According to Munns, Green was the one with blood on his hands. Surprisingly, police accepted his account. Deputy Solicitor William McCaster said, based on the evidence, "We felt this all made sense." In September 2021, Munns entered a guilty plea for misprision of a felony, acknowledging his failure to report the crime he had concealed for decades. As part of the plea agreement, the other charges against him were dropped. Brian Munns received a 4-year sentence in state prison, but was released with credit for time served. For Alice Hainsworth Ryan's children, Munns' plea provided a measure of closure to a long-standing chapter of pain and uncertainty. Joe Jr. expressed gratitude to the investigators, who never stopped searching for his mother's killer. Though the scars of the past remain, the resolution marks the end of a solemn chapter and a step toward healing for the family. Moving on to the next case. Elizabeth. November 4, 1994, began like any other day in Fredericksburg. The sun was shining, and Rossetti set out for her routine morning walk. But as she strolled along her usual route, something caught her attention. Around 8 a.m. Elizabeth's front door was unlocked and slightly ajar, which struck Rossetti as unusual. She found it odd because it was still early in the morning, and Elizabeth had not gone out the day before either. So if Elizabeth had gone somewhere that morning, it was strange that she would leave her door open. Concerned for her neighbor's well-being, Rossetti decided to investigate further. She entered Elizabeth's house and called out her name repeatedly, but there was no response. Elizabeth was nowhere to be found inside, but what she saw next sent chills down her spine. The house was in disarray, with furniture overturned, as if a violent struggle had occurred. A shattered statue lay in pieces, a grim indication of the violence that had taken place. As she surveyed the scene, her eyes fell upon drops of blood on the floor, along with a bloody footprint leading upstairs, directly toward Elizabeth's room. With a sinking feeling in her stomach, Rossetti realized that something terrible had happened to Elizabeth. Despite calling her name twice more, there was no response. With a heavy heart and growing dread, she entered Elizabeth's room, only to encounter a horrifying sight. There, lying lifeless on the bed with her face buried in the pillows, was Elizabeth. It was a scene of utter devastation. Elizabeth's head was bloody, her eyes swollen, and her body covered in cuts and bruises, including injuries to her head and neck. Rossetti's eyes widened in shock as she noticed a ligature tightly wrapped around Elizabeth's neck, indicating a violent and tragic end to her life. As Rossetti gazed at the scarf around Elizabeth's neck, it became apparent that it may have caused her death. With trembling hands, she called 911 for help. Before long, crime scene analyst John Lippincott, one of the first detectives on the scene, arrived to investigate. Lippincott's initial impression was that a fierce struggle had occurred downstairs, judging by the chaos throughout the house. It appeared that Elizabeth had been caught off guard by someone she did not expect, resulting in a violent confrontation. What puzzled him, however, was that no one had heard any sounds of the fight, particularly Rossetti, who lived nearby. Despite her proximity, she had been unaware of any disturbances. Following the struggle downstairs, the attacker had forcefully assaulted Elizabeth and tragically ended her life upstairs. Elizabeth's body was quickly taken for a detailed autopsy, which revealed critical information about her injuries. The examination uncovered scratches on both sides of her neck and compression marks on her nose, suggesting she had been punched forcefully. However, disappointingly, no evidence of semen was found, which might have provided valuable clues to identify her killer. Even after this setback, investigators were determined to uncover more evidence. An investigator sent Elizabeth's clothing and bedding to the state crime lab, hoping that forensic analysis would reveal traces of the perpetrator's bodily fluids. Meanwhile, in Fredericksburg, the search for Elizabeth's killer was in full swing. Investigators began by interviewing locals and neighbors, eager to find any indications of unusual behavior or events in Elizabeth's life leading up to her death. They wanted to know if she had confided in anyone about feeling afraid, or if anything unusual had caught their attention. Authorities then learned about a man who had been with Elizabeth on the night she died. She had visited Merriman's, a local bar, with a man named Matt. They spent the evening together, sharing drinks and seemingly enjoying each other's company. Despite their interactions, nothing about their behavior appeared suspicious or out of the ordinary to those around them. Detective Muselman promptly tracked down Matt and questioned him about his connection to Elizabeth. Matt recounted their evening and mentioned that after leaving the bar, they had sat in his car and talked for a while. Despite the casual conversation, nothing seemed significant. They had simply discussed how enjoyable their evening had been. While Matt's account did not initially provide any breakthrough leads, every detail was important for detectives working to solve the case. Matt insisted that he had bid Elizabeth good night around 10 p.m. and returned home. He maintained that he had not seen or interacted with Elizabeth since that night. As the last person known to have seen her alive, detectives naturally focused on Matt as a potential suspect. Despite thorough questioning, detectives were unable to uncover any substantial evidence linking Matt to Elizabeth's murder. With no proof connecting him to the crime, Matt was soon cleared as a suspect and released. Determined to find answers, detectives turned their attention to the residents of River Place, exploring the possibility that someone there might have been responsible for Elizabeth's death. However, the investigation produced no significant leads, as none of the potential suspects had any compelling evidence tying them to the crime. Even after their best efforts, the detectives repeatedly hit dead ends. Months passed without any new leads or evidence emerging, and the trail went cold. The case file was eventually placed in storage, where it sat, collecting dust for years, unsolved and largely forgotten. It seemed as though the killer had vanished, leaving the truth behind Elizabeth's murder buried with them. But just when all seemed lost, a breakthrough emerged, renewing hope for justice and bringing new momentum to the long-dormant case. On a sunny day in June 1995, a man named Archie L. Mortelli, who was homeless, arrived at the Fredericksburg Police Department. Archie had called the pavement under a bridge his home, where he had lived for some time. Yet something compelled him to leave his usual spot and navigate the streets until he reached the local police station. Once there, he found himself standing before Lieutenant Muselman's desk, ready to share his story. This unexpected visit marked the beginning of a significant development in the investigation. Tally recounted a frightening encounter, describing how a man and a woman had approached him under the bridge and threatened to harm him because of his sexual orientation. Tally was terrified, as he did not recognize these individuals and had never met them before. This unexpected confrontation left him feeling vulnerable and fearful for his safety. After speaking with Tally, the detectives felt a glimmer of hope that the couple he described could be connected to Elizabeth's murder. They revisited the bridge where Tally had been living and questioned everyone in the area about seeing such a couple. Despite following up on every lead, the detectives reached a dead end. They could not find any connection between Elizabeth and the individuals Tally had mentioned. Over time, the lead he provided gradually faded from the detectives' minds as they continued their efforts to solve the case. A year later, despite tireless work, investigators had little to show for their efforts, and the investigation again reached a dead end. The community was left with lingering questions. Who was truly responsible for Elizabeth's murder? Would the perpetrator ever be brought to justice? With each passing day, the case remained unresolved, leaving everyone wondering if answers would ever come. Then, in 2002, a glimmer of hope appeared as the files were reopened. After years of living under a bridge and being homeless, Tally had made significant progress in his life. 7 years later, he had improved his circumstances and now resided in a second-story flat with his current boyfriend. However, tensions started to rise between them, which caused disorder in Tally's household. Feeling frightened of Tally, his boyfriend chose to contact the police. During their discussion, he disclosed that Tally had been considering the disturbing notion of killing him while he slept. Tally's boyfriend provided alarming details to Detective Perkins, stating that Tally not only threatened his life, but also bragged about having committed murder previously, and intended to do the same to him. Shocked by this information, Perkins recognized the urgency of the matter. He believed that discovering more about Tally's past victims was essential, particularly since a killer was at large. Determined to obtain further information, Perkins formulated a plan to ensnare Tally. He took a daring measure by equipping the suspect's boyfriend with a concealed recording device, known as a police wire. In this way, whatever Tally said during their interactions would be captured and documented for the detectives to examine. Meanwhile, Perkins decided to circulate a false story regarding Elizabeth's murder with a local journalist. This calculated move aimed to provoke reactions from Tally, potentially revealing new clues or insights into the case. Once the fabricated news about Elizabeth's murder was published, Perkins ensured it came to Tally's notice. Perkins understood that Tally might panic and err in an effort to protect himself, which would yield valuable information for the inquiry. He visited Tally's apartment and presented him with the newspaper headline, Perkins intended for Tally to feel the pressure and immediacy of the situation. He made certain Tally comprehended that the investigation into Elizabeth's murder was far from concluded. He reassured Tally that the case had not been forgotten and that authorities were actively pursuing the killer. Perkins stressed that the inquiry had been reactivated and encouraged Tally to provide any new details he might possess. This meeting intensified the investigation as detectives observed how Tally would respond under the pressure. After Perkins left, Tally's boyfriend opted to take action himself. He began pressing Tally for answers about Elizabeth, bombarding him with questions. He was resolved to uncover the truth, and this time was unafraid to confront Tally regarding his role in Elizabeth's murder. Despite Tally's effort to maintain composure, he committed a critical error. When his boyfriend inquired about how he knew Elizabeth, Tally, caught unprepared, faltered and inadvertently disclosed all the information. This misstep became the turning point in the inquiry, as Tally's unintentional confession provided the breakthrough detectives had awaited, despite already having amassed considerable evidence implicating Tally as the main suspect. Authorities refrained from arresting him for Elizabeth's murder until they had conclusive proof directly linking him to the offense. Elizabeth had suffered multiple injuries to her head and face during the assault that took her life. These wounds offered important forensic evidence, yet were insufficient to definitively connect Tally to the crime. During the initial investigation at the scene, a large quantity of blood was found, and initially, investigators assumed it all belonged to Elizabeth, so it was not tested. However, on November 23, 2002, DNA analysis expert Bob Scanlon was assigned to re-examine the evidence, concentrating specifically on all items directly associated with the murder. This indicated that Scanlon would inspect the blood recovered at the scene to determine whether a second source of DNA existed. He was directed to meticulously retest all items from the crime scene, as they might contain crucial evidence against the killer. One item of special significance was a silk scarf discovered wrapped around the victim's neck. Scanlon carefully collected samples from every part of the scarf. Upon examination, he found that the majority of the DNA belonged to the victim, but there was also unidentified DNA present on the scarf. After extensive testing, it was established that Tally was indeed the one who murdered Elizabeth on the night of November 3, 1994. Equipped with this forensic proof, Scanlon was ready to establish the connection between Tally and the crime. In December 2002, detectives brought Tally in for questioning. However, persuading Tally to confess proved a difficult challenge for the detectives, as he consistently denied any involvement in the murder. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, Tally remained resolute in refusing to admit guilt. The detectives made a deliberate effort to elicit a confession from Tally during the interview. They presented all the gathered evidence and recounted the specifics of Elizabeth's murder, aiming to trigger his memory. Despite their attempts, Tally remained silent throughout the interrogation and refused to acknowledge any participation in the crime. It did not take long for detectives to uncover the actual motive behind Tally's shocking actions. On the night Elizabeth was tragically killed, she had been seen at a bar with another man, who was none other than Tally's boyfriend. This knowledge stirred a combination of anger and jealousy within Tally. The fear of losing his boyfriend overwhelmed him, and he could not rid himself of that feeling. Ultimately, he followed Elizabeth to her residence, and in a moment of intense emotion and rage, seized the opportunity to commit the crime. Despite all the evidence against him and ongoing questioning by detectives, Tally never faced a jury trial. Instead, he opted to enter an Alfred plea. This meant that while he did not admit guilt, he acknowledged that the state possessed sufficient evidence to convict him. Consequently, in 2004, Tally was sentenced to 80 years in prison, the same term he would have received if he had pleaded guilty. In 2016, however, Tally died at the age of 58 while serving his sentence. This case stands as a stark reminder of how a single wrong decision can have catastrophic consequences, not only for oneself, but also for many others involved. What are your thoughts on this case? What might have driven Tally to kill Elizabeth? Was it a tragic error, or were darker motives involved? What does it reveal about the repercussions of impulsive decisions? Moving on to the next case. Regina Roe Hicks. In October 2001, a 25-year-old woman disappeared after departing from her boyfriend's home in Willard. Despite years spent funding billboards and pursuing leads in an unyielding search for answers, a breakthrough would not occur until more than 20 years later. Regina Roe Hicks was born on September 13, 1976 in Norwalk, Huron County, Ohio, to Lakella and Raleigh Roe. She was raised in the nearby town of Willard. She belonged to the Veterans of Foreign Wars in Willard and actively took part in community events. As a young adult, she wed Paul Hicks, and the pair had one son, Montana Hicks. Although the marriage started with promise, it ultimately fell apart. By 2001, Regina and Paul were separated. In spite of the marital difficulties, Regina remained a dedicated mother, always placing her son's needs above her own, even when she began a new relationship. On the evening of October 18, 2001, 25-year-old Regina was last observed leaving her boyfriend's home around 8 p.m. in her white Chevrolet Camaro. She told him she was going to pick up her son. Tragically, she never reached her destination. Concern quickly spread among her loved ones, who sensed something was terribly wrong. Her family initiated a frantic search. At the time, Paul, her estranged husband, placed a chilling call to Chad Roe, Regina's brother, saying ominously, "They think she's in the pond." That statement would later arouse serious suspicions. The police were informed, but jurisdictional confusion between Willard Police and the Huron County Sheriff's Office created immediate difficulties. Chad later criticized the initial handling of the case, stating that officials dropped the ball during the most critical moments of the investigation. As days went by with no word from Regina, anxiety shifted to dread. Family, friends, and the community desperately prayed for a miracle. But what followed would confirm their worst fears. On October 22nd, 4 days after she disappeared, Regina's white Camaro was found submerged in a pond near section Line Road 30 in Willard. Inside the vehicle, in the passenger seat, was Regina's lifeless body. An autopsy revealed bruising on her head, indicating foul play. Authorities then ruled out the case as an accident. From the outset, the case was plagued with issues. Confusion over jurisdiction, mishandling of the scene, and slow progress hindered the investigation. Still, Regina's mother, Lakella Holbrook, refused to accept silence as the outcome. For more than a decade, she devoted her heart and finances to the pursuit of justice, paying for billboards, offering a $20,000 reward, placing newspaper advertisements, and even interviewing potential witnesses. Lacella's efforts were courageous, but they came at a cost. The emotional weight and physical strain eventually led to her declining health. She was diagnosed with cancer and died without witnessing her daughter's perpetrator brought to justice. Despite the emotional exhaustion, Chad kept his sister's memory alive. He never stopped seeking answers, never stopped demanding accountability. In 2024, after more than 2 decades, renewed hope appeared in the form of Ashley Ford, a community activist and podcaster recognized for her work on cold cases. With the Roe family's blessing, Ford began creating episodes about Regina's unsolved case, examining old evidence, reviewing Lacella's notes, and reaching out to local authorities. Ford's podcast drew public attention and rekindled interest in the case. She handled the investigation with a mother's compassion and a journalist's determination. Her episode resonated with listeners, and soon the case was no longer merely a local tragedy. It became a representation of community-driven justice. Ford said, "Reading through the mom's notes is so hard. To know she passed away never getting justice, and she was so close, I started where she stopped." After Ford's coverage, agents from the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation met with Chad, something they had not done in years. That visit marked a pivotal moment. It seemed the wheels of justice were finally moving once more. Chad voiced cautious optimism, stating, "I am hoping within the next year or so we can get it all solved and get the right people that need to be in jail. On April 23, 2025, nearly 24 years after the case had been opened, the long-awaited breakthrough arrived. Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost and Huron County Prosecutor James Sitterly announced that 50-year-old Paul Hicks, residing in Sandusky, had been indicted on 3 counts of slaying and 1 count of kidnapping. He was taken into custody by agents from BCI and the U.S. Marshals Service in Seneca County. He was no stranger to criminal accusations. In 2019, he had surrendered after being sought for 4 years in connection with an elaborate arson scheme in which he attempted to have his own home set on fire. Before the fire, cameras recorded 2 individuals entering the house carrying gas cans. They can be seen removing 2 large TVs and pouring accelerant inside the residence. Hicks attempted to blame the fire on his ex-girlfriend and identified her in the footage. He went to great lengths to frame her. He had another woman purchase a custom mask from a company called That's My Face and had her obtain a wig that matched his ex's hair. Hicks also acquired a video surveillance system and secured the recording device inside a fireproof box so that the alleged evidence would endure. Investigators questioned the ex-girlfriend, but she was cleared. In 2019, Hicks was indicted on charges of aggravated arson, perjury, and insurance fraud. The case proceeded through years of court appearances and postponements. Ultimately, Hicks accepted a plea deal, pleading no contest, and was found guilty of a misdemeanor insurance fraud charge. He was sentenced to community control. Civilly, however, Allstate prevailed in its case, and Hicks agreed to pay $400,000 to the insurance company. These prior allegations depicted a troubling portrait of Hicks' past and character. During a press conference, Attorney General Yost said, "Now it is up to us to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law." Although the legal process is anticipated to be lengthy, for Chad and the memory of his mother, Lakella, the arrest of Paul Hicks represents a long overdue first step toward achieving justice for Regina. The investigation continues, and authorities persist in urging anyone with information to come forward. Attorney General Dave Yost said, "Now it is up to us to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt beyond a court of law." Hicks was arraigned, and he entered a plea of not guilty. His bond was set at $2 million. Moving on to the next case. Shirley Brandt. In June 1986, a peaceful afternoon in North Miami Beach, Florida became deadly. The victim's last words were, "Do not shoot." For almost 4 decades, the case stayed unsolved until a breakthrough occurred. Shirley Brandt was born on June 14, 1936, and was raised in Florida. During the 1960s, she followed a path in entertainment, performing as a singer on cruise ships together with her sister. The glow of stage lights and the sound of applause signaled the start of Shirley's professional path. However, by the early 1970s, she redirected her attention to real estate. She started her real estate career by selling residential properties. It did not take long before Shirley aimed higher, moving into commercial real estate. Outside of her profession, Shirley was dedicated to her family and her community. She was married to Dr. Brandt, a prominent dentist in their area, and together they raised 4 children. She actively took part in charitable initiatives, particularly those aiding Soviet Jews during the Refusnik movement. On June 13, 1986, everything shifted. Shirley was working in her second-story office at Brandt Realty Corporation, situated on Northeast 18th Avenue. She was on the phone speaking with a friend, while a co-worker nearby was quietly concentrating on entering data into a computer. According to police, 2 men entered the office without warning. One of them immediately became aggressive, insisting that Shirley hang up the phone. The authorities would later characterize the event as an attempted robbery. But when Shirley refused and began screaming, the man reacted with deadly force. In spite of her desperate final words, "Do not shoot," he discharged a shot directly at her face. The phone receiver was torn from the landline base and left beneath her desk as both men fled. Emergency responders rushed Shirley to Parkway Regional Hospital, but the harm was irreversible. She passed away from her injuries shortly after arriving. The autopsy verified that Shirley's life was taken by the single gunshot wound to the head. Investigators moved quickly, gathering fingerprints from around the scene, including prints on the phone discovered under Shirley's desk. However, despite this evidence, the case started to fall apart. For reasons that remain unknown even decades later, the prints were never submitted to the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, a database that might have assisted in identifying a suspect early on. It was a crucial opportunity missed in the quest for justice for Shirley. At the time of the shooting, a witness inside the office described the 2 suspects as well-dressed. Both men were observed wearing dress pants and long-sleeve collared shirts. Investigators believe that this intentional choice of clothing may have been a strategy to appear professional and avoid attracting attention to themselves. After the shooting, the suspects did not simply run from the scene. They took cash and credit cards with them, adding theft to the violence they had already carried out. In a desperate effort to obtain answers, Shirley's family offered a $25,000 reward for information, leading to the arrest of the man responsible for the shooting. The weapon was described as a small-caliber firearm, but beyond that, there were no firm leads. With no arrests, no suspects, and no additional developments, the investigation eventually lost momentum. Time went by, and the trail became cold. But in January 2023, nearly 37 years after the crime occurred, the North Miami Beach Police Department established a new cold case unit to examine unsolved cases. Investigators revisited Shirley's case and located the original fingerprints gathered from the crime scene. These prints were resubmitted using updated forensic technology. On March 21, 2025, the breakthrough finally arrived. A match was identified. The fingerprints were connected to 64-year-old Jeffrey Taylor. He was arrested on April 24, 2025, and charged in the second degree with using a firearm. Taylor was booked into the Turner Guilford Night Correctional Center in Miami, where he remains held without bond. Shirley's son, Ben Brandt, spoke at a press conference outside the North Miami Beach Police headquarters, describing his mother as a pioneer who broke barriers and gave generously to charitable causes. In the weeks after Shirley's death in 1986, her husband transformed grief into action. He founded the Shirley Brandt Memorial Fund Against Handgun Crime, intended to confront the growing danger of gun violence. He stated at the time, "People have been calling and asking, what can I do? What they can do is vote for elected officials who want to take action on gun control." He also offered a pointed reply to the NRA's slogan, saying, "Guns do not end people's lives. People with guns end people's lives." Dr. Lawrence Brandt remained committed to that cause until his death in 2016. North Miami Beach Police Chief Juan Panillos emphasized the significance of the development, stating, "The resolution of this case demonstrates our department's dedication to justice, no matter how much time has gone by." While Taylor's arrest represents a significant milestone, the investigation is still ongoing. Authorities continue to look for the second man who was present during the attempted robbery, as the pursuit of full accountability in Shirley's case continues forward. Moving on to the next case. Tanya and Jay, hailing from Victoria in British Columbia, 20-year-old Jay and 18-year-old Tanya were a young couple full of love and curiosity. In November 1987, they set out on a simple getaway, planning to return the following day. But what began as a journey of love and joy quickly turned into a nightmare of unimaginable horror. Tanya and Jay never came home and were reported missing. Nearly a week later, when Tanya's body was discovered in a horrifying state, the mystery behind her tragic fate began to unravel. And while Tanya had been found, there were still no signs of Jay. Who could have committed such a brutal act? Could Jay have done it and then fled to an unknown location? If not, where was he? And who was the monster responsible for Tanya's merciless murder? Tanya Vanquienborg, or Sweetie as her loved ones called her, was born on March 7, 1969, to Jean Lorraine and Willem Vanquienborg. Tanya and her older brother, John, grew up in their hometown of Victoria in British Columbia, Canada, and had a childhood filled with love and affection. Tanya's loyal companion growing up was the family dog, Tessa, a golden retriever. Because of Tessa, Tanya developed a fondness for animals and a desire to contribute to their well-being. By 1987, after graduating high school, Tanya had been considering a career as a veterinarian. By this time, she had also met her boyfriend, Jay Roland Cook, a senior at her school. Jay was born on December 16, 1966, to Leona and Gordon. Like Tanya, Jay also grew up in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, with his sister Laura. He was a quiet and calm individual, often mistaken for being shy. By November 1987, 20-year-old Jay and 18-year-old Tanya had been together for about 6 months. For Jay's mother, Leona, the joy on Jay's face when he was with Tanya was enough to show that Tanya was special to him. For Tanya's father, Willem, Tanya's happiness was all that mattered. Sadly, neither of the happy families had any idea of the tragedy that was about to strike. On Wednesday, November 18, 1987, Jay and Tanya had planned to run an errand for Jay's father, Gordon. However, it was not going to be a brief task. Gordon ran a business and needed furnace parts, which had to be collected from Seattle, Washington State, USA. Seeing this as an opportunity for his first trip with his girlfriend and to spend more time with her, Jay invited Tanya to join him. Tanya was equally enthusiastic. She had recently developed an interest in photography and had purchased a camera. She took her camera and accompanied Jay, intending to capture the beautiful moments of their romantic getaway. A little past noon on November 18, 1987, Tanya and Jay departed in Jay's father's bronze 1977 Ford Club van. Their plan was to take a ferry from Victoria, British Columbia, to Washington State, drive to the store in Seattle, and pick up the furnace parts Jay's father had asked him to collect. Because it would be a lengthy journey, Jay and Tanya planned to spend the night in Seattle before returning home the next day. On Thursday, November 19, 1987, their families waited for their return, expecting them around noon. But as the time passed with no sign of the couple, fear began to take hold. Though young, Tanya and Jay were responsible, and it was unlike them not to call if plans changed or they were going to be late. Tanya's mother, Jean, sensed that something was wrong, and although Tanya's father tried to reassure her, he shared the same concern. Sadly, as the sun neared the horizon on the evening of November 19, 1987, with the couple still absent, both families contacted the Victoria Police Department to report them missing. John, Tanya's brother, was at college when he received news of his sister's disappearance. He rushed home to help his family search for Tanya and Jay. Detectives from the British Columbia Police Department took on the case, and with assistance from the Washington State Police Department, they traced Tanya and Jay's movements from the day they crossed the border. According to detectives, Tanya and Jay boarded the 4 p.m. car ferry from Victoria, which was a 90-minute journey, arriving at Port Angeles, Washington State. By 5:30 p.m. witnesses reported seeing Tanya and Jay heading south on Highway 101. They were spotted in Hoodsport around 8 p.m., and again in Allen about an hour later. Detectives believed they were heading to Bremerton to catch another ferry at 10:20 p.m., which would take them to Seattle. Upon arriving in Seattle, they planned to park the van near the Kingdom and spend the night there. Tragically, from that point forward, there were no further traces of Tanya and Jay. Days passed without any sign of them. Then, on Wednesday, November 24, 1987, the worst fears were realized. About 80 miles from Seattle, a partially clothed woman's body was found in a ditch alongside the isolated Parsons Creek Road, near Algier and Burlington in Skagit County, Washington State. Though detectives were confident it was Tanya, they summoned her brother John, who confirmed the identification. The state of Tanya's body told a horrific story, indicating that she had endured extreme suffering in her final moments. She was not wearing any pants or any underwear, and her bra had been pushed up to her shoulders, exposing her breasts. Tanya had been, and then shot in the back of her head at close range with a .38 caliber firearm. Traces of a foreign bodily fluid were discovered on Tanya's body. Additionally, detectives found some plastic zip ties lying along the road near the body. Detectives believe the zip ties had been used to restrain her in the van and transport her to the crime scene. Detectives informed both families that there was a possibility that Jay carried out the brutal assault and murder and then fled the area. They warned them to be prepared for this bitter possibility, as Jay was now considered a suspect in Tanya's murder. However, neither Jay's family nor Tanya's family believed that Jay would commit such an act. Just the next day, on November 25, 1987, detectives located Jay's van near a bus station in Bellingham, 14 miles from where Tanya's body had been found. Upon searching the van, they discovered a Bremerton-Seattle ferry ticket, additional zip ties, a pair of black pants belonging to Tanya, and a comforter covered in blood stains. More traces of a foreign bodily fluid were found on Tanya's pants and on the zip ties in the van. Detectives also discovered a palm print on the rear door of the van. At that stage, detectives were unsure whether Jay had actually committed the crime or if another person was involved. However, based on the evidence at hand, they grew increasingly concerned that Jay might also have been a victim of foul play. Later that same day, November 25, 1987, investigators found more zip ties beneath the porch of a tavern just 2 blocks from the van. They also found keys to Jay's van, Tanya's driver's license and wallet, and a half-empty box of ammunition. Unsurprisingly, the bullets in the box matched the one that killed Tanya. Among the new evidence, detectives also found a pair of plastic surgical gloves. Detectives believed the killer had deliberately left the gloves as a calling card for law enforcement. The killer wanted detectives to know that, wearing gloves, he had left no fingerprints, signaling that they needed to search carefully. The killer's confidence that he left nothing at the scene linking him to the crime appeared to be a taunt to the detectives. The hopes of Jay's family to find him alive hung by a thread, but those hopes were crushed on Thanksgiving Day, November 26, 1987, When Jay's body was discovered beneath Highbridge off Crescent Lake Road near Monroe, Washington, approximately 70 miles from where Tanya had been found, Jay's body had been covered with a blue blanket, likely to conceal the brutality he had suffered before death. He had been beaten with rocks and strangled using twine and 2 red dog collars. His hands were bound with zip ties, and tissues along with a pack of cigarettes had been forced into his mouth. Based on the condition of Jay's body and the evidence discovered, detectives believed the manner of his murder resembled the abuse patterns they had seen previously behind prison walls. The measures taken to conceal Jay's identity indicated familiarity with police procedures. This led detectives to suspect that whoever murdered Jay might have previously spent time in prison. Interestingly, Jay's body was found near the Monroe Honor Farm, a men's prison that was the second largest in the state, prompting detectives to consider whether it was a clue or coincidence. Determined to leave no possibility unexplored, they investigated the prison theory, but it ultimately led to a dead end. As the investigation continued in full force, it became time for Jay and Tanya's loved ones to say their final farewells. A funeral service was held for Tanya, and she was laid to rest at Ross Bay Cemetery in Victoria, British Columbia. Shortly thereafter, Jay was cremated, and his remains were scattered at Fulford Harbor on Salt Spring Island. Although the identity of Tanya and Jay's killer remained unknown, detectives had gathered sufficient evidence to reconstruct the events of November 18, 1987, when Tanya and Jay arrived in Washington state. Detectives believed there was a strong likelihood that Tanya and Jay drew the attention of their killer during the 10 to 20 p.m. ferry from Bremerton to Seattle. Observing Tanya and Jay as a friendly, young couple traveling alone, the killer likely perceived them as easy targets. The killer likely made his initial contact with the couple in the ferry lounge and became acquainted with them, probably after giving a false introduction. Unaware of his true intentions, Tanya and Jay may have engaged in a friendly conversation with him. Detectives believe the killer may have asked Tanya and Jay for a ride across Puget Sound. By the time they disembarked in downtown Seattle, they were already in the company of the killer. Exploiting Tanya and Jay's innocence, the killer deceived them into giving him a ride. Once he led them to an isolated location, he put his plan into motion. The killer had targeted Tanya from the moment he saw her on the ferry. He intended to assault her, but Jay was an obstacle. Detectives believe he killed Jay first, then took Tanya to another location where he assaulted and murdered her. Afterwards, he abandoned the van and disposed of the evidence. Since tools such as zip ties, a gun, gloves, and other items had been used in the crimes, detectives were convinced that whoever killed Tanya and Jay came equipped with a kill kit. His purpose was to inflict harm, seeking prey deliberately. Detectives also believe the killer was familiar with the Washington area where the bodies and van were discovered. Furthermore, examining the manner in which Tanya and Jay were killed, detectives believe the killer had likely committed similar offenses previously. He appeared experienced and knowledgeable in his actions. Concerned by this, detectives feared he would continue committing such crimes until apprehended. Having successfully eluded justice, as long as he remained free, he posed a threat to society. There is an old adage among detectives that every killer makes at least one mistake. Although the killer seemed confident he left nothing behind to incriminate him, he was mistaken. On the day Jay and Tanya left for their romantic trip, Jay wore a waist-length black ski jacket with red piping on the sleeves. That jacket was never recovered at any crime scene. Tanya's olive drab daypack and her Minolta 35mm camera, serial number 206-7048, were also never found. Detectives therefore believed the killer might have taken these items, which could aid in tracking him. Information about the missing possessions was circulated throughout Washington state in hopes that someone might spot him with the items and alert authorities. Unfortunately, no such sightings were ever reported. Detectives also considered the possibility that these murders were connected to those of several other couples in the region, but that led to a dead end as well. While detectives worked on the double homicide, every day was agonizing for Jay and Tanya's families, who struggled with the grief of losing loved ones with their whole lives ahead. As both families attempted to put the tragedies behind them and move on, someone committed an unthinkable act, adding insult to injury. Just 2 weeks after Tanya and Jay were murdered, their families began receiving threatening letters and morbid greeting cards during the first week of December 1987. The frequency of these letters increased around the Christmas season. The letters described the murders in a taunting manner, with the author claiming full responsibility, intensifying the family's pain. The writer also stated that he harbored a deep hatred for Canadians and that the chance to kill Tanya and Jay was too good to pass up. Furthermore, he threatened the detectives, claiming he would kill again and boasting that he would never be caught. Over the following year, Tanya and Jay's families received numerous letters, 19 mailed over 3 separate holidays. As before, all letters contained anti-Canadian remarks and cruel language. The first 2 letters arrived on December 3, 1987, postmarked from Seattle. Approximately a dozen more arrived each month for a year. The writer used Hallmark greeting cards depicting teddy bears and kittens for Father's Day, Mother's Day, and Christmas. He also sent letters to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and a British Columbia newspaper. In every letter, the author claimed responsibility for the murders. All cards and letters were penned by the same individual and were occasionally signed Tanya or Jay. Although detectives noted the letters were postmarked from New York, Los Angeles, and Seattle, the author's identity and address remained entirely unknown. Nevertheless, detectives remained hopeful of uncovering who was behind these tormenting correspondence. However, detectives did notice some unusual details in those letters that were noteworthy. The handwriting on the cards was highly distinctive. The author also repeatedly used certain specific phrases. Phrases such as hallelujah, bloody Jesus, and greetings and salutations appeared to be the author's favorites. At that time, police did not find anything in the letters that would definitively prove the author was the killer. In that regard, the letters did not contain any details that had not already been released to the public. Detectives believed that even if the author was not the killer, he might still have been involved in the crime and connected in some way to Tanya and Jay. And despite detectives pursuing him, he continued to harass Jay's and Tanya's families. Examining the letters did help detectives narrow their list of suspects. There was also a possibility that the writer was Canadian. This suspicion arose because the letters exhibited specific grammar and punctuation patterns, indicating the author may have been educated in Canada. Despite these observations, there remained a significant lack of evidence in the case. Detectives only hoped that the killer might confide in someone, and that someday those people would come forward to help identify him. 3 years after Tanya and Jay's murders, a small development occurred in the case, giving detectives hope that they were inching closer to apprehending the killer. In 1990, detectives were able to locate the camera lens from Tanya's missing camera at a pawn shop in Portland, Oregon. However, the lens had been transferred to that pawn shop from another shop, and unfortunately, that original shop had no records from the time the lens was first brought in. Consequently, detectives were unable to determine who initially pawned the lens. Observing the extremely slow progress of the case and hoping to gather more information, Tanya's family offered a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest of the killer. Detectives did receive a few tips, but none led anywhere. DNA samples from Tanya's body and pants, the zip ties, and the threatening letters were preserved for future reference. With no new developments or potential suspects, the case of Tanya and Jay's brutal murders joined the ranks of many other cold cases. In 1995, Detective Jim Scharf from Snohomish County assembled a cold case team consisting of top-tier detectives, and Tanya and Jay's case drew their attention. Reviewing the violent and merciless nature of the crime, it became one of the team's first cases. This new team began reviewing the case files and re-examining all evidence collected during the original investigation. Over the next several years, detectives developed multiple theories, followed numerous leads, and questioned several potential suspects. None of these efforts yielded results. According to Detective Scharf, more than 200 names passed across his desk, some of them convicted felons, but none could be linked to Tanya and Jay's murders. There were no further developments until 2003. With advances in DNA technology, detectives decided to try again. A DNA sample from bodily fluids on Tanya, her pants, and the zip ties was examined, and a DNA profile of the suspect was created. The Washington State Patrol designated it as Individual A's profile and uploaded it to CODIS, the FBI's national DNA database for offenders. However, the profile did not match anyone. Serial killers active in the Seattle area in 1987, such as Robert Yates and Charles Sinclair, were also questioned, but the DNA evidence cleared them of involvement. Once again, the investigation stalled. About 7 years later, in August 2010, scientists at the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab in Marysville informed detectives that they had successfully collected DNA samples from the threatening letters Tanya and Jay's families had received nearly 23 years earlier. Later, when these samples were analyzed, the scientists made a shocking discovery. The DNA found on the letters did not match the samples collected from Tanya's body, clothing, and zip ties at the crime scene. This led detectives to consider the possibility that multiple individuals were involved in the double homicide. Armed with this new finding, detectives sought assistance from the well-known TV station Q13 Fox. The station subsequently featured Tanya and Jay's case with fresh updates twice on their popular local show, Washington's Most Wanted, which had already aided in capturing 144 fugitives. Soon after, detectives began receiving tips from viewers of the program. Victoria cold case detectives were finally able to identify the author of the threatening letters and trace him to Seattle. The man was arrested at Seattle's public library during a sting operation conducted by detectives. At the time of his identification, the man was in his 70s and a Canadian citizen. Upon further investigation into his life, detectives discovered that he suffered from severe mental health issues. He had grown up in several Canadian foster homes and endured abuse throughout his childhood. Likely as a result, he experienced difficulties in his professional life and harbored resentment toward fellow Canadians. When detectives confronted him about his cruel actions toward Tanya and Jay's families, he made no attempt to deny them. In fact, he openly admitted to writing the offensive letters. Detectives interviewed him for several hours and ultimately concluded that he had no involvement in the murders of Tanya and Jay. He had no connection to the actual perpetrator and possessed no knowledge of the murders beyond what had already been publicly reported. Because the statute of limitations for harassment was 3 years, he could not be charged for sending the letters and was released. 8 more years passed, and Tanya and Jay's killer remained at large. Things changed when Joseph James D'Angelo, responsible for numerous assaults and murders and known as the Golden State Killer, was identified after evading law enforcement for nearly 43 years. Joseph was identified using genetic genealogy and was arrested on April 25, 2018 in California. Inspired by this breakthrough, Detective Scharf realized that genetic genealogy could be a powerful tool in solving cold cases like Tanya and Jay's, even though the technology was relatively new at the time. It appeared to be the most reliable option available. Detective Scharf presented the case to scientists at Parabon Nanolabs. After detailed discussion, the lab decided to upload individual A's DNA profile to GEDmatch on April 27, 2018. Shortly thereafter, Snohomish County detectives released a Parabon DNA snapshot composite of the killer, created from the DNA evidence. These composites included predictions of what the suspect might have looked like at ages 25, 45, and 65, based on Parabon analysis. It was believed that the suspect was a Caucasian male of European descent, with hazel or green eyes, fair skin, possible freckles, and likely male pattern baldness. Once individual A's DNA had been uploaded, genetic genealogist C.C. Moore was brought in to work on the case. She had been following Tanya and Jay's case for years and felt a personal connection, watching how 2 young, innocent lives had been cut short. Genealogist C.C. Moore logged onto GEDmatch to analyze individual A's DNA and search for potential matches. Soon, she identified 2 profiles that shared enough DNA with individual A to be his second cousins. In this instance, the cousins shared DNA with individual A, but not with each other, indicating they were related to him through separate branches of his family tree. To determine individual A's identity, Cece needed to construct a family tree using the 2 profiles most likely to be the suspect's second cousins. The second profile belonged to a woman named Chelsea Rustad. In 2015, Chelsea Rustad, a resident of Tumwater, Washington, had uploaded her DNA to a public database hoping to explore her family tree and discover additional relatives. Although Chelsea was not related to Jay or Tanya, she had never imagined that this process would eventually lead cold case detectives to her doorstep, and that her DNA would help solve the mystery of who killed Tanya and Jay. Equipped with all necessary information, Cece built the family trees for the 2 top matches and soon traced where and how they converged. Within just 2 hours, she examined the resulting tree and identified the person she believed was the killer of Tanya and Jay. Cece identified individual A as William Earl Talbot II. For the first time in 31 years, there was a name and face attached to the suspect whose identity had remained unknown. Upon hearing the name, Detective Jim Scharf checked the system for any records and was surprised to discover that Talbot had no prior felony convictions. This was an individual who had evaded capture for over 3 decades, and using the power of genetic genealogy, Cece identified him in just 2 hours. She did not want to waste a moment after identifying Talbot and was determined to learn more about him and his whereabouts. She had already begun searching online for information about Talbot, but found almost nothing. There were no records of marriages or children. Years earlier, in 2013, Chelsea Rustad had traced Talbot's sisters and father on social media, who were unaware of the Tanya and Jay investigation. Around 2 years before submitting her DNA to public websites, Chelsea had Googled her grandfather's sister, Blanche, and found substantial information about her and her family online. Blanche's daughter was Patty Talbot, who had 3 daughters and 1 son, the son being William Earl Talbot. The Talbots were Chelsea's second cousins. Chelsea connected with the 2 sisters via Facebook, but their brother William remained a mystery even after she uploaded her DNA to Ancestry.com and GEDmatch in 2015. She assumed William Talbot was estranged from his family and did not think much of it. When investigators appeared at her doorstep in 2018, she was completely shocked. Once Detective Scharf learned about Talbot's family members, he began interviewing all of them and speaking with Talbot's friends. Through these interviews, Detective Scharf uncovered additional details about Talbot's past. In audio-recorded interviews with Talbot's sisters, he learned that Talbot had a history of anger and violence. He had been a troubled child, carrying those traits into his teens and young adulthood. In the mid-1970s, when Talbot was only 11, his father suffered a serious motorcycle accident, yet Talbot continued to lash out during the family crisis. He frequently engaged in heated arguments with his sisters, causing them physical and emotional harm. As he grew older and stronger, the beatings intensified, leaving his sisters nearly defenseless against him. One of Talbot's sisters even said that he beat her up so badly one time that her tailbone broke, and she had to be admitted to the hospital. Even while each of his sisters confirmed that Talbot was a violent person, they also felt he would not go to the extent to assault and murder someone. Detectives had enough evidence to know that they were following the correct lead, and given Talbot's violent past, his actions were sitting well with the details of Jay and Tanya's case. All that the detectives needed now was to make an arrest. However, that wasn't going to be very easy. To make an arrest, Detective Scharf needed to confirm that the DNA found on Tanya's body and pants at the crime scene belonged to Talbot. Investigators found out that Talbot used to drive a truck and was a resident of Seattle. Detectives decided to tail him for a few days, looking for opportunities to collect his DNA. And on May 8, 2018, he dropped a cup from the window of his truck and drove away. Detectives quickly collected the cup as evidence and rushed to the Washington State Patrol lab that same day. While the detectives awaited the results, scientists at the lab tested the DNA sample from the cup against the sample of individual A. Forensic scientist Lisa Collins confirmed that the DNA on Talbot's cup was a perfect match to that of individual A and broke the news to Detective Scharf after reaching dozens of dead ends and following hundreds of leads for more than 30 years. On May 17, 2018, then 55-year-old William Earl Talbot, too, was finally arrested and taken into custody in Seattle. The first call Detective Scharf made after the arrest was to Tanya's older brother, John Vanquienborg. John was also present at the press conference on May 18, 2018, when Jim Scharf and the other detectives made the announcement of Talbot's arrest. John said the information about his little sister's killer being finally caught after 31 years sent a chill down his spine. He described it as an overwhelming feeling. Jay's sister, Laura, and mother, Leona, attended the conference as well. Laura said that it was a feeling of mixed emotions. On a similar note, Leona described it as a bittersweet feeling. On one hand, she was happy to gain some form of closure, but on the other, she still didn't have her only son and nothing could bring him back. Although Talbot's DNA was a match to the foreign bodily fluids found on Tanya, her pants, and on the zip ties, detectives conducted another test and confirmed that the palm print found on the back door of the van Jay and Tanya were traveling in was also a match to Talbot. Talbot was initially charged only with first-degree murder of Tanya Vanquienborg. However, nearly a month after his arrest on May 17, 2018, He was also charged with first-degree murder of J. Roland Cook. On June 16, 2018, Talbot claimed that he was innocent and pleaded not guilty at a preliminary hearing. Detectives found out that when the murders were committed, Talbot was 24 years old and lived in Woodinville from 1984 to 1993. His house was only 7 miles from where Jay's body was found. In 1987, Talbot was working as a delivery driver and made regular stops in the area where Jay and Tanya were headed to pick up the furnace parts. Additionally, detectives also learned that Talbot was fired after a few months before he committed the murders. Talbot's former roommate, too, came forward to inform the detectives that he had seen a blue blanket in his home and in Talbot's car. It was similar to the one found on Jay's body at the crime scene. The roommate also confirmed that Talbot had a difficult relationship with his relatives, particularly with his sisters. He added that Talbot was involved in drugs and had personality changes whenever he was under the influence of alcohol. He also recalled seeing a bronze van resembling the one Jay and Tanya were traveling in outside of his home on a misty day in the fall of 1987. Finally, he recalled that Talbot would often take him to the same area where Jay's body was later found. Facing 2 charges of first-degree murder in the case of Tanya and Jay, Talbot was held on $2.5 million of bail. On Tuesday, June 11, 2019, Talbot went on trial for Jay and Tanya's murders. He pleaded not guilty to both the charges before the trial could even begin. There was a slight complication. One of the jurors, Juror 40 in particular, told both the state and the defense that as a child, she had witnessed her mother go through a lot of domestic abuse. She couldn't say for sure whether her personal experiences in life would affect her decisions in the trial until the time came. But before the defense and state agreed to move ahead with the trial, Juror Forte promised to give her very best in the trial. In the court, Talbot was being represented by attorney Rachel Forte with John Scott, acting as her co-counsel. Rachel and John argued that there was an actual innocent explanation for Talbot's DNA ending up on Tanya's body and pants. Talbot's defense claimed that Talbot did have a sensual encounter with Tanya, but it was fully consensual. Additionally, the defense claimed that both Tanya and Jay were killed by someone else. The prosecution countered these claims and highlighted that it would not make sense for Tanya to indulge in any kind of activity with Talbot, since she was with Jay, her boyfriend, in a foreign country, and also on her menstrual period at the time. Rachel's co-counsel, John Scott, said there was not enough evidence to prove Talbot guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. He pointed out that Tanya and Jay had been missing for several days before their bodies were discovered, which implied that the couple must have come across their actual killer much later on. In addition to that, Talbot's lawyer said the detectives were unable to link Talbot to the type of gun that had been used to kill Tanya. Neither were they able to link Talbot to the pack of cigarettes that had been stuffed in Jay's mouth, and nor to the red-colored dog collars used to strangle Jay. Deputy Prosecutor Matt Baldock said that if Talbot's DNA being found on Tanya's body and her clothes was not enough to prove Talbot's guilt, then Talbot's DNA being found on the zip ties and the palm print found on the back of Jay's, then being a perfect match to Talbot, confirmed his involvement in the murders beyond a reasonable doubt. Furthermore, Prosecutor Baldock highlighted the fact that Talbot used to live merely 7 miles from where Jay's body was discovered. Prosecutor Baldock said that this proved the connection between Jay's murder, Tanya's murder, and the van. Towards the end of the trial, defense attorney Rachel Forte argued that Detective Jim Sharp from the cold case team had tunnel vision. Rachel pointed out that Detective Sharp and his team jumped to conclusions, never stopped to consider that perhaps the person who left the DNA was not the murderer. Talbot chose not to take the stand in his defense, and his lawyer seemed pretty confident that the jury would agree and there was not enough evidence to prove Talbot guilty. In their closing arguments, the defense told the jury that police had placed unreasonable emphasis on the DNA evidence. In the prosecution's closing statement, Baldock argued that the only reasonable explanation was that Talbot had overpowered the young couple. He came prepared, planning first to assault Tanya and then kill both her and Jay. Baldock highlighted that Talbot possessed zip ties, gloves, and a gun, demonstrating that the crime was premeditated and that he knew exactly what he was doing. Juror 40, along with 11 other jurors, had been listening to witness testimonies for 2 weeks and began deliberations on June 25, 2019. After 3 days of deliberation, on June 28, 2019, the jury reached a verdict, finding Talbot guilty and convicting him of the murders of 18-year-old Tanya Vanquienborg and 20-year-old Jay Rolandcook. The verdict shocked the defense, who had confidently anticipated a different outcome. Nearly a month later, on July 24, 2019, William Earl Talbot II was sentenced to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole. Jay and Tanya's families were present in the courtroom, along with Chelsea Rustad, the only known relative of Talbot, there to support the victims. Chelsea had never met either Jay or Tanya's families and was anxious about facing them in court. With their blessing, she chose to attend Talbot's sentencing, meeting Tanya's older brother, John, for the first time. More than 2 years later, when Talbot remained behind bars and the case seemed resolved, a controversy emerged. Talbot filed an appeal, claiming his right to an impartial jury had been violated due to a biased juror, Juror 40. As a result, the double murder conviction of William Earl Talbot II was overturned on Monday, December 8, 2021, because the court could not be certain that the juror had been entirely free of bias when deliberating the case. This was the first time the defense had challenged the forensic genealogy. The Division I Court of Appeals in Washington state acknowledged the possibility of error, stating that they could not determine whether Juror 40 was sufficiently unbiased or whether Talbot had been provided a fair jury. This reasoning led to the reversal of Talbot's conviction. Additionally, Talbot and his attorneys raised numerous other issues related to the case evidence, citing supplemental court papers prepared by Talbot himself. Unsurprisingly, this decision angered both the prosecutors and the families of Jay and Tanya. The ruling overturning Talbot's conviction was later appealed to the state's highest court. In September 2022, Chief Justice Stephen Gonzalez noted during oral arguments that Juror 40 had not made any statements demonstrating obvious bias or a clear conflict of interest. The court emphasized that if a party allowed a juror to be seated and did not use all peremptory challenges, they could not later appeal based on a juror being seated improperly. 3 months later, in December 2022, the state Supreme Court reinstated Talbot's murder convictions. The court stated that Talbot's defense attorneys should have dismissed the juror before the trial if they believed she was biased. Since they did not exercise that option during the June 2019 trial, they could not file additional appeals on the same grounds. Since his arrest in 2018, Talbot has remained in custody at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla, Washington, despite arguments regarding insufficient evidence, alleged inadequacies in the police investigation, and other claimed missteps at trial that were not addressed in the first appellate ruling. Talbot's attorney planned to file another appeal, and since his 2019 conviction, Talbot has maintained his innocence. Chelsea Rustad, Talbot's second cousin, stated that her sympathy was with Jay and Tanya and their families, despite her genetic connection to Talbot. She expressed pride that her DNA had helped bring a ruthless killer to justice, describing her role in the case and her connection to Talbot. Chelsea later wrote a book about her experience, titled Inherited Secrets. Although nothing could bring Tanya and Jay back, Talbot's conviction provided their families with some measure of closure. Jay's mother, Leona, said she still kept one of Jay's old sweaters in her drawer. Tanya's father, William, had passed away on May 14, 1997, at age 62, never living to see his daughter's killer brought to justice. Tanya's mother, Jean, passed away on March 3, 2020, at the age of 87, leaving in peace knowing her daughter's killer would never be free. Both Jean and William were laid to rest at Ross Bay Cemetery, where Tanya was buried. Tanya's gravestone still bears the final lines of a poem she wrote at 17. There is a place that I know of where up above there flies a dove, and slowly as it turns to dawn, she parts her wings, and then she's gone. How do you think Talbot overpowered both Jay and Tanya? Do you believe he acted alone, or might he have had assistance? Is it possible that Talbot had additional victims who were never linked to him? Moving on to the next case. Tracy Lyn Hammerberg. On the 15th of 1984, Ozawaite County Sheriff James Johnson received an urgent phone call from a resident on Maple Road in the town of Grafton. The resident was heading out to get the early morning newspaper at 5:45 a.m. when he encountered something unusual lying on his front porch. As he approached closer to investigate further, he noticed the naked body of a young girl who appeared to have been assaulted. The snow had completely covered the body, with her bludgeoned head staining the white snow crimson, marking the brutal fate she had endured. Even the nearby trees and the road were splattered with blood, depicting one of the most cold-blooded crime scenes Wisconsin had witnessed in decades. When police arrived at the scene, the severe weather conditions had already caused the body to reach a pneumonic state, and although it was uncertain whether the young girl could survive, the ferocious extent of the assault was immediately apparent. The resident speculated that the victim might still be alive, so he also contacted emergency services, who declared her dead shortly afterward. She was discovered lying on her back with her arms and legs spread outward. The body was recovered partially naked from the waist down, aside from her socks, which had been partially removed. The jacket, scarf, and sweater she wore were pulled over her head, exposing the entirety of the remaining body. Her face and neck displayed clear bruises, which from a glance could unmistakably be interpreted as signs of severe assault. By the time the rescue team arrived, her hair was matted with blood and brain matter. The right side of her skull showed heavy trauma, likely the cause of death. Detective Frederick Mueller, one of the first officers at the scene, froze in shock. After witnessing the horrifying scene, backup and forensic teams quickly combed the area, collecting primitive evidence. They found tire tracks in the snow, fresh due to the previous night's snowfall, along with blood spatters scattered across the scene. An officer observed a pack of Marlboro cigarettes at the corner, just inches from the victim's body. The girl wore a men's sapphire high school ring, engraved with Bowdoin High 1983 on one side and Glenn 83 on the other. Her remaining clothing, jeans, and shoes were discovered nearby. No murder weapon was recovered, leaving nothing to indicate what might have been used in the attack. Her hands were bagged to preserve evidence, and the body was placed on a bed sheet, prepared to be transported to the hospital. The investigation identified the victim as 18-year-old Tracy Lyn Hammerberg. Tracy Lyn Hammerberg was born on March 7, 1966, in Milwaukie, Oregon, the eldest daughter of Judy Klablund and Harlan Hammerberg. She was raised alongside her half-sister, Jennifer Lubecki. The family relocated to Saukville, Wisconsin, in 1976. After moving, she attended the local Port Washington High School and integrated easily with her new peers. The 18-year-old possessed a lively personality that frequently drew attention in social groups. Being popular in school, Tracy maintained a larger circle of friends than most of her peers, which also exposed her to potentially negative influences. She began babysitting neighborhood children to earn extra money, and on the tragic night of December 14, 1984, Tracy Hammerberg left the house she was babysitting at for the last time. The family confirmed her identity through a tattoo on her arm, a red heart pierced by a blue spear. The autopsy revealed dark hair on her body that was not her own. Multiple overlapping skull fractures suggested she had likely been struck with a rounded object. Tracy had severe bruising around her chest below the collarbone, suggesting that someone had stomped on her. The cause of death was possibly blunt trauma, but petechial rashes on her skin indicated manual strangulation, also as a possible cause. Scar tissue near her abdomen clearly showed that she had been physically assaulted. The barbaric nature of the murder dominated the news the following day, appearing on the front pages of all the city's newspapers. Civilians were horrified to their core. Every parent's worst nightmare was unfolding right before their eyes. While police were still searching for possible leads, Judy and Harlan Hammerberg had not filed a missing person report, as they were accustomed to Tracy's lifestyle. She often stayed out late and roamed freely, engaging in drinking and other social gatherings. For this reason, Tracy's disappearance did not alarm anyone in the family until they turned on the news. Tracy's half-sister, Jennifer Lubecki, and other immediate family members first recognized her on live telecasts of major news channels. Tracy's family called the police, stating they had learned about her on the news and confirmed that their daughter had not returned home since the previous day. They identified her by her distinctive red-dyed hair and the tattoo of a heart on her arm with a blue arrow piercing across it. The family also recognized the ring gifted to her by her boyfriend, and Tracy's body was eventually brought home. Investigating further into her background, it was revealed that Tracy often sought trouble in her life. She frequently associated with strangers, some of whom were youths who had served time in juvenile detention and were known troublemakers. But the main question remained how she ended up on the driveway and what exactly occurred on the night of December 14, 1984. Tracy lived with her half-sister and stepfather, fueling a rebellious character, which for her parents was nothing but beyond their control. Police discovered a previously recorded file of Tracy running away from home. She had repeated clashes with her stepfather, causing her to be in and out of the house frequently. A friend disclosed to police that her stepfather had previously made unwanted advances toward her, which explained her erratic behavior. But Tracy was not a quitter. She wanted a better future for herself and planned to move out of state with her boyfriend to North Dakota. Things were finally looking up for Tracy, but the cruel and tragic hand of fate ruined everything in an instant. On December 14th, Tracy was babysitting for a woman named Helen Michaels between 7:20 and 9:45 p.m. She received a call around 10 p.m., asking her to meet at a nearby grocery store. She left the house she was babysitting at after informing Helen over the phone, promising to return the next morning by 7:30 a.m. Tracy walked to Saukville grocery store and met with friends. They drove to Quade's Tavern in Port Washington, where she told the bartender she was heading to a party in Grafton. The friends then went to a house party on Garfield Road in Port Washington, where they played a beer-drinking game called Quarters and smoked marijuana. Her friends offered her a ride home, but she declined, wanting to go on a night stroll. She is believed to have left the party on foot around 12:30 a.m. The walk would have been 3.7 miles along State Highway 33. This was not unusual for her, as she often walked home late at night. The streets of Grafton, where she was found moments later, were infamous for their isolated streets and shady areas, further suggesting that the killer knew the town and was no complete outsider. Detectives received a new source of evidence from a nearby resident, who reported seeing a green pickup truck late at night. The man driving the vehicle was described as being in his late 30s with medium brown hair. He left the car running at the corner of the street for about half an hour before returning and driving away. Sheriff Johnson and his team successfully traced the owner of the truck, who turned out to be a hunter. During interrogation, he confessed that he had noticed another car with squealing wheels and no headlights as he was passing by. He stated that he did not get a clear view of the car, but assumed it to be a station wagon of some sort. Police were tracking the time frame of this car, as a few other witnesses also reported seeing it. Meanwhile, the investigation revealed that Tracy usually smoked menthol cigarettes, further supporting the assumption that the pack of Marlboros found near the body belonged to the killer. Tracy's social circle raised additional challenges, claiming that the number of people on the suspect list was far too large. The Behavioral Analysis Unit assisted detectives by creating a criminal profile. Hundreds of witnesses were interviewed, and more than 400 men were eliminated as suspects through blood typing and DNA analysis. Murders were extremely rare in Ozaukee County, and in 1984, the police lacked the kind of specialized team necessary to investigate such a highly sensitive case. Cases like this typically raised concerns that the killer might strike again, and unfortunately, he did, following a disturbingly similar pattern. A friend of Tracy's, Wendy Smith, was found murdered in July 1985, just 6 months after Tracy's death. Wisconsin was now on alert, treating these as connected murders. Regarding Wendy's disappearance, she had initially been out with friends before leaving to meet her mother, who was working at a tavern. However, she never arrived at the location. Eventually, her body was discovered in a ditch along a hillside. 24 hours after she went missing, the Ozaukee Sheriff's Department and Washington Police joined forces to investigate the case. Detectives compiled a list of suspects with FBI assistance, suggesting that both murders occurred within the same social circle and followed almost identical patterns. Given the brutal nature of the assaults, investigators concluded that the killer was likely someone known to both victims. However, the forensics report altered the course of the investigation. DNA samples recovered from Wendy's body did not match those from Tracy's, although the trace evidence provided valuable information about the killer's profile. Forensic reports confirmed that the man had O-positive blood type. Additionally, 2 distinct enzymes were found in their DNA, one of which occurs in only 3% of the U.S. population. While primitive by today's standards, the blood samples could eliminate 98% of the suspects the police were holding. Investigators encouraged the family and friends of both victims to volunteer for blood tests. The hundreds of samples collected were carefully sent to the state crime lab for analysis, taking weeks or even months to produce results. After exhausting nearly every available resource, investigators were left with no matches. The case eventually fell to the bottom of the investigators' pile, and with no remaining leads, it was classified as a cold case. In April 2018, over 2,000 miles away in California, police finally achieved success regarding a notorious serial killer and rapist named Joseph James DeAngelo, infamously known as the Golden State Killer. He was charged with over 50 counts of assault and 13 counts of murder for crimes committed between 1974 and 1986. The breakthrough in tracking this cold case came through a technique called forensic genealogy. The Ozawake Police Department subsequently contacted California authorities to review the Tracy Hammerberg case using this new forensic technology. The police reopened the case in March 2019, and by the end of September, they had identified 2 lead suspects. Almost 35 years later, Tracy's murderer was finally within the reach of the county authorities. 2 brothers, Eugene and Philip Cross, were found to be an exact match with the DNA samples. The Cross brothers had lived in the same neighborhood of Port Washington and Saukville in the late 1980s. While Eugene was confirmed to have long since died, Philip Cross emerged as the most likely suspect in Tracy's murder. His background history was an exact fit for the criminal's psychological profile. Philip had been a loner who tried to hang around the popular crowd, desperately seeking to fit into socially acceptable norms. He also had a previously recorded history and had initially been overlooked during the earlier investigation. Police were nearly on the cusp of apprehending their suspect when they discovered that Philip had died of a drug overdose in 2012. On August 21, 2012, Philip Cross died at the Diamond Inn in Milwaukee. Fortunately, the autopsy conducted due to the drug overdose included recorded DNA samples. The state crime lab confirmed that his DNA was an exact match to Tracy Hammerberg's murderer. 36 years after the crime, the cold case of Tracy's horrifying murder finally came to a close. While the state of Wisconsin breathed a sigh of relief at finally resolving Tracy Hammerberg's tragedy, the family and friends of the young victims continue to mourn the unfortunate turn of events. Friends to whom we owe our golden days can sometimes lead us to our graves. For Tracy and Wendy, their killer had been hiding in plain sight. We urge viewers to remain cautious and vigilant, keeping a careful eye on their loved ones. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video. And remember, the search for truth never stops.